Chapter 2407, Post 2, Tai Shanzong. As the head of the 5 immortal sects in the immortal cultivation world of Shenwu continent, Tai Immortal Mountain, established in the center of the entire immortal cultivation world, overlooks the entire immortal cultivation world. In Tai Immortal Sect Master Hall, Sect Master Mu Qingkang sits on the main seat. On both sides of him, there are many tribulation monks from the 5 great immortals. 7 or 8 cultivators of cross-tribulation were sitting silently in the hall at this moment, making the atmosphere in the hall a solemn one. Everyone just got the news that Mo Xiaodian was defeated, and now he is nowhere to be found. I don't know how long it took. Mu Qingkang finally broke the silence in the hall slowly. Following Mu Qingkang's words, the expressions of the many tribulation cultivators in the main hall could not help but change drastically. The ancestor of the misty Shanzong Tianshuan said in horror, "The demon howling heaven cultivates the peerless magic arts." At the beginning, our ancestors in the cultivating world gathered the power of the entire cultivating world, but they were unable to obtain him, so they could only be sealed. How could that guy be easily defeated? Mo Xiaodian, a peerless powerhouse whose strength is not inferior to that of the halal people, and his cultivation techniques are extremely against the sky, almost indestructible. Although Wu Zantian is powerful, it is impossible to win Mo Xiaodian. They will reach an agreement with Mo Xiaodian and release it, intending to use Mo Xiaodian to deal with Wu Zantian. Didn't expect Mo Xiaodian to be defeated like this. Devil Xiaodian is immortal. Even if Wu Zantian is powerful, it can't help Demon Xiaodian. I think that Demon Xiaodian wants to turn back and watch our immortal world be destroyed by the martial arts world. The old ancestor Liang of the Great Sun Immortal Sect said with an iron face. Mo Xiaodian did not turn back water. I sent someone to witness the battle between Mo Xiaodian and Wu Zantian. Mo Xiaodian was really defeated. Mu Qingkang took a deep breath and slowly said, "The martial arts arrogant of God's domain has come out of the everlasting immortal mountain. He seems to have a treasure that can restrain the devil's roaring sky in his hand." As Mu Qingkang said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed again. Now that even Mo Xiaodian has retreated, what else do they use to stop Wu Zantian in the martial arts world? Everyone, this is the end of the matter. We have no retreat in the immortal world. I hope that you can immediately call on the major sects of the immortal world to concentrate on coming to Tai Immortal Sect. I will send a war sticker to Wu Zantian and fight the martial arts world to the death. Seeing that everyone was silent, Mu Qingkang couldn't help speaking directly. Okay, let's fight to the death. At the beginning, our ancestors were in this place, and the strength was many times weaker than the martial arts world, and we were able to suppress the martial arts world step by step. As long as we work together, we may not be able to defeat the martial arts world. The ancestors of Tiangong Shanzong's earthquake-shaking ancestors are full of authentic warfare. The rest of the robbery monks also expressed their opinions after hearing this. Between the immortal cultivation world and the martial arts world, there is no possibility of reconciliation. This time, their vitality in the world of Xu Xian was greatly injured, and Wu Zantian would never easily let go of the opportunity to destroy the world of Xu Xian. They have no choice but to fight hard. Under the call of the 5 great immortal sects, all the sect forces of the cultivation realm, large and small, came to Tai Immortal Sect with their elite elders. Almost half of the cultivators in the realm of cultivating immortals gathered in the Tai Immortal Sect, and the entire Tai Immortal Sect was almost transformed into a boiling ocean, crowded by the cultivators. The northern martial arts world is really going to fight over. Yes, it is said that the 5 great immortals have issued war stickers to the martial arts world, preparing to fight to the death against the martial arts world in Tai Immortal School. I didn't expect that the martial arts world, which has been suppressed by our immortal cultivation world for so long, could rise again. If this battle is defeated, our immortal cultivation world will be completely finished. Countless monks in the world of cultivating immortals are worried. Today, the 5 great immortal sects of their cultivation world have fallen into the midst of a number of powerhouses in the tribulation period, and even their first monk who is too halal in the cultivation world is said to have been destroyed. In the face of the menacing northern martial arts world, can they really resist it? Don't worry, can you imagine the background of the 5 great immortals? Especially Tai Immortal Sect is one of the pioneers of the immortal cultivation world on the Shenwu continent. It can always be the top of the immortal sect. It is by no means that simple on the surface. It is rumored that the Tai Immortal Sect might still have the Mahayana ancestors. Even if the Wu Zantian came, I am afraid it will definitely die. A monk vowed to say. The words of this monk did not make everyone's worry a little less. Taixu Immortal Sect had Mahayana ancestors in charge. After all, it was just a rumor. Since the creation of the Immortal Cultivation realm on the Shenwu continent, it has been passed down to the present, and almost no monk in the Mahayana period has been born. If the Taixu Immortal Sect really had an ancestor of the Mahayana period, the Immortal Cultivation world would have already destroyed the Northern Martial Arts world and dominated the Immortal Martial continent. How could the martial arts world have been there until now? In any case, their decisive battle between the Immortal Cultivation world and the martial arts world is probably inevitable. At the same time that the 5 great immortal sects called on many immortal cultivation forces to gather at Taixu Immortal Sect. A disciple of Taixu Immortal Sect slowly descended outside Tongxian Valley. He looked up at the entrance of Tongxian Valley, and shouted directly, "The disciple of the Taixu Immortal Sect, on the order of the sect master, come to visit the Valkyrie King." As the Taixu Immortal Sect disciple's voice fell, Wu Zontian's figure emerged out of thin air. He glanced at the Taixu Immortal Sect disciple faintly. "Let's go ahead, Mu Qingkang asked you to come to me, what is it?" "Under the order of the sect master, I will come and send a war sticker for the Valkyrie King." This Taixu Immortal Sect disciple flicked his fingers, and a jade sticker was shot at Wu Zontian. Wu Zontian grabbed the jade sticker, closed his eyes to feel the information in the jade sticker, and suddenly opened his eyes. "Your sect master Mu Qingkang is a bit courageous. I originally thought that it would take a lot of time and experience to destroy your immortal cultivation world. Your sovereign invited me to fight to the death, but it would save me a lot of trouble." Wu Zontian smiled faintly. "Go back and tell Mu Qingkang that I will board the Taixu Immortal Sect in 3 days and level your immortal cultivation world. For so many years, the martial arts world has been suppressed by the immortal world, and can't raise its head at all. Now that the vitality of the immortal world is greatly injured, it is a good opportunity to destroy it. Since the Taixu Immortal Sect wants to gather the power of the immortal world to fight them to the death, how can Wu Zontian refuse? In this case, 3 days later, Taixu Immortal Sect is waiting for the presence of the King of Valkyrie. The Taixu Immortal Sect disciple said coldly, then turned around and turned into a green light, which quickly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2408, Ascend to Taixu Immortal Sect. Senior Wu, are you really planning to go to the Taixu Immortal Sect to fight the Immortal Realm to the death? Just as the Taixu Immortal Sect disciple left, Jiang Chen's figure also appeared ghostly beside Wu Zontian. The cultivating world has been able to grow step by step in this northern territory to this day, and it is naturally very difficult to suppress the martial arts world for so many years. Although the vitality of the immortal cultivation world was greatly injured this time, the camel that died was also bigger than a horse. Since the Taixu Immortal Sect dared to gather the power of the immortal world and invited Wu Zontian to fight to the death, he must have relied on. The best half point now is to gradually erode the power of the world of immortality step by step. If you go directly to the Taixu Immortal Sect and fight to the death with the immortal world, this is actually not a wise choice. Little friend Jiang Chen, if you cannibalize the world of immortality step by step, although it is relatively safe, you will have many dreams at night. The cultivation realm last time brought out the demon Xiaotian. If you give them some time, who knows what else they can do. Wu Zontian's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "So. I decided to cut the mess with a quick knife, and don't give the world of immortality any chance to breathe." Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "Okay, in that case, I will let you go to Taixu Immortal Sect in 3 days." With the strength of both him and Wu Zontian, it is difficult for the immortal cultivation world to pose a threat to them. Even if the Taixu Immortal Sect really had any trump cards, even if the two of them couldn't beat them, there shouldn't be much problem in retreating whole body. Jiang Chen actually wanted to settle the matter of the Northern Territory as soon as possible. He would be able to bring Wu Zontian, the strongest king of God King Ninth Heaven, back to the central region to fight against the Void Demon race. With the help of this person, coupled with the birth of the powerful ancient ruler of Moon God Palace, Jiang Chen has absolute confidence to completely defeat the Void Demon race that invaded the God's Domain continent. 3 days' time has passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and Wu Zontian, directly relying on Xu Yufeng, came straight to the gate of Taixu Immortal Sect. This time when they came to Taixu Immortal Sect, the two Jiang Chen did not bring any other people from the martial arts world. If the realm of cultivating immortals does not have other powerful cards, with the strength of the two of them, it is more than enough to level the current realm of cultivating immortals. If the world of cultivating immortals really depends on them, but they are both, it will be easier for them to retreat. Is this the Taixu Immortal Sect? It's really not easy. Jiang Chen stood proudly above the void, his gaze swept over the Taixu Immortal Sect in front of him, and he couldn't help speaking slowly. Wu Zantian nodded and said, Taixu Immortal Sect is one of the pioneers of the world of cultivating immortals, and is also the only immortal sect that has passed down the immortal world to this day. Naturally, it is very difficult. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. At that moment, Jiang Chen vaguely caught a vague aura from the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect. This breath is extraordinary. Jiang Chen had only felt it from Xu Tianming and Yi Shao in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. The aura in the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect is most likely the aura of a Mahayana monk. Since the ancient Great Tribulation God realm Heavenly Tao was injured, it has been difficult for this universe to give birth to a master of martial arts dominance. The Mahayana monks existed at the same level as the masters of martial arts, and it was obviously difficult to reach them. Since the establishment of the world of cultivation, it seems that there has never been a Mahayana monk. How could Taixu Immortal Sect have a Mahayana monk? If Taixu Immortal Sect really has Mahayana cultivators, I am afraid that this northern territory has long been in the purse of immortal cultivators. How can the northern martial arts world continue to exist until now? Although Jiang Chen didn't believe that there would be a Mahayana monk in the Taixu Immortal Sect, he still felt a little more vigilant in his heart. The aura just now, even if it is not a Mahayana monk, it is probably a means comparable to a Mahayana monk. Mu Qingkang, didn't you ask me to fight to the death? I'm here now, why didn't I show up? Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain, Wu Zantian looked directly at Taixu Immortal Sect with a sharp gaze, and his faint voice resounded instantly between the heaven and the earth. Every time he spit out a word, like thunder, it exploded above Taixu Immortal Sect. Like a substantive sound wave, it rippled over the Taixu Immortal Sect, and crashed into the Taixu Immortal Sect's protective formation. Even if the mountain guarding formation isolates most of the sound wave's power from the formation, the remaining sound wave still makes many people with weak cultivation bases feel dizzy and almost fainted. The eyes of countless cultivators in Taixu Immortal Sect were all looking towards the void. Wu Zantian, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Since you are here, let's join my Taixu Immortal Sect. Mu Qingkang's gaze penetrated the space and landed on the two Jiang Chen in the void. He immediately raised his hand and waved, only to see the formation of Taixu Immortal Sect's mountain guarding. A crack with a size of several meters appeared. Wu Zantian didn't have the slightest fear, and walked directly through the formation and landed on a square in Taixu Immortal Sect. On the huge square, there are now hundreds of monks gathered here. And the few people at the forefront were exactly the cultivators during the tribulation period headed by Mu Qingkang. Nowadays, not only the few remaining monks of the 5 great immortal sects, but even more than 90% of the monks of the Hedao period are gathered here. This time, the realm of Shushan really intends to fight them to the death. Wu Zantian, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. An elder Tai Shanzong looked at Wu Zantian and Jiang Chen and couldn't help but sneer. Wu Zantian glanced faintly at the Taixu Immortal Sect elder, and snorted coldly, it's a mere ant in the gang period, what are you worthy of talking to me? The faint cold snort was directly like a heavy hammer hitting the chest of the Taixu Immortal Sect elder, causing Daqi's face to turn blue, like pig liver. He trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out frantically. Seeing this scene before him, Mu Qingkang's face suddenly sank. Wu Zantian, you must not be too mad. I'm so rampant, what can you do? Wu Zantian smiled proudly. Mu Qingkang, didn't you ask me to come here to fight to the death? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense, and just use it if you have any means. Wu Zantian, since you are so anxious to find death, then I will fulfill you. A cold glow flashed in Mu Qingkang's eyes, and he sternly shouted, arrange the formation. As Mu Qingkang's shout fell, the ancestor Tianshuan beside him and other monks who crossed the tribulation, as well as the hundreds of monks in the same way, almost all the magic power in his body exploded at this moment. Chapter 2409, Invincible Wu Zantian. Several tribulation monks and hundreds of monks erupted at the same time. What kind of power is that? The breath of horror obscured the sky and covered the sun's rays. Wu Zantian, today I gather the cultivators on the Lily Dao in the world of cultivating immortals. Even if you are unparalleled in strength, you are destined to hate this. Mu Qingkang's voice was cold, kill me. Hundreds of monks swept towards the void and formed a formation. Naturally, These hundreds of monks knew what a terrifying existence Wuzontian was, and they didn't have the slightest reservation to form the seal, and then turned into a blow that destroyed the world and blasted toward Wuzontian. Hundreds of fellow monks joined forces to strike. How terrifying is that power? Above Taixu Immortal Sect, the vitality of the heavens and the earth with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely evacuated in an instant. Hundreds of different forces are intertwined in the void, and finally converge into a torrent of energy, like a Milky Way waterfall falling from above 9 days. That torrent of energy carried an endless terrifying power of destruction, and instantly annihilated the vast void above Wuzontian's heads. In the Taixu Immortal Sect, many monks witnessed Mu Qingkang's attack, and their hearts were excited. Hundreds of cultivators who are above the cultivator joined forces to make a single blow. Even if Wuzontian's strength is strong, it might be difficult to contend, right? Faced with this blow that ruined the world, Wuzontian's expression was unusually calm. I saw him as if sweeping away the dust, raising his hand with a light wave. The torrent of energy that was pouring down like a 9-day galaxy waterfall disappeared without a trace. Above and below, all monks are like ghosts, and they can hardly believe their eyes. Even Mu Qingkang and other cultivators who crossed the tribulation looked terrified. They all knew that Wuzontian was the strongest God King of the God King 9 heavens, and in their entire cultivation world, only the halal people who crossed the Calamity Peak could contend against it. But Mu Qingkang and the others hadn't really felt how strong the two were. They only really knew the horror of Wuzontian. Several tribulation cultivators and hundreds of cultivators joined forces in a single blow, and they were all easily resolved by Wuzontian's understatement. Mu Qingkang screamed in anger, and the true essence mana in his body exploded again. Hundreds of Hedao monks once again joined forces and turned into endless forces to suppress Wuzontian. But it still didn't work. Wuzontian raised his hand and gently shook the torrent of energy. The torrent of energy had disappeared without a trace before Jiang Chen's body had reached 100 feet, and even the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes could not be touched. This scene also caused a desperate look on the faces of many monks. Even the cultivators Mu Qingkang felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Although they also knew that at the level of the tribulation cultivator and the martial god king, the difference in strength between each strong and small realm of the cultivation base was a huge difference. For example, a 2 halal person whose cultivation has reached the peak of the tribulation can easily kill the monks in the late period of the tribulation. However, Wuzontian's strength was only stronger than that of the halal people, so it was naturally more terrifying. But Mu Qingkang still didn't expect it. Their 7 or 8 tribulation cultivators and hundreds of cultivators joined forces, and it was impossible to shake the talents of military warfare at all. This Wuzontian's strength is simply desperately powerful. An ant-like existence, no matter how many, it won't be of any use to me. Give me defeat. Wuzontian looked at Mu Qingkang indifferently, a sneer of disdain appeared on his face, and then he slashed it out with the palm of the knife. This knife slashed out and quickly turned into a sky-breaking sword light in the void, splitting the void in an instant. The blade light that ruined the world instantly enveloped Mu Qingkang and others. Block me. Mu Qingkang's expression changed drastically, and he screamed in horror on his face. Before he finished his words, he directly burned the strength of the nascent soul, and a cyan light curtain quickly condensed above their heads. If they can't stop this knife, I'm afraid the entire Taixu Immortal Sect will be reduced to ruins under this knife. The hundreds of monks beside him naturally did not dare to be negligent. They all desperately urged the true essence mana in their bodies at the same time, madly injecting them into the cyan light curtain above their heads. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the sky-breaking sword light collided with the cyan light curtain in the blink of an eye, but it did not make the sky-shattering sound as expected. With the desperate explosion of hundreds of monks, the blue light curtain actually blocked Wuzontian's sky-breaking sword light. Wuzontian expressionlessly, he directly stretched out his palm and pressed it in the air. The sky-breaking sword light instantly doubled in the void, and the terrifying sword light continuously impacted the cyan light curtain below, causing the cyan light curtain to be constantly distorted and changed, and it quickly became shaky. And under the cyan light curtain, the weaker Hedao monks were the first to be able to support it. I saw that their entire bodies, under the pressure of the sky-breaking sword light, exploded directly in the void and turned into a rain of blood scattered down. The entire cyan light curtain was unbearable with the power of the sky-breaking sword light, like a mirror hesitating to be hit by a heavy blow, it shattered with a bang. The cyan light curtain shattered, and hundreds of monks headed by Mu Qingkang were all slashed out by the sky-breaking sword light. Some weaker cultivators could not hold the power of the sky-breaking sword light at all, and the flesh body and the Yuan Ying were instantly crushed by the sword light. Almost 1/3 of the hundreds of cultivators fell under this sword. Many of the remaining alive monks were also severely injured. Even Mu Qingkang and other cultivators who crossed the tribulation had an extremely pale look on their faces. Everyone is looking at Wu Zhantian, who stands proudly like a censored of war, and it has been a long time hard for him to return to the gods from the shock. This guy's strength is really not ordinary horror. Seeing this shocking scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured in his heart. He has decided to take this guy back to Zhongyu anyway. This guy in front of him is not only the strongest God King of the God King Nine Heavens, but also has extremely rare talents. I am afraid that there are few rivals in the same realm. In terms of combat power alone, I am afraid that Xu Qingli and Lei Qianyuan, who have always existed in Changsheng Shanshan, are not Wu Zhantian's opponents. Jiang Chen shook his head, and couldn't help looking into the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect. Only relying on the current power of the 5 great immortals, obviously can't stop him and Wu Zhantian. Taixu Immortal Sect is about to use the Hidden Hole card. Chapter 2410, Advanced to Halal. Taiching old man, don't you plan to show up yet? If you don't come out again, Taixu Immortal Sect and your entire immortal cultivation world will be gone. Wu Zhantian defeated the hundreds of monks headed by Mu Qingkang with a single blow, and his eyes also leisurely looked into the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect. Although Wu Zhantian did not feel the faint aura that had passed by before, like Jiang Chen. But he knew very well that 2 halal people are still alive. The 2 halal person is also the only opponent in the entire world of immortality who can let him face up. In the Battle of Immortal Valley that day, although the Tai halal people were physically destroyed, they did not fall. Even in such a short period of time, it is difficult for a 2 halal person to reshape his body and return to the pinnacle. But the old guy has the Tai Shanzong's strongest magic weapon, Tai Ancient Bracelet. Even if only Yuan Ying is left, he really wants to fight his life, it shouldn't be underestimated. Hey, Wu Zhantian, are you really going to kill my immortal world? At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the deepest part of Taixu Immortal Sect. This sighing sound was somewhat similar to the voice of a Taihal, but slightly different, as if it came through time and space with the vicissitudes and longevity of years. Taiching old man, don't talk nonsense. Over the years, have you ever wanted to kill the martial arts world? Wu Zhantian snorted coldly. This is the northern territory of God's realm. Your immortal cultivation realm shouldn't exist in this place. Today, Wu Zhantian wants to take back everything I lost for the martial Dao realm. Wu Zhantian, my Shenwu continent cultivation realm has been able to stand on the Shenwu continent for so many years, how can you destroy it if you want to? Since you have to fight, then I will fulfill you. The Tai Muslim roared, and a vast breath shot out from the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect, like a straight wolf smoke, straight into the long sky. At that moment, in the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect, it seemed as if a sleeping ancient behemoth was awakening. It is such a horror, the mighty power of a mountain, overwhelmingly suppressed. The countless monks in the Taixu Immortal Sect were all suppressed to the ground by that terrifying power. Even if it is a monk, it is difficult to stand under the oppression of this power. The vast fluctuations, like the vast ocean, filled the entire world, causing Wu Zhantian's eyes to be surprised and suspicious. In the Battle of Immortal Valley that day, the halal man was physically destroyed and Yuan Ying was injured. Wu Zhantian obviously didn't expect it either. After returning to Taixu Immortal Sect, the halal person recovered in such a short period of time, and became a little stronger. And behind Wu Zhantian, after Jiang Chen felt the aura erupting from the Dao Tai Muslims, an unconcealable horror also appeared in his eyes. Because he felt the aura that the Mahayana monk had just possessed from the body of the 2 halal person. Is it impossible for a 2 halal person to break through the Mahayana? In the Battle of Immortal Valley that day, the halal man was severely injured by Wu Zhantian. It would be a problem to recover in such a short period of time. How could it be possible to break through the Mahayana period? Just when Jiang Chen was terribly horrified, he saw the deepest part of Taixu Immortal Sect, an ancient palace sealed with countless formations and runes, suddenly opened. With a bang, a figure also burst out from the ancient temple. With the appearance of this figure, the sky and the earth instantly became gloomy, and the wind and clouds were surging. Jiang Chen and Wu Zhantian looked at the figure in front of them, their eyes condensed suddenly. The visitor wore an armor made of an unknown cyan metal, with a mysterious light flowing on the armor. Most of his body was covered by the cyan armor, and even his face was wearing a cyan mask that was exactly the same material as the armor, which made people look down on him at all. What shocked Jiang Chen the most was the place where this guy's body was not covered by the armor was very pale and infiltrating, like a dead body, with a dense body of life. Jiang Chen vaguely discovered that the breath of the Mahayana monk he had felt before should be emanating from the guy in front of him. The breath of a Mahayana monk? You actually broke through the Mahayana period. No, this breath of a Mahayana monk seems to be derived from your current body, not that you really broke through the Mahayana period. Wu Zantian stared at the figure in front of him tightly, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, Taiching, I didn't expect that you Taixu Immortal Sect would still have a corpse of a Mahayana monk. It turns out that the Yuan Ying of a halal person lives in the corpse of a Mahayana monk. After hearing Wu Zantian's words, Jiang Chen also reacted quickly, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The Mahayana monks and the tribulation monks are one heaven and one underground. If a person who is too halal really breaks through the Mahayana period, even if he joins forces with Wu Zantian, he probably won't have any chance of winning at all. The halal man stared at Wu Zantian coldly. As expected, he is the world's first person in the martial arts world, and he really has some insight. Wu Zantian said curiously, as far as I know, you have never borne a Mahayana monk in the world of immortality, but I am a little curious, where did this Mahayana monk's body come from? At the end of the war, our ancestor Taixu Immortal, together with a Mahayana brother, survived in this world. It's a pity that the brother of Patriarch's injury was so severe that he eventually fell. So Patriarch managed to save his body idea in the Taixu Immortal Sect. Over the years, I have been trying to refine this corpse, and wait for the right time to use this corpse to break through the Mahayana period. But you forced me to merge ahead of time, ruining my thousands of years of hard work. Today I will not destroy you, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. After the halal person finished speaking, those eyes filled with lifelessness suddenly looked at Jiang Chen and the other two. Click. Two black lightning flashed in the void. Jiang Chen suddenly felt the pressure of a mountain, and the sky covered the earth, making him feel as if he was about to breathe. Jiang Chen urged the Azure Emperor Longevity's secret art with all his strength to block the monstrous might, and his expression became a little dignified. This Mahayana monk's body, after being refined by the two halal person, obviously has a certain fit with the two halal person's Yuan Ying. Today's two halal people, although they are still not comparable to real Mahayana monks, they are also many times stronger than they were back then, and even vaguely surpass the level of the peak of the tribulation. Even if it is as strong as Wu Zantian, I am afraid it may not be the opponent of this guy. Taiching old man, if you are a real Mahayana monk now, Wu Zantian may only be able to capture it with bare hands today. But you just occupy the body of a Mahayana monk, so why should I be afraid? Wu Zantian's voice fell, his hands quickly formed seals, and his aura suddenly rose. Chapter 2411, Mahayana Power. Wu Zantian urged the secret method, and his whole body burst out with a shocking battle intent. Today, since he accepted Mu Qingkang's war stickers, he came to Taixu Immortal Sect to fight to the death, and forced the two halal people to use this last whole card. There is no way out. Even when facing a halal man with the body of a Mahayana monk, Wu Zantian didn't have the slightest fear. The qi and blood on his body climbed higher and higher, and the golden long sword in his palm flashed out of thin air. The sword started from chaos, and separated lay high and slashed towards the halal person. This knife caused the void to explode, and a long and narrow black gap was cut out between the sky and the earth, and the blade was as dark as ink, as if to crush the Tai people and the entire Taixu Immortal Sect into nothingness. Wu Zantian, although I have to admit that you are a wicked evildoer and unparalleled in combat strength, you don't know the power of a Mahayana monk after all. Mahayana monk, you can ask Tao to become immortal even further. Even if I just merge the body of a Mahayana monk, that's not something you can contend. Two halal people look down on the sky and the earth, seeing the sword that slashes the sky and the earth like nothing. His hands covered in cyan armor directly grabbed Wu Zantian's sword without evasiveness. There was a sound of metal collision in the void. I saw that Wu Zantian's sword that destroyed the world and the earth was actually blocked by the halal man with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators who had been desperate were all excited at this moment. Even Mu Qingkang's face couldn't help but find a look of excitement. The halal man with the body of a Mahayana monk is already more powerful than Wu Zhantian. They are finally saved in the world of cultivating immortals. The body of the Mahayana monk is really extraordinary. Come again. Seeing that his sword was blocked by the halal man with his bare hands, Wu Zhantian did not back down. The blade in his hand became brighter, the sword tore through the void, and he kept hacking towards the halal man. Those who are too halal stand proudly in place, motionless. The palm of his hand covered by the cyan armor seemed like 100 forged steel, which was invincible. No matter how terrifying Wu Zhantian's sword light is, as long as it appears in the body of a halal person, it is instantly shattered into nothingness by the hand of the halal person. Wu Zhantian made more than 10 knives with one knife after another, but he couldn't even shake the halal people at all. What a terrifying body! Jiang Chen stared at the battle in the void, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. The body of the Mahayana monk was already extremely tyrannical, and the body of the Mahayana monk in front of him has become even stronger after being tempered by a halal person. The cyan armor on his body is also extraordinary. Even with Wu Zhantian's power, it is difficult to hurt this body at all. Wu Zhantian, it's useless. With your current strength, you can't hurt me. Today I will let you see the power of the Mahayana monk. The cold voice of the too halal person fell, and his palm suddenly shook. I saw his fist wrapped in the cyan armor, glowing brightly, and hit Wu Zhantian with a punch. The world collapsed, the void shattered, and the sun and the moon hung upside down. The horror of this punch was so terrible that it was completely beyond words to describe it. Above the entire Taixu Immortal Sect, it seemed that there was only a punch of the Taixu Jiang who pressed across the sky. Thunderbolt knife, break it for me. Feeling the horror of the fist of the Tai Hao, Wu Zhantian let out a roar. Wanli Void is a masterpiece of instant thunder, and countless golden thunder and lightning gathered on the golden long knife in his hand. The golden long knife seemed like a thunder knife in Thor's hand, facing the overwhelming punch of the halal man. After shocking thunder blade collided with the Taixu Jiang's punch, it was almost collapsed, the punch was unstoppable, and it slammed toward Wu Zhantian. Wu Zhantian's complexion changed drastically, and the martial arts power in his body was surging, turning into a lightning barrier. Under the terrifying fist, the lightning barrier was like paper, and it collapsed at the touch of a touch. Wu Zhantian's whole person was all stunned by the residual strength of the punch, and flew out in embarrassment, smashing the void out of a huge dark hole that was thousands of feet long. Wu Zhantian was extremely embarrassed to stabilize his figure, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Is this the power of the Mahayana monk? Wu Zhantian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his gaze towards the halal person finally became more solemn than ever. Mahayana monk, master of martial arts. Such characters belong to the legendary existence in this world, and Wu Zhantian has only heard of it. Wu Zhantian naturally didn't know how strong they were. But today, when he fought against the halal man with the body of a Mahayana monk, he really understood the terrible level of that level. Even if it was just the body of a Mahayana monk, it was not something he could handle at all. Little friend Jiang Chen, leave here quickly. The body of this Mahayana monk was preserved by Taixu Immortal Sect using secret methods. Although Taixu Immortal people are fused with this body, they are also limited by this body and cannot easily leave Taixu Immortal Sect. As long as you leave the Taixu Immortal Sect, two halal people can do nothing. From now on, the northern martial arts world will be handed over to you. Wu Zhantian took a deep breath and couldn't help speaking to Jiang Chen quickly. Wu Zhantian also understood that today there are halal people who have integrated the bodies of Mahayana monks, and they will undoubtedly lose. He can only do his best to create a chance for Jiang Chen to escape. Little friend Jiang Chen, go. Wu Zhantian said to Jiang Chen. The martial arts power of his whole body broke out to the extreme again. The halal man let out a cold snort, kicked the sole of his foot slightly, and stepped onto Wu Zhantian. I saw the huge space under the feet of the halal people collapsed. Wu Zhantian's figure was also smashed into the void by this foot, and he was extremely embarrassed to stabilize his figure. I saw that the large bones on his body were shattered, and his whole body was shaky. The majesty of Mahayana is unmatched. Even if it was in existence like Wu Zhantian, there was no power to fight back at all. Little friend Jiang Chen, why haven't you left? Wu Zhantian supported his severely injured body and looked at Jiang Chen, who was still standing still. His complexion suddenly changed. I don't have the habit of leaving my companion to run away alone. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and immediately stepped out and appeared directly beside Wu Zantian. He raised his head and looked at the halal man in the arrogant sky, and said lightly, "Senior Wu, you can step back and rest for a while, then leave it to me." Chapter 2412, Immortal Monument. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure appeared in the void thousands of feet away from the halal man in a flash. "Boy, you are so courageous, you dare to come up and fight me." The halal person looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Your immortal cultivation realm exists in God's realm, and it is a disaster after all. I don't have time to entangle you. Now that it is here today, it is natural that your celestial cultivation realm will completely disappear from God's realm." The two halal man suddenly sneered with disdain. Although he has to admit that the talent of the boy in front of him is more than that of Wu Zantian, but after all, only the cultivation base of the censored King Lu Zongtian, and his strength is more than that of Wu Zantian. Even before he had integrated the body of the Mahayana monk, this kid was not his opponent at all, let alone now. "Yes, just rely on me." As Jiang Chen said, a mysterious stone steel with immortal light flowed directly out of thin air in his palm. Jiang Chen knew very well that the gap between his strength and the halal man who combined the body of a Mahayana monk was too great. With his own power, it is simply difficult to compete with a halal person. He wants to defeat the halal people, and now the only thing he has to rely on is this immortal monument. The fairy monument. The halal person's gaze couldn't help but narrowed slightly. "I forgot, you still have the legendary immortal monument on your body. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. Even if you have an immortal monument in your hand, you can't kill me." The power of the monument is mysterious and unpredictable. In Tongxian Valley that day, this kid urged the immortal monument to kill the ancestors of Zhengshu with one move. The two Muslims are still vivid. If this kid has the cultivation base of the God King Nine Heavens, once the power of the immortal monument is activated, it may be enough to make him afraid of 3 points. Pity, this kid is still a long way from the God King Nine Heavens, after all. Jiang Chen glanced at the two halal man expressionlessly, and said lightly, "Can you kill you? Try it and you'll know." The two halal man sneered contemptuously, and his gaze towards the immortal monument couldn't help showing a glowing look. "Boy, it's too violent for the immortal monument to fall into the hands of a hairy boy like you. If you obediently hand over the immortal monument, I might also consider keeping your whole body." The immortal steel, the mysterious existence in the legend that contains the mystery of immortality, once made countless cultivators crazy. People who are too halal didn't expect it. During his lifetime, he could actually see the legendary monument. In order to deal with Wu Zantian, he forcibly merged the body of this Mahayana monk in a haste when the nascent soul was injured, and he never hoped to break through the Mahayana period anymore, and then asked Dao to become immortal. But the immortal steel in Jiang Chen's hands undoubtedly gave hope to the halal people. If he could get the immortal monument in Jiang Chen's hand, and break the secrets contained in the immortal monument, he might be able to break the shackles and obtain an opportunity to become a fairy. If you want an immortal monument, you can get it yourself if you have the ability. Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, and the immortal monument in his hand, under his urging, slammed into the sky with a thunderous roar. The immortal steel seemed to transform into a fairy rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Seeing that Jiang Chen once again sacrificed the mysterious steel of the ancestor of killing Zhengshu in the town that day, Wu Zantian also looked solemn. Although he also knew that the stone steel in Jiang Chen's hand was very powerful, it was at least comparable to the existence of the innate Taoist artifacts, but it might not be able to kill the current halal people. The halal man calmly looked at the immortal monument coming from the horizontal pressure, until the immortal monument appeared less than 100 feet away from the top of his head, then he stretched out his palm and slapped it at the immortal monument. Only a loud bang was heard, and the terrifying force that straddled the sky above the immortal monument was directly crushed by the slap of a halal man. The 10,000 Jiang celestial steel that suppressed the heavens and the earth uttered a groan in the void, and was slapped and flew out by the halal man. Jiang Chen trembled, and his whole body was pale and stepped back hundreds of feet in the void. He raised his head and looked at the halal man standing proudly, his expression instantly becoming extremely solemn. He still underestimated the halal man who was fused with the body of the Mahayana monk. With the cultivation base of the sixth heavenly king of his god, even if it is to spur the immortal monument, it is impossible to shake the halal people at all. Today's battle, I am afraid it is a bit troublesome. The halal man smashed Jiang Chen's blow to spur the immortal monument with a palm, and was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Chen. His eyes were directly fixed on the immortal monument. He did not hesitate at all, and directly reached out his hand to grab the immortal monument. Facing the imprisoned emptiness of the two halal person, the light on the immortal monument flickered, and he was struggling frantically. Don't fight fearlessly, obediently surrender to me. From now on, I will be your new master. Following the words of the halal person, the immortal monument was obviously irritated. I saw in the immortal monument, a burst of coercive blue fairy light burst out suddenly. This cyan fairy light was so radiant and extremely dazzling, such a supernatural power, it instantly crushed the halal person's imprisonment in the void. I saw the immortal monument suddenly shook, and there was a thunderous roar in the void. The roar sounded like a Hongzong Dalu sound, like a giant cauldron of an ancient bronze bell was struck. I saw cyan ripples visible to the naked eye, like a tsunami, rushing towards the halal people. In the face of the turbulent cyan ripples, even the current strength of the halal people instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura. Two halal people dared to hesitate. He exploded with all his strength, and even the ancient Tai bracelets were directly sacrificed, colliding with the turbulent cyan ripples. Under the cyan ripples, all the methods of the two halal people are as fragile as paper, and they will collapse when touched. Even the Tai ancient bracelet, the strongest magic weapon of the Taixu Immortal Sect, uttered a whine under the impact of the cyan ripples, and directly shattered into countless small fragments in the void. The cyan ripples crushed the ancient Tai bracelet, directly rushing towards the Tai people. People who are too halal have not reacted at all. The whole person is already submerged in the terrible blue ripples. With a click, the bodies of the Mahayana monks who are too halal fused are like tofu, easily crushed into powder by the blue ripples. Everyone looked at the stone monument standing between the heavens and the earth like a monument to the gods of the heavens, and it was a long time that it was difficult to return to the gods from the shock. Chapter 2413. After today, there will be no cultivators in the Northern Territory. Two halal just died like this. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, almost some could not believe their eyes. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that the immortal steel would suddenly burst out with such terrifying power, and instantly crushed the halal man who had merged the body of the Mahayana monk to the point that there was no scum left. It was the first time since Jiang Chen got the immortal monument today that he could actually do it himself. This guy did it himself, and he was more than 10 times stronger than his power to spur the explosion of the immortal monument. Even a halal person who is half-footed into the Mahayana period has no resistance at all in front of him. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that perhaps he should study this mysterious monument. If you can know how to make the immortal monument burst out with such horrible power as killing the halal people, then this immortal monument is simply an invincible weapon. What God King 9 Heavens, Void Demon King, in front of this immortal monument, it is only for being crushed. He is in this God's domain universe, isn't he walking sideways? What is the origin of the stone tablet in the hands of little friend Jiang Chen? Wu Zantian looked at this scene before him, and it was a long time since he was able to recover from the shock. He has just fought a battle with a halal man, and naturally he knows better than anyone how terrifying the strength of a halal man with the body of a Mahayana monk is. But the mysterious stone steel that Jiang Chen sacrificed spontaneously exploded with supreme divine power, and easily wiped out the body of the two halal person and the Yuan Ying. Even those innate Taoist artifacts in the legends of God's domain, I am afraid they may not be able to possess such power, right? Taiching ancestor. Fallen, Mu Qingkang came back to his senses, and his face was pale, like a concubine bereavement. The halal man who was invincible in the world just now, fighting Wu Zantian without any strength to fight back, was so lightly obliterated by the stone steel that Jiang Chen sacrificed. Behind Mu Qingkang, many monks also looked terrified and desperate. Even the halal people who integrated the body of the Mahayana monk were wiped out by the mysterious steel offered by Jiang Chen. How could they resist? They cultivated the realm of immortality, this time they were completely finished. Wu Zantian, you won the first battle today. From now on, I am willing to surrender to you in the world of martial arts. I don't know what you think. Mu Qingkang took a deep breath and couldn't help but quickly said to Wu Zantian. The halal people have fallen, and their biggest hole card in the world of cultivation is gone, and they are no longer able to fight. Now, only by surrendering to the martial arts world can they have a chance to survive and secretly accumulate strength to make a comeback. Today they are probably about to completely destroy the world of immortal cultivation. It's not necessary. If we hadn't been careless in the martial arts world back then, giving you a chance to stay and breathe, how would you let you sit in the immortal world? Wu Zontian said indifferently, after today, I want to make the land of the northern territory of God's realm no more immortal cultivators. The wildfire burns endlessly, blows and regenerates. Back then, the northern martial arts world, because of this, gave the cultivator the opportunity to rise, and thus paid a heavy price, and was almost destroyed by the cultivator. Today, he finally defeated the world of Shushan. How could Wu Zontian make the same mistakes again? Wu Zontian, are you really going to kill them all? Mu Qingkang's expression instantly became extremely frightened and angry. Wu Zontian was expressionless, and said coldly, I just want to kill everything, what can you do? Mu Qingkang, why bother to talk nonsense with him? This guy has been hit hard by a halal man just now, so we may not be able to deal with him if we take action together. Old Ancestor Liang roared grimly, Wu Zontian, you want to destroy the immortal world, even if you die today, I want you to pay a heavy price for it. As the words of the Ancestor Liang fell, countless auras rushed straight into the sky, shaking the entire Taixu Immortal Sect trembling slightly. Hee. A bunch of ants. If you want to kill me, do you deserve it? Even if my Wu Zontian has no 1 in 10 strengths, it would be easy to destroy you. Wu Zontianao let out a dry laugh. I saw the fading aura all over his body suddenly rising instead of falling. The power of thunder, like a silver dragon, gathered from all directions and surrounded the world of Wuzhen, setting it off like the censored of thunder. Wu Zontian stretched out his hand and pulled it towards the void, the electric light shining in his hand, and the thunder knife came out of its sheath. I saw in the void thunder sea, there was a faintly peerless phantom holding a thunder knife, and a knife slashed out towards Mu Qingkang and the others below. The peerless blade light, shining like thunder in 9 heavens, instantly cut through the world and crashed down from the endless void. The combined blow of Mu Qingkang and others was cut into nothingness in the blink of an eye under Wu Zontian's knife. Dozens of cultivators, under this sword, directly biochemically transformed into blood mist. Even Mu Qingkang and other cultivators who crossed the tribulation were shocked by the knife and flew upside down, and the blood in their mouths couldn't help but squirted out wildly. The power of a knife is as horrible. Wu Zontian's strength is too strong. We are not opponents at all. Let's disperse and flee. One can escape, Mu Qingkang said palely. They were completely defeated in today's battle, and the world of cultivating immortals will no longer exist. Now that they are scattered and fleeing, they may be able to save some vitality for the cultivating world. If they continue to work hard, I am afraid they will really be wiped out. Escape? Don't worry, none of you can escape. Wu Zontian's eyes were indifferent. Under Wu Zontian's horrible offensive, these fellow monks who were on the side of the Xu Xian realm were like ants. They had no resistance at all and were easily slaughtered. The dozens of monks in the Kodao period had all been killed by Wu Zontian, and only Mu Qingkang and other monks were struggling to support them. They also didn't last long under Wu Zontian's thunderous offensive, and they all fell completely into Wu Zontian's hands in the end. After solving Mu Qingkang and others, Wu Zontian directly slashed out a blade of light that straddled the void of thousands of miles, slicing the entire Taixu Immortal Sect in half. In the Taixu Immortal Sect, countless cultivators didn't even have time to scream, they had already turned into powder under the sword of Wu Zontian. Wu Zontian's sentence that there will be no more immortal cultivators in the Northern Territory after today is not just a talk, he really intends to slaughter the immortal cultivators in the Northern Territory. Chapter 2414. Return to midfield. In the Battle of Taixu Immortal Sect, the halal man who merged with the body of the Mahayana monk was killed by the erupting power of the Immortal Monument. Hundreds of cultivators in the realm of Shushan who were at or above the stage of amalgamation fell into the hands of Wu Zontian, and the entire Taixu Immortal Sect was smashed into ruins by Wu Zontian. After a big victory, Wu Zontian also did not let go of Shoshianji's plan. He ordered several censored kings in the martial arts world to lead teams to eliminate the sect forces in the immortal world. In the world of cultivating immortals, all the forces that had the cultivators of the nascent soul stage were all eliminated by the martial arts world. The remaining monks were also enslaved by the martial arts world under the leadership of Hong Tianyang, who had already surrendered to Jiang Chen. In the Northern Territory, it flourished for a while, and even the immortal cultivation world, which almost destroyed the martial art world, was completely reduced to history. Tongxian Valley, the resident of the martial arts world. In the Battle of Taixu Immortal Sect, although Wu Zhantian smashed all sides and leveled Taixu Immortal Zong in one fell swoop, his vitality was severely injured, and he recovered after several days of retreat. After Wu Zhantian left the customs, Jiang Chen also found him the first time. Senior Wu, now the loss of the Northern Territory has been completely resolved, but other parts of the God's territory are facing a huge crisis, and I hope that Senior Wu can return to the Central Territory with me and help me. Now that the matter in the Northern Territory has been resolved, Jiang Chen obviously doesn't intend to stay here anymore, and intends to return to the Central Territory as soon as possible. The Void Demon race has been eyeing Zhongyu all the time. When he left Zhongyu, the situation in Zhongyu was not optimistic. If Sikonghai of the War Demon Alliance is just leading the crowd to defend Ziling City, there shouldn't be much problem in a short time. But if that guy didn't hold it back, and led the crowd to attack the Void Demon race, once he was a little careless, Zhongyu would suffer a disaster. Little friend Jiang Chen, is there still a cultivator in Zhongyu? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wu Zhantian's eyes also flashed a light of surprise. That's right, Jiang Chen didn't conceal it either, and directly explained the situation of the Void Demon race. Hearing that the Void Demon race is attacking God's domain in an all-round way, Wu Zhantian didn't hesitate, and said directly, since God's domain is in trouble, it is incumbent for the warriors of my generation. After I arrange a turn, I will go to the middle domain with you. After Wu Zhantian arranged everything, he left with Jiang Chen. The two passed through the space channel left by Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian, traversed the inanimate world, and headed towards the middle domain. With the previous experience, coupled with the presence of Wu Zhantian, the most powerful god king of the nine heavens, this time they went very smoothly, and soon returned to the central region unscathed. Is this the middle territory? It doesn't seem to be any different from the northern territory. Wu Zhantian's eyes swept around slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, the middle territory is the center of the god territory continent, and the cultivation environment here should be far better than that of the northern territory, but the result is that the root north territory is almost the same. It's surprising, isn't it? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, the northern territory Changsheng Immortal Mountain has an extraordinary origin. Its existence has greatly improved the cultivation environment of the entire northern territory. Now the northern territory is no worse than the central territory. Wu Zhantian looked surprised and said, do you know the origin of the everlasting immortal mountain? The origin of Changsheng Shanshan is mysterious and unpredictable. For so many years, no matter in the world of cultivating immortals or the world of martial arts, almost no one knew the origin of the everlasting immortal mountain. A little bit of knowledge. Jiang Chen smiled slightly before frowning and said, now it has been more than half a year since I left Zhongyu, and I don't know how the situation in Zhongyu is. As Jiang Chen said, he directly took out the golden ancient jade that had contacted his father Jiang Wuya. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the golden ancient jade revealed the phantom of Jiang Wuya. Chener, have you returned to Zhongyu? Seeing that Jiang Chen took the initiative to contact him, Jiang Wuya couldn't help but a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen nodded and said, well, I just returned to Zhongyu. What's the situation with Zhongyu now? It's not optimistic. Jiang Wuya couldn't help but quickly introduce the current situation in Zhongyu to Jiang Chen. Since the day when the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords died unhappy, Sikonghai, the 10th elder of the War Demon Alliance, had just started guarding Ziling City. However, after the Void Demon attacked Ziling City several times and were easily defeated, Sikonghai and many of the martial arts forces in the gods were confident and believed that they could defeat the Void Demon in one fell swoop. Sikonghai gathered the power of Ziling City and went to attack the Void Demon race, only to discover that the Void Demon race had lost several times, deliberately showing weakness, in order to tempt Sikonghai to take the initiative to attack. As a result, there is no doubt that Sikonghai and the others were ambushed by the Void Demon race and returned in a disastrous defeat. Now that Jiang Wuya and the others have also gone to Ziling City to resist the attack of the Void Demon race, Ziling is already in danger. Senior Wu, without further ado, let's rush to Ziling City immediately. After learning about the situation in Zhongyu, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and rushed to Ziling City directly with Wu Zhantian. Ziling City, located outside the famous Ziling Ancient Road in the central region, is the only place to travel eastward in the western region of the central region. Since the Void Demons occupied the western region, Ziling City has become the main battlefield of the central region and the Void Demons. After Sikonghai called on the strong in the middle to guard Ziling City, he never allowed the Void Demon race to cross the Thunder Pond. But just a month ago, Si Konghai led many midfield experts to attack the Void Demon race, and was defeated by the Void Demon race, and the situation in Ziling City also became precarious. Zhang Wuya also had to lead Renwangdian and many other forces to come to Ziling City to support. In the battle a month ago, the martial arts forces in the Middle Territory lost too much, and even the powerhouses above the 7th heaven of the God King fell by no less than 10. Even if Zhang Wuya came to Ziling City, they were still almost unable to resist the offensive of the Void Demon race. Ziling City's central city lord's mansion, discussion hall. Si Konghai gathered dozens of powerful martial arts forces in the central territory here, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Everyone, the Void Demon race is coming fiercely. I am afraid that Ziling City will soon be unable to hold it. What can you do to resist the Void Demon race? Si Konghai swept his gaze in the hall slightly, and couldn't help taking a deep breath, breaking the tranquility in the hall. Is there any way to fight to the death? Feng Kashan, the ancestor of the ancient Shinfeng tribe, coldly snorted. If you didn't insist on going your own way and attacking the Void Demon clan, and causing the Central Territory forces to suffer heavy losses, how could you end up in the same field as you are now? Fengqi Mountain, the Void Demon race is not much stronger than God's domain. If you don't believe in Jiang Chen, and join me in attacking the Void Demon race, we may not be defeated. Si Konghai's face was gloomy and said, God's realm has fallen into such a field as it is now. It was all caused by you. Chapter 2415, The Void Demon Strikes. Haha. It's so ridiculous. You don't have the ability to lead God's domain to a big defeat by the hands of the Void Demon race, and you are even embarrassed to shirk the responsibility on others. Feng Kashan looked at Si Konghai with a sneer, with a look of contempt on his face. The War Demon Alliance is afraid that it will be blind, so it will send you to lead God's domain against the Void Demon race. Si Konghai shouted angrily. Feng Kashan, what do you mean? Now that the situation in Ziling City is precarious, everyone should think about how to deal with the Void Demon race. Once Ziling City falls, the entire Middle Territory will probably fall into dire straits. At this moment, Jian Xuantian of Saint Sword Sect frowned slightly. After hearing Jian Xuantian's words, Si Konghai and Feng Kashan both snorted coldly, and said nothing more. In the hall, there was once again a brief silence. Now the power of their god's domain in Ziling City is no longer able to compete with the Void Demon race. Apart from doing all they can to resist, no one has a better way for a while. Try to deal with the Void Demon race, postpone the time. Zhang Wuya, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, the current emperor of our human palace has returned and is now heading towards Ziling City. Hey, what if that kid comes? Can he still use his own power to save the situation? Si Konghai suddenly sneered with disdain. The palace of human emperor Jiang Chen, the emperor of the world, was nothing but a hairy boy whose cultivation was still in the 5th heaven of the censored king. Even though the boy's combat power was extraordinary, it was comparable to the God King 8 heavens, and it was impossible to change the current situation. Why is it impossible? Zhang Wuya said indifferently. The emperors of my human palace are synonymous with miracles. For so many years, as long as there are emperors in the human palace, the Void Demon clan has never shaken the realm of God. Si Konghai sneered as he was about to speak, and a series of monstrous devilish energy also burst into the sky above Ziling City. As soon as this devilish energy appeared, the expressions of everyone in the hall couldn't help but change slightly. The Void Demon race is about to attack Ziling City again. Si Konghai, get out quickly to die. Just when everyone was in shock, a cold, stern shout, also like thunder, exploded over Ziling City. Everyone, get ready to fight. Si Konghai took a deep breath, and immediately appeared above Ziling City in a flash. Even Zhang Wuya and others, who were extremely dissatisfied with Si Konghai, also appeared above Ziling City. Although they didn't catch a cold with Si Konghai, at this moment the Void Demon race was attacking, and they could only temporarily put aside the prejudices in their hearts and fully repelled the Void Demon race. The power gathered by the Void Demon race this time seems to be more than a bit stronger than before. Jian Xuantian's eyes penetrated the space, looking at the group of black shadows standing proudly thousands of feet away, his complexion became more and more solemn. The expressions of Zhang Wuya and others were also extremely solemn. This time, the power of the Void Demon race to attack Ziling City was beyond their imagination. Only the Void Demon God whose breath reaches the 7th order demon god or above, there are 80 to 90 ways. At least 90% of the 72 7th Order Virtual Demon leaders of the Void Demon Clan and 36 8th Order Void Demon Elders have gathered here. The Void Demon race was determined to fight God's domain head-on, and completely defeated God's domain. It seems that the Void Demon race is going to fight to the death. Jiang Wu slowly took a deep breath and said, "The Void Demon race has given up on the Void Devil's Nest, and there is no point in continuing to guard it. Let everyone immediately concentrate on Zilling City and prepare to fight with all their strength." After the Void Demon race occupied the area, although the major forces have gathered a lot of forces to come to Zilling City, they also left many strong men to prevent the Void Demon race from sneaking on from the Void Demon Nest. Now that more than 90% of the powerhouses of the Void Demon race have gathered here, it is clear that they have given up attacking through the Void Demon Nest. They must also gather the power of God's domain continent to fight the Void Demon race to life and death. If this battle can be won, they will be able to drive the Void Demon race out of God's domain as they did in the past. If it loses, God's domain continent will probably fall into the hands of the Void Demon race completely. Jian Xuantian and others heard Jiang Wu's words, and they all began to contact the strong men who left behind to guard the Void Devil's Nest. Since Jian Xuantian and the others came to Zilling City, in order to prevent accidents, they have spent a huge amount of money to establish a teleportation formation between the top forces in the central region and Zilling City. The powerhouses of all major forces rushed to Zilling City as soon as they got the news. Including the old monsters who hadn't been born for a long time, including the host of the Tianji God Tower, they all quickly appeared in the sky above Zilling City. Even so, the power of God's domain gathered in Zilling City is still a lot worse than that of the Void Demon race. The main power of God's domain continent is the 100 powerhouses on the list of the most powerful gods in God's domain. Each of the hundreds of strongest censored kings on the list has the power of the censored king's 7th heaven, and it seems that it is not much different from the Void Demon race. But this includes all the powerhouses in God's domain. Excluding the existence of the 9 heavens of the censored king, some old monsters that have not been born for a long time, and many fallen powerhouses. There are only about 60 powerhouses of the Divine King and above in Zilling City, which is almost a third less than that of the Void Demon race. This battle, the situation is still not optimistic for God's domain. Sikonghai, do you think you can contend with my Void Demon race if you gather the power of God's domain? In the sky, the first old man of the Void Sky Demon race looked down on Zilling City, with a sneer on his face and said, "If you are more acquainted, now lead God's domain to surrender to my Void Demon race, I may still leave you a way out." This elder of the Void Sky Demon race is exactly the demon Qianyu, the head of the 36 elders of the Void Demon race, a strong man whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Void Demon god. "Mo Qianyu, you are dreaming," Sikonghai said with cold eyes. "God's realm continent, how can your Void Demon race get your hands on it? Back then, our God's domain ancestors were able to repel your Void Demon race, and we can do it too." The elder is in a good mood today, and doesn't want to go on a slaughter. Why don't we let the young talents of the two sides decide the outcome? Mo Qianyu glanced at Sikonghai indifferently. "If you lose, God's domain will surrender to the Void Demon race. If you win, I will lead the Void Demon race to withdraw from the God domain mainland, how about?" After hearing Mo Qianyu's words, Sikonghai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes changed constantly. The Void Demon race is more powerful than God's domain. If it is a head-on fight, God's domain may not have any chance of winning at all. Sikonghai really didn't understand. Why did Mo Qianyu suddenly propose such a bet at this time? Chapter 2416, Tragic Duel. Sikonghai took a deep breath, and did not rush to answer Mo Qianyu. He couldn't help but turned his head to look at Jian Xuantian and the others, and said solemnly, "What do you think of Mo Qianyu's proposal?" Mo Qianyu's move should be because he doesn't want to fight against God's domain. Anyway, even if it's a head-on fight, we don't have any chance of winning at all. It's okay to face off with the young Tianzhao. Jian Xuantian groaned slightly. Although the Void Demon race is powerful, they really have to fight hard. Even if they can defeat them, it will have to pay a lot of price. Mo Qianyu would make such a proposal while occupying an absolute advantage. Since Mo Qianyu dared to do this, he must have a certain degree of certainty. Whether it was a head-on fight or a duel with the young talents, they probably didn't have much chance of winning. Promise him, let the young Tianzhao decide the winner. At this moment, Jiang Wu directly said decisively. Now the strength of God's domain in the void demon race is more than a star and a half away. If it was a head-on fight, even if Jiang Chen arrived, Zhang Wuya didn't think God's domain had too much chance of winning. But if the young Tianzhao decides the outcome, Zhang Wuya has absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. Si Konghai didn't continue to hold back with Zhang Wuya. In his subconscious mind, he is also more inclined to win and lose with the young Tianzhao. Facing a head-to-head confrontation, they almost have no chance of winning at all. If the young Tianzhao were to face off, they might still have such a chance to win. Si Konghai no longer hesitated. He directly looked up at Mo Qianyu and said in a deep voice, "Okay, since you want to decide the outcome like this, I will be with you in God's domain. Come on, how do you want to fight?" "The rules are simple," Mo Qianyu said indifferently. "We can send any young Tianzhao who is less than 1,000 years old to fight until no one on one side is going to fight." After hearing Mo Qianyu's words, the expressions of Si Konghai and others couldn't help but change slightly. Although this rule of Mo Qianyu seems very simple, it is undoubtedly very cruel. Do you have any comments? If there are no comments, then let's start. Mo Qianyu's faint voice fell, and a burly young man with a height of 3 feet also burst out. He was holding a black giant hammer with gleaming magic light, like an ancient demon god. That sound like thunder and explosion, also instantly resounded through the world. "I am the void demon race Liao, who dares to come and fight me?" Looking at this burly young man calling for war, the hearts of many of the powerhouses of God's domain were slightly stunned. They obviously didn't expect that the void demon race dispatched the young Tianzhao at the pinnacle of the 4th order void demon god. Such characters, even among the 10 great young talents of God's domain, are enough to be in the top 5. "Your Excellency will be rampant, my Nangong Chen will come to fight you." At this moment, a sword light from Jian Xuantian's back pierced the sky and shot directly towards the burly young man. Jian Xuantian's expression changed, but it was too late to stop him. Nangong Chen, although it is also a rare genius of their 10,000 Sword Saint sect, has reached the 3rd heaven of God King in one body, ranking 12th in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, and is second only to the existence of the 10 great arrogances. But in front of the young Tianzhao of the void demon race opposite, it was obviously not enough. The censored of the trivial God King, the 3rd heaven, dare to challenge me, it's just a matter of life and death. Seeing Nangong Chen flying over, the black giant hammer in the hands of the void demon race named Liao smashed directly at Nangong Chen without fancy. The void freezes and the space collapses. Under this hammer, Nangong Chen hadn't even reacted, and was shattered into nothingness along with the thousands of feet of space around him. With just one hammer, the Nangong dust of the God King's triple heaven was blasted to death. This scene also made the hearts of many God's domain powerhouses feel a little chill. Jian Xuantian's face was green and authentic. "All the geniuses of God's domain have listened to me. Without our permission, no one can easily make a move." Without Jian Xuantian speaking, with Nangong Chen's lessons learned, no God's domain youth Tianzhao dared to make a move easily. Even Nangong Chen was killed by a single hammer, and the burly young man of the void demon race opposite was probably only a figure among the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory who could compete with him. That guy is a young Tianzhao from the 4th order void demon god realm, so don't make any moves below the 4th heaven of the God King. Si Konghai took a deep breath and said, "Let's come to a 4-layer, censored king to fight." At this moment, Long Juhan of the ancient Holy Dragon clan walked out directly. Long Juhan was originally one of the 10 great arrogances of the Central Territory. Since the ancient Shenfeng tribe was defeated by Jiang Chen, Long Juhan returned to the ancient Holy Dragon tribe to cultivate with great concentration, and his strength increased very rapidly. Now he also has the cultivation base of the God King's 4th heaven peak. Long Juhan stepped out, and the breath of the God King's 4th heaven peak burst out, and the whole person was like a 9-day dragon descending, exuding a thrilling dragon power. This time there is a decent one. Liao stared at Long Juhan as he stepped into the air, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit, and the giant hammer that raised his palm hit Long Juhan against him. Long Juhan's expressionless face, the vast divine power on his fist turned into a dragon shape, bringing a sound of dragon chanting to the sky, and colliding with the giant hammer that Liao had hit. The world collapsed, the void shattered. I saw 2 figures flying out of the shattered space almost at the same time. The 2 of them had just stabilized their figures in the void, and they each made a sudden move, colliding together again. The 2 continued to fight in the void, and soon they had more than 10 moves against each other. I saw that both of them were covered in color, and their faces were pale. Especially Long Juhan, there were faint bloodstains flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Even so, the two still did not flinch at the slightest, and they fought each other with all their strength. Long Juhan was obviously unable to succeed, and was directly blown away by Na Liao. And his body was also severely injured by Long Juhan's full blow. A mouthful of blood spurted out, even the sledgehammer in his hand was difficult to hold, and he fell from the void, and the whole person was completely lost. The combat power. In this tragic duel, the result was a loss for both sides, and no one was able to get any advantage. The strong on both sides are very tacitly brought back the two who have lost their combat power. In the camp of the Void Demon race, another young man with a slender figure and a gloomy face flew out. His gaze swept slightly over the city of Zilling, and the cold voice was also directly rippling across this piece of heaven and earth. Void Demon race Mingu, I don't know which god realm Tianzhao dared to come up and fight me. Chapter 2417, Jiang Wuxin shot. The Fifth Order Void Demon God. Looking at this Void Demon race Tianzhao named Mingu, the hearts of many experts in the God realm were slightly stunned. Tier 5 Void Demon God realm Tianzhao, the young Tianzhao who is not the fifth heaven of God King cannot contend. In the entire God realm, now there are only 4 young Tianzhao who have reached the fifth heaven of God King. Except for the current Emperor Jiang Chen who was not present, there were only Wan Jian Shengzong Jian Wuxin, Human Emperor Palace Zhongzan, and Yu Wenjing of the War Demon Alliance. Now, only these 3 people are eligible to fight Mingu. Yu Wenjing took a deep breath and shot directly towards Mingu. Ming Ji Yu cast a faint glance at Yu Wenjing, and couldn't help but shook his head. You are not my opponent, let's change to a stronger one. Seeing that Mingu was so despised of him, Yu Wenjing couldn't help but snorted coldly into anger. He has long hair flying, and his sword aura traverses the sky, like a peerless heavenly sword. I saw my hand slam into the void, and sternly shouted from my mouth, 100 battle saber domain, give me condensation. As Yu Wenjing's voice fell, 100 mysterious knives exuding magical light above his head emerged from the void of space like a horse. Every mysterious sword is not as long as the ruler, but it is so brilliant that everyone dare not look directly at it. 100-handled profound knives, in which the sword chi is lined up, are enough to easily tear the ordinary Fifth Order Void Demon into pieces in an instant. Facing Yu Wenjing's enveloping knife domain, the corner of Mingu's mouth could not help but raise a sneer of disdain. He just flicked his fingers slightly. The area of the knife that was holding down the sky was actually bounced away by Ming Ji Yu with one finger. The 100-handed profound sword seemed to be unable to withstand the power of this finger at all, and instantly collapsed into nothingness in the void. But Yu Wenjing's figure was shocked, and his whole body was hit hard, and he fell from the void in an embarrassing manner. One finger hit Yu Wenjing hard, and Mingu didn't bother to look at Yu Wenjing again, and his cold and proud voice instantly resounded through the world. Is there no one in your god's domain? You dare to send out such censored to confront me, who will be next? Hearing Mingu's arrogant words, the complexions of many powerhouses in the gods became extremely difficult to look at. Although the arrogant void demon race Tianzhao in front of him, he did have arrogant capital. Yu Wenjing, who ranked 3rd among the 10 arrogances of God's domain, was a genius who had attained the 5th heaven of the God King, but was killed by one of the fingers. Sikonghai took a deep breath, his eyes fell on Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan, and he said in a deep voice, this Mingu is unfathomable. I am afraid that only you two can handle it. Who will come? I'll deal with this guy. Jian Wuxin stepped out and said blankly. This Mingu's strength is too strong, even Jian Wuxin's heart is not sure to defeat it. Zhang Zan made a move, fearing that he would definitely lose. Seeing this, Jian Xuantian didn't say anything to stop him, just whispered, be careful, this heavenly arrogant of the Void Demon race is very powerful. The Void Demon race Tianzhao in front of him can easily crush a young Tianzhao of Yu Wenjing's level, and I am afraid that only Jian Wuxin, the peak of the censored king's 5th heaven, can fight with it. Jian Wuxin nodded, and immediately his figure flashed in the air, and he appeared in front of Mingu ghostly. Mingu glanced at Jian Wuxin slightly, and said solemnly, you are very strong and you are qualified to be my opponent. You are also the 2nd strongest opponent I have encountered in my life. Jian Wuxin stared at Mingu closely. With your talent and strength, you should be the strongest genius of the Void Demon race, right? The strongest genius? Compared to the strongest of my void demon race, I am still far behind. Minggu laughed at himself, and immediately looked at Jiang Wuxin and said indifferently, if you can beat me, you will be able to see him. When Jiang Wuxin heard the words, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The one in front of him has already made Jiang Wuxin feel very troublesome. If there is a stronger young Tianzhao from the void demon race, they might be defeated in God's domain today. At this moment, Jiang Wuxin didn't have the mind to think so much. He took a deep breath, and the power of the stars in the 10,000 Li star dome converged from all directions in an instant, turned into a series of stars, and all merged into Jiang Wuxin's body. Facing the extremely powerful void demon Tianzhao in front of him, Jiang Wuxin did not have the slightest reservation, and he condensed the star's divine body with one shot. 10,000 swords returned to one. Jiang Wuxin condensed the star divine body, and quickly pinched out the sword art with both hands. Thousands of star sword auras directly turned into a galaxy sword in the void and slashed towards Minggu. As the first arrogant of God's domain continent, before meeting Jiang Chen, Jiang Wuxin was an invincible existence that crushed his peers. With his cultivation base at the peak of the God King's fifth heaven, after condensing the stars and divine body, he is no longer weaker than the God King's sixth heaven, and his combat power is not inferior to the God King's eighth heaven. Even if it was as strong as Minggu, it was Jiang Wuxin who felt the crisis of instinct under the strongest sword. Minggu roared wildly. The power of the demon gods all over his body rushed out, like a round of black sun burning, and finally turned into a devil dragon that stretched across the void, colliding with a sword cut by the sword innocently. I saw that the 10,000 Jiang devil dragon and the galaxy great sword stood in a stalemate for a while, and they were directly crushed by the galaxy great sword, turned into countless devilish energy, and dispersed in all directions. The dragon collapsed, Minggu trembled, and the monster blood splashed all over. The whole person was smashed from the void by the galaxy sword, smashing a huge crater on the ground, like a meteorite crater, generally. The earth tens of thousands of miles around Ziling City was shaking. Seeing that Jiang Wuxin had defeated the invincible Minggu with a single sword, many of the powerhouses of God's domain couldn't help being excited. God's domain continent was once the first heavenly arrogant, indeed, it is indeed well deserved. Even the heavenly arrogant of the fifth order void demon god realm of the void demon race, it can't resist Jiang Wuxin's sword at all. When everyone was shocked by Jiang Wuxin's sword, Minggu's figure burst out of the huge pit in embarrassment. Seeing that Minggu had actually survived his sword, Jiang Wuxin's eyes also showed a look of surprise. He couldn't help looking at Minggu coldly. Do you want to fight again? I am not your opponent. With your strength, I am barely qualified to meet our void demon race's strongest genius. Minggu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and directly looked up in the direction where the void demon race was. And at this moment, a slight sneer in the void demon race's camp also rippled across the sky and the earth in an instant. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect that God's domain still has young talents like you. It seems that I still have to do it myself. Chapter 2418. Terrifying Mo Wulin. With this voice slowly falling, a black shadow appeared directly in front of Jiang Wuxin without warning. Even with Jiang Wuxin's strength, he didn't even know how this young man in black appeared in front of him out of thin air. This black-clothed young man has a handsome face, quiet and deep eyes, and a wicked smile on his mouth. He stood there quietly like this, like a mortal. It was impossible to feel the half-point energy fluctuation from his body. Jiang Wuxin's pupils shrank suddenly. Although unable to see the strength of the black-clothed youth, Jiang Wuxin instinctively felt a hint of jealousy and danger from him. This guy in front of him, compared to Jiang Chen who fought him in the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect before, is afraid that he will not be inferior in the slightest. You are the strongest young Tianzhao of the void demon race. Jiang Wuxin stared at the black-clothed youth in front of him, not daring to be careless. The strange black glow in the black-clothed youth's eyes flickered, and he looked at Jiang Wuxin with a smile on his face. The overbearing voice also resounded directly in the void. Void demon race Mo Wulin, come to challenge God's domain Tianzhao. In order not to waste time, let all of you God's domain Tianzhao join us. Hearing Mo Wulin's mad words, not only Jiang Wuxin's expression was ugly to the limit, but the expressions of many powerhouses in the gods became extremely gloomy. The guy in front of him wanted to challenge the entire god realm Tianzhao with his own power, and he really didn't put their god realm in his eyes. Your Excellency, don't want to be too rampant. You want to challenge other gods' domain Tianzhao first defeat me, let's talk about it. Jiang Wuxin's cold shout fell, and the sky full of galaxy sword energy instantly turned into a sky-filled sword net, covering the enchanted Wulin. As a peerless Tianzhao who once smashed the continent of God's domain, Jiang Wuxin naturally also had his own arrogance. Even if the strength of the void demon race Tianzhao is unfathomable, he will fight with all his strength. With your cultivation base and this magical physique, it is indeed not weak. If I break through, it may take a bit of effort to defeat you. But now you are just like that in my eyes. Mo Wulin glanced at Jiang Wuxin contemptuously, and two dark and deep rays of light burst out of Yao Yi's eyes. These two rays of light spread out in the sky like the light of dying, instantly annihilating Jiang Wuxin's sword net from the sky full of starry sword energy into nothingness. Jiang Wuxin trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body was thrown into a distance of thousands of feet in embarrassment. 7. Seventh Order Void Demon God. He looked up at the opposite Mo Wulin with a pale face, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. Although he knew that the demon Wulin in front of him was very strong, he did not expect that this guy's cultivation level would have reached the 7th Order Void Demon God. Yes, I have already broken through the 7th Order Void Demon God. Even if your God's domain King Nine Heavens is strong, you are eligible to fight. Mo Wulin looked down at Jiang Wuxin condescendingly, and said with a proud face, let the geniuses of God's domain come together, otherwise you won't have any chance. This guy in front of him turned out to be a young Tianzhao of the 7th Order Void Demon God realm. Many experts in God's domain looked at the Mo Wulin who stood proudly in the sky, and their expressions could not help but change drastically. The young Tianzhao of the 7th Order Void Demon God realm. They never thought that the Void Demon race had such terrifying peerless evildoers. Before Jiang Chen turned out to be born, Jiang Wuxin was the top 10 young talents of their God realm continent, but he was no more than the cultivation base of the God King's 5th heaven peak. Even under the blessing of the stars and gods, it is only the 6th heaven of the censored king. Such Jiang Wuxin is already enough to rival the ordinary God King 8 heavenly powerhouse. And the demon Wulin in front of him was more talented than Jiang Wuxin. With the cultivation base of his 7th Order Void Demon God, his combat power is not much inferior to that of the strongest God King of the 9 heavens God King. Don't say it is Jiang Wuxin. Even if they were present in any of the God's domain powerhouses and Mo Wulin singled out, I am afraid that they would not have much chance of winning. Zhang Zan, go and join forces with Jiang Wuxin to fight that guy. Zhang Wuya took a deep breath and couldn't help but said solemnly to Zhang Zan behind him. The young Tianzhao of the 7th Order Void Demon God realm is really terrifying. If they were fighting alone, they wouldn't have any chance of winning on the side of God's domain, and now they can only let Zhang Zan and Jiang Wuxin join forces, perhaps they can barely fight that demon Wulin. Sikonghai said with gloomy eyes, doesn't this guy want to challenge all the geniuses of God's domain with his own power? Then let all the geniuses of God's kings of God's domain who are above the 4th layer of heaven come together. That Mo Wulin is too strong. The genius of the God King's 4th layer of heaven went up, but it was just sent to the door to die. Jian Xuantian shook his head and said, let Zhang Zan and Jiang Wuxin join forces. If they too can't stop Mo Wulin, there is no point in having more people. Add me one more. At this moment, among the ancient gods in Phoenix clan, a peerless figure in a long fiery red dress also slowly walked out. This figure is no one else, but Ji Yu Fenger, the goddess of heavenly Phoenix of the ancient gods in Phoenix clan. Goddess, your cultivation time is too short, this battle is not something you can blend in, so you don't want to go. Upon seeing this, the 3 elders of the ancient Shenfeng tribe couldn't help but change their complexion slightly. Although Ji Yu Fenger possessed the ancient strongest divine body Tianfeng divine body, his talent was no less inferior to that of the Sword Wuxin of the 10,000 Sword Saint Sect, but the training time was too short, and it only took a few years to break through the Divine King realm. Ji Yu Fenger is not only the goddess of their ancient Shenfeng clan, but also has a close relationship with the Emperor Jiang Chen. If Ji Yu Fenger really had any accident, Jiang Chen's temper would surely upset all of their ancient gods and Phoenix tribes. Ji Yu Fenger pointed at Zhang Zan with a finger, and said faintly, Ancestor, if this guy can play, why can't I? Ji Yu Fenger's aura changed, and the powerful strength of the God King in the late stage of 5th heaven also burst out without reservation. Goddess, your cultivation has reached the late stage of the 5th heaven of the censored king. Seeing this scene, Rao was the three ancestors of the ancient gods in Phoenix clan, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. The ancient Shenfeng tribe only provided Ji Yufeng'er with the best practice environment and resources, and had never interfered with Ji Yufeng'er's cultivation. The three ancestors of the ancient Shenfeng tribe didn't think of it either. Ji Yufeng'er's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the God King's fifth heaven, and there was such a high level of concealment that they had hidden all three of them from the old guys. Although they knew that Tianfeng's divine body was very strong, they didn't expect that Ji Yufeng'er could have the strength of the God King's fifth stage of the fifth heaven in such a short period of time. Today's Ji Yufeng'er's cultivation is no less inferior to the top geniuses of God's domain like Zhang Zan and Jian Wuxin. Chapter 2419, You all go together. Okay, you two will go to help Jian Wuxin quickly. Upon seeing this, Si Konghai couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the Mo Wulin of the Void Demon race is powerful, the three supreme arrogances of their god's domain are not soft persimmons that anyone can knead. With the strength of these two people, plus Jian Wuxin, it may not be impossible to compete with that demon Wulin. Tisk tusk. Don't waste time. Is there any young Tianzhao in God's domain who wants to challenge me? Let's go together. If no one dared to step forward, then your God realm quickly surrendered to my void demon race. At this moment, Mo Wulin's disdainful sneer also echoed directly in the void. With Mo Wulin's words, the complexions of many powerhouses in God's domain became more and more difficult to look at. Mo Wulin, you don't want to be rampant. Zhang Zan, I want to see, how can you challenge all the arrogances of my God's domain alone? Zhang Zan exasperated and screamed angrily, and his figure burst out into the void. Ji Yufeng'er didn't speak, her figure instantly turned into a crimson light, and appeared above the void in a flash. The thunder light in Zhang Zan's eyes flickered, causing the void of his body to explode. With a move of his palm, a golden ancient sword bounced from the palm of his palm out of thin air, turning into a golden rainbow, lying in the void. In the face of Mo Wulin, the strongest heavenly arrogant of the void demon race, Zhang Zan naturally did not have the slightest reservation. As soon as he shot, he sacrificed the imitation of the human emperor sword and slashed at the demon Wulin. The human emperor sword of the human emperor palace. If it is a real human emperor sword, I might still be afraid of 3 points, but it is a pity that this is just an imitation. Mo Wulin sneered, but he reached out and grabbed Zhang Zan from afar. He only heard a sharp metal crash, and Zhang Zan's sword cut out with all his strength was caught by Mo Wulin directly with one hand in the void. No matter how the human emperor sword shone, the sword aura could not break away from Mo Wulin. Lin's palm. Zhang Zan's pupil shrank, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Existing like an ant, I really don't know where your courage came to fight me. Mo Wulin glanced at Zhang Zan contemptuously, and immediately flicked the golden long sword in Zhang Zan's hand with a slight shock. Zhang Zan's heart was shocked, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew upside down in embarrassment for a distance of thousands of feet. Whether it was Jian Wuxin and Ji Yufeng'er in the void, or the many powerhouses of the gods below, their expressions were extremely solemn. The strongest arrogant of the void demon race is really terrifying. Even with Zhang Zan's strength, he directly urged imitations of the emperor's sword with all his strength, but he couldn't stop Mo Wulin's understatement. This sun is too strong, let's shoot together. Jian Wuxin took a deep breath and couldn't help speaking slowly. Rao is the arrogant Jian Wuxin, but he has to admit that Mo Wulin's talent is far above him. If he fights alone, he has no chance of winning at all. And this battle is not only related to his personal honor and disgrace, but is related to the life and death of the entire God's domain continent. Only with today's plan, they had to do their best to fight Mo Wulin. Jian Wuxin's voice fell, and Wanli Galaxy's sword energy converged into a galaxy giant sword, and slashed at Demon Wulin. Zhang Zan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again spurred the imitation of the human emperor sword, and killed the demon Wulin with all his strength. Ji Yufeng'er's crimson light exploded, and a crisp phoenix roar suddenly burst out of Ji Yufeng'er's body. A phantom phoenix exuding a sacred aura condensed directly behind Ji Yufeng'er. Under Ji Yufeng'er's control, the phantom of the phoenix directly rushed towards Mo Wulin with the power to burn out the void, as if to drown Mo Wulin's whole person in it. Ha ha! The light of rice grains, dare to compete with Haoyu for glory. Facing Jian Wuxin's three gods realm Tianzhao's joint righteous attack, Mo Wulan's expression didn't feel the slightest horror. I saw him sneer with contempt, and the monstrous demon energy all over his body burst out suddenly. In the dark demon energy, there are countless strange runes embedded in it. Mo Wulan was full of fighting spirit, so he punched out without fancy. The sky full of black runes whizzed out with his punch. Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan had previously suffered serious injuries in Mo Wulan's hands. How can they now contend with Mo Wulan, who has exploded with all his strength? Whether it was Jian Wuxin's Galaxy Greatsword or Zhang Zan's strongest blow with the imitation of the human Emperor sword, it was instantly crushed into nothingness by that strange black rune. Only the phantom of the phoenix condensed by Ji Yufeng'er was struggling to support under the weird black rune. When Mo Wulan saw this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes looking at Ji Yufeng'er. Your physique and talent are extraordinary. If you are at the same level of cultivation as mine, maybe even I will be afraid of you by 3 points, but unfortunately you won't have that opportunity. Mo Wulan's faint voice fell, and the black rune on that fist rose again, and rushed towards Ji Yufeng'er's Phoenix Phantom. Under this force, Ji Yufeng'er's Phoenix Phantom could no longer be supported, and it crashed into pieces in the void. I saw that the 3 Ji Yufeng'er's figures were like kites with broken wires, and they flew upside down to a distance of thousands of feet in an embarrassing manner. The killing intent in Mo Wulan's eyes skyrocketed, and he didn't intend to give the Ji Yufeng'er 3 people any chance to breathe, and he directly killed the Ji Yufeng'er 3. The 3 people in front of him are all top talents of God's domain, and their talents and potential are not much inferior to him. If you give these 3 people some time and let them grow to the point where their cultivation base is comparable to their own, it will definitely bring them a lot of trouble to the Void Demon race. Seeing that the 3 of Ji Yufeng'er joined forces, they didn't even block Mo Wulan's blow, and the expressions of many experts in God's domain instantly became extremely frightened and angry. The 3 Ji Yufeng'er are the most dazzling top talents in God's domain. If all 3 of them fell into Mo Wulan's hands, it would definitely be a huge blow to the entire God's domain. Seeing that Ji Yufeng'er was in crisis, Zhang Wuya and the 3 ancestors of the ancient Shenfeng clan couldn't help but let out a cry of anger. Just as they were preparing to rescue with all their strength, a bright golden sword aura, like a golden rainbow piercing through the world, burst out from the distant sky. Chapter 2420, Jiang Chen is back. This sword aura is extremely radiant, endlessly urged. Even Mo Wulan's black, rune-filled horror punch was all smashed into nothingness by this sword light. This sudden scene also caused everyone present to be taken aback. Everyone's eyes all looked at the sky in unison. There were 2 human figures walking through the air. When many experts in God's domain looked at the black-clothed youth headed by them, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Because this black-clothed young man is no one else, he is Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, and he is also the real strongest arrogant talent in God's domain continent today. There is no one. At the beginning of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Jiang Chen defeated Jian Wuxin, and many of the strong people present had seen it with their own eyes. If anyone else in God's domain can contend with Mo Wulan, apart from Jiang Chen, I am afraid there will never be a second person. This kid finally came. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the Void Demon race, the 7th Order Void Demon God Realm Tianzhao, was incredibly powerful, Zhang Wuya still had a certain degree of confidence in Jiang Chen. Because since Jiang Chen came to the palace of the queen, no matter what the situation is, he has never let him down. Girl, are you okay? Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Yufeng'er, who was slightly pale, and there was a faint flicker of cold light in his eyes. Ji Yufeng'er shook his head and quickly said, "It's nothing serious, brother Jiang Chen, be careful, this guy is really strong." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and immediately stepped out and appeared directly in front of Mo Wulan. Looking at the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, Mo Wulan's pupils finally couldn't help but shrink slightly. From the body of the black-clothed youth in front of him, Mo Wulan actually vaguely felt a hint of danger. This is also the first person Mo Wulan has encountered who can make him feel dangerous since he stepped into the continent of God's domain this time. With his current strength, even facing some of the strongest kings of the gods in the realm of the gods of the 9 heavens, it would be a battle. Obviously Mo Wulan hadn't expected that there were such geniuses in God's domain continent. The palace of Human Emperor is the emperor of the world, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Wulan calmly. "You just injured the 3 of them." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mo Wulan's complexion couldn't help but suddenly change. Although Mo Wulin had been in retreat before coming to God's domain continent and had never heard of Jiang Chen's name, Mo Wulin was no stranger to Human Emperor Hall and Human Emperor. The reason why the Void Demon race has been confined to the Eternal Void, unable to cross the Thunder Pond half a step, is because of the existence of the Human Emperor Palace and Human Emperor. Every generation of the Human Emperor Palace is a stunning generation. The countless Ninth Order Demon Kings of the Void Demon God realm of the Void Demon race can be said to have fallen into the hands of the emperors of the past dynasties of the Human Emperor Palace. Mo Wulin obviously didn't expect it either. The one in front of him turned out to be the current emperor of the Human Emperor Palace. Mo Wulin took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and immediately sneered, "My Void Demon race has an appointment with your God's domain first, and will compete with the younger generation. None of them are my opponents. I can only blame them for being too rubbish. Jiang Chen, shortly after you contacted me, the Void Demon race suddenly attacked Ziling City. However, instead of forcibly attacking Ziling City, they proposed to use young geniuses to decide the victory. In order to delay time, we agreed. The Demon Wulin opposite is a young Tianzhao of the Void Demon race from the 7th Order Void Demon God realm. His strength is unfathomable. You have to be careful." At this moment, Zhang Wuyu directly introduced the situation to Jiang Chen by voice transmission. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. "I heard that the Void Demon race wants to win with the younger generation. If you lose, get out of God's domain continent. Yes, if your God realm continent loses, then surrender to our Void Demon race." Mo Wulin snorted coldly, and his eyes burst into an astonishing battle intent. "Human Emperor Palace is the emperor of the world, don't you know if you dare to fight with me? Since you Void Demon want to play, then I will play with you. Whether it is the youth Tianzhao's victory or defeat, or a head-on fight, my God's domain continent will accompany to the end. In short, this God's domain continent is definitely not something your Void Demon race can get involved." Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands in his hands, and his faint voice resounded through the world. "Okay, I, Mo Wulin, will come to learn about you. The Human Emperor's strength is the emperor of the world." Mo Wulin's voice fell, and the mysterious black light in his eyes became more and more prosperous. An overwhelming aura, skyrocketing from him, quickly reached an unimaginable level, filling the world. The entire space of thousands of miles, even the air is condensed for it. Facing the oppression of Mo Wulin's overwhelming devil's power, Jiang Chen was like a breeze, unaffected by it. He looked at Mo Wulin with an indifferent expression. "Come on with some real skills. With this level of power, it can't help me." Seeing that the power of his 7th Order Void Demon God exploded with all his strength, he was unable to have the slightest impact on Jiang Chen, and Mo Wulin's eyes became more and more solemn. The current emperor of the Human Emperor Palace in front of him is indeed a well-deserved reputation. As the first genius of the Void Demon race, the combat power is already comparable to the existence of the 9th Order Void Demon God, and Mo Wulin naturally did not panic. Seeing his fist suddenly squeezed, the fist strength containing countless black runes directly blasted towards Jiang Chen without fancy. This punch directly blasted the void in front of Jiang Chen into a huge black hole, as if an ancient beast opened its blood basin and mouth, as if it was about to swallow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and when he raised his hand, he cut out with a sword of Qing Emperor. With this sword, he didn't expect it, and smashed Mo Wulin's fist that destroyed the world and the earth, and still had a part of the remaining power, forcing Jiang Chen's figure to step back 10 times in the void. Multi-step distance. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and looked up at Mo Wulin in front of him, with a solemn expression in his eyes. The genius of the 7th Order Void Demon God realm is indeed not as powerful as usual. The strength of this guy in front of him is probably comparable to the strongest God King of the 9th Heaven God King. Fortunately, when he went to the Northern Territory this time, his cultivation level had also improved a lot, and he had reached the level of the 6th Heaven of God King. Facing this guy in front of him, I am afraid he has no chance of winning at all. Chapter 2421, Pinnacle War. Hehe. The Palace of Human Emperor is the emperor of the world, it seems that it is nothing more than that. Mo Wulin forced Jiang Chen back with a punch, and a sneer of contempt also appeared in his eyes. Although the current emperor of the Human Emperor Palace is extremely talented, much stronger than any of the previous 3, but it is only God King's 6th Heaven cultivation base. If it were before breaking through the 7th Order Void Demon God, he might not be sure to defeat this guy. You talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, his handprints definitely changed, a dark and strange black square seal, directly with the terrifying power of the coercive soul, slammed the demon Wulin. Facing Jiang Chen's offensive, Mo Wulin was not afraid at all, and when he raised his hand, he punched the black square seal to pieces. The ancient seal of Zhu Shen, opened the ancient seal of heaven. Seeing that the ancient seal of soul extinguishment was easily resolved by Mo Wulin, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. The remaining 2 seals in the 3 seals of human emperor were also condensed from his palm one after another, with overwhelming terrifying power, suppressing Mo Wulin. Past. Ren Huang Yin, the Zhen clan Shenwu of the Jiang clan of the Ren Huang Palace, was created by the ancestors of the domination realm in the ancient times of the Jiang clan, and its power has always become stronger with the increase of Jiang Chen's strength. The current 3 seals of the human emperor have long been used by Jiang Chen to the point of innocence. Coupled with the cultivation base of the 6th heaven of the censored king, the power is enough to make the censored king 8th heaven powerhouse retreat. Sky Moba Fist. Mo Wulin's whole body exploded with devilish energy, and behind him a huge and incomparable heavenly demon phantom condensed in an instant, and then accompanied by Mo Wulin's fist, it slammed out. The loud noise that shook the sky, like a meteorite colliding, rang out in the void, and a terrible storm of destruction swept away from the point of contact, turning the entire void into chaos in an instant. The 2 figures flew upside down from the chaotic space almost at the same time. Mo Wulin stabilized his figure, and his expression instantly became extremely gloomy. The ancient seal of the human emperor in the human emperor palace is indeed a well-deserved reputation, but it is not enough to want to beat me just like this. Mo Wulin's cold voice fell, and there was a roar in his throat like an ancient giant beast, and his body also heard crackling noises, and countless dark thunder powers also crazily surging out of his body. Mo Wulin's body shook, urging the power of the demon god in his body to the extreme, and the mighty power made the world tremble constantly. Sky Demon Thunder Fist. The dark thunder light on Mo Wulin flashed suddenly, and finally quickly gathered on the right fist and punched Jiang Chen with one punch. This punch was more violent and terrifying than the previous one, as if the entire void was sealed by this punch, and everything inside was crushed by this punch until it was annihilated. A strong punch, the strongest arrogant of the void demon race. I am afraid that he really has the strength that is not inferior to the God King 9th Heaven. Jian Xuantian watched Mo Wulin's stronger boxing power, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Facing Mo Wulin's punch, even with the strength of the peak of the 8th heaven, he might not be able to easily resist it. Even Zhang Wuya and others couldn't help but show a worried look on their faces. The strong young Tianzhao of the void demon race is really terrifying. Even Zhang Wuya, who has always been very confident in Jiang Chen, can't help but feel anxious at this moment. With Jiang Chen's current strength, could he really cope with a powerful existence that was comparable to God King Zhoujiangtian? Don't worry, little friend Jiang Chen will be fine. At this moment, a faint chuckle suddenly remembered beside Zhang Wuya and the others. Everyone followed the prestige and found that the speaker was the burly middle-aged who had come with Jiang Chen. This burly middle-aged man is handsome and magnificent, and he exudes an unfathomable aura. At first glance, he is not an ordinary person. Zhang Wuya couldn't help but hugged his fist and said, "I don't know if your excellency is." Wu Zontian smiled slightly and said, "Wu family, Wu Zontian." Following Wu Zontian's words, Zhang Wuya and many other experts in the god's realm showed a touch of horror that was hard to hide in the eyes of Wu Zontian. "Wu Jia, the one in front of you turned out to be a member of the ancient martial arts family. For the ancient martial arts family, many of the gods are naturally no stranger. The ancient martial arts family is a famous top family in the ancient times of God's domain, and it is also a human force. The inheritance history of the Wu family in God's domain is extremely long, even before the Palace of Humans. Before the human palace appeared, the Wu clan had always been the #1 power of the God's domain human race, and its strength was unfathomable. The ancient catastrophe, the divine realm collapsed, and the martial arts completely disappeared during the catastrophe. No one thought that the mysterious middle-aged man Jiang Chen brought this time would turn out to be a member of the ancient martial arts family. Just when everyone was shocked by Wu Zontian's identity, Jiang Chen in the void also made a sudden move. I saw him directly condense the Emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, then merged with the golden ancient sword in his hand, and slashed the demon Wulin with one sword. The collision of the two terrifying forces caused a huge black hole to appear in this void. Behind the back of the black hole, there is even more chaos. The sun, the moon and the stars fall, as if there is a small world, directly affected by the hands of the two, and then directly destroyed into nothingness. The two figures also flew upside down from the black hole in the void. Mo Wulin flew upside down in the void for a distance of thousands of feet before slowly stabilizing his figure. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and finally an unprecedented solemn color appeared in his eyes. The human emperor palace in front of him was the emperor of the world, and it was indeed extremely enchanting. Although only God King 6th Heaven's cultivation base, but his combat power is not in the slightest inferior to his 7th order demon god. This kid's talent is even better than he is. Seeing that Jiang Chen had blocked the destructive punch of Mo Wulin, many experts in the gods, including Zhang Wuya, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has the strength to fight Mo Wulin, otherwise today's duel with the geniuses of the Void Demon race, their god realm would really be defeated. On the side of the Void Demon race, the great elder of the Void Demon race, Demon Qianyu, couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment. There is such a young Tianzhao who is no less inferior to Mo Wulin in God's domain continent. Now things have become a little troublesome. In the entire field, only Wu Zontian's expression still seemed extremely calm. When he was in the Northern Territory, he had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power. Although he couldn't match his existence at the peak of God King 9th Heaven, it was definitely not inferior to ordinary God King 9th Heaven. Although the black-clothed youth on the opposite side was strong, he was still not as good as Jiang Chen. Chapter 2422, You guys can get out. Boy, I have to admit that I underestimated you earlier. Mo Wulin lived high for 9 days, with swords and knives in all directions, and his voice was as cold as ice. No matter how enchanting you are, I will definitely let you die today. In the palace of human emperors, each of the emperors of the past generations is a stunning generation, bringing endless disasters to their void demon race. The current emperor of the world, although only the cultivation base of the 6 heavens of the censored king, already possesses a combat power comparable to that of the 9 heavens of the censored king. Once let him grow up to the 9th heaven of the divine king, I am afraid it will be another invincible divine king. Even at all costs, he is determined to kill this human emperor palace as the emperor of the world today. Mo Wulin's sneer fell, and the power of the vast demon god surged out of his body again. Everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to stop at this moment, and even the clouds above the void stopped wriggling, a breath of ruining the heavens and the earth, permeating directly with Mo Wulin as the center. And as the breath of Mo Wulin filled the void, all the creatures in the world around the world seemed to be affected involuntarily. There was even a faintly decadent and uneasy negative emotion in everyone's mind. What kind of boxing is this? Roused Zhang Wuya and other experts in the realm of God. Feeling the breath of Mo Wulin's punch, he couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Even if it is any of them, I am afraid it may not be able to stop Mo Wulin's punch. Jiang Chen faced Mo Wulin's punch that was about to be brewed, and his face was also a little more solemn. Mo Wulin's punch was no less inferior to the full blow of the God King 9th heavenly power. Even with his current strength, he felt a hint of danger from this punch. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, didn't dare to neglect the movement of his hands, directly urged the supernatural power of the sword in his body, and then knocked open the heavenly gate with a sword. In the face of Mo Wulin's blow that ruined the world, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reservation, and directly used the Qing Emperor's last sword of the Qing Emperor's sword with all his strength. The gate of heaven opened wide, and a cyan phantom standing proud of the sword, like a peerless sword immortal, stepped from the gate of heaven. This cyan phantom was much stronger than Jiang Chen's previous use of the Qing Emperor's sword. He indifferently looked down at Mo Wulin, who was full of destructive aura, and his cold and proud voice resounded in the void. It's just that the ants who have a trace of the blood of the heavenly devil, dare to attack the emperor's people, and die. Hearing the cyan void suddenly spoke, Jiang Chen, who had used the Azure Emperor's sword countless times, couldn't help showing an unprecedented horror at this moment. If he guessed right, the last form of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, the Azure Emperor's sword, summoned a cyan phantom. It should be Xu Qingdi, the sword immortal who taught him the Azure Emperor longevity art. The cyan phantom summoned by him using this sword is still a conscious existence. In the past, his cultivation was not enough, and the cyan phantom summoned by the Azure Emperor's sword technique was just a rudimentary form. Today he used his full force to use this sword, and finally it was the first time that this cyan phantom had a sense of consciousness. Just when Jiang Chen was horrified, the cyan phantom in the void directly waved the long sword in his hand, and then slashed the demon Wulin with an understatement. The sword was drawn down, and the world died. Mo Wulin only felt that his whole person was locked by a terrifying sword aura, and a shadow of death also instantly enveloped his heart. At this moment, Mo Wulin didn't have time to think about it. He had to suppress the horror in his heart, then shook his fist with all his strength, and blasted the sword light that pierced through the world. The demon silence fist. With the blast of Mo Wulin's punch, the void seemed to have completely solidified at this moment. A force of destruction that surged from the void, swept out like a hurricane. This hurricane is filled with an aura of extreme horror and death. Wherever it passes, it seems that all the vitality will instantly turn into powder. What a terrible confrontation. Looking at the terrifying battle in the void, whether it is the many powerful people of God's domain or the people of the void demon race, a look of astonishment appeared in the eyes. The horrible movement caused by the confrontation between the two is definitely no less inferior to the confrontation between the two divine King 9 heavenly powers. Under those countless shocking gazes, Mo Wulin's punch that destroyed the world and the earth finally rushed up into the sky, and crashed into the sword that pierced the world. The terrifying impact, like the collision of meteorites, immediately erupted with a loud noise. Thousands of miles of emptiness are constantly collapsing at this moment. The energy ripples full of the smell of destruction continued to spread from the void. Whether it is the many powerhouses of God's domain or the powerhouse of the void demon race, they are all forced to retreat by the spreading space storm. Everyone's eyes were staring at the void that had turned into chaos with amazement. Almost no one could have imagined that the clash between the two young arrogances would have caused such a terrifying power. Under the gaze of countless shocking eyes, I don't know how long it took. In the emptiness that had turned into a chaotic space, an embarrassed figure also flew out directly. Everyone was horrified to discover that the figure flying upside down was not someone else, it was Mo Wulin of the void demon race. Mo Wulin lost. Seeing this scene before him, Zhang Wuya and other experts in the realm of God couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on their faces. But Mo Qianyu and others of the void demon race, their expressions became extremely gloomy. Mo Wulin is a peerless arrogant of their void demon clan who has reached the 7th rank of the void demon god. Its combat power is comparable to that of the 9 heavens and powers of the divine domain continent, and it is almost invincible in the divine domain continent today. It is precisely because of this that they will send Mo Wulin to decide the victory with the young Tianzhao. Unexpectedly, God's domain continent suddenly appeared such a wicked, peerless Tianzhao, and even Mo Wulin, who had reached the 7th rank of the void demon god, was defeated. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, looking down at this void demon indifferently, coldly. Void demon race, according to the agreement, your void demon race is defeated, and you can get out of the continent of God's domain. Chapter 2423, Blood of the Demon Emperor. No, I haven't lost yet. Mo Wulin couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand, and didn't care about the injury inside his body. A phantom of the heavenly demon appeared out of thin air behind him, and then he once again blasted Jiang Chen with a punch. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the phantom of the Emperor sword of the divine body vision man condensed again behind him, then merged with the golden ancient sword, and slashed at Mo Wulin with a sword. Mo Wulin, who had been hit hard by Jiang Chen's previous sword, was already unable to resist Jiang Chen's sword at this moment. I saw his body quake, and the blood in his mouth spilled from the void like a fountain, and the whole person flew upside down like a broken kite. He stepped on the soles of his feet in the void, and didn't intend to give Mo Wulin the slightest chance to breathe. He directly swung the golden ancient sword and slew towards Mo Wulin. This Mo Wulin's talent strength is extremely enchanting, and it is also a big threat to their God realm continent. Since this guy insists on sending him to the door to die, he will destroy it. Looking at Jiang Chen who had killed him again, Mo Wulin couldn't help but show a hideous look on his face. When he moved his palm, a jade bottle containing a drop of dark golden liquid emerged directly from his palm. He quickly opened the yuping, and then swallowed the drop of golden blood without hesitation. And at the moment when the drop of dark golden blood was swallowed by Mo Wulin, the aura on Mo Wulin's body rose in vain, even a bit stronger than it was at the peak. I saw that his pale skin, which was already bloodless, instantly became extremely rosy. The heavenly demon phantom behind it also became more clear and tyrannical. Human Emperor, You can force me to such a degree, it's enough to be proud. But, I have already said that no matter how powerful your enchanting evil is, you will undoubtedly die today. Mo Wulin looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently, his cold voice resounding through the world. This. What exactly is this that makes Mo Wulin's breath instantly stronger than it was at its peak? Many experts in God's domain are horrified. The power contained in the blood even surpasses the level of the Demon King. In all likelihood, it is the blood of the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race. Jian Xuantian, the Saint Sword Sect, suddenly thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Hearing Jian Xuantian's words, many experts in God's domain couldn't help but lose their color in amazement. The Devil Emperor, the supreme leader of the Void Demon race, is a powerful existence comparable to the master of the martial art of the gods. A drop of the blood of the Devil Emperor, the power contained in it is undoubtedly very terrifying. Even if it is an ordinary God King 9 heavenly powerhouse, it may not be able to resist it. They never thought that Mo Wulin still had such a whole card in his hand. Mo Qianyu, in this young Tianzhao showdown, you even used the blood of the Devil Emperor. Isn't it too despicable? Zhang Wuya and the others looked at Mo Qianyu and the others on the opposite side, and their expressions were instantly frightened. No matter how talented Jiang Chen is, he is unparalleled in combat power, but he may not be able to compete with Mo Wulin who has swallowed the blood of the Devil Emperor. Mo Qianyu smiled coldly and said, in this youth showdown, we don't seem to stipulate that no external force should be used. Since Mo Wulin has the blood of the Devil Emperor, why can't he use it? The expressions of Zhang Wuya and others suddenly became extremely difficult to look at. Everyone, the Void Demon race is too mean, prepare to fight them to the death. Zhang Wuya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Facing the demon Qianyu who had swallowed the blood of the Devil Emperor, even Jiang Chen had no chance of winning at all. Jiang Chen is not only his biological son, but also the current emperor of the Human Emperor Palace. In public or private, he must not just watch Jiang Chen fall into Mo Qianyu's hands. Jian Xuantian also took a deep breath. It is simply impossible for them to submit to the Void Demon race on the God Realm continent. The reason for agreeing to a decisive battle with the young Tianzhao, in addition to testing the void in reality of the Void Demon race, was mainly for the purpose of delaying time. Now that things have reached this point, the only thing left to do is to fight the Void Demon race to the death. Don't worry, little friend Jiang Chen will be okay, please stay calm and restless. Wu Zontian said indifferently, if there is any accident, I will take action. No one here can hurt little friend Jiang Chen. When everyone heard Wu Zontian's words, their hearts couldn't help but shudder. That Mo Wulin was originally a genius of the 7th Order Void Demon God Realm, and his combat power was extremely powerful. If you fight alone, even Jian Xuantian at the peak of the God King 8th Heaven, I am afraid it may not be able to compete with it. Now that Mo Wulin has swallowed the blood of the Devil Emperor, his combat power is probably even more than 3 points better. But Wu Zontian in front of him seemed to have not cared Mo Wulin at all. This guy is already a powerhouse of the God King 9 Heavens, can't you? Mo Wulin, do you really think that only you have the whole cards? Jiang Chen snorted indifferently, and immediately moved his palm, and a celestial steel with a whole body of immortal light appeared directly in the center of his palm. Facing Mo Wulin who had swallowed the blood of the Devil Emperor, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to sacrifice the legendary immortal steel. Jiang Chen urged the immortal monument and turned it directly into the monument to the gods of Wanzhongjun, and smashed it over to the demon Wulin. Feeling the terrifying power in that town's censored steel, Mo Wulin couldn't help but let out a low roar in his throat. I saw that he was like an ancient demon god, directly shattering the void with a fist, crashing into the town of Heavenly censored monument. Using Jiang Chen's current strength to spur the immortal monument, even the immortal cultivators who crossed the peak of the calamity were enough to pose a threat. Even if Mo Wulin swallowed the blood of the demon god, the power that burst out was simply hard to compete with the power of the immortal monument. Just fight for a while. Mo Wulin was beaten by the immortal monument again, vomiting blood and flying upside down, his whole body crackled, 7 or 8 bones were broken, blood spurted out from his mouth, and his robe was dyed. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, he didn't even mean to keep his hands at all, he directly urged the immortal monument, and smashed it at the Mo Wulin who was flying upside down. Looking at Jiang Chen, who once again urged the immortal monument to smash, Mo Wulin's eyes finally couldn't help but show a touch of despair and panic. Repeatedly fighting with Jiang Chen, Who urged the immortal monument? The power of the blood of the Devil Emperor in his body has been exhausted at this moment. Where can he continue to contend with Jiang Chen? And just when Mo Wulin was terrified, the 10,000-foot stone steel that exudes the bright fairy lights has been crushed down from the top of Mo Wulin's head. Chapter 2424, Wu Zontian shot. Seeing that Mo Wulin was about to be suppressed by that Wanzhong divine monument, a scream of anger was also blasted in the void in vain. I saw a devilish palm that was overwhelmingly devilish, appearing directly on top of Mo Wulin's head out of thin air, dragging the 10,000 Jiang censored steel for life. Seeing that the demon's palm shook slightly, it flew the 10,000 Jiang divine steel away. Jiang Chen trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person was embarrassed and flew thousands of feet away in the void. He couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the top of Mo Wulin's head. There was a black-robed old man standing proudly there, who was the first elder of the Void Demon clan, Demon Qianyu, 9th Order Void Demon God. Jiang Chen wiped the blood on the corners of his mouth with his hand, and felt the breath of the weather emanating from Mo Qianyu's body, and his pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. The 36 elders of the Void Demon clan are all powerhouses with a cultivation base reaching the 8th Demon God. And the first elder of the Void Demon clan in front of him, obviously broke through the 8th Order Void Demon, and became a Demon King level 9th Order Void Demon. A genuine 9th Order Void Demon God, if he were in his heyday, with this mysterious monument, perhaps he would not be too afraid. But he just fought a battle with Mo Wulin, facing Mo Wulin who swallowed the blood of the Devil Emperor. He was even more powerful to spur the immortal steel several times. At this moment, the power in his body has already been exhausted. Contend with a 9th Order Void Demon. 9th Order Void Demon God. Looking at the terrifying air pressure on Mo Qianyu's body, the expressions of many experts in God's domain could not help but change drastically. Ever since the Emperor Jiang Qingtian, Emperor Qingtian of the Human Palace, established the War Demon Alliance and repelled the Void Demon race from the Divine Domain continent, the War Demon Alliance has always restricted the Void Demon race to the Eternal Void. Void Demon race, a Demon King level powerhouse who has reached the 9th rank of Void Demon God, has never crossed the Thunder Pond and descended to the continent of God's domain. In order to restrict the Void Demon clan, all the powerhouses above the 9-layer heavens of the God King on the God Realm continent are no longer above the God Realm continent. The first elder of the Void Demon clan, Demon Qianyu, has actually broken through the 9th Order Void Demon God. 9th Order Void Demon God, non-God King 9th Heavenly Strong is invincible. Now they God Realm, what are they using to contend with Mo Qianyu, the 9th Order Void Demon God? Old guy, didn't you Void Demon race say that you will decide the victory with the young Tianzhao? Why, now that you have lost, you want to change your mind again? Just when the many experts in God's domain were shocked, Jiang Chen in the void looked at Mo Wulin faintly, and a sarcasm appeared in his eyes. Even if I regret it, what can you do? Mo Qianyu smiled wildly and said, I have broken through the 9th Order Void Demon God, and your God's domain continent now has no God King Zhu Zongtian sitting in town, so what can you use to counter me? Jiang Chen sneered contemptuously and said, even if you break through the 9th Order Void Demon God, you can never even want to get involved in God's domain. Boy, although you are the Emperor of the Human Emperor's Palace, your combat power is shocking to the sky, and you have the legendary Immortal Steel, and it is even comparable to the power of God King 9 Heavens. It's a pity. Now your strength is no more than 10. I want to kill you, but it's easy. Mo Qianyu's voice fell, and immediately raised his hand to Jiang Chen volleyed to shoot out, a giant palm of devilish energy, once again covering the sky and suppressing the sun toward Jiang Chen. Just as Mo Qianyu's palm that covered the sky and sun was just appearing above Jiang Chen's head, a sky-shaking sword aura came out directly, and in the blink of an eye, the palm of the demon aura was smashed into nothingness. A domineering voice also slowly resounded through the world. Old guy, a dignified Tier 9 Void Demon God, I am embarrassed to attack a junior who has just gone through a war. Since you want to fight, let me play with you. The sudden change also caused Mo Qianyu's complexion to change slightly. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked behind Jiang Chen. There, a burly middle-aged man was slowly walking into the air with his hands on his back. The person here is no one else, but Wu Zontian, who followed Jiang Chen back to the central region. Wu Zontian slowly came to Jiang Chen's side and couldn't help asking softly, little friend Jiang Chen, are you okay? Don't worry, it's fine, it's just a bit of a waste. Jiang Chen shook his head, then glanced at the opposite Mo Qianyu, and said with a smile, Senior Wu, this guy will leave it to you. Wu Zontian's voice fell, and his fierce gaze shot directly at Mo Qianyu, and the powerful aura of the peak of God King Ninth Heaven also swept out at this moment without reservation. Void demon race, the remnants left by the Shushan universe. Come on, how do you want to die? Feeling the powerful aura in Wu Zontian's body, Mo Qianyu's eyes finally couldn't help but reveal a touch of horror that could not be concealed. God King Ninth Heaven, how? How is it possible? Today's God Domain continent, there are only 7 powerhouses of the God King Nine Heavens. These 7 powerful beings are all located in the eternal void, and contain the 8 demon kings of the void demon race. In today's God's Domain continent, there should be no powerhouse of God King Zhouzhantian. Mo Qianyu could feel that the breath of the censored King Nine heavenly powerhouse in front of him was even far above him, and it was clear that he was not a newly promoted censored King Nine heavenly powerhouse. Where did the 9 heavenly powerful God King emerge from? On the side of God's domain, a look of ecstasy appeared on the faces of many powerful people in God's domain. This Wu Zontian, who claims to be from the ancient martial arts family, is really a powerhouse of the God King Nine Heavens. In this way, their God realm will be saved. Old guy, the cultivating universe invaded my God realm back then, but in the end it failed to succeed. You void demon race are nothing more than the remnants of the immortal cultivation universe remaining in my God's domain. You actually want to encroach on my God's domain continent. Wu Zontian's cold voice fell, and there was a sword gasp between his waves, and he fought the enchanted Qianyu. Wu Zontian's seemingly slashed knife instantly crossed the sky of 10,000 meters, as if he was trying to smash Mo Qianyu and the space around him into nothingness. Looking at the sword that smashed the sky and the earth, Mo Qianyu's expression couldn't help but change drastically. The monstrous power of the demon god also surging out of his body without reservation. Chapter 2425, Defeat the Void Demon. The emptiness of thousands of miles suddenly darkened. Thousands of miles of sky, as if there is a chaotic world left. In this world, only a dazzling sword aura and a shocking demon's palm are in fierce confrontation. Although Mo Qianyu is a 9th order void demon god, he has just broken through the 9th order void demon god. But Wu Zontian was already a strong man at the peak of the God King Nine Heavens, and his combat power was even more powerful than the powerful existence of the immortal cultivator at the peak of the tribulation period. Mo Qianyu's strength is more than a star and a half worse than that of the 2 halal person in the Northern Territory. How can he compete with Wu Zontian in his peak state? I saw the sword energy in the void getting more and more victorious, as if even thousands of miles of the sky could be crushed. On the contrary, it was the palm of the sky, barely able to support it at the beginning. The power on the devil's palm also became weaker and weaker, and was eventually crushed by the sword energy. The sword is full of air. Not only defeated the shocking devil's palm with a single blow, but also slashed Mo Qianyu's divine body with a blade of lightning. Mo Qianyu couldn't help but let out a scream. I saw that his whole person was slashed by Wu Zontian by a distance of tens of thousands of meters, knocking the void out of a huge black hole. Mo Qianyu spouted out a mouthful of blood, embarrassedly stabilizing his figure in the void. His whole body was covered in blood, as if he was about to fall apart. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zontian, who held his hands proudly in the void, and his expression also looked horrified. The God King Nine Heavens in front of him is really too strong. Even if he had broken through the 9th order void demon god, he didn't even have the slightest resistance in front of this one. Mo Qianyu had only one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to quickly escape from God's domain continent. God's domain has such an almost invincible God King Nine Heavens, and their plan to invade God's domain this time will only end in failure. When Mo Qianyu's voice fell, the whole person turned into a black light and swept toward the western sky. Want to escape? I have already said that since it is here, leave it to me forever. Looking at the demon Qianyu who was fleeing in panic, Wu Zontian sneered, and the golden sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, and directly raised his hand to cut out the demon Qianyu with a knife. This knife was almost at its extreme, and it traversed 1,000 miles of void in just a flash. Mo Qianyu didn't have time to react, and he was already struck by Wu Zontian. I saw that Qinli void collapsed under this knife, and Mo Qianyu's body was completely shattered under this knife. It was just an understatement that killed a 9th order void demon god. Whether it is the many powerhouses in God's domain or the people of the void demon race, it has been a long time to recover from the shock. I didn't expect that this mysterious strong man from the ancient martial arts family was so powerful. Zhang Wuyan and the others came back to their senses, and there was a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Now that God's domain has such a peerless powerhouse, why is the Void Demon race afraid? Not only could they repel the Void Demon race this time, they might even have a chance to counterattack and completely eradicate the Void Demon race that invaded God's domain continent. Many strong men of the Void Demon race are pale, like a concubine. They originally thought, under the leadership of Mo Qianyu, the Ninth Order Void Demon God, this time their Void Demon race will surely be able to sweep the God's domain continent and become the master of the God's domain continent. The ideal is full, but the reality is very backbone. Today's God's domain continent, there is still such a peerless existence of such a God King Nine Heavens. Even Mo Qianyu, who had broken through the Ninth Order Void Demon God, was completely wiped out into nothingness by his understatement. Such a character is simply not something they can contend with. Quick retreat. Mo Wulan glanced at the arrogant Wu Zontian in horror, and immediately turned around and blasted away without looking back. Seeing this, the strong men of the Void Demon race, wherever they dared to stay the least, they all fled toward the west of the God's domain continent in a panic like a bereaved dog. Wu Zontian's complexion was indifferent, and when he raised his hand, he slashed out again with a stab, and the Seventh Order Void Demon God after the digital break turned into nothingness under this knife. Kill. Annihilate these invaders of the Void Demon race. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he screamed directly, and immediately took the lead and killed the Void Demon race who was fleeing in panic. The morale of Zhang Wuya and many other experts in the realm of the gods also rose sharply, and they followed Jiang Chen to the fleeing Void Demon race and killed them. Today's Void Demon race has long been shattered by Wu Zontian's terrifying strength, and even has no courage to fight God's domain. Under the chasing of Jiang Chen and others, they soon fell into disarray. There were even a lot of powerhouses above the Seventh Order Void Demon God fell into the hands of Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen and the others chased them all the way, killing countless powerful men of the Void Demon race. The northern area originally occupied by the Void Demon was also recovered by Jiang Chen and the others. A part of the Void Demon race that escaped their lives also retreated directly to the Void Demon nest in the western region. And Jiang Chen also brought many God's domain powerhouses to the outside of the Void Demon nest. For the sake of safety, Jiang Chen didn't rush into the Void Devil's nest directly, but firmly surrounded the entrance of the Void Devil's nest. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? We can directly enter the Void Demon's nest, and we can completely eradicate these Void Demon races who invaded God's domain. Si Konghai said directly. Jiang Chen said indifferently, the Void Demon race can push God's domain into desperation time and time again. It is not that simple on the surface. When the Void Demon clan descended on the continent of God's domain, if it weren't for the Emperor Emperor Qingtian, the God's domain would have fallen into the hands of the Void Demon race. If he hadn't rushed back from the northern region with Wu Zontian at a critical moment, I'm afraid God's domain would also suffer annihilation. The Void Demon race is clearly above the realm of God. After Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian led the crowd to defeat the Void Demon race, he failed to completely eradicate the Void Demon race, which proves that the Void Demon race is not so easy to destroy. Although they have now defeated the Void Demon clan, and there is a God King 9-layer powerhouse like Wu Zontian sitting on the ground, Jiang Chen does not dare to be careless. To be safe, they still have to be careful. Chapter 2426, Shocked Sky Shadow Demon. Human Sovereign Jiang Chen, you are too ambitious to destroy your own prestige. Sikonghai snorted coldly. Now that the Void Demon race has been defeated by us, it is the best time to solve them completely. Sikonghai, don't forget, it was because you rashly attacked the Void Demon race and defeated and returned, only then did God's domain fall into crisis. If Jiang Chen hadn't rushed back with the Valkyrie King in time, you should imagine what the consequences would be. Why, what happened last time hasn't made you remember, don't you want to repeat the same mistakes? Zhang Wuya couldn't help but look sarcastically. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Si Konghai's complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. He couldn't help looking at Jian Xuantian, and said in a deep voice, Sect Master Jian, I don't know what you think. Jian Xuantian said in a slight silence, the emperors of the imperial palace of the past generations are all leaders of my God's domain mainland and the leader of the War Demon Alliance. It is up to Jiang Chen to decide this matter. The sect master of the Saint Sword sect also vaguely meant that Jiang Chen was the center. Compared with Sikonghai, the elder of the War Demon Alliance, Jiang Chen, the human emperor palace, is undoubtedly more reliable. Next to Jiang Chen is the support of Wu Zontian, the God King 9th heavenly powerhouse. Who else on this God realm continent can disobey him? Sikonghai, if we hadn't listened to your slander in the first place, wouldn't our God's domain suffer a heavy blow? That is, in today's battle, it is up to the human emperor to turn the tide and help God's domain continent to turn defeat into victory. I am willing to follow the human emperor's orders from now on. Me too. Many powerhouses in God's domain also expressed their opinions at this moment, almost all supporting Jiang Chen, and Sikonghai, the elder of the War Demon Alliance who issued the War Demon Order, became a lonely man at this moment. A group of guys who have not succeeded but failed. Since you want to listen to him, this elder is too lazy to take care of things about God's domain continent. Sikonghai angrily smiled, and immediately took a few cronies from the War Demon Alliance, turned around and walked away. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at Sikonghai. He smiled directly at Wu Zontian and said, "Senior Wu, please lead everyone to guard here. I need to go there immediately. I'll talk about everything when I come back." Even though he and Wu Zontian existed, even if the Void Demon race came to 1 or 2 Demon Kings from the 9th Order Void Demon God realm, they might not be able to pose any threat to them. To be cautious, Jiang Chen decided to go to the Moon God Palace in the ancient God Burying Realm first. As long as the secret technique given to him by the Immortal King of Longevity is passed on to the people of Moon God Palace can be temporarily not restricted by the laws of God's domain Heavenly Tao. The Palace Master of the Moon God Palace can bring the power of the Moon God Palace into the world, and he has absolute certainty to deal with the Void Demon race. It is not impossible to even lead everyone into the eternal void and completely destroy the Void Demons. Good. Wu Zontian nodded, and said nothing. Although Wu Zontian didn't know much about the Void Demon race, he knew the horror of immortal cultivators. Since the Void Demon race is the remnant left by the immortal cultivator in God's domain, it is naturally not a simple commodity. Since Jiang Chen doesn't plan to attack rashly, he is responsible for guarding this place. After handing over the affairs of this place to Wu Zontian, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore at the moment. And just as Jiang Chen went to the ancient realm of burial of the gods, in the Void Demon nest guarded by Wu Zontian and others, Mo Wulin and some of the Void Demon race experts who fled back here embarrassedly gathered in a room. Everyone's expressions were ugly to the extreme, and the atmosphere in the room was solemn. Everyone, now there is a strong man of God King 9 heavens in the continent of God's domain, so tell me what to do now, right? I don't know how long it took. Mo Wulin finally opened his mouth to break the silence in the hall. What else can we do? Today's God realm continent cannot be invaded by our Void Demon race at all. I think we should return to the eternal void, and then make plans. An 8th Order Void Demon God realm elder said with a gloomy expression. When many Void Demon race experts heard this, they couldn't help but agree. This time they gathered the power of the Void Demon race to descend on the God realm continent, which was already inevitable for the God realm. But I didn't expect it at a critical moment. The palace of human Emperor Jiang Chen, the Emperor of the world, was the strongest God King with a God King 9 heavens, and instantly reversed his occupation. The first elder Mo Qianyu of their Void Demon clan who broke through the 9th Order Void Demon God has fallen. The 36 elders and the 72 commanders were also killed and injured, more than half of them under the chase of God's domain, which can be described as vitally injured. If they continue to stay here, not only will they not be able to invade the God's domain continent, they might be wiped out. Okay, let me contact the 8 Demon Kings first to see how they decide on this matter. Mo Wulin waved his hand to stop everyone's discussion, and immediately closed his eyes and quickly pinched a weird technique. A palpitating black image was also directly projected ghostly in front of Mo Wulin. This black image is exactly the demon Sky Shadow, one of the 8 Demon Kings of the Void Demon race. He glanced at Mo Wulin and the others, frowned slightly and said, "Mo Wulin, you are so anxious to contact me, what is the matter?" "Sky Shadow Demon King, this time we attacked God's domain continent, our Void Demon race was defeated." Mo Wulin didn't conceal the slightest, and hurriedly narrated everything that happened in God's domain continent like a magic Sky Shadow. What are you talking about? There is still a trick on the God realm continent to exterminate the divine King 9th stage powerhouse who killed Demon Qianyu. Rao Shi Mo Tianying learned of the situation in God's domain continent, and there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. In the continent of God's domain, there were still 7 god kings and 9 heavenly powerhouses. These 7 people are now in the eternal void, and it is impossible for them to contain the 8 great demon kings of the void demon race on the continent of God's domain. Where did God's domain continent, the god king Zhoujiangtian, emerge from? It's unbelievable, but it's true. Mo Wulin took a deep breath and said, "Please also ask the demon king for instructions. How shall we deal with it next? God's domain is now recovering. I am afraid that it will not take long before it will return to its former grandeur. The void demon race has no retreat. This battle is already our last opportunity for the void demon race." Mo Tianying was silent for a moment and said, "You wait in the void demon nest. The void demon race will soon send an invincible strongman to help you level the continent of God's domain." Chapter 2427, The 8 Demon Kings Gather Again, Eternal Void, Void Demon Race. In a quiet hall, the Sky Shadow Demon King Mo Tianying, one of the 8 great demon kings of the void demon race, was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall with his eyes closed. The demon Sky Shadow, who had not moved at all, felt a heart-palpitating fluctuation in vein, and her closed eyes suddenly opened. Unexpectedly, this time the invasion of God's domain continent would have failed. Mo Tianying took a deep breath slowly, and his complexion became extremely gloomy. In addition to the legendary Immortal Monument, the main reason why the Void Demon race decided to attack God's domain continent was that the Void Demon race had a 9th-order Void Demon god like Mo Qianyu. Regarding all this, God's domain continent didn't know it. They originally thought that Mo Qianyu's leader of the Void Demon race this time would surely be able to beat the Divine Realm continent without the Divine King 9 Heavens in one fell swoop. But the development of the matter completely exceeded their expectations. God's domain continent actually still has the powerful existence of God King Zhoujiangtian. Mo Qianyu not only failed to lead the Void Demon race to take the Divine Domain continent, but suffered a strong block from the Divine Domain. Now not only the strong men of the Void Demon race have suffered heavy losses, but even the Demon Qianyu has fallen to the Divine Realm continent. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Void Demon race. Mo Tianying took a deep breath, and immediately disappeared in the same place with a flash of body shape. The 8 great demon kings of the Void Demon race were once again gathered by Demon Sky Shadow. When they heard the news of the defeat of the Void Demon race, an unbelievable look appeared in their eyes. The 7 most powerful, censored, kings of God's domain continent with the 9 heavens, have always been in this Void Demon race to contain me, so how could there be a God's domain continent with the powerful 9 heavens king? A demon king said with an unbelievable look, "Could it be that there is also a newly promoted God King 9 heavenly powerhouse in God's domain continent?" Another demon king said solemnly, "How can a newly promoted 9 heaven God King have the ability to kill Demon Qianyu? Mo Qianyu is already an existence that has broken through the 9th order Void Demon God. Even if the 9 heavens God Kings were born in the God Realm continent, it would definitely not be possible to kill Mo Qianyu easily. This time we were too careless. Although God's domain has gone through great calamities, it has a very long history of existence. It is not impossible that there are 1 or 2 censored kings and 9 heavenly powers hidden in it." Mo Tianying slowly took a deep breath. "Now the situation is extremely unfavorable to my Void Demon race. You guys still talk about how my Void Demon race should deal with it next. Mo Tianying, I warned you not to attack God's domain continent, but you just didn't listen." The 3-eyed demon king who has been opposed to attacking God's domain continent could not help but snorted coldly. "Now that the Void Demon race is in such a field as it is now, you are responsible for everything. I admit that there is some impulse to attack God's domain continent, but when the Immortal Monument comes out, how can we Void Demon race remain indifferent? What's more, you must be very clear that the area of the Eternal Void is gradually shrinking, and the broken God's domain is showing signs of recovery. Continue to stalemate with God's domain like this, it's just waiting to die." Mo Tianying waved his hand and said, "Okay, the matter is over. No matter how much it is said, it is useless. Let's think about how to deal with the current situation. What else can I do?" The 3-eyed demon said in a deep voice, "Immediately let the Void Demon race to withdraw to the Eternal Void Turtle to shrink up, and make plans after Master Devil wakes up." When the other gods heard this, they also agreed. The Void Demon race attacked God's domain this time, but sent nearly 90% of its commanders and elders, and now most of them have been killed or injured. And they simply don't know how much power the god's domain still hides, and they obviously shouldn't continue to fight with the god's domain. The forces sent by the Void Demon race to the Divine Realm continent this time will probably be wiped out. The Void Demon race was defeated by God's domain this time, and even Demon Qianyu has fallen. It is not easy to withdraw to the Eternal Void, unless one of the 8 of us personally takes action, but the 8 of us are stared at by those in God's domain, and there is no chance to go to the continent of God's domain. The other Demon King frowned. The three-eyed Demon King slowly said, "No, in addition to the 8 of us, there is one person who can take action in today's Void Demon race. Yes, I wait for the 8 people and don't move lightly. If you can let that one take the shot, it's naturally the best." When many Demon Kings heard this, they couldn't help but agree with them. Mo Tianying's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll meet that one, and let that one help." He naturally knew who the one of these Demon Kings was referring to. That one, but a Mahayana monk who survived the great tribulation of God's domain. Although that person's current state is far from being restored to his peak state, he will never be weaker than any one of their 8 Demon Kings. With that person's strength, it would be best if he could lead the Void Demon race to defeat God's domain. Even if they can't defeat God's domain, it should be enough for those surviving Void Demon race powerhouses to smoothly return to the Eternal Void. Mo Tianying's figure no longer hesitated, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. At the same time as the 8 Demon Kings of the Void Demon race were discussing countermeasures, Jiang Chen came to the ancient God-burying realm alone, and then went straight to the sealed land of Moon God Palace. He looked at the Moon God Palace in front of him, and could not help directly shouting, "Junior Jiang Chen, come to visit the Moon God Palace Lord." At the moment when Jiang Chen's voice just fell, a cold voice floated from the Moon God Palace in an instant. "Boy, what are you doing in Moon God Palace again? Are you having any trouble again and want this palace to take action? This palace has already said last time that unless you find the God Realm Heavenly Tao and let the Moon God Palace not be repelled by the Heavenly Tao laws, this palace will no longer be able to help you." Jiang Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, this junior came here to solve this problem and let the Moon God Palace be born." Following Jiang Chen's words, the unparalleled figure of the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace directly appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Her cold eyes stared straight at Jiang Chen. "Boy, have you found God's domain Heavenly Way?" The Moon God Palace is a force that existed in the ancient times. It was preserved by the supreme supernatural powers of the Moon God dominated by the moon, and it shouldn't exist in this world. They have always been rejected by the law of heaven, and they can only stay here to survive. If it can be recognized by the God's domain and Heavenly Tao, and the Moon God Palace will return to the world, this is undoubtedly something that the Lord of the Moon God Palace has come to agree. Chapter 2428, Blood Yang Patriarch. Found it, but didn't see it. Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately raised his head to look at the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace and said, "But although I haven't seen God's domain Heavenly Tao, I have a way to make you Moon God Palace born." The Lord of the Moon God Palace frowned. "What can you do?" Their Moon God Palace was rejected by the laws of God's domain and Heavenly Tao, and the only way was to get the approval of God's domain and Heavenly Tao. Regarding this situation, even her, the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace, was helpless. What can the boy in front of me do? When the younger generation was looking for the God's domain and Heavenly Tao this time, they met a peerless figure who taught me a secret technique that can protect you from being rejected by the God's domain and Heavenly Way for the time being. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he directly passed the secret method he had obtained from the Immortal King of Longevity to the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace. This secret, feeling the peerless secret technique passed to her by Jiang Chen, Rao is the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace who has always been indifferent, and a look of horror appeared in his beautiful eyes. As the Palace Lord of the ancient ruling power Moon God Palace, how extraordinary is her insight. But even with her experience, such a peerless secret technique Jiang Chen passed on to her is unheard of. This is definitely a peerless secret technique that surpasses the martial arts category of God's domain continent. With this profound and unparalleled peerless secret technique, perhaps it can really solve their problem of the Moon God Palace being rejected by the law of heaven. I didn't expect you to have obtained such a secret technique. With such a secret technique, my Moon God Palace disciples will indeed not be rejected by God's domain Heavenly Tao again. The Lord of the Moon God Palace returned to his senses, and immediately took a deep look at Jiang Chen. at most 10 days, this palace will lead the Moon God Palace back into the world to help you smooth out the so-called Void Demon race. After handing over the secret method to the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace, Jiang Chen did not stay in the Moon God Palace for a long time because he was worried that the Void Demon race would come again. After Jiang Chen returned, naturally he did not rush to attack the Void Demon nest. Although the Moon God Palace had received the secret method taught by the Immortal King of Longevity, it would take some time for it to reappear in the world. Once the Moon God Palace returns to the world, their God realm will have absolute power to suppress the Void Demon race, thus defeating the Void Demon race in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't act rashly at this time. After waiting like this, time slowly passed by bit. Unconsciously, several days passed in a flash. The Void Demon's nest, which had not been moving, finally heard a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. A monstrous blood of evil spirits also burst out of the Void Demon nest. The blood of the evil spirit seemed to contain a very strange power, causing the blood of countless gods in the field to be affected, as if there was a feeling of boiling and burning. A strong man from the Void Demon race is coming, everyone, be careful. Wu Zontian raised his head to look at the blood evil wave emanating from the Void Demon nest, and his face couldn't help but show a solemn look. With his strength, Rao felt a palpitating breath from the opponent's body. The strength of the incoming people, compared to the powerhouses of the halal people, who are waiting for the peak of the tragedy, is probably more than that. Jiang Chen stared at the Void Devil's nest, and there was also a touch of shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. The 8 great demon kings of the Void Demon race, who are pinned down by the 9-fold heavenly strong kings of God's domain, will never have the opportunity to descend on the continent of God's domain. But in addition to the 8 great demon kings, the first elder demon Xianyu of the Void Demon race who broke through the 9th order Void Demon God has also been killed by Wu Zontian. How could there be such a strong coming? In addition to the 8 demon kings, the Void Demon race also hides some powerful 9th order Void Demon gods. Under Jiang Chen's horrified gaze, the blood evil spirit above the Void Demon nest became more and more dense. A blood-colored figure shrouded in the blood of the demon, finally slowly stepped out of the Void Demon nest. Looking at the blood-colored figure stepping out of the void of the devil's nest, Jiang Chen's pupils finally couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Because this scarlet figure is not someone else, it is the scarlet skeleton that was resurrected after setting up the shocking situation in the ancient land of the buried gods. After escaping from the burial ancient realm that day, this guy walked with the Void Demon race. The flesh on this guy's body has grown a lot more than before, and the entire body has been vaguely wrapped in brand new flesh and blood, and the aura is also many times stronger than when he was born in the burial ancient realm. Although he still hasn't recovered to the peak period, he is no less inferior to Wu Zontian, such as God King 9th heavenly powerhouse. The hollow gaze of the scarlet skull swept across Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Boy, we're seeing each other again." Jiang Chen stared coldly at the scarlet skeleton. "Old guy, I didn't expect it to be you. You were lucky enough to escape in the ancient burial realm that day. I'm afraid you won't have such good luck this time. Boy, when my ancestor of the Blood Sun killed the quartet in God's domain back then, you didn't know where it was." Scarlet Skull sneered contemptuously and said, "At the beginning of the ancient God burial realm, when the ancestor was still at the weakest level, you couldn't help me. Now how can you help me?" After leaving the burial ancient realm that day, the ancestor of the Blood Sun fled the God realm continent, escaped into the eternal void and found the Void Demon race. He practiced frantically with the resources of the Void Demon race, and his strength has been greatly improved. Although his current strength is still far from being comparable to that of the peak period, he is no longer inferior to any God King 9 heavenly powerhouse. In this God realm continent where there is no martial art dominance, he almost has few rivals. Old guy, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that there is no one in God's domain continent? Wu Zontian let out a cold snort, and the breath of God King Zhoujiangtian also burst out, oppressing the Blood Sun ancestor. Ancestor Shuiyong's eyes flashed with strange blood, and immediately he couldn't help but set his gaze on Wu Zontian's body, and his cold voice resounded through the world. "It seems that you are the 9 heaven God King who killed Demon Xianyu. In that case, I will solve you first, and then settle accounts with that kid." The words of the ancestor Shuiyong fell, and the palm of his hand suddenly lifted, and an incomparable blood mark came directly towards Wu Zontian's suppression. "Senior Wu, be careful, this guy used to be a Mahayana cultivator." Seeing the ancestor Shuiyang made a sudden move, Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind Wu Zantian quickly. A Mahayana cultivator, even if the cultivation base of the Mahayana period is gone, is almost invincible in the same realm. Even if it is as strong as Wu Zantian, I am afraid it may not be the opponent of this Blood Sun ancestor. Chapter 2429, The Lord of the Moon God Palace is born. Wu Zantian's pupils shrank suddenly, and the blood all over his body burst to the limit in an instant. With the swing of the golden long knife in his hand, a dazzling knife light that started from the chaos and separated the thunder sea was also cut out directly. This knife caused the void to burst. The world in a radius of thousands of miles seemed to have turned into a thunder and purgatory at this moment. Ancestor Shuiyang looked down on the heavens and earth with a pair of strange blood eyes, as if Wu Zantian smashing the sky was like nothing. He flicked his finger, and a censored finger lightly hit the golden knife light. The blood fingers and the light of the knife made a clear metal clash. Everyone was horrified to discover that the ancestor of the Blood Sun used a censored finger to stab Wu Zantian's indestructible thunder, and he was able to stop it. Who is this person and how can he have such terrifying strength? Countless God's domain experts are shocked and horrified in their hearts. Wu Zantian is the strongest God King of the 9 heavens, and his strength is unfathomable. Even the demon Qianyu who has broken through the 9th order void demon god can easily be killed. It was incredible that the blood ancestor in front of him was able to block Wu Zantian's blow so lightly. The breath of the censored ancestor is very different from that of the void demon race. It is obviously not a member of the void demon race. Where did the void demon race find such a strong person? Looking at the proud ancestor of Shuiyang, Jian Xuantian and many other experts in God's domain showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. In addition to the 8 demon kings, the void demon race still has such a terrifying existence. This person is a Mahayana cultivator who invaded God's domain in the Great Tribulation of the Ancients. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help telling Jian Xuantian and the others about the matter of the ancient burial of the gods. Hearing that the ancestor of the Blood Sun turned out to be a cultivator who had survived the ancient catastrophe, Jian Xuantian and the others looked astonished. Cultivators in the Mahayana period, this is an existence at the same level as the master of the martial arts of the gods. Although this ancestor of the Blood Sun is no longer at its peak now, and does not have the cultivation base of the Mahayana period, it is definitely not something that the Divine King realm can easily cope with. Seeing that he had no results at all, Wu Zantian's expression did not change at all. He was full of fighting anger, and the blade in his hand became more radiant. The ancestor Shuiyang held his left hand behind him, and just stretched out his right hand and grabbed it in the air, smashing Wu Zantian's sword light. Wu Zantian opened up, and slashed out 5 or 6 shocking sword lights that cut the sky and the earth in a row, all of which were defeated by the Blood Sun ancestor with one hand. You are good at strength. Even among the 8 demon kings of the void demon race, few of them can help you. But in front of this ancestor, you still don't look enough. The indifferent voice of the ancestor Shuiyang fell, and when he raised his hand, he blasted out a punch at Wu Zantian. The void collapsed, the world shattered, and the sun and moon hung upside down. The horror of this punch cannot be described in words. In everyone's eyes, it seemed that there was only the punch that exuded the blood of monsters. It not only shakes the sky of thousands of miles, but can even affect the blood in the human body. Even Jian Xuantian and other experts in the realm of gods felt that the blood in their body was boiling uncontrollably. Some warriors under the Divine King realm even burst their blood vessels directly under the influence of this fist, bursting to death in an instant. Feeling the horror of Shuiyang Patriarch's fist, Wu Zantian's expression was instantly solemn to the extreme. He slowly took a deep breath, and when he was about to urge the secret method to resist the punch of the Blood Yang ancestor, a strange spatial fluctuation came in vain from the void. An incomparably holy moonlight divine light descended from the emptiness from the sky, instantly purifying the shadow of the fist that exuded monster blood into nothingness. The sudden scene also caused the complexion of everyone present to change slightly. Everyone's eyes all looked towards the void in a sense. There was an impressively unique figure, like a moon palace fairy, slowly appeared in the sight of everyone. Looking at this exquisitely graceful figure, Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. The palace master of the moon god palace, this peerless figure from the ancient times of God's domain, was finally born after obtaining the secret method of the immortal king of longevity. With this presence, as long as this ancestor of the Blood Sun does not return to the Mahayana period, he would never want to shake their gods. Jian Xuantian and the others looked at this peerless figure that emerged out of thin air, and there was a look of astonishment in their eyes. As the helm of the top powers in God's domain, they naturally have a very good understanding of the situation in God's domain. There are a total of 7 God King Zhouzhangtian who are well known in God's domain at the time. These 7 people, the Demon King level powerhouses who have been restraining the Void Demon race almost all the time, are not on the God's domain continent at all. They originally thought that there is no strong God King of the 9 heavens in God's domain continent today. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen first brought Wu Zantian, who brought God King Zhu Zongtian, and now there is another strongest God King who is more powerful than Wu Zantian. Only the Xuancan ancestor of the Dongshuan God clan looked unusually calm. At first, for the Moon God Stone, he personally went to the sealed land of the Moon God Palace, only to be seriously injured by the understatement in front of him. This person is a person who does not belong to this era, and is rejected by the God's domain law of heaven, and it is impossible to be born. The ancestor Xuancan obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen didn't know what method he used, and he even invited this one out. Unexpectedly, in the realm of God, there are such strong people as you. Old ancestor Xueyong stared at the Moon God Palace master who stood proudly in the sky, and a look of jealousy flashed across his eyes. The mysterious woman who appeared in vain in front of her was too strong. Even with the current strength of the ancestor of the Blood Sun, he felt a slight threat from him. The Lord of the Moon God Palace looked at the ancestor Xueyong with indifferent eyes. As far as I know, there was a top sect, Blood Sect, that invaded God's domain back then. You should be the remnant of Blood Sect, right? The ancestor Xueyong's expression suddenly changed drastically. You actually know the Blood Fiend sect, who are you? The Lord of the Moon God Palace proudly said, I am the Lord of the Moon God Palace, Mingyu Heart. This one turned out to be from the Moon God Palace. With Mingyuexin's words, whether it is the ancestor of the Blood Sun or the many powerful gods, there is an unprecedented horror in his eyes. Chapter 2430. I am invincible under the rule. This is a well-known dominating power in the ancient times of God's domain. The Moon God, the founder of the Moon God Palace, is the legendary ruler of the lunar yin. The lunar ruler, even in the history of God's domain, was a famous peerless figure, and even a powerful existence that suppressed an era. Since the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, the Moon God Palace has completely disappeared from the God Realm continent, without any trace. Moon God Palace Lord Mingyu Xin was born at this critical moment. Are you from the Moon God Palace? The ancestor Xueyong stared at Mingyuexin, his expression also instantly became frightened. Moon God Palace, this was one of the main forces against their invasion of the Immortal Cultivation universe. When they invaded God's domain from the Immortal Cultivation universe, apart from the human palace, it was the Moon Palace that was the most difficult to deal with. The Moon God of the Moon God Palace's Taiyan dominates the Moon God, is a peerless existence whose cultivation has reached the peak of dominance, and his strength is unfathomable. Even the Mahayana monks who cultivated the universe, few of them were their opponents. In particular, the Blood Fiend sect who was responsible for attacking the Moon God Palace had suffered a great loss in the hands of the Moon God dominating the moon, and even the Mahayana monks in the sect had fallen into the hands of that one. Even he was lucky enough to escape from the hands of that one. The ancestor of Xueyong didn't think of it. This time he appeared in God's domain continent, and he would meet people from Moon God Palace. A remnant of the Blood Evil sect, even dared to be killed in the wild on the continent of my God's domain. Mingyuexin didn't bother to pay attention to the ancestor of the Blood Sun, and a sharp killing intent also instantly enveloped the world. When the ancestor Xueyong heard this, he couldn't help but smiled coldly. If your Moon God Palace is still alive, this ancestor may not even have the chance to escape, but compared to that one, it's too far. Senior, be careful, this person is the one who buried the gods. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hurriedly told Mingyuexin about everything about the burial of God's stream. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice transmission, Mingyu's cold eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. It turns out that you are one of the 3 Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect at the time. In the past, the ancestor Moon God killed you 2 Mahayana cultivators with 1 enemy and 3 enemies, but the last one flees with severe injuries. That person should be you. Mingyu stared coldly at the ancestor Xueyong. Unexpectedly, before your fall, you would set up an eternal situation in God's domain and survived in this way. The ancestor Xueyong couldn't help but shrank suddenly, and said with horror, You How do you know? How many years have passed since that great war? Even if the person in front of him is the palace master of the moon god palace, he probably wouldn't know so much about what happened that year. But the palace master of the moon god palace, it seemed as if he had experienced the things of the year in person. Because I, like you, have survived by chance. The ancestors failed to deal with you back then. Today, my Mingyuexin will wait for her to complete. The voice of Mingyu's heart fell, and an extremely sacred breath also instantly diffused from his body. The dazzling Yuehua divine light burst out from Mingyuexin's body, setting off it as if the moon, censored, is coming to the world. When she moved her palm, a mysterious palm print condensed by Yuehua's divine power fell directly from the void. The void of thousands of miles was sunken out of thin air under the palm of Mingyuexin, and a huge palm print was printed. The ancestor of Shuiyong was furious, and pulled out a monster of blood with both hands. Suddenly the sea of divine power. The hundreds of miles of space around the ancestor of the blood sun were all instantly blurred, turning into a censored color, as if it had formed a realm of its own, taken away from the world. The light in Mingyu's heart was indifferent, and the holy brilliance on the palm print became more and more radiant. There was only a loud bang, and Yuehua's palm print fell on the blood-colored world, and the blood-colored world suddenly made a crisp click. In the face of the unmatched palm print of Mingyuexin, the blood-colored world evolved by the ancestor of the blood sun was also difficult to support, and it collapsed directly. And the ancestor Shuiyong's whole person was slapped into the ground by Mingyuexin's palm. There was only a loud sound that shook the sky and the earth with a radius of thousands of miles sank thousands of feet at this moment. Seeing this scene, many gods' domain experts couldn't help taking a breath. They obviously didn't expect that the strength of the moon god palace master was even stronger than Wu Zontian. Even a powerful existence like the ancestor of the blood sun is completely vulnerable in front of him. Just when everyone was horrified, a monster of blood, from the ground of several thousand meters, crashed through the ground, then shook up into the sky, and appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, the ancestor of Shuiyong, the large bones on his body were shattered, his body was full of scars, and his whole body was crumbling. Obviously, he suffered heavy damage in the previous hit by Mingyuexin. He looked up at Mingyuexin's peerless figure, and his eyes couldn't help but a touch of unprecedented panic appeared. Lord, the power of dominance, have you broken through the dominance realm? As one of the 3 Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect, the ancestor of the Blood Sun is naturally very familiar with the power of the martial art of the gods. He clearly felt a trace of the power of martial masters from the previous blow performed by the palace master of the moon god palace. Through this period of cultivation in the void demon race, his strength has been restored to a point comparable to the peak of the tribulation period. And he used to be a Mahayana monk himself, and his strength and means far surpassed that of a Superman. Even if it is the 9 heavenly powerhouse of God's domain king, it is simply difficult for him to easily win him. Only with the power that dominates the level can he hit him so easily with one stroke. Although I am not in the domination realm, I am invincible under the domination. Mingyu stared at the ancestor Shuiyong indifferently. Let's talk about it, how do you want to die now? Old ancestor Shuiyong's complexion was ugly to the extreme. I saw that a blood mark formed on his hands quickly, opened a censored light gate in the void in front of him, and then slammed his body into the censored light gate. The palace master of the moon god palace in front of him was too strong. Even if he is not the master of martial arts, I am afraid that he will have the strength of a half-step forever. With his current state, he is obviously not an opponent at all. If you continue to stay here, I am afraid it will be really bad today. Seeing the ancestor Shuiyong fleeing decisively, Mingyuexin's beautiful eyes became cold, and immediately stretched out his palm like lightning, and patted the space where the censored ancestor disappeared from afar. Chapter 2431, Frightened 8 Demon Kings. As Mingyuexin's palm was shot, the space where the blood-colored light gate was located suddenly collapsed, and a holy moonlight directly penetrated the space and swept into the endless void. Vaguely, a low muffled grunt also came from the void of space. With a muffled sound, a monster blood arrow also burst out of the void, and then cut through the space at a strange speed, and appeared in the blink of an eye in a place less than 100 feet away from Mingyu's heart. Mingyu had no expression on her face, and the holy moonlight burst out all over her body, and she saw the blood arrow that had just entered the range of 100 feet of her whole body, and was cleansed dry and quiet by the holy moonlight. It's a good month, the palace lord of the moon god palace, You wait for me, today's affairs, this old ancestor will never end with you. While the blood arrow was being purified, in the void space that had gradually dissipated, there was also the angry roar of the ancestor of the blood sun, lingering in this world for a long time. Hearing the roar of the ancestor Shuiyang, Ming Yuexin's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. This ancestor of the blood sun is worthy of being one of the Mahayana monks of the blood evil sect. The method is mysterious and unpredictable, and it is really not so easy to deal with. With her current strength, although it is not difficult to defeat the old ancestor of the blood sun, it is not an easy task to leave it completely. Everyone, follow me into the void demons. Nest and destroy these void demon races who invaded God's domain continent. Seeing that Ming Yu's heart came in vain, just two understatement of the two tricks severely inflicted the blood sun ancestor, causing him to flee in an embarrassed panic. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly killed him in the void devil's nest with an order. Go in. Now that the two most powerful, censored, kings Wu Zantian and Yu Wuxin appeared in the God Realm continent, the morale of the God Realm side was greatly increased, and many God Realm powerhouses followed Jiang Chen into the void demon nest. The void demon race, who had already experienced a big defeat, faced the strong morale of God's domain, and even lost the courage to resist. The void demon race was completely defeated by Jiang Chen and the others. Except for Mo Wulin and a small number of void demon races who fled back to the eternal void in a panic, the rest of the people will have the chance to be killed by Jiang Chen and the others. Over 70% of the commanding elders of the void demon race attacking the continent of God's domain this time fell into the hands of Jiang Chen and the others. Not only did the void demon race lack the ability to invade their God's domain continent, but they would also fall into a state of extreme weakness. It is not impossible for them to enter the eternal void and completely annihilate the void demon race. After repelling the void demon race, Jiang Chen did not rush to lead the powerhouse of God's domain into the eternal void. He planned to send someone to contact the War Demon Alliance, and get in touch with the 7 strong, censored, kings of the 9 heavens in God's domain, and then make plans. If you want to take the lead in the powerhouse of God's domain continent to invade the eternal void, the Moon God Palace will undoubtedly be the most powerful force. But in the Moon God Palace today, except for the Moon God Palace Lord Ming Yu Xin who has successfully practiced the secret technique and was born, everyone else obviously still needs some time. Even if you want to invade the eternal void and destroy the void demons, you have to wait until the Moon God Palace is completely born. And while Jiang Chen and others defeated the void demon race, the ancestor of the blood sun also crossed the endless void, and returned to the void sky demon race, the main clan of the void demon race in embarrassment. And when he returned to the void sky demon race, the 8 great demon kings of the void demon race instantly sensed the aura of the blood ancestor, and then appeared next to the blood ancestor out of thin air for the first time. When they looked at the miserable appearance of old ancestor Shuiyang, their expressions could not help but change drastically. Old ancestor Shuiyang, how did you suffer such a severe injury? What happened? It took a long time for Xu Tianming to recover from the horror, and his expression was instantly gloomy to the extreme. The ancestor of the blood sun went to God's domain continent this time, and he would also return in a disastrous defeat. The predecessor of the ancestor of the blood sun, but the Mahayana monk who cultivated the world's top sect, the blood evil sect. Although the current ancestor of the blood sun is far from being comparable to the peak period, the strength of the void demon race also recovered extremely quickly during this period. If they are fighting alone, among the 8 demon kings of the void demon race, none of them can defeat the blood sun ancestor. Such a peerless figure was censored the continent of God's domain and returned in embarrassment. How could there be such a terrifying peerless powerhouse on God's domain continent? You void demon race has been in God's realm for so many years, it's useless, you don't even know the details of God's realm. Today's God's domain continent has not only the divine king 9 heavens powerful, but also more than one. Especially the Moon God Palace Master, I am afraid that he already has the power to dominate in half a step. If I hadn't escaped fast, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back today. Old ancestor Shuiyang wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and said palely. Moon God Palace, didn't this power have completely disappeared from God's domain continent since the great tribulation of the ancient times? A demon couldn't help but exclaimed. Back then, the moon god who ruled over the moon god was the one of the most powerful rulers in the god's realm. With the power to reach the sky, how could she let the moon god palace disappear completely on the god realm continent? The ancestor Shuiyang said in a deep voice, "The current situation is already extremely unfavorable for us. Let's think about how to deal with the next situation." Hearing the words of old ancestor Shuiyang, the 8 great demon kings fell silent for an instant, and the atmosphere in the court was also solemn. Now that the ancestor of the Blood Sun has returned from a serious injury, the powerhouse who invaded God's domain continent this time would suffer extremely heavy casualties. The entire Void Demon race will fall into an unprecedented period of weakness. Once the powerhouses of God's domain continent enter the eternal void, coupled with the existence of the War Demon Alliance and the 7 God King 9 Heavens, their Void Demon race will probably be hard to resist. This is the end of the matter. We can only find a way to wake up Lord Demon Emperor as soon as possible. I don't know how long it took. The three-eyed demon finally couldn't help but break the silence in the court. God domain originally had 7 censored kings and 9 heavenly strong kings. Among these 7 people, there were extraordinary and unparalleled existences, so that none of the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race could get the slightest advantage. In today's God's domain continent, there have been 2 strong presences of God King 9 Heavens. Of these 2 people, one can easily kill Mo Qianyu, who has broken through the 9th order Void Demon God, and the other can defeat even the existence of the Blood Sun ancestor. If the 2 divine King 9 heavenly powers joined the battlefield, they would probably have no resistance at all from the Void Demon race. Now, only by awakening the Supreme Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race can he resolve the immediate crisis. Chapter 2432, Into the Eternal Void. Master Devil Emperor is now at a critical moment of breakthrough. If we force him to wake it up, I'm afraid it will affect his practice. Mo Tianming frowned tightly. Ever since the last Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race was defeated by Jiang Chen, the Emperor Jiang Chen of the Imperial Palace of God's Domain, there has never been a Demon Emperor. This life, their Void Demon race finally has an existence that is qualified to succeed the Devil Emperor. Thousands of years ago, that one had already reached the peak of the 9th order Void Demon God and began to retreat and attack the realm of the Devil Emperor. Once that one can become a real Devil Emperor, it is an existence that can rival the master of the martial art of the divine realm. Isn't it easy for their Void Demon race to conquer the continent of God's domain? Now do we have another choice? The three-eyed demon said indifferently, "If you don't wake it up, once the people of God's domain invade the eternal void, our Void Demon race will probably be gone. The Lord of the Moon God Palace is unfathomable in strength, and I cannot handle it alone. Only by awakening the one of your Void Demon race can we stop God's domain 1 or 2. Give me some time, I will find a way to contact the Blood Fiend sect of the Shushan universe, so that the Shushan universe will return to the realm of God." At this moment, the ancestor of the Blood Sun also said directly. With the perception of the ancestor of the Blood Sun, the existence of the heir of the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race can naturally be vaguely sensed. The aura of that person is only stronger than he is now. Even if he hasn't entered the Mahayana period, he may not be far from that level. There is only that one now, and perhaps he can barely deal with that Moon God Palace Master Mingyu Xin. As long as it can be delayed until he contacts the Blood Fiend sect and allows the Shushan universe to return to the Divine Realm continent, everything can be solved. Hearing this, Mo Tianming couldn't help taking a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, then prepare to awaken Lord Demon Emperor." Now the Void Demon race has suffered unprecedented heavy losses, which can be said to be in a crisis of life and death. God's domain continent would definitely not let go of such an excellent opportunity to completely annihilate the Void Demon race from the God's domain world. Even if they don't wake up Lord Devil Emperor, once God's domain continent attacks, Lord Devil Emperor's breakthrough will still be affected, and may even suffer backlash. While waiting for Lord Devil Emperor to be forced to wake up, it would be better for them to wake Lord Devil Emperor in advance and prepare to face God's domain. While the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race were terrified, the War Demon City not far from the Void Sky Demon race, the War Demon Alliance naturally received news from the God's domain continent. When they learned that God's domain continent had defeated the Void Demon race, there was an incredible shock in their eyes. Even the 7 most powerful, censored, kings of the 9 heavens, all seem a little unbelievable. They guarded the War Demon City all the year round, and they knew the strength of the Void Demon race better than ordinary people. Although they held the 8 Demon King level powerhouses of the Void Demon race in this Battle Demon City, they did not dare to move lightly. The current strength of God's domain continent is more than a star and a half worse than that of the Void Demon race. Rao, They didn't expect that two peerless powerhouses would suddenly come out in God's domain continent. Wu Zontian of the ancient family martial arts. Moon God Palace Lord Mingyu Heart. These two people turned out to be born, and they even helped God's domain continent to hit the Void Demon clan in one fell swoop. True Kangming, now the Void Demon race has been greatly injured, and there are two more censored kings in the Divine Region continent, which is the perfect time to destroy the Void Demon race. It shouldn't be too late. In the name of the seven of us, let the strong from God's domain come to fight the Demon City and fight the Void Demon race to the death. A God King 9 heavenly powerhouse couldn't help looking at the Taoist man in Xingyi who was headed by him. If Jiang Chen were here at the moment, he would naturally recognize him at a glance. This Taoist in Xingyi was indeed a real person from the current myth of the God's domain continent, Kangming. Okay, then gather the power of God's domain to completely destroy the Void Demon race. Mortal Kangming's eyes flickered slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes. He led the powerhouse of God's domain to guard the War Demon City. His biggest wish was to eradicate the Void Demon race. Now he finally waited for his chance. God's domain continent. Jiang Chen did not take advantage of the victory after leading the powerhouse of God's domain continent to defeat the Void Demon race. On the one hand, he sent people to contact the seven censored kings who guarded the eternal emptiness, and he rested and awaited the birth of the Moon God Palace. There are more than a dozen elder-level powerhouses in the Moon God Palace, all of whom have successfully practiced the secret technique brought back by Jiang Chen, and are no longer rejected by the God's domain law of heaven. Among the dozen are so strong, the weakest are all reaching the seventh heaven of the God King or above. Even the strongest censored king of the 9 heavens, there are 2 of them. With the addition of Mingyuexin and Wu Zontian, the God Realm continent is equivalent to the strongest censored king with 4 censored kings in 9 heavens. Counting the 7 heavenly kings guarding the eternal void, the number of 9 heavenly censored kings in the Divine Realm continent has reached 11. With such power, even facing the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race, they are already in the absolute upper hand. After the 7 great 9 heavens God kings, such as Kangming, decided to fight the Void Demon race, Jiang Chen also took the power of God's domain into the eternal void. Jiang Chen took nearly 100 experts from God's domain all the way to the War Demon City built by God's domain in the eternal void. In the War Demon City, the 7 9 heavens God kings headed by true man Kangming also went out of the city to greet them personally. Little guy, we meet again. Looking at Jiang Chen walking in the forefront, the muddy old eyes of real Kangming couldn't help showing a complex look. I remember that when he appeared in the Ji clan of the eastern region, Jiang Chen was just a little boy who was still in the earthly respect. Although the real person Kangming had already seen at that time, this son was unparalleled in talent and luck. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could rise up against the sky in such a short time, become the emperor of the human emperor palace, and lead the God's domain continent to defeat the Void Demon race. Although defeating the Void Demon race this time, it was mainly Mingyuexin and Wu Zontian, the 2 God King 9 heavenly powers who came out. But the real person Kangming was also very clear in his heart. These 2 people are able to come out, and almost all of them have an inseparable relationship with Jiang Chen. Senior Kangming. Jiang Chen looked at the real Kangming in front of him and couldn't help but stepped forward and saluted respectfully. In the eastern region, when he hadn't grown up, it was also the clone of true man Kangming who came to help him out of trouble. Jiang Chen was also grateful for the current legend of God's domain continent, but he never had the opportunity to thank him in person. Now in this War Devil City, he finally saw the true face of real Kangming. Chapter 2433, The War Begins. You don't have to be polite, little guy, you are now the emperor of the world, and you should inherit the position of the leader of the War Demon Alliance. Real Kangming smiled slightly and said, I'll introduce you to some old guys in God's domain. As the real Kangming said, he introduced Jiang Chen and the others to the other 6 censored kings in God's domain. Almost all of the 6 powers of the gods in the realm of the world, the 9 heavenly kings, came from the top powers of the gods. 2 of them are from the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords, 1 each from the palace of the human emperor, the ancient Sacred Dragon clan, the ancient Shenfeng clan, and the Tianpeng Protoss clan. Seeing that Jiang Chen, the human emperor Hall, came as the world's emperor, the few people headed by the divine King Zhu Zongtian in the human emperor Hall all greeted Jiang Chen with smiles all over the face. Only the 2 divine kings of the ancient Sacred Dragon clan and the Tianpeng Protoss 9 heavenly powers, their expressions were a little unnatural. The relationship between the ancient sacred dragon and Tianpeng Protoss is not very friendly with Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen has not only become the current emperor of the human emperor palace, but he also possesses a combat power comparable to that of the God King Nine Heavens. This is not good news for them. Jiang Chen didn't care about these two people either. He still greeted them very politely under the introduction of real person Kang Ming. The ancient sacred dragon clan and the Tianpeng Protoss clan are both the top clans of the gods continent today, and their strength is extraordinary. Now is the critical moment to deal with the void demon race. The ancient sacred dragon race and the Tianpeng Protoss race are extremely strong. As long as these two guys don't take the initiative to trouble him, Jiang Chen will naturally not care about them. After the real person Kang Ming introduced several gods in the realm of the 9 heavenly powerhouses, Jiang Chen also briefly introduced the identities of Ming Yuexin and Wu Zontian to the real person Kang Ming. After returning to the War Demon City, the group did not waste time, and directly started discussing the matter of dealing with the Void Demon race. Senior Kang Ming, now the vitality of the Void Demon race is severely injured. It is the best time to destroy them in one go. Let's not waste time and attack the Void Demon race directly, in case it will change later. Jiang Chen looked at the real person Kang Ming and couldn't help but say directly. True person Kang Ming pondered slightly. Although the Void Demon race is greatly injured now, the 8 great demon kings are still there. Above the 8 great demon kings, there is a demon emperor who wants to completely destroy them. Isn't it easy? Void Demon race. Actually there is a demon emperor. Above the 8 great demon kings of the Void Demon race, there is a supreme demon emperor, and Jiang Chen has naturally heard of it. The demon emperor of the Void Demon race should be the same as the master of the martial arts of the God's domain continent. It has long become a legend, but I did not expect that the Void Demon race actually has the existence of a demon emperor. Legend has it that the demon emperor of the Void Demon race is comparable to the master of the martial arts of the gods. If the Void Demon race really had such a strong person, who could almost easily crush the God's domain, how could it be confined to the eternal void by the God's domain? About 10,000 years ago, the Void Demon race gave birth to an evil existence with the resources of the Devil Emperor. In just 1,000 years, he had the strength of the peak of the 9th Void Demon God and was revered as the Devil Emperor by the Void Demon race. The Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race has not appeared for thousands of years. It is said that he has been breaking through in retreat. Now that even if he hasn't become a real Devil Emperor, he is still not far away, very difficult to deal with. Real Kang Ming said solemnly, with the current strength of God's domain, facing the Void Demon race already occupying an absolute advantage, the only thing that makes Kang Ming real person jealous is the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race who hasn't appeared for a long time. If this is the case, the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race has definitely not broken above the 9th order Void Demon God and become a true Demon Emperor. Otherwise, God's domain continent might have been captured by the Void Demon clan a long time ago. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, since the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race is still breaking through in retreat, we should take down the Void Demon race in one effort and not give him a chance to break through. Now their God realm, but with Moon God Palace Lord Ming Yuexin, the almost invincible existence under the ruler. The Devil Emperor of the Void Demon race, no matter how enchanting, as long as it hasn't really broken above the 9th order Void Demon God, it will be difficult to pose any threat to them. But if it continues to delay, let the Void Demon race become the real Demon Emperor with a strength comparable to the dominance of the martial arts of the God's realm, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the God's realm. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, mortal Kang Ming didn't hesitate anymore, and said in a solemn voice, okay, in that case, we will attack the Void Demon race with all our strength in 3 days. Although the Void Demon race has an unfathomable Devil Emperor, their God Realm continent now has 4 more censored kings in 9 heavens. Especially Moon God Palace Lord Ming Yuexin, the strength is even more unfathomable. Even if the Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race appeared, as long as it did not reach the 9th rank of the Void Demon God, it would never pose any threat to their God Realm. After discussing the matter of attacking the Void Demon race, Jiang Chen and the others also settled in the Zanmeng city under the arrangement of the real Kang Ming. Jiang Chen and true man Kang Ming and other 11 God Kings in 9 heavenly powerhouses, directly brought many powerhouses in God's domain and killed them towards the main clan of the Void Demon race. The establishment of War Demon City was originally intended to restrict the Void Demon race and contain the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race. War Demon City is not far away from the main clan of the Void Sky Demon race. Jiang Chen and his party have already appeared outside the main clan of the Void Demon race. At the same time that Jiang Chen and the others came outside of the main clan of the Void Demon race, the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race headed by Mo Tianying also emerged out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen and the others. True Kangming, you huddled in the War Demon City, and you ran to the ground of my Void Demon race to go wild. I think you are impatient with your life, right? Mo Tianying stared at mortal Kangming with sorrowful eyes, and the roar of fright was also instantly resounding through the world. Although he also knew that God's domain would not let go of the opportunity to attack the Void Demon race, he did not expect Mortal Kangming to come so soon. Mortal Kangming smiled faintly. Mo Tianying, don't talk nonsense. After today, you Void Demon race will completely become the history of God's domain continent. Mo Tianying sneered and said, back then, Zhang Qingtian, the King Qingtian of God's domain continent, was so unparalleled in the world, but he still failed to make the Void Demon race into the history of the God's domain continent, so you want to destroy my Void Demon race too? Can you kill you? Try it and you'll know. The faint voice of the real person Kangming fell, and the powerful aura of the peak of the God King Ninth Heaven also rushed towards the demon sky shadow without reservation. Chapter 2434, Devil Comes. As the real Kangming killed the demon shadow, the remaining 6 censored kings of the God's domain continent also shot at almost the same time, and killed the remaining 7 demon kings of the Void Demon race. Upon seeing this, Mingyu couldn't help but indifferently instructed the 2 elders of the God King Zhouzhangtian in the Moon God Palace, you two, go and help them. Yes, Palace Master. The 2 elders of the 9th heavens of the Moon God Palace responded, and a burst of dazzling moonlight divine light burst out all over their bodies, killing the demon kings of the Void Demon race. The shocking battle between God's domain continent and the Void Demon race is almost on the verge. Jiang Chen and others quietly watched the shocking battle in front of them. As the current legend of God's domain continent, true man Kangming was extremely powerful, and he might not be inferior to Wu Zontian in the slightest. He alone fought against the demon sky shadow, the head of the 8 demon kings, and almost had the absolute upper hand. The remaining 6 God King 9 heavenly powers, with the addition of the 2 elders of the Moon God Palace, also suppressed the 7 demon kings to death. Today's God's domain has occupied an absolute advantage. Even if Ming Yuexin and Wu Zontian didn't make a move, it was only a matter of time before Kangming and the others defeated the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race. Senior Wu, you will also help Senior Kangming to solve the 8 demon kings as soon as possible, in case there is a change in the future. Jiang Chen glanced at the direction of the Void Demon race, and couldn't help but say to Wu Zontian. Wu Zontian didn't talk nonsense either, stepping directly across the eternal void of thousands of miles, appeared directly next to real person Kangming, and joined forces with real person Kangming to kill Mo Tianying. Although Mo Tianying was the hand of the 8 great demon kings of the Void Demon race, it was only barely able to contend with the real Kangming. Now that there is an additional Wu Zontian whose strength is not inferior to the real Kangming, how can Mo Tianying resist? Mo Tianying had completely defeated the battle, and was surrounded by dangers under the offensive of mortal Kangming and Wu Zontian. Mo Tianying was slapped by the palm of the real Kangming and flew a distance of tens of thousands of feet. The whole body seemed to fall apart, bloody, as if it was about to explode. Before he was relieved from the palm of real person Kangming, Wu Zontian was like a sword that opened up the world, and it had already divided the world and slashed at him with one sword. Mo Tianying's expression instantly became horrified, and she couldn't help but yell. Master Devil, save me. As the voice of Demon Sky Shadow fell, the master of the Void Demon race standing above the eternal void, all trembling from a distance at this moment. An unimaginable demon energy rose from the main clan of the Void Demon race to the sky, and then diffused in the endless eternal void. Under this terrifying devilish energy, countless cultivators of God's domain couldn't help shaking. Even Jiang Chen and others, under the pressure of this devilish energy, involuntarily showed a feeling of heart palpitations. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but look straight in the direction of the Void Demon race. The Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race is about to appear. Under the gaze of Jiang Chen and others, a man in a black robe surrounded by demonic energy in the constantly shaking Void Demon race finally stepped out of the sky slowly. The black-clothed man is tall and handsome, his eyes are as red as blood, and he is surrounded by monstrous demon energy, like a peerless demon, exuding a powerful aura that dominates the world. What a god's realm, how dare to come to my void demon race to run wild, is it true that my void demon race has no one? The black-clothed man uttered every word as if it were coming from nether hell, causing all the martial artists of the god realm in the field to shudder, as if they were falling into a realm of nowhere in an instant. This black-clothed man is the current demon emperor of the void demon race, and the devil is shaking the sky. Master Demon Emperor, his subordinates are not doing well, and the void demon race is defeated. Now the 72nd leader of the void demon race and the 36 elders are almost killed and injured, and the void demon race is in a crisis of life and death. Also ask Master Demon Emperor to take action to wash away the humiliation of my void demon race. Seeing Mo Tianying's appearance, Mo Tianying's eyes also couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy. Since the decision to awaken Lord Demon Emperor that day, their 8 great demon kings have already started this matter, but the Demon Emperor has never responded to them. Now Lord Devil finally showed up at a critical moment. With Mo Tianying's words, Mo Jingtian was full of demonic energy, and his overwhelming meaning of killing and killing instantly enveloped this eternal void. True Kangming, I didn't expect that during this time of the Emperor's retreat, you could actually injure my void demon to such a degree. It seems that I really underestimated you. Today, this Emperor will take your blood to sacrifice to the spirit of the tribe in the sky. Mo Xiaodian's overwhelming anger and laughter fell, and the devilish fist directly punched the real person Kangming without hesitation. The horrible boxing power and the light of hesitation to destroy the world generally spread in the eternal void, and the bodies of mortal Kangming and Wuzantian will be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Rao is a real person like Kangming and Wuzantian, such as the powerhouses at the peak of God King Ninth Heaven. They all felt a shadow of death instantly envelop their hearts. The divine power of the 2 martial arts exploded to the limit in an instant, and each urged the censored king's way, used the strongest censored king's great technique, and collided with the demon fist that Mo Jingtian only heard a loud bang, a terrifying storm of world destruction, spreading in the eternal void. I saw 2 embarrassed figures flying upside down from that world-destroying storm at almost the same time, and they were both Ming Junren and Wuzantian. The 2 of them were extremely pale, a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths, and a touch of unprecedented horror appeared in the eyes of Demon Shocking. The Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race, I am afraid that it has truly surpassed the level of the 9th Order Void Demon God. True Kangming, if it was half a year ago, this Emperor might have to pay a high price to clean up you. But this half a year, this Emperor has finally stepped into that step, and now you are in front of me. How is it different from the ants? Mo Jingtian stood holding his hand, like a peerless demon, looking down at the real person Kangming. His faint voice seemed domineering. Master Devil has really stepped into the 9th Order Void. When Mo Tianying and the other 8 demon kings saw this, they couldn't help showing excitement on their faces. On the other hand, on the side of God's domain, the complexions of many powerful people in God's domain turned pale at this moment. Chapter 2435. Lose both. One move defeated the strongest censored king who defeated the 2 censored kings at the peak of the 9 heavens. The Demon Emperor of the Void Demon race, I am afraid that he has really reached the realm above the 9th Void Demon God, and his strength is comparable to the martial master of God's domain. Such a character, who else can resist them in God's domain now? Mo Jingtian indifferently looked down at Junren Kangming and Wuzantian, and his cold voice instantly resounded through the world. True Kangming, I originally planned to let you live a few more days, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. In that case, this Emperor will destroy you today, and then trample on the Divine Realm continent in one fell swoop. The indifferent voice fell. Mo Jingtian stepped on the world and blasted with a punch. The devilish surging power of the fist punched the eternal void through the sky and the earth, and then instantly spread to the heads of the real person Kangming and Wuzantian. Rao Yi Kangming and Wuzantian both instinctively felt the crisis of death from this punch. The 2 of them did not dare to be negligent. Just as they were preparing to take full action to resist the attack of demon shaking the sky, a sacred moonlight divine light directly slammed down from the void, making thousands of miles of eternal void, all enveloped. Under this sacred moonlight divine light, only a bang was heard. The demon-powered punch of Demon Jingtian also collapsed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Mo Jingtian's pupils shrank suddenly, and his gaze also looked up at a spot in the void in response. There was a woman who was as holy as a fairy in the Moon Palace standing proudly, and it was the Palace Lord Mingyu Heart of the Moon God Palace. Mo Jingtian stared at the peerless woman in front of him tightly, and couldn't help but shudder in his heart. The mysterious woman in front of her was much stronger than the real Kangming, and she was probably at the same level as him. Mo Jingtian never thought of it anyway. Such a strong man was born on the continent of God's domain. Mingyu's eyes were cold. This palace is the one who killed you today. If I guess right, you are just touching a trace of the power of the martial arts master. I am afraid that it is still 1,000 miles away from truly breaking through that realm. If you really become the master of martial arts, you are naturally qualified to kill this emperor. Can you use your current strength, and how can you use this emperor? Mo Jingtian sneered with disdain. Yuehua Jianying, Ning. Ming Yuexin didn't bother to talk nonsense with Mo Jingtian, she just raised her slender finger and swiped it in the air. The divine light of the sky full of moonlight turned into a sword of moonlight in an instant. These moonlight swords are about 3 feet long, and each handle is extremely sharp, which can tear the world apart. I saw the space above Demon Jingtian's head, thousands of Yuehua swords, directly interwoven into a dense sword net, dyeing the eternal void of thousands of miles with a layer of silver ash. Wu, with Mingyu heart sword pointed at it. Thousands of Yuehua swords, like silver raindrops, swayed down to the sky with a shocking effect. Each moonflower sword was only 3 feet long at first, but in the process of landing, it zoomed in at a terrifying speed. These Yuehua swords are all transformed into huge silver waterfalls of hundreds of meters long, pouring down to the heavens with shocking enchantment. Facing the terrifying sword of Ming Yuexin, Mo Jingtian's pupils shrank, and his whole body gathered his strength and punched out. Countless swords of Yuehua slammed into Ming Yuexin's fist strength that penetrated the sky and the earth. Although Mo Jingtian's punch was fierce and domineering, Ming Yuexin's Yuehua sword crackled against the demon-powered punch. Every sword of Yuehua weakened Demon Shocking's fist. Although this weakening was not obvious, after withstanding thousands of Yuehua swords, Quan Jin finally became dimmed, and finally turned into a sky full of devil energy and completely dissipated. Mingyu's eyes were cold, and a round of bright moon appeared out of thin air behind her, and she once again performed a stunning technique to suppress the obsession. Mo Xiaodian didn't evade, it was also full of demonic energy erupting, like an ancient demon god, and Mingyu's shin banged together. Every punch he hits is more terrifying than the last one. The power of terror is enough to destroy the sky and the earth, making thousands of miles of eternal void collapse. Every time there was a confrontation, it caused a terrifying explosion of energy, shaking the sky and the earth, and the space collapsed. Even if they were thousands of miles away from Jiang Chen, they were unable to withstand the horrible energy fluctuations caused by the confrontation between the two, and they retreated hundreds of miles in a row. Too strong, is this the power to surpass the Divine King realm? Whether it is Demon Jingtian or Ming Yuexin, the power displayed by the two of them has far surpassed the power of the average, censored, King Nine Heavens. Even the real person Kang Ming and Wu Zontian at the peak of God King Ninth Heaven are far behind. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, the battle between the two continued. At the end of the battle, the two directly fought thousands of miles away. I saw that the bright moon behind Ming Yuexin directly carried a world and suppressed the magical shocking sky. Behind Mo Jingtian, the phantom of the heavenly demon stood up like an Optimus pillar, and the demon fist that could destroy the heavens and the earth also collided with the suppressed bright moon. Heaven and earth collapsed, space shattered. I saw Mo Jingtian flying upside down a distance of thousands of feet. His black robe was shattered, and his flesh was cracked with cracks, and the dark golden blood was also scattered like raindrops. And on the other side, Ming Yuexin also flew upside down thousands of feet in the void, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. In the previous battle, Mo Jingtian and Ming Yuexin almost fought a loss, and neither of them could get any advantage. Jiang Chen looked at the battle in the distance, and his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. This demon shocking strength has obviously surpassed the ninth order void demon god. Even if it is as strong as Ming Yuexin, it is impossible to get this guy at all. With this guy here, God's domain continent wants to destroy the void demon race today. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Retreat first. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said directly and slowly, Mo Jingtian's strength is too strong, and the censored ancestor who has never appeared before is not an easy role to deal with. Not to mention, the void demon might also hide some other cards. If they forcibly attack the void demon race today, even if they were able to destroy the void demon race, I am afraid they would have paid a high price for it. Chapter 2436, Have Their Own Ways, Eternal Void. After Jiang Chen led the powerhouse of God's domain to fight the void demon race, but because the Demon Emperor Demon was born out of the sky, he had to abandon the plan to destroy the Void Demon race and temporarily retreated to the War Demon City. The Void Demon race has already suffered a lot of energy. Between the War Demon City and the Void Demon race, there was once again a deadlock. Void Demon race, a dark hall. Mo Jingtian sat high on the throne in the center of the hall. On both sides of him, the 8 demon kings of the Void Demon race were also located there in turn. Everyone, since I was defeated by Jiang Qingtian and returned to the Void Demon clan, this is the first time I have suffered such a serious injury. Now that God's domain is coming so fiercely, it has the heart of destroying my Void Demon race. Everyone talks about how I should deal with the Void Demon race. Mo Jingtian's dark and deep eyes swept across the 8 great demon kings, and the cold voice slowly resounded in the hall. As soon as Mo Jingtian said this, the 8 demon kings fell silent for an instant. The strength of God's domain continent completely surpassed their imagination. Today, the continent of God's domain has not only surpassed the number of Divine King 9th heavenly powers than their Void Demon race, and even surpassed the existence of Divine King 9th heaven. Even their Demon Emperor whose cultivation reached the 9th order Void Demon God could hardly contend with it. Master Demon Emperor, now our Void Demon race has no power to fight God's domain head-on, so we can only do our best to delay the time. The ancestor of the Blood Sun who survived the ancient war is already trying to contact the Blood Evil sect of the Shushan universe. As long as it can be delayed until the Shushan universe arrives again, the crisis of the Void Demon race can be resolved. The three-eyed demon couldn't help but speak. Mo Jingtian's eyes flashed with brilliance. If this is the case, then pass on the order, gather all the power of the Void Demon race to the main clan, and resist the attack of God's domain with all your strength. God's domain has a half-step master-class powerhouse who has broken through the limit of the God King's 9 heavens and has a trace of mastery power. With his current strength, facing that one, there is no big chance of winning at all. Now their Void Demon can only delay as much as possible. If the ancestor of the Blood Sun can get in touch with the Shushan universe and make the Shushan universe descend on the Divine Region continent again, the Divine Region will not be a cause for concern. Even if you can't contact Shushan universe, you just need to give him some time to successfully reach the Mahayana period and become a real Demon Emperor. It is easy to step down on the Divine Realm continent. At the same time that Mo Jingtian convened the 8 great demon kings to discuss countermeasures. War of the Devil City. Jiang Chen and the many powerhouses of God's domain continent also gathered together. Predecessors, nowadays the Void Demon race has demons sitting on the ground. It is not easy to destroy the Void Demon race. We will continue to attack, or limit the Void Demon race to the eternal void like before. Everyone can talk about our views. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across everyone, and he couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Keep on attacking. Cut the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows and regenerates. This time our God's domain has finally hit the Void Demon clan hard, so naturally we can't give them any more opportunities to cultivate and regenerate. The Void Demon race's recovery speed is extremely fast. Once they recover, it will inevitably cause great danger to God's domain. Wu Zontian said directly. True Person Kangming frowned slightly and said, the Void Demon race not only has strong men like Demon Jingtian, but it is also very likely to have some whole cards. If we continue to attack the Void Demon race, even if we can destroy it, I am afraid I will have to pay for it. The price is extremely heavy. Other powerhouses in God's domain also expressed their opinions. The Jews agreed to destroy the Void Demon race in one go, and some people felt that it was inappropriate to fight the Void Demon race recklessly. Even Jiang Chen was a little unsure about giving up attacking the Void Demon race for the time being, or directly fighting the Void Demon race to the death. Jiang Chen shook his head, and couldn't help looking at Ming Yuexin who had not spoken. Senior Ming Yu, what do you think? Ming Yu Xin was silent for a moment, and said indifferently, the threat that God's domain faces today is not in the Void Demon race. Whether it will destroy the Void Demon race is actually not that important. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, the pupils of Jiang Chen and others couldn't help but shrank suddenly. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I don't know what the seniors mean by this. In that battle, although God Realm defeated the cultivators of the Shensho universe, those cultivators were actually not reconciled. The Void Demon race should be a chess piece left by those cultivators in God's Realm. Ming Yu said astonishingly in her heart, I have a hunch that the cultivators of the cultivating universe will make a comeback in all likelihood. Following Ming Yuexin's words, the expressions of many gods in the realm could not help but change drastically. The many powerhouses present are undoubtedly not the core figures of the top forces in God's domain, and they naturally have an understanding of the ancient catastrophe. If the immortal cultivator who invaded God's domain back then really returned to God's domain as Ming Yuexin said, this would be the true disaster of God's domain. Today, he needs to understand the cause of the eruption of the ancient catastrophe of God's domain than anyone present. Those immortal cultivators who invaded God's domain back then did it for the immortal monument he got by chance. In the eyes of those cultivators, this immortal monument contained the mystery of becoming immortal that they dreamed of. For the immortal monument, even if it is to launch a cosmic war, those cultivators will not hesitate. The immortal cultivator who invaded God's domain fought a defeat with God's domain, and ultimately failed to retrieve the immortal monument from God's domain, so why would he be content? Although Jiang Chen didn't know why that cultivating universe had not invaded God's domain continent again in the past few years. But as long as there is a chance, those cultivators will never give up returning to God's domain. Senior Ming Yu, do you mean that we should not be obsessed with destroying the void demon race, but be prepared for another invasion of the immortal cultivation universe? Jiang Chen raised his head, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After practicing the secret you gave me, I vaguely felt that the God's domain law of heaven is gradually recovering. It is precisely because of this that I can comprehend a trace of dominance, possessing a powerful force that surpasses the God King Nine Heavens. When Ming Yuexin said this, her tone couldn't help but pause. She looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, if God's domain heavenly Tao law can be restored a part of it, it should be able to give birth to a powerful master in God's domain. If the law of God's domain heavenly Tao can be restored, and a powerful master of the dominating realm can be born, the mere void demon race is nothing to worry about. Rather than fighting against the void demon race now, it's really better to restore the strength of God's domain as soon as possible. Chapter 2437, Looking for the Descendants of the Fairy King. Okay, let's just watch the changes for the time being and stop attacking the void demon race. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at the crowd and said, do you know any young geniuses in God's domain who are good at the way of life? The strength of the law of God's domain of heaven is closely related to God's domain of heaven. To restore God's domain to the point where it can break through the dominance of martial Tao, first of all, you must see God's domain heavenly Tao. Now the God realm heavenly way is sealed in the longevity immortal palace by the longevity immortal king. What he has to do now is to open the immortal palace of longevity and make God's domain heavenly Tao reappear in God's domain. And to open the immortal palace of longevity, he must first find a suitable inheritor for the immortal king of longevity. The longevity immortal king said at the time that God's domain heavenly way recovers extremely quickly in the longevity immortal palace. As long as he can find a suitable heir to open the longevity immortal palace, God's domain will be able to return to the glorious era of ancient times. The main control of the longevity immortal king is the power of the way of life. If God's domain possesses young talents who are good at the way of life, it is undoubtedly more suitable to accept the inheritance of the longevity immortal 5. There are 3,000 martial arts in the divine realm, and martial artists who practice the way of life are extremely rare. Jiang Chen encountered the existence that was good at the way of life, and only the wood spirit Protoss in the wasteland of the Eastern Territory. However, the strength of the wood spirit Protoss in the divine realm continent is not strong, and even the power of the God King is not counted at all, and it is simply difficult to give birth to a genius who can get in and out of the immortal king's eyes of longevity. The way of life. Many experts in God's domain heard Jiang Chen's words and couldn't help but stun for a while. They all looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, not knowing why Jiang Chen suddenly wanted to find a young genius who was good at the way of life. In the ancient times, there was a dominating power in the God's realm, Changsheng Valley, who was good at life martial arts. I wonder if the Changsheng Valley still exists in the God's realm. At this moment, Ming Yuexin suddenly said, Longevity Valley. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he connected with the immortal king of longevity for the first time in his mind. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. The immortal king of longevity is from a world higher than God's realm. How can it be related to the longevity valley of God's realm? Palace Master Moon, the longevity valley still exists in the God's realm, but since the great tribulation of the ancient times, the longevity valley has completely declined, and then chose the hermit. Over the years, the people of the longevity valley have rarely appeared on the God's realm continent. Quote. The real person Kangming recovered and couldn't help whispering softly. Jiang Chen quickly said, Senior Kangming, can you tell me the address of Changsheng Valley? Since this Longevity Valley was the dominant force in the ancient times, even if it has declined, the deadly camel is bigger than the horse. He is looking for a genius who is good at the way of life. This Longevity Valley is undoubtedly the best place to go. After the Longevity Valley is hidden, there are only a handful of people in the world who know their whereabouts, and I happen to be one of them. Real Kangming smiled slightly and said, Back when I traveled around the world, I was lucky enough to save a disciple of Changshungu. You take my token and go to the burial city outside the ancient land of God Burial to find an unnamed shop, and you can find a store in Changsheng Valley, people. Although true person Kangming didn't know what Jiang Chen's purpose in searching for the way of life was for the genius, he could vaguely guess that this might have something to do with the restoration of the God's domain law of heaven. Real Kangming will naturally spare no effort to help Jiang Chen. As the existence of a censored king at the peak of the nine heavens, true man Kangming naturally hopes that the laws of the gods can be restored, so that he also has the opportunity to attack the legendary dominance. Buried Tiancheng, Jiang Chen took the token that reality Kangming gave him, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The hidden place in the Changsheng Valley is the ancient land of the burial of the gods. As the most dangerous forbidden place in the gods' realm, the ancient god burial realm is indeed an excellent place to hide in the world. After receiving the news of Changshungu, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly bid farewell to everyone and left the War Devil City alone. Returning to the continent of God's domain, Jiang Chen hurried towards Tiantian City burial without stopping. Jiang Chen resisted the buried Tiancheng, and according to the information provided by the real person Kangming, he quickly found the shop named Anonymous. This shop is quaint and unpretentious. It is located in a corner of Kanjin City. It is almost as unknown as his name. Most people don't even know that there will be such a shop in Funeral City. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then strode into the shop. The shop is not big, about 100 meters in size. 2 moonstones inlaid in the center of the shop brightened the shop. The shop was deserted, and apart from Jiang Chen, there were hardly any customers. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and soon fell on a gray-robed old man with his head down in a wooden sculpture behind the shop counter. The gray-robed old man has a rickety figure, white hair, and looks extremely old, without any aura fluctuations, and looks like an ordinary old man with a dying year. When he saw the wood carving carved by the old man in gray robe, his eyes narrowed slightly. The wood in the hands of the gray-robed old man turned out to be an extremely rare phoenix blood god tree. The phoenix blood divine wood is extremely hard, and even a heavenly sovereign level realm god can hardly leave the slightest trace on the phoenix blood divine wood. And the gray-robed old man in front of him could actually carve on the phoenix blood god wood so easily. This gray-robed old man has extremely high sculptural accomplishments, and the wooden sword he carved out of the phoenix blood divine wood has been vaguely endowed with a breath of life. Once this wooden sword is successfully carved by the old man, its implied power can definitely kill any realm censored under the censored king. This old guy in front of me is by no means an ordinary person. When Jiang Chen looked at the gray robe, the old man in the gray robe seemed to have never noticed Jiang Chen's arrival. He was still engrossed in carving the wooden sword in his hand, ignoring Jiang Chen's meaning at all. Jiang Chen didn't say anything to disturb the old man, but looked around in the shop. I saw some wooden shelves impressively placed around the shop. These wooden frames are obviously old, and they are covered with rotten wood holes. On these wooden shelves, some items are randomly placed, most of which should be some items carved by the old man in gray robe. These items have various weapons, statues, and ornaments. The material of each sculpture is extremely extraordinary and contains very powerful power. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that every piece of sculpture in this shop might not be inferior in the slightest compared to the ordinary divine artifacts. The items carved by the gray-robed old man are almost equivalent to mass production of the king's artifact. Chapter 2438, The Cursed Longevity Valley, Mass Production of the King's Artifact. Based on Jiang Chen's current experience, Rao couldn't help taking a breath. Divine King artifacts are weapons that can only be created by strong Divine King realm. They contain the power of the Great Divine King realm powerhouse, and their power is extraordinary. But even the existence of the God King Nine Heavens of true man Kangming couldn't mass-produce the God King artifacts at all. The gray-robed old man in front of him is also an existence that surpasses the God King Ninth Heaven. Jiang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart and continued to look at the shop. Jiang Chen's eyes fell involuntarily on a jade statue in front of him. This statue is located in the center of the entire shop, with a slightly blurred figure carved on it. Even if he couldn't see the true face of this figure, Jiang Chen could still feel a supreme breath from the statue, as if he was standing high above the world like a peerless king, overlooking the mortal world. What shocked Jiang Chen most was that the fuzzy figure on this jade statue overlapped with the figure in his mind. Longevity King. The jade statue carved by this old guy is somewhat similar to the phantom of the Longevity Immortal King he had seen in the Longevity Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly shocked. How could the gray-robed old man in front of him be able to carve the Immortal King of Longevity? The Immortal King of Longevity, once also came from God's domain, really has a certain relationship with the Longevity Valley of the ancient times of God's domain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked directly in front of the jade carving. Just as he was about to take down the jade carving and look at it carefully, a plain old voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. "Little guy, this jade carving is not for sale. Except for this one, as long as you can produce items that satisfy me, you can exchange it at will." Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen couldn't help stopping his hand movement and looked at the gray-robed old man. Seeing that the old man was still carving the wooden sword in his hand, he didn't even want to look up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also stopped paying attention to the jade carvings on the wooden frame. He walked slowly to the counter and clasped his fists to the old man, saying, "Old gentleman, I came here today not to trade things, but to look for the Longevity Valley." Following Jiang Chen's words, the gray-robed old man's movement suddenly stopped, causing the wooden sword in his hand to make a crisp sound. The gray-robed old man just raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen. A faint chill gradually lingered in his muddy eyes. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" The icy voice of the gray-robed old man fell and he flicked his fingers directly, and the door of the shop closed with a bang. He stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, and a sharp killing intent also instantly diffused from his body. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, under the cover of the murderous intent of the gray-robed old man, there is a feeling that he is almost out of breath. The strength of this old guy is definitely not inferior to that of the real person Kangming and Wuzantian, such as the powerhouse of God King Nine Heavens Peak. Unexpectedly, in addition to the 7 great God King Nine Heavens, God Domain Continent, such as Kangming True Man, there are such hidden world powerhouses. Jiang Chen mobilized his body's kendo supernatural power to dissolve the murderous intent of the gray-robed old man, hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Old sir, Jiang Chen was instructed by the real Kangming man to search for the Longevity Valley." Are you the Emperor Jiang Chen?" The gray-robed old man glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, and then said indifferently, "Let's talk. You are looking for Changsheng Valley, what is it?" Jiang Chen didn't hide it either, and said directly, "The younger generation needs to find a young genius who is good at the way of life." The gray-robed old man was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Eternal Valley, I am afraid there is no young genius you are looking for." "Why is this?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of doubt in his eyes. The Valley of Longevity, the dominating power in the ancient times of God's domain, is only slightly inferior to the Moon God Palace. Even though the Valley of Longevity had fallen in the Great Tribulation of the ancients, after all, it has the background of dominating power, and it should be able to cultivate some geniuses who are good at the way of life, right? This matter is a long story. If you let me take a trip to Changsheng Valley, everything will be understood. The gray-robed old man stood up, then stretched his hand across the void in front of him, and a spatial passage appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. "Follow me." After the gray-robed old man finished speaking, Zan even stepped directly into the space channel. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and quickly followed. Jiang Chen felt that he had crossed the endless space and came into a mysterious world. What makes Jiang Chen somewhat incredible is that, in this world, there are a large number of mortals without any cultivation base. The martial arts of the gods are extremely prosperous. Even if he first entered the gods, there are almost no mortals without any cultivation in remote places such as the ancient dragon world where he is located. When Jiang Chen was surprised and uncertain, the gray-robed old man soon took Jiang Chen to the front of an ancient city. This city is almost the same as the remote city on the Shenwu continent on the lower realm. Except for a small group of warriors, ordinary pawns and market vendors are chatting to and fro. For a while, Jiang Chen even had the feeling of returning to Kangshan City back then. "Old sir, what is this place?" How can there be so many mortals living here? Jiang Chen frowned, and finally couldn't help but ask aloud. The gray-robed old man said astonishingly, "This is the hidden Longevity Valley. These people are the descendants of the Longevity Valley." As the gray-robed old man said this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an unbelievable horror appeared in his eyes. Longevity Valley, this is the dominating power in the ancient times of God's domain. Even if he suffered heavy losses in the great tribulation of the ancients, he still has the background of dominating power. How could he have fallen to such a point? Jiang Chen finally understood why the gray-robed old man would say that he couldn't find the young genius he wanted in Changsheng Valley. In the Longevity Valley today, there are very few people who even embark on the path of cultivation. How can we find young talents who are qualified to accept the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King? In the first battle of the ancient times, Changshenggu was cursed by a supreme curse by a cultivator power, and the martial arts talent was greatly restricted. It is precisely because of this that Changshenggu had to choose a hidden world. The gray-robed old man sighed faintly. In recent years, the Changshenggu generation has been inferior to the generation, and many people have even turned into mortals who cannot step into the martial arts practice. Chapter 2439, Domineering Bloodline Spell. Changshenggu was actually cursed with supreme curse. Hearing the words of the gray-robed old man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. Changsheng Valley, this is the dominant force in the ancient times of God's domain, extremely powerful. Who on earth cast such a supreme spell that made everyone in the Longevity Valley gradually transformed, and it has continued to the present? Even an ordinary Mahayana monk could never have such a terrifying method, right? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at the gray-robed old man with a puzzled look. Isn't senior from Changsheng Valley? The gray-robed old man in front of him was unfathomable in strength, and he was no less inferior to the powerhouses of reality Kangming, such as God King Nine Heavens. Since Changshenggu has been cursed, how does this old guy possess such strength? The curse of the Changsheng Valley should be a very deep blood curse. I don't have the blood of Changsheng Valley. The gray-robed old man shook his head, and did not give too much explanation on this issue. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, "In short, if you want to find geniuses who practice life martial arts in the Longevity Valley, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Senior, let's go back first. Junior plans to live in Changsheng Valley for a while. Although the blood curse limits the cultivation talents of the people of Longevity Valley, it may not be able to fundamentally change the talents of the people of Longevity Valley." Jiang Chen planned to live and see if he could find a talented person in Changsheng Valley. Although the curse of Changshenggu was overbearing, as long as he brought the people he found back to the Eternal Palace, the Eternal King might not be able to resolve it. The existence of the bloodline spell cast by the pair of Changsheng Valley is after all only the top monks in the universe of cultivating immortals, but the Immortal King of Longevity is a real immortal. In that case, do it yourself. The gray-robe old man's voice fell, and his figure flashed immediately before dissipating in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. After the gray-robe old man left, Jiang Chen directly bought a yard in this ancient city in Changsheng Valley and settled down in Changsheng Valley. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed quietly. During these 2 months, Jiang Chen was looking for young talents in the city during the day, and at night he was practicing and comprehending the sword celestial technique he had obtained from the Immortal King of Longevity. The curse that Changshenggu received was really too domineering, almost cursing most people in Changshenggu just like ordinary people. Jiang Chen observed for 2 full months, but couldn't find any clues. Another half a month passed in a flash. Unconsciously, it was time for Changshenggu's annual martial arts talent test. Jiang Chen was also preparing to go out early, and went to see the martial arts talent test in Changshenggu, and wanted to see if he could find some clues in the talent test. Longevity Valley was suppressed by the bloodline curse, and most of them had completely transformed themselves, and they didn't even have the qualifications to practice martial arts. Obviously those who can detect the talent of cultivation are not ordinary people. Push the door open. Jiang Chen was about to go out, when a cute and lovely girl in Xingyi appeared in front of Jiang Chen, poking out her head. "Brother Jiang Chen, this is the sweet-scented osmanthus cake I just made. Try it quickly." The girl in Xingyi handed a food box in front of Jiang Chen, with a pair of smart eyes full of expectation, like a child waiting to be praised. "It tastes good. Zhao King's craftsmanship is getting better and better." Jiang Chen took a sip and couldn't help but praise it. The Xingyi girl's beautiful big eyes suddenly turned into a crescent moon with a smile. This girl in Xingyi was Jiang Chen's neighbor, named Lu Zhaoqing. Her parents unfortunately died while out hunting, leaving one of them behind. Seeing that Lu Zhaoqing was pitiful, Jiang Chen kept him by his side. Since then, Lu Zhaoqing has regarded Jiang Chen as his last support, and has almost stayed with him. During this time, Jiang Chen was also used to having such a little girl beside him. Brother Jiang Chen, today is the annual martial arts talent test. All people under the age of 15 must take the test. It is said that thousands of people take part in the martial arts test every year, but only a dozen people can detect the talent for cultivation. It would be great if I had the talent for cultivation. The girl was chattering non-stop, her small face was full of expectation. Jiang Chen smiled and comforted. Don't worry, Zhaoqing is so powerful, he will surely be able to detect his talent for cultivation and become the strongest warrior in Changsheng Valley. Yep, Lu Zhaoqing clenched her small fist slightly and nodded confidently. Let's go, let's take the test. Jiang Chen touched Lu Zhaoqing's head with his hand, and then led Lu Zhaoqing towards the center of the city. In the center of the city, on a huge square measuring 1,000 meters long, Changshenggu's annual martial arts talent test has begun to proceed in an orderly manner. Countless boys and girls under the age of 15 are waiting in line for the test. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the square, they did not attract too many people's attention. Brother Jiang Chen, I also went to take the test. Lu Zhaoqing greeted Jiang Chen in a low voice, then joined the queue and waited in line. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the martial arts talent test in Changsheng Valley. In the eyes of Jiang Chen, the powerhouse of the Divine King realm, he quickly passed the martial arts talent test in the Changsheng Valley and found something strange. The item for testing the martial arts talent of Changshenggu is obviously an extraordinary treasure. During the test of every teenager in Changsheng Valley, Jiang Chen keenly felt that there seemed to be an invisible shackle in the void, which locked the blood talent of these teenagers. The more powerful the bloodline talent, the more confined by the invisible shackles, there is no way to detect any martial arts talents at all. Some talented bloodlines are not very good, but the confinement is much smaller, and they have a little opportunity for cultivation. The strength of the Longevity Valley will only become worse every day, and no strong will be born at all. According to Jiang Chen's investigation, there is not even a person who has reached the realm of true gods in the Valley of Longevity today. I'm afraid no one can think of it. The dominating power that once stood at the pinnacle of God's domain, the Valley of Longevity, has fallen to such a point. It really is a domineering bloodline spell. Feeling the conditions inside these Changshenggu teenagers, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Although this bloodline spell is extremely overbearing, Jiang Chen can also feel the strength of the talents of these young disciples of Changshenggu through the martial arts talent test of Changshenggu this time. He intends to find an existence with the most powerful natural bloodline and take it to the immortal palace of longevity. As for the bloodline spell, it can only be solved by the immortal king of longevity. Chapter 2440, Eternal Evergreen Body, under Jiang Chen's full attention. The talent test of these young disciples of Changshenggu is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen also discovered a few very extraordinary existence from these young people, but none of them reached the level that made Jiang Chen feel amazing. Such geniuses, if their talented bloodlines were not cursed, they would be enough to be ranked among the gods' arrogances. But if you want to be recognized by the Longevity Immortal King and become the heir of the Longevity Immortal King, you are still somewhat unqualified. As time went on, Lu Zhaoqing's test was soon discussed. The moment Lu Zhaoqing put her palm on the test instrument, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. In this dazzling light, a mysterious old tree with a whole body of cyan appeared above Lu Zhaoqing's head like an umbrella. As soon as the cyan ancient tree appeared, an ancient and boundless coercion spread instantly. The cyan ancient tree did not appear for too long, and the invisible chains quickly entangled the cyan ancient tree tightly, making it impossible to break free. The cyan ancient tree also disappeared quickly without a trace under the confinement of those invisible chains. What a great talent and blood, what a pity. Seeing this scene, even the elder in charge of the martial arts talent test could not help but show a wry smile on his face. In the Changshenggu martial arts talent test, there are no one-in-one shocking geniuses who can inspire visions. If there is no limitation of the bloodline spell, the cultivation talent of the girl in front of her will surely reach an extremely terrifying level. I didn't expect this little girl to possess such a powerful bloodline talent. Looking at Lu Zhaoqing, who was standing on the test bench blankly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because of the existence of the bloodline spell, even Jiang Chen has never been able to discover Lu Zhaoqing's extraordinary. If it hadn't been for the martial arts test that Lu Zhaoqing's bloodline talent had been activated for a short time, it would be difficult for him to find out that Lu Zhaoqing was the one he was looking for. At that moment, Jiang Chen even got information about Lu Zhaoqing's physique through system prompts. Lu Zhaoqing's physique is the supreme immortal body known as the eternal evergreen body. It is said that people with this physique are born above the laws of heaven, and have even jumped out of reincarnation, immortal, and everlasting. Whether it is the longevity pursued by the martial artist of the gods or the immortal cultivator, the eternal evergreen body is inherently possessed. Such a unique physique is undoubtedly an excellent candidate for the heirs of the longevity immortal king. He really has nowhere to look after breaking through the iron shoes. Just when Jiang Chen was very excited, the Chengshenggu elder also sighed and announced that Lu Zhaoqing had no talent for martial arts practice. Lu Zhaoqing suddenly closed his head and returned to Jiang Chen with a look of despair, and said with teary eyes, "Brother Jiang Chen, let you down, Zhaoqing has no talent for martial arts practice." "Who said that Zhaoqing in our family has no talent for cultivation?" Jiang Chen patted Lu Zhaoqing's head and smiled slightly. "Our Zhaoqing will definitely become the most powerful warrior in the world in the future. The eternal evergreen body, this is a real fairy body. As long as the blood curse in his body is resolved, his cultivation talent will probably be unmatched in the entire divine realm, and it will not matter to break through the rule of the divine king. I am afraid that successively the legendary immortal realm is not impossible." "Brother Jiang Chen, you don't need to comfort me. The elders said I can't cultivate." Lu Zhaoqing still looked very sad. "He said that you can't cultivate. It's not that you don't have the talent for cultivation, but that you can't cultivate for the time being." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "As long as you go to a place with me, I promise you will become the most powerful person in the world." Lu Zhaoqing's eyes widened suddenly, with an unbelievable expression. "Brother Jiang Chen, what are you saying is true?" "Naturally it is true, let's go." As Jiang Chen said, he was about to take Lu Zhaoqing away. Lu Zhaoqing has an everlasting body, and this longevity valley will never be surpassed by someone's natural bloodline. Now that he has found a suitable heir for the immortal king of longevity, Jiang Chen naturally does not intend to stay in the longevity valley for a long time. He intends to take Lu Zhaoqing directly to the northern territory to open the immortal palace of longevity and accept the inheritance of the immortal king. Just when Jiang Chen was about to take Lu Zhaoqing away, the elder Chengshenggu who was in charge of the martial arts test suddenly stopped both Jiang Chen. Lu Zhaoqing is their peerless genius in the Valley of Longevity. Although he could not cultivate under the curse of blood, he still received the attention of this elder. The elder also quickly discovered the existence of Jiang Chen. When he felt that Jiang Chen didn't have the blood aura of Changsheng Valley, his eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. "Are you calling me?" Jiang Chen paused, and couldn't help but look back at the elder of Chengshenggu, faintly authentic. The Chengshenggu elder stared at Jiang Chen sharply, and his whole body also suddenly exuded a violent killing intent. "You are not a person from my Chengshenggu, how did you get into the Chengshenggu? What is the purpose?" As soon as the Chengshenggu elder said this, everyone in the field's eyes all fell on Jiang Chen's body. After the longevity valley was hidden, almost no outsider came here. How did this guy appear here? "Brother Jiang Chen, you are not from Chengshenggu." Rao was Lu Zhaoqing's delicate little face, and at this moment, he couldn't help showing a look of shock. "No, I came to Chengsheng Valley, just to find you." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and immediately looked at the elder of the Chengshenggu opposite. He pointed his finger at Lu Zhaoqing next to him, and said lightly, "Old guy, don't worry, I have no malice against you Chengshenggu, I just came to take this little girl away." The Chengshenggu elder's expression suddenly sank. "Lu Zhaoqing is a member of my Chengshenggu, how can I let you take it away at will? If I don't take her away, you will only waste her peerless talent in Chengshenggu." Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "You Chengsheng Valley, can you solve the blood curse on her and let her embark on the road of martial arts practice?" The expression of the Chengshenggu elder changed slightly, and his gaze toward Jiang Chen became more and more cold. "Okay, you are still 1,000 miles away from the true God realm, but you still don't have the qualifications to do it in front of me." Jiang Chen said indifferently, I am the Emperor Jiang Chen of the Human Emperor Palace, and the old fellow in buried Tiancheng brought me here. Chapter 2441, Re-enter the Eternal Mountain. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the pupils of the elder Chengshenggu couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Although the Longevity Valley was hidden from the world after the Great Tribulation of the Ancients, it was almost isolated from the outside world. But as the elder of Chengshenggu, he still knows the Human Emperor Palace very well. He obviously didn't expect that the one in front of him turned out to be the Emperor of the Human Emperor. In the Palace of Human Emperors, the emperors of all dynasties are the strongest people standing on the peak of God's domain. Not to mention that it is the Longevity Valley that has long since fallen. I am afraid that even at the peak of the Longevity Valley, few people can compete with the Emperor of the Human Sovereign Hall. I took Lu Zhaoqing away. In exchange, I will find a way to help you resolve the blood curse from Chengshenggu. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately led Lu Zhaoqing to walk away. Looking at the back of the two Jiang Chen leaving, the elders of Chengshenggu didn't say much. Instead, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Ever since the bloodline curse of Chengsheng Valley, the ancestors of Chengsheng Valley have tried every means to resolve the bloodline curse of Chengsheng Valley. For so many years, Chengshenggu is still helpless against this blood curse. Jiang Chen is the emperor of the Human Emperor, and since he took Lu Zhaoqing with him, he might really be able to solve the blood curse of Chengshenggu. If their blood curse can really be resolved, this would undoubtedly be great news for Chengshenggu. Jiang Chen took Lu Zhaoqing away from the world where Chengsheng Valley was located, and returned to the nameless shop of the gray-robed old man. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually brought out a little girl from Chengsheng Valley, the old face of the gray-robed old man couldn't help showing a look of uncertainty. Human Emperor, is this the person you are looking for? How overbearing the bloodline curse of Chengsheng Valley is, the gray-robed old man naturally does not have to be clear to anyone. Even if the girl in front of her was really talented, she couldn't cultivate at all. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, yes, she is the person I am looking for. As for the blood curse on her, I will find a solution. It is not an easy task to break the blood curse of Chengshenggu. The gray-robed old man shook his head, and then said solemnly, even the martial master above the censored king, I am afraid that he may not have that ability. Jiang Chen confidently said, don't worry, since I brought her out, there will naturally be a solution. It may be difficult for the master of martial arts to crack the supreme curse of Chengshenggu, but what about the immortal realm above the master? And the immortal king of longevity, it is very likely that the existence above the immortal realm. If even the immortal king of longevity can't solve the blood curse of the Longevity Valley, who else in this world can solve it? Hearing this, the gray-robed old man didn't say much, and directly waved his hand and said, if this is the case, you can take her out of here. The old gentleman has extraordinary strength. It would be a bit too talented to live in seclusion here. Jiang Chen said sincerely to the gray-robed old man, if God's domain encounters a crisis in the future, I also hope that the old man can come out and help. Although God Realm has resolved the troubles of the Void Demon race, behind the Void Demon race, there is still the immortal cultivation universe that may make a comeback at any time, and the situation is still not optimistic. The old man in front of him was a powerhouse of the Nine Heavens Peak, the censored king, who was not inferior to the real Kangming. If possible, Jiang Chen naturally hopes that the gray-robed old man can come out of the mountain and help God's domain. The mission of the old in this life is to protect the Valley of Longevity. Unintentionally participate in other things. The gray-robed old man raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen, and said faintly, of course, if you can resolve the blood curse for the Chengshenggu, if it makes me wish, the old man might not give you his life. The old gentleman is serious. When you bring me next time, it will definitely bring a way to resolve the blood curse for Chengsheng Valley. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he hugged his fist at the gray-robed old man, and then led Lu Zhaoqing to quickly turn around and leave. After leaving the buried city, Jiang Chen directly led Lu Zhaoqing all the way north to the far north of the Central Territory, and then crossed the inanimate world through the space channel, and returned to the land of the northern region again. Since the destruction of the immortal world, the Northern Territory has once again been controlled by the martial arts forces headed by the martial arts. The atmosphere of the entire Northern Territory is also peaceful. After Jiang Chen returned to the Northern Territory this time, he did not alarm anyone, and directly led Lu Zhaoqing towards the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Brother Jiang Chen, where are we going? What kind of place is this? I feel that I am about to like this place, and I feel a little bit reluctant to leave. Lu Zhaoqing's big smart eyes looked at the environment around Changsheng Shanshan, and a look of infatuation appeared on her small face. As the owner of the eternal evergreen body, the environment of the everlasting immortal mountain is undoubtedly a fatal attraction to Lu Zhaoqing. Jiang Chen patted Lu Zhaoqing's head, and said with a smile, "Brother will take you to a better place. Once there, you can start practicing." Real. Lu Zhaoqing couldn't help cheering for a while, like a lark, twittering in front of Jiang Chen. After entering the everlasting immortal mountain last time, Jiang Chen is relatively familiar with the situation of the everlasting immortal mountain. The two Jiang Chen were hardly hindered, and soon came to the area where the Immortal Cultivator Alliance was located. Jiang Chen also didn't intend to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, but directly followed the route in his memory and headed towards the direction of the Longevity Immortal Palace. And while Jiang Chen was chatting with Lu Zhaoqing while rushing on the road, there was a sudden violent energy fluctuation not far ahead, breaking the tranquility of the mountains and forests. A cold stern shout also instantly passed into Jiang Chen's ears. "Wu Mu, you have nowhere to escape. You will be arrested before you are obedient, and you will be killed on your knees." Someone seems to have a conflict before. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and Zan even strode towards the direction of the sound. Jiang Chen is no stranger to the name Wu Mu. There was a young genius named Wu Mu in Wu Zantian's martial arts family, and Wu Zantian brought this martial arts genius to him at the beginning. I don't know if this Wu Mu is that Wu family genius. If it was Wu Zantian's back, since he happened to meet him today, how could he just ignore it? Jiang Chen walked along the direction of the sound source. Jiang Chen appeared outside a relatively open forest. 100 meters away from the front, on a slightly raised rock, a black-clothed young man was covered in blood and disheveled, looking extremely embarrassed. On the face of the black-clothed youth, there was a permanent indifference. His eyes were calm and condensed like a rock, and his body was still standing straight like a javelin. This young man in black is surprisingly the young genius Wu Mu of the Wu family who Jiang Chen had a relationship with. Chapter 2442, League of Dead Cultivators. This guy actually ran into the everlasting immortal mountain. Seeing Wu Mu's embarrassed appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. His gaze couldn't help but looked at Wu Mu's surroundings. I saw that around Wu Mu, there were 7 or 8 human figures, which surrounded them in the center. These people are exuding the aura of immortal cultivators, and their cultivation base is extremely not weak, and each of them has at least reached the stage of harmony. These people should all come from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. In this immortal mountain of longevity, only the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators has so many immortal cultivators. I don't know why Wu Mu, who entered the immortal mountain of everlasting life, was hunted down by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Wu Mu, give you one last chance to submit to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and I will spare you not to die. If you continue to persevere, this is your burial place today. One of the middle-aged monks headed by them stared at Wu Mu closely, and shouted murderously. It's just a dream to want my Wu Mu to submit to you. Wu Mu's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered, now the world of immortality cultivation outside has been destroyed by us. It is only a matter of time before you, the alliance of immortal cultivators in this area of the everlasting immortal mountain, be destroyed by us. Wu Mu, you don't have to eat fine wine if you come in. I gave you the opportunity, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it yourself. If that's the case, then you can blame me for being polite. The headed middle-aged cultivator looked cold and waved his hand. Do it, kill him for me. As the middle-aged monk's voice fell, the 7 or 8 monks in the Hedao period behind him burst out of mana, and went directly to Wu Mu to besiege. As a genius of the martial family, Wu Mu has reached the peak of heavenly sovereignty even though his cultivation is not weak, and he is only one step away from the divine king realm. But now he was severely injured, already at the end of the force. How could he cope with the siege of 7 or 8 monks? Seeing that Wu Mu was in a life and death crisis, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly led Lu Zhaoqing to Wu Mu and the others, with a faint voice resounding abruptly in this mountain forest. What a domineering alliance of immortal cultivators! If you want to kill him, you have to ask me if I agree. The sudden faint voice also caused everyone in the field to be taken aback. Even Wu Mu, who was about to resist desperately, had a look of doubt in his eyes, and he couldn't help looking at the direction of the sound. When he saw Jiang Chen slowly appearing in his sight, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. In any case, He did not expect that he would meet Jiang Chen in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. This one once shook the entire world of immortality with his own power. They were able to destroy the immortal world and regain control of this northern region, and it was entirely because of the appearance of this one. As far as he knows, this one left the northern territory with the ancestor Wu Zontian after helping them to level the world of cultivating immortals. Why did he appear in this everlasting Immortal Mountain now? With this person's existence, he can sit back and relax today. Boy, are you also from the martial arts world? The headed middle-aged monk stared at Jiang Chen coldly, with a sharp cold light gleaming in his eyes. What about it? So what about it? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged monk, and pointed at Wu Mu lightly and said, I will save his life. If you don't want to die, just get out of here. As Jiang Chen said this, the face of the middle-aged cultivator headed by him instantly became extremely difficult to look at. He was very angry and laughed. Okay. The deputy leader has an order. If you find that people in the martial arts world enter the everlasting Immortal Mountain, you will kill you. Since you have to send it to your door to die, I don't mind sending you to be buried with Wu Mu. Oh, your deputy leader is really not ordinary overbearing. Jiang Chen's eyes colded slightly. I want to see if your Immortal Cultivator Alliance has the ability to kill people in my martial arts world without mercy. This Immortal Cultivator Alliance of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is really dead. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the current situation of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, he could vaguely guess a general idea through the words of the middle-aged cultivator. Since the collapse of the immortal world, the northern martial arts forces headed by the martial arts have no restrictions on the Longevity Immortal Mountain. During this period of time, naturally many warriors have entered the everlasting Immortal Mountain. And the Immortal Cultivator Alliance in Changsheng Shanshan obviously felt the crisis because of this. They were afraid that the warriors who entered the everlasting mountain would threaten their position in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and divide their resources, so they issued an order to kill the warriors who entered the everlasting mountain. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. The alliance of immortal cultivators in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity is a disaster after all. It seems that after stepping into the world of cultivation, you should come to the Immortal Mountain of Longevity and eradicate this alliance of immortal cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator headed by his body exploded with killing intent, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Jiang Chen, and directly commanded 7 or 8 fellow cultivators to kill Jiang Chen. In the face of 7 or 8 menacing cultivators, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. Seeing that he raised his hand and waved, the invisible power confined the bodies of the 7 or 8 fellow monks. The invisible sword energy that tore through the space surged out of the void, and instantly enveloped all the 7 or 8 fellow monks. These 7 or 8 monks were strangled into nothingness by the invisible sword energy before they even had time to scream. God King, you. Who are you? Seeing that 7 or 8 cultivators were killed by the black-clothed youth in front of them, the middle-aged cultivator who was headed by him also showed an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Kill 7 or 8 monks in one move. This is definitely only the martial, censored, king who can compete with the great ability of crossing the calamity can do it. The black-clothed young man in front of him turned out to be a strong man who reached the realm of the censored king. I am the one who sent you to hell. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and his right hand was slightly lifted, and a sharp sword finger also swallowed out of his fingertips in an instant. Seeing Jiang Chen shot again, the middle-aged monk's expression suddenly changed drastically. He quickly yelled with horror on his face, You can't kill me. I'm from Qin Kangdale, the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. If you kill me, the deputy leader will definitely not let you go. Qin Kangdale. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously and said coldly, Don't worry, I didn't intend to let him go. When I kill you, I will go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to find him afterwards. Chapter 2443. Let Qin Kangdale get out. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he directly raised his palm to point to the middle-aged cultivator. When the middle-aged monk saw this, his expression instantly became shocked. Where did he dare to hesitate the slightest? Hurriedly, like a bird of horror, quickly turned and fled in the direction of the immortal cultivator. This middle-aged monk was nothing more than the cultivation base of the peak of Hedao, and he was almost the same as the ants in front of Jiang Chen. He had just escaped less than 1,000 feet away, and the invisible sword fingers had penetrated the void and appeared directly behind the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person was directly under Jiang Chen's finger, turning into a mist of blood and spreading between the sky and the earth. Wu Mu, thank you Mr. Jiang Chen for his life-saving grace. Seeing that Jiang Chen lightly killed this group of Immortal Cultivators Alliance, Wu Mu couldn't help but stepped forward to thank him. Jiang Chen nodded, then glanced at Wu Mu and said, the warriors who entered the Everlasting Mountain were targeted by the Cultivators Alliance. Wu Mu hurriedly looked respectful and authentic. Recently, there have been many warriors entering the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. The Alliance of Cultivators feared that we would threaten their interests, so it issued an order to kill the warriors who entered the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Many of them have fallen. Hand of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. When Jiang Chen heard the words, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, let's go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. After he and Wu Zontian destroyed the world of cultivating immortals, he also considered destroying the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators of Changsheng Mountain. Considering that the Immortal Cultivator Alliance has always been in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, they are determined to seek opportunities in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity to ask Dao to become immortal. They do not have much hostility to the warriors of the Divine Realm, and Jiang Chen and the others did not attack the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But I didn't expect that the people of the Cultivator Alliance would even regard this Immortal Mountain of Longevity as their own, and issued an order to kill the warriors who entered here. Since the Immortal Cultivator Alliance had to die, there was no need for it to exist. Mr. Jiang Chen, as far as I know, the strength of the Longevity Immortal Mountain Cultivator Alliance is unfathomable. Compared to the original Immortal Cultivation world, it is even better. Are we really going directly to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Wu Mu couldn't help but hesitated slightly. Although Wu Mu also knew very well that this one in front of him was very powerful, and he was not much inferior to their Wu Zontian ancestors, but the Alliance of Cultivators of Everlasting Immortal Mountain was not a soft persimmon that anyone could need. Don't worry, there is a mere Cultivator Alliance, I haven't paid attention to it yet. Jiang Chen's faint words revealed an unusually strong self-confidence. The last time he came to Everlasting Immortal Mountain, Jiang Chen had stayed in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance for a while. Jiang Chen naturally understood the strength of the Longevity Immortal Mountain Cultivator Alliance. Today, not only has his cultivation level broken through the sixth heaven of the God King, but he also has some insights into the sword immortal art passed down to him by the Immortal King of Longevity, and his combat power has increased by more than several times compared with entering the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. With his current strength, in the Longevity Immortal Mountain Cultivator Alliance, I am afraid that only Xu Qingli, the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, can cause a slight danger to him. After Xu Qingli entered the place where the Immortal Palace of Longevity was located last time, he decided not to intervene with the Immortal Cultivator Alliance anymore, staying there to concentrate on cultivation, and launch an impact on a higher realm. Without the existence of Xu Qingli, the pinnacle of the triumph, who can threaten him in the current Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Hearing Jiang Chen's confident words, Wu Mu didn't say anything anymore, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Since stepping into the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, Wu Mu has been hunted down by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. His two companions also fell into the hands of the Cultivator Alliance. Now with Jiang Chen's help, he might be able to retrieve the humiliation he once suffered 10 times from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The Immortal Cultivator Alliance is not far away from where Jiang Chen and the others are. Jiang Chen took Wu Mu and Lu Zhaoqing and appeared outside the gate of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Who are you guys? What are you doing in my Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Looking at the three Jiang Chen who appeared outside the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, the two guards of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance suddenly shouted at the three Jiang Chen as if they were facing an enemy. Although the two guards of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance could not see through Jiang Chen's identity and cultivation base, they could clearly feel the martial arts aura emanating from Wu Mu. The three people in front of them are most likely from the martial arts world. Not long ago, their Alliance of Immortal Cultivators issued an order to kill those who entered the martial arts world of the Everlasting Immortal Mountain. Once a person from the martial arts world is found in Changsheng Shanshan, he will kill him directly. Now there are three people from the martial arts world who have come to the territory of their Immortal Cultivator Alliance. These three people, out of all likelihood, the ones who came are unkind. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands behind him, and glanced at the two indifferently. Go and inform your deputy leader Qin Kangale. Just say that Jiang Chen is here to visit and let him get out and see me immediately. Following Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of the guards of the two immortal cultivators couldn't help but change suddenly. A person from the martial arts world named Jiang Chen appeared in the Changsheng Shanshan mountain. Although the two of them had never seen Jiang Chen's true face, they also knew that they used their own power to make a big fuss in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and finally forced the leader Xu Qingli to make a personal action. Just resolved. It is said that this one and their leader Xu Qingli went to the depths of the everlasting Immortal Mountain to explore the land of immortality. This one unexpectedly returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Jiang Chen, why did you appear here? Didn't you go to the depths of the everlasting Immortal Mountain with your leader? The two guards of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance came back to their senses and couldn't help but said with a look of horror. I said one last time, immediately let Qin Kangale get out to see me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen coldly snorted expressionlessly. Didn't he issue an order to kill people in the martial arts world? I want to see if he wants to kill me as well. The two guards of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance suddenly changed their expressions when they heard this. Jiang Chen came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance this time. Obviously he was dissatisfied with the killing order issued by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The one in front of him was able to compete with their deputy leader Qin Kangale's formidable existence, which was not something that their two little distracting cultivators could cope with. Where did they dare to have the slightest hesitation, and quickly sent a signal to notify the strongmen of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. I saw the powerful aura of several cultivators during the tribulation period within the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, which also instantly soared into the sky, and then quickly blasted toward the gate of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Chapter 2444, Yi and Suppression. Several figures of Mahayana cultivators quickly emerged from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance and appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. The first cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation was Qin Kangale, the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared in his sight, Qin Kangale's pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Kangale in front of him and couldn't help but snorted faintly. Qin Kangale, you are so courageous, you dare to issue an order to kill people in my martial arts world in this longevity fairy mountain. I'm the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, how to act is not your turn to interfere. Qin Kangale stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. Didn't you go to the land of immortal fate with the Lord? What about the Lord? How you want to do things, I really can't control. But people in my martial arts world are not what your Immortal Cultivator Alliance wants to kill. Today, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then I will let your Immortal Cultivator Alliance completely disappear from the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Jiang Chen stared at Qin Kangale coldly, and a sharp killing intent also instantly spread from his body. Just rely on you. If you weren't protected by the leader at the beginning, you thought you could live till now. Qin Kangale sneered disdainfully, and immediately there was a hideous cold light on his face. There is no leader here today, I want to see who can save you. Since Xu Qingli and Jiang Chen left, the Immortal Cultivator Alliance has been completely controlled by him. Although the kid in front of him has extraordinary talents and strength, he wants to use his own strength to contend with their entire alliance of cultivators that is not even qualified. At first, after I stepped down in the world of cultivating immortals, it was because of Xu Qingli's face that I didn't come to trouble your Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Unexpectedly, you would toast and not eat or drink fine wine, and issue an order to kill people in my martial arts world. In that case, I will destroy you all today. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the majestic swordsman power also suddenly surged out of his body. Qin Kangale smiled coldly, and immediately stepped directly, waving his sleeves. The sky full of thunder light directly descended from the void, and then turned into a gleaming golden lightning. With the terrifying energy of destroying everything, it rushed towards Jiang Chen. As a great monk in the late stage of the tribulation, Qin Kangale has extremely strong mana, and the thunder technique he masters is extremely overbearing, enough to easily suppress the ordinary, censored, King 8th Heaven powerhouse. Facing the sudden blow from Qin Kangale, Jiang Chen's expression looked unusually calm. He looked at the golden thunder dragon that was tearing through the sky with its teeth-dancing claws, and only when the thunder dragon appeared above his head, did he slowly stretch out a finger to volley a little. Silent sword chi shot out from the void space, strangling the golden thunder dragon into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The strength of this kid seems to be much stronger than before. Qin Kangale's eyes suddenly condensed. When Jiang Chen came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he also had a brief encounter with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen at that time also showed extremely powerful combat power, it was far from unfathomable as it is now. Qin Kangale, it's been a long time since I haven't seen you. It's really disappointing that your strength hasn't improved by half. Jiang Chen glanced at Qin Kangale with a sneer, and immediately formed a seal of the heavenly opening god, which was printed at Qin Kangale from a distance. Only a loud noise was heard, and a bright golden imprint smashed into the air like a giant mill across the sky, causing the space above Qin Kangale's head to collapse in an instant. Jiang Chen, you don't want to be mad, let you see my Qin Kangale's methods today. Qin Kangale shouted. Mana surged between his hands, and two more terrifying golden thunder dragons pierced the sky in an instant, with the power of thunder that ruined the sky and the earth, collided with the seal of the censored of open sky. Jiang Chen, who was still in the fifth heaven of the God King, was able to fight Qin Kangale without fail. Now that he has broken through the sixth heaven of the God King, Jiang Chen is so powerful that he does not know the geometry, and now he is fully urging to move the opening of the sky in the ancient seal of the human emperor. How can Qin Kangale be able to easily resist it? Only a clear sound was heard, the Cadian god seal directly crushed Lei Zhao, and continued to suppress Qin Kangale. Wind thunder wings, facing Jiang Chen's terrifying seal, Qin Kangale also began to desperately. There was a sudden low growl from his throat, and the two thunder wings behind him were also condensed in a sudden. The power of the two winds and thunders also spread from the thunder light wings overwhelmingly. Cadian Shenyun took the photo in the air, and slammed into the force of the wind and thunder that swept through, like a ruin, unmatched. Wherever he went, the power of wind and thunder was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Even the thunder light wings behind Qin Kangale exploded directly in midair. Jiang Chen's mark not only defeated Qin Kangale's successive magical spells, but also hit Qin Kangale's body, smashing his life into the ground. I saw that on the ground where the two Jiang Chen were clashing, a 1,000-meter-long crack was punched out, like an abyss. Seeing this scene before him, all members of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance were dumbfounded. Like a ghost, it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. Qin Kangale, their deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and a dignified great cultivator who had reached the late stage of the tribulation, were they suppressed by Jiang Chen's seal. Just when many monks were in awe, a loud noise suddenly came from the bottomless 1,000-meter crack. A figure wrapped in golden thunder light burst out directly from the crack. It was Qin Kangale. Qin Kangale's face was pale, his body was covered with blood, and his solemn thunder robe was turned into rags, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed, where there was a half-centered Immortal Cultivator League deputy leader. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and finally a touch of horror that was difficult to look at appeared in his eyes. Now it has been less than a year since Jiang Chen appeared in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance last time. Qin Kangale never thought of it. Jiang Chen was able to raise his strength to such a terrifying level with such a short strength. With his strength in the later stage of the tribulation, in front of Jiang Chen, there is no resistance at all. If you are alone, apart from Xu Qingli who disappeared with Jiang Chen at the beginning, I am afraid that there is no second person in the entire Cultivator Alliance who can compete with it. Chapter 2445, Siege. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect to see you for many days, your strength has risen to such a level. But, my Immortal Cultivator Alliance is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. Do you really want to compete with my Immortal Cultivator Alliance with your own strength? Qin Kangale stared at Jiang Chen with gloomy eyes. If you leave the Immortal Cultivator Alliance now and look at the face of the leader, I don't need to care about you. In the face of Jiang Chen, whose strength was far better than his own, Qin Kangale was also jealous and did not want to be an enemy of Jiang Chen. I didn't care about your Immortal Cultivator Alliance, but you have to issue an order to kill the warriors who enter the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Since you have to seek your own death, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he stepped out directly, and the monstrous breath also burst out of his body in an instant. Qin Kangale's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but let out a burst of shout. A purple thunder light that penetrated the sky and the earth exploded from him. In the purple thunder light, there is a vaguely 3-foot-long, purple long knife that emerges out of thin air. The long knife looked nothing special, but it was surrounded by purple divine thunder condensed, surrounded by thunder and lightning. As soon as this purple thunder knife came out, the monstrous thunder power filled the world, causing the entire void to tremble constantly, turning this world into thunder and thunder purgatory. Jiang Chen, This thunder knife is a treasure I got by chance in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Today I will use this knife to send you into reincarnation." Qin Kangdale clasped the purple thunder knife in both hands, and the aura of his whole body rose instead of falling, vaguely breaking through the late stage of the tribulation, reaching the peak of the tribulation. Is it a magic weapon for a Mahayana monk? Looking at the purple thunder knife offered by Qin Kangdale, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. This purple thunder knife is extremely powerful. I am afraid that it will not be inferior to the Tai ancient bracelet of the town clan magic weapon of the Tai Immortal Sect. Unexpectedly, Qin Kangdale could obtain such treasures in this immortal mountain of longevity. "Qin Kangdale, this knife in your hand is indeed good. If you want to cut me with this knife, it is not enough." With his current strength, even if Qin Kangdale possesses such magical weapons, it may not be able to pose a threat to him. He still has an immortal monument in his hand, a trivial Mahayana. How can Jiang Chen take it in his eyes? "Can you kill you? Try it." Qin Kangdale was furious. His long silver hair was constantly flying like a silver snake, and the purple thunder long knife in his hand directly turned into a 100-meter-long purple thunder dragon, roaring in the void. A violent and brutal force of thunder and lightning also spread across the world in an instant, as if to crush Jiang Chen into nothingness. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the Emperor sword of the divine body vision man appeared out of nowhere. The golden ancient sword in his hand also instantly turned into a golden light, fusing with the divine body vision behind him. Jiang Chen put his hands together and directly controlled the Emperor sword of the divine body vision man, slashing the purple thunder dragon with a sword. The human Emperor sword and the purple thunder dragon are intertwined in the void, and the terrifying energy fluctuations are also spreading across the sky. Under the impact of the human Emperor sword, the purple thunder dragon was finally unbearable anymore. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the cracks spread across the purple dragon like a spider web. The Emperor's sword was like a broken bamboo, directly crushing the purple thunder dragon into nothingness. "This sun is too strong, let's do it together." Seeing that Qin Kangdale was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all, another immortal cultivator alliance who was not inferior to Qin Kangdale's late stage of the tribulation screamed, urging the mana in his body to kill Jiang Chen. He saw his sword aura soaring into the sky, directly combining the human sword into one, turning into a sword light that penetrates the sky and the earth, shooting directly at Jiang Chen. This is more than that. In addition to this cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation, there are also two cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation, also killing towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Outside, the entire cultivator alliance was flooded with a violent storm of destruction. The cultivators of the three late stages of the tribulation, each of them had a powerful strength that was not inferior to that of the God King Eight Heavens, and various magical powers shrouded Jiang Chen. If it weren't for this immortal mountain of longevity to have the prohibition and suppression under the immortal king of longevity, I am afraid that the world of tens of thousands of miles would instantly turn into nothingness. Seeing that Jiang Chen was besieged by several cultivators from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Lu Zhaoking's delicate little face also couldn't help showing a look of worry. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang Chen is incomparable, and nothing will happen." Wu Mu slowly took a deep breath, could not help but protect Lu Zhaoking from the spreading terrifying storm, while quietly comforting. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was very strong, he was not much inferior to their ancestor Wu Zantian. But in front of these four cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation joining forces, even the General God King 9 heavenly experts, I am afraid it will be more fortunate. Jiang Chen, even if you are unparalleled in combat strength, being an enemy of my Immortal Cultivator Alliance is destined to be a dead end. With a grinning smile, Qin Kangdale stepped directly out, and the purple thunder long knife in his hand drew a purple arc in the void, and once again slashed towards Jiang Chen. Peerless sword light across the sky, thunder in the world, black flames all over the sky. Various magic powers shrouded Jiang Chen, as if making Jiang Chen into an unprecedented desperate situation. Even Wu Mu couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Jiang Chen at this moment. The magical powers of the four cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation appeared on Jiang Chen's head almost at the same time. The force of horror pierced down from midair and hit the ground. The earth in a radius of thousands of miles is like an earthquake, and the mountains are shaken in an instant. I saw that in the area where Jiang Chen was located, the ground was directly cracked open, revealing a huge hole with a depth of hundreds of meters. "Jiang Chen, I said long ago, no matter how enchanting you are, if you dare to be an enemy of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, you will definitely die." Looking at the 100 Jiang giant hole on the ground, Qin Kangale's mouth suddenly couldn't help showing a hideous smile. The 4 cultivators of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance joined forces in the late stage of the tribulation, and the monks at the peak of the tribulation. I am afraid they have to pay a lot of price. How can this kid resist? Just when Qin Kangale thought Jiang Chen was bound to die, there was a sudden faint sound in the huge pit. Qin Kangale's complexion changed, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the giant pit. A figure holding a monument to the Supreme Immortal, shrouded in a faint blue light, also slowly walked out of the huge pit. Chapter 2446, The Alliance of Cultivators is Destroyed. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was almost unharmed and walked out of the huge pit like a walk in the courtyard, Qin Kangale's whole body was like a ghost, and an unbelievable horror appeared in his eyes. The 4 cultivators of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance joined forces in the late stage of the Great Tribulation, and even one of Jiang Chen's hair was not injured. Even Xu Qingli, the leader of their Immortal Cultivator Alliance, might not be able to take the combined blow of the 4 of them so lightly. Mr. Jiang Chen's strength is truly unfathomable. Seeing that Jiang Chen was able to block the attack of the 4 Qin Kangale unharmed, it took Wu Mu a while to recover from the horror. Although he has heard Wu Zantian mention Jiang Chen's power more than once, he has never seen Jiang Chen really make a move. This time, he really saw Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. He also finally understood why Jiang Chen could change the situation in the Northern Territory by himself after coming to the Northern Territory, and joined forces with the ancestor Wu Zantian to destroy the Immortal Realm. With such strength, I am afraid that only the monks who cross the peak of the calamity can contend with it. Qin Kangale, from the moment you issued an order to kill someone in the martial arts world, you brought the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to a dead end. I said, today I will let your Immortal Cultivator Alliance disappear completely from the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Jiang Chen slowly walked out of the huge pit, and couldn't help but raise his head and look at Qin Kangale. He is holding the immortal steel, and the faint green light on his body is as sacred and inviolable as the fairy light, setting it off as if censored is coming to the world. Everyone, don't have any reservations, kill this child at all costs. Looking at Jiang Chen, whose breath was ethereal, Qin Kangale's eyes were also hard to see the extreme. He obviously also knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't plan to let the Immortal Cultivator Alliance easily today. Between their Immortal Cultivator Alliance and Jiang Chen, there is already an endless situation. If Jiang Chen couldn't be killed, their alliance of Immortal Cultivators would really be destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands. A trace of thunder attribute blood in Qin Kangale's body was aroused, and the whole person was instantly frenzied. I saw that above the purple thunder knife in his hand, the horrible light of the knife exploded again, turning into a sky-shaking thunder pillar, and slammed to Jiang Chen. The other 3 cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation also suppressed the fear in their hearts and urged the mana in their bodies to the extreme, and each displayed their secret cards. Even the remaining cultivators who crossed the robbery shot one after another and came to besiege Jiang Chen. Bai Lian is like a rainbow, thunder and lightning are like rain, and red flames are like waves. Even if the cultivators of the tribulation crossing made their moves together, even if the everlasting immortal mountain had the supreme restriction, Bailey Void continued to collapse. The terrifying energy ripples boiled into chaos, causing all the surrounding objects to collapse. Looking at the combined blow of more than a dozen cross-tribulation cultivators, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. When he moved his palm, the immortal monument in his palm trembled suddenly, and then turned into a monument of 10,000 feet, crushing all the magical techniques that covered the sky into nothingness. Jiang Chen urged the Wanzhong Divine Steel and smashed it directly at the nearest 2 cross-tribulation cultivators. The world is imprisoned, and the void collapses. The 2 cross-tribulation cultivators had no time to react. The flesh and the nascent soul were instantly smashed into powder by the Wanzhong Divine Tablet. Die. Killing 2 cultivators of the tribulation in one blow, Jiang Chen controlled the Wanzhong Divine Steel to volley around and smashed it directly at a cultivator in the late period of tribulation. 9 Heaven Shield. The pupils of the cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation suddenly shrank, and in that instant, a 9-layer light shield was directly condensed all over his body. Each heavy light shield can almost withstand the full blow of the monk in the later stage of the tribulation. How powerful is Jiang Chen's power to spur the immortal steel, even a monk who crosses the peak of the tribulation, and that is simply difficult to contend. He only heard a continual clicking sound, and the 9-layer light shield broke apart almost like a mirror that had been hit hard. Looking at the immortal monument rapidly enlarging in his pupils, the monk in the late stage of the tribulation had a look of despair and horror. He just spit out a word, and the entire divine body cracked under the suppression of the immortal steel, and finally burst directly with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood and falling down in the air. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed the cultivator of the tribulation as slaughtering a chicken and a dog, even the cultivators in the late period of the tribulation were killed instantly by him, and the faces of Qin Kangalei and others finally showed unprecedented panic. Two of the monks in the late stage of the tribulation were almost frightened, and they turned around and were about to flee. The power of the immortal steel in Jiang Chen's hand does not seem to be affected by the immortal mountain restriction at all. Under Jiang Chen's urging, the force of imprisoning the void crashed down at the two cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation. It's almost a snap. The two monks in the late stage of the tribulation, together with the thousands of feet of space around them, were transformed into nothingness under the suppression of the immortal monument. After lightly killing the three cultivators of the late stage of the tribulation, Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze fell directly on Qin Kangalei's body. Qin Kangalei, it's your turn. Qin Kangalei suddenly lost his souls, only feeling that his whole person was instantly like an ice pit, shrouded in a terrifying chill. He quickly yelled with horror on his face, "Jiang Chen, you can't kill me, I am the deputy leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. If you kill me, the leader will definitely not let you go." Jiang Chen smiled calmly. "Don't worry, even if I destroy the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Xu Qingli will never say a word." Although Xu Qingli is the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he does not have much feelings for the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The reason why Xu Qingli will become the leader of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance is just to use the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to explore the everlasting Immortal Mountain and seek a breakthrough for himself. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, Xu Qingli entered the perfect training place where the Immortal Palace of Longevity was located. The only thought in his heart was probably to concentrate on cultivation and ask Dao to become immortal. As for the life and death of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, how would Xu Qingli care? In the place where the Longevity Immortal Palace is located, he has an absolute right to speak. With a word of him, Xu Qingli can be expelled from the Longevity Immortal Palace. If Xu Qingli wanted to practice in that place, how could he easily offend him for the sake of an alliance of cultivators? Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be determined to get him to death, Qin Kangalei dared to hesitate for a while, quickly turned into a thunder light, and quickly turned and fled towards the depths of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Today's battle, the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, is over. Chapter 2447, The Excitement of the Purple Eyebrow. In this Immortal Mountain of Longevity, the immortal monument that will not be suppressed and oppressed, how terrifying is its power. Jiang Chen just understated ly manipulated the immortal monument towards Qin Kangalei's suppression. The world collapsed and the space solidified. Qin Kangalei's fast-fleeing body also instantly changed from extremely fast to forbidden, and then directly under the suppression of the immortal monument, it burst apart. The Immortal Cultivator Alliance is over, everyone, run away. Seeing that the many cultivators during the tribulation period led by the deputy leader Qin Kangalei were all killed by Jiang Chen like cutting melons and vegetables. He was like a bird with a frightened bow, scattered and fleeing towards the outside of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Jiang Chen looked at the immortal cultivators who were fleeing. Except for the several cultivators who were killed by him during the tribulation period, he did not drive the rest to extinction. Having lost the protection of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, it is not an easy task for these immortal cultivators during the tribulation period to survive in the everlasting Immortal Mountain. If they leave the everlasting Immortal Mountain and return to the Northern Territory, there will be no place for them in the Northern Territory. Jiang Chen intends to let these guys destroy themselves. With his current strength, it is obvious that he does not bother to take action against these monks during the tribulation period. The countless cultivators of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance turned into birds and beasts, and quickly fled the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The Immortal Cultivator Alliance, which once flourished in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, was completely destroyed at this moment. Wu Mu, I have solved the problem of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Do you continue to seek opportunities in the Immortal Mountain of Everlasting Life, or leave this place and make your own decision? I still have things to do, so I will take a step forward. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he directly led Lu Zhaoqing towards the depths of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Looking at the direction in which Jiang Chen disappeared, Wu Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a firm look appeared in his eyes. Before Jiang Chen appeared, Wu Mu had always claimed to be a rare genius in the world. In the entire Northern Territory, no matter if it is in the world of immortality or martial arts, there are almost only a handful of people who can be compared with him. When Jiang Chen was born in the Northern Territory, Wu Mu finally knew what it means to be someone outside a person. There is a sky outside the sky. In terms of age, Jiang Chen is almost equal to him. But Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already broken through the Divine King realm, and his combat power was not much inferior to that of their martial god King Zhou ancestor Wu Zontian. Compared with Jiang Chen, his genius is not even as good as a scum. This time in the Longevity Fairy Mountain, he must seek his own opportunity no matter what, and strive to step into the realm of the gods in one fell swoop. Quite here, Wu Mu no longer hesitated now, and also flashed towards the depths of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. After leaving the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Jiang Chen quickly took Lu Zhaoqing to the glacier outside the Longevity Immortal Palace. Longevity Immortal Mountain's many prohibitions are all arranged by the Longevity Immortal King. When Jiang Chen was in the Immortal Palace of Longevity, he had already obtained the passage order from the Immortal King of Longevity, and entering here again was naturally unimpeded. Jiang Chen led Lu Zhaoqing across the glacier and appeared in the world where the Longevity Immortal Palace was located. "Brother Jiang Chen, it's so comfortable here. I really want to live here for the rest of my life." Lu Zhaoqing felt the majestic vitality in the surrounding space, and an extremely intoxicated look appeared on her small face. Jiang Chen glanced slightly over Lu Zhaoqing's body. He vaguely felt that Lu Zhaoqing's eternal evergreen body was increased by the environment here, and seemed to constantly attack the bloodline curse, wanting to break through the suppression and shackles of the bloodline curse. It deserves to be the place of cultivation of the Immortal King of Longevity. It is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen couldn't help but a burst of exclamation appeared in his eyes. The world in front of him is worthy of the immortal land where the Immortal King of Longevity moved from the Immortal Realm to this place with supreme immortality. The power contained is really too domineering. Lu Zhaoqing's eternal evergreen body, in the environment here, is simply like a fish in water. Even if it is cursed by the supreme bloodline, it is gradually increasing. Even if there is no Longevity Immortal King, as long as Lu Zhaoqing is given enough time, I am afraid he can use the environment here to break through the blood curse on his body. When Jiang Chen brought Lu Zhaoqing to the outside of the Longevity Immortal Palace, Xu Tianming, the ancestor of the Zilin clan, also sensed the existence of the two Jiang Chen for the first time, and directly appeared in front of the two Jiang Chen out of thin air. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Senior, the younger generation, as agreed, will send an heir over for the Immortal King of Longevity. This is the descendant of you looking for someone for the Fairy King." Zitian's eyebrows swept over Lu Zhaoqing's body, frowning slightly. "This little girl's blood is very extraordinary, and it is very suitable for inheriting the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity, but there seems to be something wrong with her." Senior's insight is like a torch. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled and explained, "This little girl is the supreme immortal body, eternal evergreen body, naturally an excellent candidate to inherit the Longevity Immortal King's inheritance. Although she has a blood curse on her body, it should be nothing to the Immortal King. Problem. Eternal evergreen body." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xu Tianmei's pupils suddenly shrank, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in the eyes that looked towards Lu Zhaoqing. As a descendant of the fairy beasts under the eternal fairy throne, Zishanmei naturally has heard of the eternal evergreen body. Even if the eternal evergreen body is in the fairy world, it is also an extremely rare peerless fairy body. The Longevity Immortal King who was on the side of the Immortal Realm at the beginning was only able to become the Immortal King because of his evergreen body. Although Xu Tianmei also vaguely felt that the little girl brought by Jiang Chen, the blood and aura on her body seemed to be very close to the Longevity Fairy King. But he didn't expect that this little girl would have an everlasting body. The eternal evergreen body, this is definitely the most suitable person to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity. There is no one. Xu Tianmei took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said solemnly to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, you take her to the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. The Zilin clan has been loyal to the Longevity Immortal King for generations, and Zishanmei naturally hopes that the Longevity Immortal King can find a suitable heir to inherit the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Now that Jiang Chen has brought an eternal youth body, it is simply great news for them. With this little girl inheriting the inheritance of the Immortal King of Longevity, they may be able to return to the fairy world under the leadership of this one, so that the line of the Immortal King of Longevity will regain its former glory. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He led Lu Zhaoqing into the Longevity Immortal Palace, and then went straight to the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Chapter 2448. The main hall opens. Jiang Chen led Lu Zhaoqing into the Longevity Immortal Palace, and soon came to the central main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. He looked at the main hall in front of him and couldn't help but smiled at Lu Zhaoqing beside him. "Little girl, have you seen the hall in front? As long as you enter it, you can become the most powerful warrior in the world." Lu Zhaoqing's eyes lit up slightly. "Brother Jiang Chen, what are you saying is true?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "In this hall, there is a very powerful character. As long as you go in and get his inheritance, there should be few people in the world who will be your opponents in the future." A look of curiosity suddenly appeared on Lu Zhaoqing's small face. "Is there someone inside? Is Brother Jiang Chen good?" "Naturally, it is far more powerful than me." Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "If you succeed in getting his inheritance, maybe Brother Jiang Chen will need your protection in the future." "Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry, I will definitely get the inheritance from the one inside." Lu Zhaoqing's delicate face suddenly showed an unprecedented firmness. She no longer hesitated at the moment, and walked directly into the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Looking at Lu Zhaoqing, who disappeared in the main hall door, Jiang Chen found a side hall not far from the main hall and began to practice in seclusion. The Immortal Palace of Longevity was moved from the Immortal Realm to the Realm of God with the supreme power of the Immortal King of Longevity. The environment here, even for the vast majority of immortals in the immortal world who asked for longevity, it is also a dream place for cultivation. Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to let go of these excellent opportunities for cultivation. He intends to use the environment of the Longevity Immortal Palace to break through the seventh heaven of God King in one fell swoop. Even if he didn't use the power of the immortal steel, he might have the confidence to fight against the powerhouses of true man Kangming, such as the peak of God King Ninth Heaven. Ding! You absorb the aura of the fairy spirit, and you gain 2,000,000*100 experience in Kendo supernatural power. As Jiang Chen crossed his legs into the cultivation state, the system's prompt sound continued to sound in Jiang Chen's mind. And the martial arts divine power in Jiang Chen's body is also increasing at a terrifying speed. In the past half-month, under the double blessing of the system's 100 times experience in the immortal spirit of the Longevity Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen's cultivation base has also entered the middle stage of the sixth heaven of the God King. But Lu Zhaoqing, who entered the main hall, still did not move. Jiang Chen didn't worry about Lu Zhaoqing's comfort either. With the special physique of Lu Zhaoqing's eternal evergreen body, he is definitely an excellent candidate to inherit the eternal king. The Immortal King of Longevity has been inherited under this cloth for many years, and now it is hard to meet a heir like Lu Zhaoqing. I am afraid that he has already held it in his mouth and is afraid of breaking it. How can he let Lu Zhaoqing suffer the slightest harm? Looking at this posture, Lu Zhaoqing inherited the Immortal King of Longevity, but he could not complete it in a moment. Seeing that there was no movement in the main hall, Jiang Chen returned to the side hall to practice again. 1 month later, Jiang Chen's cultivation base broke through the late stage of the sixth heaven of the God King from the middle stage of the sixth heaven of the God King. 3 months later, Jiang Chen's cultivation level successfully reached the peak of the sixth heaven of God King. After half a year, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in breaking through the seventh heaven of God King. This immortal palace of longevity is worthy of immortal soil from the immortal world. It is indeed a holy place for cultivation. Feeling the martial arts divine power in his body several times stronger, Jiang Chen's eyes opened suddenly, and his mouth couldn't help but exclaimed. He has only cultivated for half a year in the Changsheng Immortal Palace, and his cultivation level has improved a lot. If he has been practicing in seclusion in this eternal palace, I am afraid that he will be able to reach the ninth heaven of God King in one fell swoop. It is not impossible to even hit the dominance above the censored king. Just as Jiang Chen broke through the divine king ninth heaven, and not long after he finished his cultivation, the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, which had not been moving, finally heard a strange wave of fluctuations. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared directly outside the main hall. Feeling that the seal that the Immortal King Longevity had placed around the main hall was gradually dissipating, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. It seems that Lu Zhaoqing should have successfully accepted the inheritance of the Longevity Immortal King, and the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace will also be opened. Xu Tianming, the ancestor of the Zilin clan, naturally sensed the changes in the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace for the first time. I saw that his figure appeared directly beside Jiang Chen like a ghost, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, which has been in dust for countless years, is finally about to open. Under the gaze of both Jiang Chen, the sealing energy around the main hall dissipated faster and faster. I saw a cyan phantom shrouded in a faint fairy light, also slowly walking out of the main hall. This cyan phantom is naturally the immortal king of longevity. Xu Tianming, a descendant of the Zilin clan, pays homage to the immortal king of longevity. Xu Tianming looked at the cyan phantom coming out of the main hall, and couldn't help but bow in salute. The immortal king Changsheng couldn't help but smiled slightly. It turns out to be a descendant of Shaozi, thanks to you all these years. Xu Tianming hurriedly said, "It is an honor for our Zilin clan to work for the fairy king." The immortal king Changsheng didn't say much, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled and said, "Senior immortal king, I don't know the heir I found for you, are you still satisfied?" "Satisfied, very satisfied. Although I believe you can find a good heir for me, I didn't expect you to find a supreme immortal body, eternal evergreen body, but also has the same blood and aura. The eternal evergreen body, this is simply the heir of the longevity immortal king bestowed by the heavens." The king of longevity said with surprise on his face, "I finally understand why the immortal palace of longevity came to this universe in the first place. This universe should be where I have stayed." As the longevity immortal king said this, Jiang Chen's eyes also showed an incredible horror. "Everlasting, immortal king, has he actually appeared in God's domain continent?" When he heard about the Changsheng Valley, Jiang Chen once linked the Changsheng Valley with the Changsheng immortal king. Especially when he saw that the old man from the nameless shop in Tiancheng City was able to carve a statue very similar to the immortal king of longevity, Jiang Chen even more suspected that Changshenggu had a close relationship with the immortal king of longevity. Now it seems that the immortal king of longevity really has a certain relationship with the Longevity Valley. Chapter 2449, All Worlds Are United, the Great World is Coming. Senior was also a person from God's domain of Longevity Valley before. Jiang Chen recovered from the horror, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. With the talent and strength of the immortal king of longevity, even in the ancient times of God's domain, it is definitely a peerless figure who can suppress an era. But in Jiang Chen's impression, he had never heard of such a person in the ancient times of God's domain. Back then, when my cultivation base was almost the same as the master of the martial arts of the gods, I accidentally came to the gods and met a guy named Jiyu Changsheng. I saw that his talent was good, so I gave some advice. The longevity immortal king smiled slightly and said, "If I guessed right, the Changsheng Valley in your mouth should have been built by that guy back then." The Longevity Valley has a very long history and is one of the oldest forces in God's domain. Since the birth of the Shenyu martial arts system, there have been almost always records about the Longevity Valley. Jiyu Changsheng, the founder of the Changsheng Valley, was the original master of life in God's domain and a legendary figure in the age of God's domain Megatron. Jiyu Changsheng, the founder of the Changsheng Valley, turned out to be a nominal disciple of the immortal king of Changsheng. What an ancient existence this is. Jiang Chen returned to his senses and couldn't help but nodded and said, "Senior immortal king expected it to be good. The Long Valley is indeed built by Jiyu Changsheng. Back then, I just pitied his talent, so I gave him some advice. I didn't expect that guy could achieve such an achievement in God's domain. What I didn't expect was that the Longevity Valley he built could give birth to immortal bodies like the eternal evergreen body." The immortal king Changsheng couldn't help but said with a look of amazement. The immortal king of longevity first came to God's domain, and after sensing the situation of God's domain, he found that it might be difficult for him to find a good descendant in God's domain. When he was already seriously injured, and with the supreme mana, the eternal mountain was descended into the God's realm. He was already unable to transfer to other universes and could only be passed down in the God's realm. He took over the heavenly Tao of the divine realm and allowed him to cultivate in the immortal palace of longevity. He also hoped that the heavenly Tao of the divine realm would gradually recover, and some good geniuses would be born. But the longevity immortal king still did not expect that an eternal evergreen body would be born in this broken God's realm. It's really a peck and a drink, there is a fixed number. Senior immortal king, God realm suffered a great calamity back then, and the entire Changsheng Valley was planted with a blood curse. I also hope that the Immortal King can help and resolve the blood curse for Changsheng Valley. Thinking of the blood curse of the Changsheng Valley, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hugged his fist at the longevity Immortal King. I already know about this, the blood curse of Changshenggu, but it's an impenetrable spell in the immortal world, it's not difficult to crack. The longevity Immortal King said lightly. After the little girl inherits all the inheritance left by this king, it will be easy to resolve the blood curse of the longevity valley. The Immortal King Changsheng didn't take the blood curse of Changsheng Valley into his heart at all. After hearing the words of the King of Longevity, Jiang Chen didn't bother too much on this issue. He directly asked about God's domain Tiandao. Senior Immortal King, I don't know how God's domain Tiandao is now. He hasn't awakened from his deep sleep yet, but he has recovered more than half of his strength. It should not be long before he will be able to return to his peak. The longevity Immortal King smiled slightly and said, if I expected it to be right, the God realm outside, I am afraid that the world has already begun to change drastically. Jiang Chen was shocked. The world has changed drastically. Don't worry, this is not a bad thing for your God's domain. Back then, your God's domain was shattered in the war, turned into billions of dust and wandering in the eternal void. Now that the God's domain and the Heavenly Tao are restored, the main world of the God's domain universe will gradually return to its former appearance. If I guess right, the hundreds of millions of fragments that have been transformed into the main world of God's domain have already begun to converge towards the central continent. The longevity Immortal King said quietly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but said in a deep voice, Senior Immortal King, if God's domain master world merges and converges, what will the eternal void become? Today's God's domain master world is composed of countless realms, large and small, and every two realms are separated by an eternal void. God's domain masters the world fusion, and returns to the ancient times, and the martial arts powerhouse who dominates the realm will be born. This is undoubtedly a great thing for God's domain. The only thing Jiang Chen wants to know now is what will happen to the eternal void. The eternal void has the existence of void beasts and void demons. If these guys will appear in the merged God's domain, he must be fully prepared. The 10,000 realms converge towards the central God's realm continent, and all eternal voids will gradually disappear under the squeeze of the realm. Eternal void creatures are also very likely to escape to the merged God's realm. You have to deal with the chaos of God's realm. Prepare. As if he understood what Jiang Chen was thinking, Immortal King Longevity couldn't help but directly said, Lu Zhao King in God's domain Heavenly Tao, this king will take care of him, there will be nothing, you can handle your affairs. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and nodded hastily. The fusion of all worlds, the void beasts and the void demons hidden in the eternal void, will all appear in the merged God's domain, and he must arrange in advance. At that time, God's domain will really be in chaos. And at the same time as the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace was opened. Eternal Void, War against the Devil City. Many powerhouses in the gods, headed by Ming Yuexin and True Man Kangming, also gathered in the central hall of the War Devil City. Mortal Kangming glanced over everyone, with a solemn expression on his face. Everyone, I just got the news from the God's Realm continent. The God's Realm world has suddenly changed dramatically, and many martial artists in the bottleneck have broken through inexplicably. This is a good thing for God's domain. Ming Yuexin gave a chuckle, and a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. The great changes in God's domain must be due to the restoration of God's domain in heaven. Even Ming Yuexin hadn't expected that Jiang Chen had left the War Demon City within a year, so that God's domain Heavenly Tao had such an obvious recovery. I'm afraid it won't be long before she can take the last step and become the real master of martial arts. The landlord of Tianji Shenlu and the old man of Dongshuan God clan, who had been calculating with their eyes closed, opened their eyes almost at the same time. In their eyes, an incredible color of horror appeared, and the two colors of exclamation were also resounding in the hall at the same time. The world has changed greatly, the worlds are unified, and another great world of God's domain, I am afraid it will soon come. Chapter 2450, Sanctuary Turmoil. The world has changed drastically, 10,000 realms are unified, and another great world of God's domain, I am afraid it will soon come. As the voices of the landlord of the Tianji Shenlu and the ancestors of the Dongshuan God clan fell, the gazes of many experts in the God realm all looked at the two in unison. Real Kangming couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, what do you mean by these two people? The landlord of Tianji Shenlu said in a fatal voice, "It will not be long before God's domain will return to the ancient times. When the great world arrives, disasters will come again. God's domain may face the shocking disaster of the original world again. The shocking catastrophe will come again." As soon as Tianji Shenlu said this, the complexions of many experts in God's domain could not help but drastically changed. In the ancient times, the great world of God's realm came to dominate countless powerful people, and the civilization of cultivation can be described as brilliant to the extreme. But at this moment, the Shushan universe invaded God's realm, and God's realm suffered a terrible catastrophe, which caused damage to the God's realm and heavenly Tao, and the entire main world was shattered in the Great Tribulation. Such as today, the host of Jishan Lu told them that God's domain was about to face a shocking disaster again. Is it true that as Mingyu expected, the Shushan universe that once invaded God's domain will make a comeback? If this is the case, it would be really troublesome. True person Kangming took a deep breath and couldn't help but looked at Mingyu Exen. Palace Master Mingyu, the world of God's domain is about to change drastically. I wonder what should we do next? God's domain returns to the ancient times. The broken and hundreds of millions of realms are about to merge and converge, and the eternal void will no longer exist. Go back to the continent of God's domain first. Mingyu said indifferently. Now we can only return to God's domain continent, fully accumulate our strength, and watch the changes. The restoration of God's domain and heavenly Tao, returning to the ancient times, is already irreversible. In the battle that year, although God's domain had paid a great price to defeat the invasion of the cultivation universe, the battle was not over. It is probably only a matter of time before the Shushan universe returns to God's domain continent. Now they can only take advantage of the recovery of the God's domain and heavenly Tao, and try their best to improve their strength to cope with the immortal cultivation universe that is about to make a comeback. Okay, immediately withdraw to the continent of God's domain. Let the Temple of Eternity walk the news that God's domain is about to return to the ancient times to all major realms, so that they will be prepared in their hearts. True person Kangming did not hesitate, and said decisively. The world of God's domain is about to change drastically, and they continue to stalemate with the void demon race in this war demon city. Which has no meaning. The most important thing for them now is to return to God's domain continent to increase their strength to cope with the shocking calamity that God's domain is about to face again. And at the same time when the Kangming real people decided to withdraw from the void demon race. The main clan of the void demon race. The 8 great demon kings, such as Demon Emperor Demon Shocking and Demon Sky Shadow, also gathered together because of the sudden changes in God's domain. The news came from the tribes scattered around the eternal void. The area of the eternal void seems to be shrinking sharply. Many realms seem to be attracted by the God's domain continent and are approaching the God's domain continent. How can you do this? Look, Mo Jingtian glanced slightly over the 8 great demon kings, and a faint voice resounded directly in the hall. Master Demon Emperor, the cultivating universe invaded God's realm back then, severely inflicted the God's realm heavenly path, shattered the God's realm master world into billions of realms, scattered in the eternal void. Now that the God's domain has undergone tremendous changes, in all likelihood, the God's domain and heavenly Tao have gradually recovered. I am afraid that the God's domain master world will merge and converge and return to the ancient times. Mo Tianying said solemnly. As Mo Tianying said this, the expressions of the other demon kings couldn't help but change suddenly. The main worlds of God's domain merge and converge, and the eternal void will inevitably cease to exist, and their void demon race may only be able to survive in the merged God's domain. With their current strength of the void demon race, it is simply difficult to compete head-on with God's domain continent. Master Demon Emperor, if the main world of God's domain is really about to merge and converge, we should immediately gather the major tribes scattered in the eternal void in order to better resist the continent of God's domain. A demon said quickly. Now the vitality of the void demon race is severely injured, and they are unable to contend against God's domain. If we are scattered throughout the divine realm, we can instead use the power of the major clans to contain the divine realm and make them exhausted. Make a demon king calmly analyze. The other demon kings also expressed their opinions one after another, and most of them obviously did not support the gathering of the power of the void demon race. The void demon race was scattered throughout the eternal void, and through the void demon nest established on the divine domain continent, it brought a great threat to the divine domain continent. Last time, the void demon race gathered most of its power to invade the continent of God's domain, but it ended in a disastrous defeat. There is also a certain shadow in the hearts of these void demon kings, and they obviously don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Immediately pass the order, let all the sub-clan of the void demon race directly invade the nearest realm, occupy a territory, and prepare to deal with the next major changes in the gods. Mo Jingtian's eyes flickered slightly for a moment, and then he gave the order directly. Mo Tianying responded, and then hesitated slightly. Master Devil, then our main clan, do we want to invade the continent of God's domain? The God's domain and the Heavenly Tao are restored, and the strength of the God's domain continent will be rapidly improved. It is not suitable for my void demon race to head with the God's domain continent. Let's go to the Heavenly Flame Great Realm to the north. Mo Jingtian was silent for a while. The restoration of God's domain and Heavenly Tao will undoubtedly be very terrifying for the promotion of God's domain continent, especially the Moon God Palace Master, who has already reached the level of martial arts dominance, is very likely to take the last step and become the real martial arts master. Obviously Mo Jingtian didn't want to collide head-on with God's domain continent, and was ready to avoid the edge. Now that the ancestors of Shuiyang have made contact with Shushan Universe, what they have to do now is to delay time and wait for the power of Shushan Universe to arrive. The day when the powerhouses of Shushan Universe return to God's domain or when their void demon race begins to fight back. With the passage of time, the situation of the world of God's domain has changed greatly, and it has become more and more obvious. The War Devil City and the Eternal Temple that has been standing in the Eternal Void are quickly evacuated from the Eternal Void. The numerous sub-clan of the Void Demon race scattered in the Eternal Void also began to attack the closer realm following the order of the demon shaking heaven. Some realms that are close to each other quickly merged the Eternal Void compression and swallowing between the two, turning them into a larger world. And all the creatures in the Eternal Void were also expelled into this larger world. The countless large and small realms scattered in the Eternal Void are all plunged into chaos. Chapter 2451, Void Beast Tide Erupts, the Land of the Gods, the Land of the North, the Martial Arts. Several experts from the Divine King realm gathered in the Wu family discussion hall, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. The one sitting in the first place is Wu Mu, the first day of the martial arts family. After Wu Mu separated from Jiang Chen in the everlasting Immortal Mountain, he finally found a good opportunity to break through the Divine King realm and reach the Divine King Triple Heaven in one fell swoop. After breaking through the Divine King realm, Wu Mu left the everlasting Immortal Mountain and returned to the Wu family. Not long after Wu Mu returned to the Wu family, the world suddenly changed drastically. The Eternal Void further north in the Northern Territory suddenly disappeared, and suddenly there was a huge world that was closely connected with the Northern Territory. The Void Beasts that were originally in the Eternal Void also poured into the Northern Territory from the Eternal Void, and a large-scale wave of Void Beasts erupted. It took less than half a month. To the north of the everlasting Immortal Mountain, almost a general area fell and was occupied by a wave of Void Beasts. Elders, the world in the Northern Territory has changed drastically, and the Void Beasts in the Eternal Void suddenly attacked, causing an unimaginable wave of Void Beasts in the Northern Territory. Now the situation is in crisis. What can you do to deal with? Wu Mu took a deep breath, and finally broke the silence in the hall. Young Master, the tide of Void Beasts is on the cusp, and there is even Void Beast King who is comparable to the God King Nine Heavens. Compared with the former Cultivation realm, I am afraid that it is only strong or not weak. Now that the ancestor is not there, we are afraid it will be difficult to resist Void. The invasion of the beast, a military patriarch said anxiously. Although the recent great changes in the world and the earth have increased their martial arts realm's strength a lot, the martial arts alone have added several censored king realm powerhouses. But wanting to fight the sudden eruption of the Void Beast wave is obviously not enough. Wu Mu was silent for a moment and said, "Let all the warriors north of the everlasting Immortal Mountain retreat to the south of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. The Void Beast tide is too horrible to be invincible at all. Now they can only abandon the territory north of the everlasting Immortal Mountain, retreat into the Tongxian Valley, and then use the everlasting Immortal Mountain as a barrier to resist the tide of Void Beasts." Wu Mu knew very well that Jiang Chen was still in the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. With Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, even facing the Void Beast King who is comparable to the God King Nine Heavens, he is completely capable of fighting. If they could find Jiang Chen in the everlasting Immortal Mountain, they might be able to block the invasion of the Void Beast. For Wu Mu's decision, many elders of Wu Mu naturally didn't make any sense. The everlasting Immortal Mountain is a natural barrier, and there is only a road leading to the south like Tongxian Valley. If you retreat into the Tongxian Valley and rely on the Immortal Mountain of Longevity to resist the Void Beast, it is undoubtedly much easier than to collide with the Void Beast head-on. As the order to retreat came from the martial arts family, many martial arts forces in the north naturally responded to the call and quickly retreated in the direction of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. After withdrawing from Tongshangu, Wu Mu gathered his strength and laid a defense at the entrance to the north of Tongxian Valley, intending to resist the steps of the Void Beast. Wu Mu sent several elite disciples into the everlasting Immortal Mountain to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Now that the ancestors are not in the northern territory, the crisis they are facing, I am afraid that only Jiang Chen can resolve them. And when the outside world changed drastically, Jiang Chen also walked out of the Immortal Mountain of Longevity. Because of the great changes in the world of God's domain, Jiang Chen didn't have the mind to stay too much in the northern region, intending to return to the central region directly. When he appeared in Tongxian Valley, he discovered that in Tongxian Valley, there was actually a warrior who looked at him heading south. These warriors are in groups. They should be the martial arts forces in the north of Changsheng Shanshan. It's just that these martial arts forces seem to have encountered something terrible, and they are hurriedly migrating to the south. Since the destruction of the immortal world, there should be nothing in this northern region that could pose a threat to the martial arts world, but why did the martial arts forces in the north of Changsheng Shanshan suddenly migrate to the south? The restoration of the heavens and the earth of God's domain has caused great changes in the heavens and the earth. Has the northern region changed? This place in the northern territory was originally the place where the heavenly Tao of God's domain was located. Maybe it really might be the first to be affected, and a huge change would occur. Mr. Jiang Chen. Just when Jiang Chen was about to find someone to ask about the specific situation, two panting figures flashed straight towards him. Are you from the Wu family? Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the two figures coming straight, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't know the two people in front of him, he could feel the very familiar blood of the martial arts from the two of them. One of the Wu family disciples quickly replied, Mr. Jiang Chen, I and the other two have come to Changsheng Shanshan to look for you on the order of young Master Wu Mu. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, if I'm not mistaken, has the northern territory changed drastically? Yes, the eternal void of the north suddenly disappeared, and a piece of the world merged with the north territory. Void beasts that originally lived in the eternal void have all come to the northern territory, and now a wave of void beasts has erupted north of the everlasting Immortal Mountain. Now young Master Wu Mu leads many powerful men to guard the entrance of Tongxian Valley to the north, and the martial arts forces in the north are also retreating toward the south. A disciple of the martial arts family said with a heavy expression. With the opening of the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, God's domain Heavenly Tao recovered sharply. The integration of all worlds into one, as expected, has already begun. After all worlds were merged and unified, the creatures in the eternal void appeared directly in the realm of God, just as the immortal king of longevity said. They're God's domain, I am afraid that there will be a real chaos next. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately raised his head and asked, what is the strength of the void beast that appeared in the northern territory? It's very strong. Compared with the former realm of cultivating immortals, I am afraid it is even better. When the two martial arts disciples talked about this, their expressions were very solemn. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank suddenly. The strength of the northern territory cultivation realm was very powerful at first. Even if he joined forces with Wu Zantian, he finally took advantage of the power of the immortal monument to destroy the world of immortality. If the strength of the void beast is not inferior to the former realm of cultivation, it will undoubtedly be a very tricky existence. Let's go, take me to meet the void beasts that appear in the northern territory. When Jiang Chen spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Now that Wu Zantian is not in the northern territory, if he doesn't make a move, the power of these martial arts forces in the northern territory may not be able to compete with the void beast at all. It seems that he can only solve the problem of the void beast in the northern territory first, and then return to the central territory. Chapter 2452, Xian Void Beastmaster. In the north of Changshungshan Mountain, the entrance of Tongxian Valley. The many gods and kings headed by Wu Mu, the young master of the martial family, and thousands of world gods stood there with solemn expressions. Their gazes were staring at a place thousands of miles away from the entrance of Tongxian Valley. There, There are countless dense black shadows, gathering from afar like locusts. These dark shadows are the void beasts that originally existed in the eternal void. Wu Mu and the others were separated from the void, facing these void beasts, and the whole world was filled with a breath of despair. Young master, the strength of the void beast is too strong. With our current strength, I am afraid that it cannot be resisted at all. An old martial artist of the Eightfold Heavenly King has a solemn expression on his face. Although the world has changed greatly recently, the strength of the martial arts forces in the Northern Territory has increased a lot, and even the powers of the censored King realm have reached more than 10, which has doubled compared with a year ago. But the void beasts gathered in front of them, I am afraid that at least 20 or 30 of them are strong enough to be comparable to the power of the gods. Especially the black dragon-shaped void beast at the head, the aura exuding from its body is extremely powerful. Even the Wu family, the elder of the God King 8th Heaven, couldn't help but trembled. Such a terrifying existence, I am afraid that at least it is in existence at the same level as their martial ancestor Wu Zontian. Wu Mu took a deep breath and said, "If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Even if you don't care at all costs, you must stop the void beast from the everlasting immortal mountain. The everlasting fairy mountain is their natural barrier to stop the void demon race. If they can't stop the steps of the void beast here, once the void beast crosses the Tongxian Valley and enters the south of the everlasting immortal mountain, there will probably be no place for them in the entire Northern Territory." When Wu Mu and the others were talking, the headed void beast king suddenly let out a loud roar. As this roar fell, the void beasts behind him, as if they had been ordered by the emperor, were directly like locusts crossing the border, densely rushing toward the entrance of Tongxian Valley. When Wu Mu saw this, he also gave an order, leading many experts from God's domain to kill the oncoming void beasts. Wu Mu and the others could also take advantage of the terrain of Tongxian Valley to resist the offensive of the void beast. But the number of void beasts is too much. Every time Wu Mu and the others killed a void beast, more void beasts rushed in one after another. As time went on, Wu Mu and the others quickly became overwhelmed. Some weaker world gods, even directly under the siege of 2 or 3 void beasts, were instantly crushed into nothingness with their flesh and soul. Wu Mu tried his best to activate the secret method and killed 2 void beasts that were comparable to the Divine King realm. He looked at these inexhaustible void beasts with a pale face, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. The void beast tide is really terrifying. With the power of their northern martial arts forces, there is no way to resist it. Could it be that our northern martial arts world is still inevitable after all? Wu Mu smiled miserably. Back then, the world of cultivating immortals rose in the Northern Territory and defeated them in the martial arts world, and they survived. Facing the attack of the void beast, their martial arts world is really unable to handle it. Just when Wu Mu's heart was desperate, a void beast whose strength was not inferior to that of the God King Triple Heaven, directly penetrated the space, brought a terrible space storm, and killed Wu Mu. Wu Mu's complexion changed, and a hideous look appeared on his face. Just as he was preparing to fight this void beast, a silent golden sword light flashed above his head. Wu Mu was horrified to discover that the void beast that had struck him had its body shape changed from extremely fast to still in midair, and finally burst open in midair with a bang. The sudden scene also made Wu Mu stunned. He couldn't help but suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. I saw a figure that made him very familiar, also slowly walking out of Tongxian Valley. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared in his line of sight, Wu Mu's desperate eyes finally couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy. Facing the powerful realm of cultivating immortals at the beginning, it was the one in front of him who turned things around with his own power and helped them completely destroy the realm of cultivating immortals. Now that Jiang Chen appeared, he might be able to turn the tide and once again help them withstand the attack of the void beast. Jiang Chen was expressionless and ignored Wu Mu at all. He stepped out directly, and his whole person disappeared into the same place out of thin air. Next second, I saw weird golden sword lights bursting out of the void and slashed towards those void beasts whose strength was comparable to that of the Divine King realm. The golden sword light is like cutting melons and vegetables, every sword can kill a void beast. In just a moment, no fewer than 10 void beasts fell in the golden sword light. Seeing that Jiang Chen slaughtered more than a dozen of his capable subordinates lightly, the headed void beast king also let out an angry roar. I saw his huge body, directly penetrating the 10,000 square meter space, with the power to smash the vacuum, and slammed into a certain place in the void. Only hearing a loud bang, Jiang Chen's figure flew upside down from the void. And the huge body of this void beastmaster trembled slightly, and it also flew upside down hundreds of feet in the void. Its huge eyes like copper bells stared at Jiang Chen, and the whole body exuded a cold killing intent. Humans, if you dare to slaughter this king's people, this king will definitely break your corpse into thousands of pieces today. Jiang Chen stared flatly at the void beast king, and said lightly, the world of God's domain has changed greatly. You void beasts have no place to live. If you can be honest, I might also consider giving you void beasts a place to stay. But you just want to lead them to find their own way. Who do you blame? Human kid, don't want to speak up in front of this king. Just because you want to stop this king from occupying this realm, it's just a dream. The void beast king smiled contemptuously, the power of the sky full of space, directly turned into countless space giant blades tearing the sky and the earth, covering the sky and covering the earth towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly condensed, and the magical power of the sword in his body also burst out with all his strength. The void beast king in front of him was the strongest void beast king who was comparable to the god king Nine Heavens, and his strength would not be much inferior to that of the battle. Even with his current strength, he would have to go all out. Chapter 2453, Destroy the Immortal Sword, Cut the Immortal. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, his hands suddenly sealed, and he directly displayed the ancient seal of soul destruction to suppress the void beast king. A dark and deep black square seal suddenly burst into the void with a dark trace, and then quickly extended towards the void beast king. It's just a little trick. Seeing Jiang Chen's move, the void head king couldn't help but sneered contemptuously. I saw that the figure did not give the slightest retreat, and directly lifted the huge claws, bringing a burst of terrifying space power, and colliding with the black square. The terrible energy turned into ripples of destruction and spread out from the void. The huge body of the void beast king trembled slightly, even if Zan quickly stabilized, and then directly penetrated the space like a ghost, appeared next to Jiang Chen, on the giant claws, directly brought a space storm that ruined the sky and the earth. Attacked Jiang Chen again. Facing the offensive of the void beast king, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly, the handprints between his palms changed, and the second seal of the human emperor seal, the ancient seal of the god of judgment, was directly condensed. In the void, one person and one beast kept banging together. Every time it collides, a storm that destroys the sky and the earth is set off in the void, causing the sky and the earth to collapse, as if the end is coming. Feeling the terrible storm of destruction in the void, Wu Emu's expression changed, and he quickly led everyone into the Tongxian Valley. Because the Longevity Immortal Mountain has restrictions imposed by the Longevity Immortal King, Wu Mu and the others were naturally not affected by the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. The many void beasts on the opposite side were not so lucky. Some of the void beasts with weak strength and no time to evade, instantly turned into a mist of blood and scattered from midair under the impact of the devastating storm. In the void, the two figures are still constantly intertwined, and the terrifying energy directly burst the void into a huge black hole. The two figures also flew out from the black hole space in embarrassment. Human kid, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that your mere 7th Heavenly King cultivation base would have such combat power. After the huge body of the void beastmaster smashed into the void, he finally slowly stabilized his figure. The black armor shining with the cold rays of the forest all over it was covered with blood stains, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen was also a touch of solemnity that could not be concealed. The void beast king in front of him is extremely powerful, and the average god king 9 heavenly powerhouse may not necessarily be his opponent. With his current strength, although he is not afraid of the void beast king in front of him, it is not an easy task to defeat it. Human kid, although you are very strong, you may not be able to win me. The void beast king glanced at the Tongxian Valley below, and sneered, but what if you can hold me back? Even if the king doesn't take action, you humans can't stop the void beast. Even if Jiang Chen shot and killed a lot of void beasts before, their powerlessness was an absolute advantage in terms of quantity or quality. If you can do anything for me, I'll know if I try. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the Big Dipper map above his head gathered, and with the swing of the golden ancient sword in his hand, it directly turned into a galaxy great sword, and fell down to the void beast king from above the 9 heavens. Seeing Jiang Chen shot again, the void beast king let out a terrifying roar, causing the dense void beast below to kill directly in the direction of Tongxian Valley. I saw a big mouth wide open, a black energy, directly with terrible spatial fluctuations, turned into a space cage, cutting down the galaxy great sword firmly imprisoned. A terrible swallowing force erupted from the space cage, directly swallowing the galaxy great sword into nothingness. Human kid, with this level of strength, it's not enough to defeat me. You don't want to be insulting, and you can try to pick me up. The Void Beast King sneered disdainfully, and immediately grabbed the lightning-like formation of the extremely complex handprints, and with the formation of the handprints, the energy of the heavens and the earth in a radius of thousands of miles gathered in a sudden. The vast energy gathered, and then under the control of the Void Beastmaster, it quickly condensed into a huge black claw. The surface of this giant claw looks extremely rough, but it is filled with a terrible force of destruction. From a distance, the giant claws were like the claws of the ancient demon gods, as if they were enough to destroy the entire world. Void Silence Claw, one claw destroys the world. The Void Beast King stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer, and slammed directly at Jiang Chen. There was a sudden bang from the heavens and the earth, and the huge claws directly caused a wave of spatial fluctuations that ruined the heavens and the earth, and came towards Jiang Chen's suppression. Wherever the giant claw passed, the entire space was constantly collapsing at this moment, and terrible space storms burst out from the black hole of emptiness, as if making the world return to chaos at this moment. This guy actually masters such a magical power. Looking at the claw displayed by the Void Beast King, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Since leaving the ancient dragon world and contacting the eternal void, Jiang Chen has fought against the Void Beast not many times. Most of the Void Beasts in the Eternal Void can only attack with brute force or use some shallow space techniques. Even the few heads he encountered in the Eternal Void were comparable to the God King realm Void Beast King. The Xeon Void Beastmaster in front of him was obviously different. The claw it displayed was probably not inferior to the top supernatural powers in God's domain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, daring not to neglect the movement in his hand. On the golden ancient sword in his hand, the dazzling swordsman power suddenly gathered, and a dazzling golden light burst out almost in an instant. Jin Meng turned into a huge golden halo of thousands of feet, like a round of golden sun, with sacred and powerful power, setting off Jiang Chen like an immortal. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, looking down at mortal dust like an immortal. His censored quickly pinched a sword fight, and a few cold words were suddenly spit out from his mouth. Exterminate the immortal sword, cut the immortal. With the sound of Jiang Chen falling, the golden sun turned into a golden giant sword in vain, slashing at the oncoming black giant claw. With this sword cut out, the world faded, and everything was silent. All the creatures in the radius of a radius could not help shivering at this moment. Destroy the fairy sword. This is the peerless sword immortal art passed down to him by the immortal king of longevity. This sword, as if even the fairy in the sky, is enough to easily cut it down. Chapter 2454. Suppress the Void Beastmaster. Peerless sword light pierced the world and slashed heavily on the black giant claws, terrifying spatial ripples, sweeping the world like a hurricane. I saw the void and extinguishing claws of the Void Beast King, directly under the peerless sword light, continuously breaking apart. The black giant claw was shattered, and the peerless sword light, the speed was unabated and shrouded towards the Void Beast King. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The Void Beastmaster looked terrified. I saw it swayed, and the power of the overwhelming space surged out of its body. It was already extremely large, and it suddenly soared at this moment. The body of the Void Beast King once again exploded several times, turning into a black giant that stretches across the void, and the monstrous power spread from his body, like a peerless beast that has recovered from the ancient times. Void Sealing Technique, give me the town. The Void Beast King screamed at the sky with all his strength, and between thousands of miles of heaven and earth, the power of terrible space burst out from the void of space. Under the control of the Void Beast King, the power of these spaces converged directly on top of his head, turning into a huge black seal like a huge mountain. On the huge seal, it was covered with countless weird runes. Human kid, this is what you forced me. In this case, even if this king pays some price today, he will definitely seal you in the endless void. Seeing the cohesion of the giant seal, the huge eyes of the Void Beast King couldn't help but show a hideous smile. The Void Beastmaster waved his claws, manipulating the huge black seal like a 10,000-foot mountain, and suppressed Jiang Chen. The black giant seal was invincible, directly smashing the residual sword light of Mie Xianjian Ju Zan Xianyi sword, and then suddenly appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head. At that moment, the void collapsed. I saw Jiang Chen's divine body in the surrounding 10,000 meters of space, as if to be smashed into the endless black hole by the black giant seal. Ha ha, human kid, fundamental Wang Do, I'm afraid you are still a little tender. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to be sealed in the endless void by his own seal, the Void Beast King suddenly couldn't help laughing wildly. Although it is only a void beast born in the eternal void, its natural intelligence is far beyond ordinary and its talent is extraordinary. Over the years, it has killed countless gods' geniuses who traveled in the eternal void and obtained the supernatural powers of many human warriors from these gods' geniuses. Through these supernatural powers, it has created some of its own supernatural powers. This void sealing technique is its peerless magical power at the bottom of the box. Performing this trick with its current power, even the human, censored, King Nine Heaven's powerhouse, I am afraid they will have to be driven into the endless void. No matter how evil this kid is, he is bound to die. Feeling the situation in the void, Wu Mu, who was entangled with a void beast, couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiang Chen had previously killed more than 10 void beasts in the Divine King realm in a row, which greatly reduced their pressure. Although they are still in a weak position, relying on Tongshangu's geographical advantage, they can barely resist the attack of the void beast for a while. While controlling a void beast whose strength was not inferior to that of the God King Triple Heaven, Wu Mu watched the battle between the two of Jiang Chen in the void. When he saw that Jiang Chen's entire body was suppressed by the black giant seal, his face instantly turned pale. If even Jiang Chen was not the opponent of the Void Beast King, they would really be finished. Jiang Chen looked at the huge black seal that suppressed the world, but his expression remained unchanged. I saw that he once again pinched a mysterious sword art with both hands, a bright sword light that was 3 points more than before, with the terrifying aura of killing immortals and killing gods, directly up into the air, and slashed towards the black giant seal. Sword art of destroying immortals, slaughter immortals. This set of sword art of extinguishing the immortal passed down to him by the King of Longevity has a total of 3 sword tactics, namely slashing immortals, slaughtering immortals, and slaughtering immortals. The triple sword tactics, one is more powerful than the other. Facing the Void Beast King who had exploded with all his strength in front of him, Jiang Chen also displayed the second heavy sword technique, Slaughter Fairy Sword technique. The terrible sword energy cut through the world and directly slashed on the huge black seal on the top of the head, like cutting tofu, and split the huge black seal in half in the blink of an eye. Seeing that his void sealing technique was smashed by Jiang Chen with a single sword, the look of the Void Beast King instantly became horrified. Jiang Chen's figure also directly crossed the 10,000 Jiang space, appeared above the head of the Void Beast King, and the cold laughter resounded between the heaven and the earth. If you want to seal me into the endless void, do you deserve it? When Jiang Chen spoke, the divine body and visionary imperial sword behind it also instantly merged with the golden ancient sword, and it was cut at the Void Beast King as if it had opened up the world. This sword slashed on the body of the Void Beast King, and a terrifying storm of sword energy broke out in an instant. Countless fierce sword auras directly penetrated into the body of the Void Beast King, leaving countless blood holes visible to the naked eye on its huge body, densely packed like honeycombs. The body of the Void Beast King directly smashed down from the void in an embarrassing manner, and finally slammed heavily on a mountain thousands of miles away, directly smashing that mountain to pieces. Jiang Chen's figure directly turned into a golden streamer, and he landed down from the void, and then slammed his foot on the huge body of the Void Beast King, causing the latter to scream continuously. Surrender to me, I will spare you not to die. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the Void Beast King, his expression indifferent. These void beasts entering the northern territory will only be controlled by the Void Beast King in front of them. He killed this Void Beast King, and once these void beasts in the northern territory lost their control, it would also be a very troublesome thing. If you can conquer this Void Beast King, you will not only be able to resolve the Void Beast in the northern territory, but you can also have a thug who is not inferior to the God King Nine Heaven's powerhouse, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Chen didn't hurt this Void Beast King. I want this king to surrender to you, dream. The Void Beast King frantically struggled under Jiang Chen's feet, and there was also a terrifying roar in his mouth. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the golden ancient sword in his hand, with bright sword lights, kept drawing on the huge body of the Void Beast King. The rocks collapsed and the earth cracked. If it weren't for this Void Beastmaster's powerful body and unparalleled strength, I'm afraid it would have already died too long. But even as strong as the Void Beast King, he was dying under Jiang Chen's continuous destruction. His bones were broken, his flesh and blood were blurred, and most of his life was gone. Chapter 2455, People from the Fairy World. Lastly, I will give you a chance, don't you submit. Looking at the dying Void Beastmaster, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice resounded again. I surrender, I am willing to surrender. Feeling his physical condition, this Void Beast King finally couldn't help begging for mercy. Seeing this shocking scene in front of him, Wu Mu and many other experts in the Northern Territory also took a long time to come back to their senses, and their eyes could not help but show a look of ecstasy. They obviously did not expect that facing this Void Beastmaster's strongest blow, Jiang Chen not only slashed it with an understatement, but also suppressed it with the momentum of thunder, forcing him to lower his noble head and beg for surrender. This one deserves to be a terrifying existence at the same level as their martial ancestors. Let all the Void Beasts retreat to the edge of the Northern Territory to survive, and must not be an enemy of the Northern martial arts world. You will follow me from now on. Jiang Chen subdued the Void Beast King and directly ordered indifferently. Today, in the Northern Territory, there is no strong person who can contend with this Void Beast King. It is always a disaster for this Void Beast King to stay in the Northern Territory. Jiang Chen is going to bring him back to Zhongyu. A combat power comparable to the power of the God King Nine Heavens could also play a significant role in dealing with the next situation. As for these Void Beasts, Jiang Chen intends to let them live on the edge of the Northern Territory and become the first line of defense in the Northern Territory, in case something happens again in the Northern Territory. The land of the Northern Territory has the Immortal Mountain of Longevity, and it is also the place where the Heavenly Tao of the Gods' territory is located. Jiang Chen absolutely allows any mistakes in the land of the Northern Territory. The Void Beast King respectfully responded, and then let out a roar at the Void Beast below. I saw the dense crowd of Void Beasts below, all resembling a tide, quickly retreating towards the north. Mr. Jiang Chen, thank you for taking the initiative to resolve the crisis in the Northern Territory. Seeing that the trouble of the Void Beast was resolved by Jiang Chen in this way, Wu Mu couldn't help but stepped forward and said with gratitude. When their martial arts world was suppressed by the Shushan world, it was Jiang Chen who turned out to help them destroy the Shushan world in one fell swoop. Now that the Void Beast is coming, Jiang Chen also came in time to resolve the crisis for them. Without Jiang Chen, there would be no such thing as their Northern martial arts world today. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and then said directly, I will stay in the Northern Territory for a few days. You quickly send someone to investigate and see if there is any threat in the Northern Territory. I will help you solve it. Now that the God's domain has recovered, the world has changed drastically, and the entire God's domain will fall into chaos. After he left the Northern Territory this time, he didn't know when he would return next time. Just in case, he decided to stay in the Northern Territory for a few more days to completely solve the troubles for Wu Mu and the others. Wu Mu replied respectfully, and then immediately instructed the martial arts forces in the Northern Territory to fully investigate the situation in the Northern Territory. They can't be as lucky as this time every time, and they happened to meet Jiang Chen and return to the Northern Territory. Once Jiang Chen left, they would encounter such trouble again. I am afraid the consequences would be disastrous. At the same time Jiang Chen defeated the Void Beast. In the southernmost part of the Northern Territory, in a rolling silent mountain range, there was a strange spatial fluctuation in vain. Above the endless void, suddenly a huge space channel of hundreds of feet appeared. In that space channel, a vaguely supreme immortal might spread out, causing all the creatures in the mountains below to squat on the ground, shivering. And just as the supreme immortal prestige filled the world, two celestial red figures fluttered slowly out of the space channel. The aura of these two red figures is extremely strong, even when compared with Wuzantian and other Xeon kings at the peak of the Nine Heavens. I am afraid they are even worse. It's really an extremely weak universe. After the Longevity Immortal King escaped from the immortal world, did he really descend into this universe? The slender, handsome young man on the left swept his eyes slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. It should not be wrong, I have already felt the breath of the Longevity Fairy King. The eagle-eyed man on the right closed his eyes and felt for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. The handsome man said indifferently, if this is the case, let's go, and strive to resolve the matter as soon as possible and return to the fairy world. This garbage universe is simply not a place for people to stay. The eagle-eyed man frowned slightly. Huo Ling, we have come to this universe this time, and we are only ordered to come and inquire about the situation. Don't be foolish. The immortal king of longevity, even in the immortal realm, is also a superb figure in suppressing the immortal realm of one party. With the means of the immortal king of longevity, even if it has fallen, the remaining behind, I am afraid that the two of them cannot cope with it. The handsome man named Huo Ling's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Upon seeing this, the eagle-eyed man could only sigh helplessly, and hurriedly followed him. Because of the relationship with Jiang Chen, the Xu family of Bishan City had long since joined the Taixu Sect to seek refuge in Jiang Chen. Even after the immortal cultivation world was destroyed, Bishan City was not affected in any way, but with the support of Hong Tianyong's strength, the strength of Bishan City Lord Xu Yi had already broken through the nascent soul stage. As the city closest to the Shiwanda mountain in the south, Xu Yi naturally felt the strange fluctuations in the Shiwanda mountain. Qingmang, I am afraid that there will be great changes in the 100,000 mountains in the south. You immediately ask everyone to prepare and be ready to evacuate to the Tianyong faction at any time. Xu Yi looked up to the south of Bishan City and couldn't help but solemnly said to Xu Qingmeng beside him. The breath that erupted in the 100,000 mountains just now was really terrifying. Even compared to Hong Tianyong, the ancestor of Tianyong who broke through the distraction stage, he was even more terrifying, but I don't know how many times. Once some kind of change occurred in the 100,000 Great Mountain, it was definitely not something that their little Tianyong city could cope with. Xu Qingmeng couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look, "Father, what happened on Earth?" Xu Yigong was about to speak, but he felt something in an instant and could not help but suddenly raised his head and looked into the void. Xu Yi was horrified to discover that in the void hundreds of feet away from their heads, they did not know when two human figures appeared silently there. Xu Yi's heart suddenly couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold. Now he is already a nascent soul monk, even a monk at the distraction stage, he might not be able to appear within 100 feet of his body without warning. Chapter 2456, Rebirth. You are the master of this city. These two figures looked down at Xu Yi from a condescending position, and their indifferent voices slowly reverberated throughout the world. In the city of Bishan City, Xu Yi, I don't know who the two are, why come to Bishan City? Xu Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and clasped his fists at the two in midair. The auras of the two in front of them are very similar to them. They should all be immortal cultivators, and their cultivation bases are extremely high. I am afraid they have at least reached the stage of harmony. Since the collapse of the immortal world, there have been few monks above the harmony stage on this continent. Where did these two come from? Don't panic, we are not malicious, just come to ask for some news. The eagle-eyed man said indifferently, I wonder if you have ever heard of a person called the Immortal King of Longevity. Longevity Immortal King. Xu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it before. Since you don't know anything, what's the use of keeping you? Another handsome man snorted coldly, and a sharp killing intent instantly spread from his body, instantly making Xu Yi and his daughter like falling into an ice cellar. The two mysterious men in front of them are too strong, so powerful that they have no resistance at all. Who is in the wild in Bishan City? At the moment when the handsome man was full of murderous intent, a fierce anger came from outside Bishan City in an instant. I saw a figure with a blazing sun flashing all over, also bursting from a distance, and appeared directly above Bishan City. The person here is not someone else, but Hong Tianyong, the ancestor of the Tianyong school. Since turning to Jiang Chen, Hong Tianyong has naturally gained a lot of benefits during this period of time. The cultivation base has reached the peak of distraction in one fell swoop from the original Yuan Ying stage, which is only one step away from the He Dao period. The ants who distinguish the gods, dare to yell in front of me, really knowing how to live and die. The handsome man glanced at Hong Tianyong contemptuously, only raised his hand lightly and waved, a terrifying palm hit directly towards Hong Tianyong. The monk who is above the He Dao period. Feeling the horror of the handsome man's palm, Hong Tianyong's expression could not help but change drastically. Where did he dare to hesitate at all? He quickly sacrificed a piece of ancient jade that Jiang Chen handed him, and then slammed it. Under the urging of Hong Tianyong, Jiu directly turned into a bright golden sword energy and burst out. The golden sword energy instantly smashed the handsome man's palm strength, and then slashed towards the handsome man without any reduction in speed. The handsome man couldn't help but let out a surprised sound, and then he flicked his finger, and a strange flame flew out from his fingertips, burning the golden sword energy in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Hong Tianyong faintly. The person who gives you this sword spirit has some ability. Let the master of this sword spirit come to see me. The sword spirit offered by this guy in front of him was very good, and he could easily kill the monks in the Hidao stage. The master of Jian Qi is probably at least a monk during the tribulation period. This kind of existence should already be the strongest person in this world, and we should also know more about the situation in this world. If you can find the master of this sword Qi, perhaps you can inquire about the longevity fairy king. Seeing that he sacrificed the sword energy left by Jiang Chen and was still defeated by the handsome man's understatement, Hong Tianyong's expression also instantly became horrified. When Jiang Chen gave him these 3 sword Qis, he said that these 3 sword Qis are almost invincible under the tribulation, and even the monks at the peak of Hidao can easily be killed. But the handsome man in front of him easily defeated Jiang Chen's sword energy. The handsome man in front of him is a powerful existence that has reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe. Since the collapse of the 5 immortal sects, the cultivators who had passed the catastrophe period in the cultivating world had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Where did the monk in the tribulation period emerge from? Don't try to challenge my patience, immediately let the master of Jian Qi come to see me, otherwise I will slaughter you together with the people in this city. Just when Hong Tianyong was frightened, the handsome man's indifferent voice rang again. Hearing this handsome man's words, Hong Tianyong's heart couldn't help but feel cold. If Jiang Chen didn't show up today, maybe this guy in front of him would really slaughter the entire Bishan city. Jiang Chen has never appeared since he destroyed the realm of Shushan. Where is Jiang Chen where Hong Tianyong is now, and how can he call Jiang Chen? The master is in the Changsheng Shanshan, and I can't contact you now. If you want to find the master, go to the Changsheng Shanshan. Hong Tianyong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The 2 uninvited guests in front of them were simply beyond their reach. That's the end of the matter, he can only introduce these 2 into the forbidden area of Changsheng Shanshan. Longevity Fairy Mountain. Hearing Hong Tianyong's words, the 2 men looked at each other, a sharp light flashed in their eyes. This so-called Longevity Fairy Mountain, perhaps, is very likely to have a close relationship with the Longevity Fairy King who came to this universe in the first place. The handsome man stared directly at Hong Tianyong. Take us to Changsheng Shanshan immediately, I will spare you not to die. Hong Tianyong gritted his teeth and could only bite his head and lead the 2 towards the direction of Changsheng Shanshan. In Tongxian Valley, Jiang Chen, who was cultivating cross-legged, suddenly sensed something, and his closed eyes opened suddenly. Hong Tianyong actually used the sword energy I left behind. Since the collapse of the immortal world, the remaining immortal cultivators in the south have all surrendered to the martial arts world under the leadership of Hong Tianyong. He came to the northern territory this time, and when he passed through the south, he didn't notice anything unusual. But now that Hong Tianyong was forced to use the sword energy he left behind, he must have encountered a formidable enemy. It seems that some changes have also taken place in the south. At this moment, Wu Mu's figure rushed towards Jiang Chen in a hurry. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Mu faintly. Let's say, is there something wrong in the south? Mr. Jiang Chen really knows everything. Wu Mu was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly said, according to the news from a censored king sitting in the south, in the 100,000 mountains in the south, there seems to be the breath of a monk during the tribulation period. Monk during the tribulation period? Could it be that in the 100,000 mountains in the south, there are still hidden old monsters in the tribulation period? Chapter 2457, Encountered a Strong Enemy. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, he left Tongxian Valley and hurried toward the south of Changsheng Shanshan. After leaving the Tongxian Valley, Jiang Chen didn't move forward for long, but he vaguely sensed a familiar aura and quickly approached himself. The familiar figure of Hong Tianyong appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. At this moment, together with Hong Tianyong, there were 2 red figures with unfathomable auras. Hong Tianyong's whole person was carried by one of the handsome men, like an eagle catching a chicken, and he had obviously become a prisoner of the other side. Jiang Chen glanced slightly over the 2 red figures, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The 2 strange young men in front of them are too strong. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he felt a hint of danger from these 2 people. These 2 people in front of me are probably at least the powerhouses at the pinnacle of crossing the calamity. Even if compared to the original halal people, I am afraid they are worse than others. How can there be such a wicked immortal cultivator in this northern region? Jiang Chen was also horrified. The ages of these two people looked almost the same as him, but they had the cultivation base of the peak of crossing the catastrophe, which was simply unbelievable. Even the 5 great immortal sects in the world of cultivating immortals, the top geniuses of cultivating immortals, are far from being comparable to the two in front of them. How could such a shocking character be born in this northern territory? When they fought the 5 great immortals in a decisive battle, why didn't these two appear in front of them? If the 5 great immortals had these two to help each other, he and Wu Zhantian would probably be defeated. The two people in front of them did not come from the northern territory, but from which side of the universe to cultivate immortality? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt very heavy in his heart. If these two people really come from the Shushan universe, I am afraid that the Shushan universe will soon come to the divine domain continent again. This is tantamount to worsening the situation in God's domain. Lord, Master. Seeing Jiang Chen in his sight now, Hong Tianyang couldn't help but a look of joy appeared in his eyes. When I took Jiang Chen to the immortal mountain of everlasting life, I witnessed how Jiang Chen killed the monks like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Hong Tianyang was very clear about how terrifying his master's strength was. Even though the two in front of them are cultivators of tribulation, there is no wonder that there will be some waves in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Hong Tianyang and was about to speak when a cold and proud voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Are you the one who left this guy with that sword spirit? Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, his gaze couldn't help but fall on the handsome man carrying Hong Tianyang, and said indifferently, yes, I am the master of that sword spirit. Shouldn't the two people be from my God's realm? How can we be you people in the garbage universe? The handsome man sneered with disdain, and immediately asked unceremoniously, boy, I heard that there is a mountain called Changsheng Shanshan in your place. You should know about Changsheng Shanshan after all. As the handsome man said this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his heart suddenly. He originally thought that the two guys in front of him should be the people who cultivated the universe that invaded God's domain back then. But now it was completely beyond his expectation. These two guys actually came for the immortal mountain of longevity. The everlasting immortal mountain was moved from the immortal realm to the God realm by the immortal king of longevity with supreme magical powers. These two people in front of me, are they not from the immortal world? Changsheng Shanshan is the fairy mountain of our continent. Legend has it that there is an opportunity to ask Dao and become immortal. However, Changsheng Shanshan is too mysterious, and we don't know much about Changsheng Shanshan. When Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help but raised his head and glanced at the two of them. I don't know what the two of you are doing looking for the everlasting immortal mountain. The handsome man said with an impatient look, if you don't want to die, just tell me the information you know about the everlasting mountain, without missing a word. Jiang Chen's face became cold. What if I say no? In front of these two people looking for the immortal mountain of longevity, in all likelihood, they came for the immortal king of longevity. Their breath is too different from that of the immortal king of longevity. They are obviously enemies and not friends, and they are definitely not good. That being the case, how could Jiang Chen let the two people in front of him easily set foot in the everlasting mountain? The handsome man threw the Hong Tianyang in his hand hundreds of feet away, and a sharp killing intent also spread from him in an instant. I saw the handsome man's body shook slightly, his whole body's true essence mana violently swayed, and a blaze of flames visible to the naked eye rose to the sky, instantly dyeing the heavens and the earth into a magical red. The temperature of the entire world has exploded tenfold at this moment. In a short period of time, the space of a 10,000 square meter radius is filled with scarlet flames, and the terrifying heat, as if to see everything between the world and the earth melt into nothingness. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, under the influence of this strength, he couldn't help but feel dry, and even the movement of martial arts in his body was somewhat stagnant. What an amazing fire power! Feeling the power erupting from the handsome man, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The cultivation base of this handsome man, as he expected, had reached the peak of the triumph. This guy is better than a halal person in terms of his own background or his cultivation techniques. This guy in front of him is definitely the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately flicked his fingers, a sword aura flashed in the void, and then cut open a huge crack. In the void in front of him with a chirp. This crack seemed to have invisible power, isolating the hot power radiated by the handsome man. Suddenly there was a strange scene above the sky. The whole void, centered on Jiang Chen and the handsome young man, became two worlds, with flames in the sky and calm waves at the same time, with clear distinctions. It's a bit capable. I didn't expect that such a garbage universe would be able to give birth to a genius like you, which surprised me a bit. But, with your strength, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. The cold voice of the handsome man fell, and he raised his palm to lightly squeeze the void. The power of the flame that filled the world, frantically gathered in his palm, and finally turned into an exquisite fire lotus. With the emergence of fire lotus, the hot breath between heaven and earth suddenly doubled again. The handsome man looked cold, and when he reached out his hand, Huo Lian shot out at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2458. In desperation, the exquisite fire lotus cut through the heaven and the earth, and then rapidly enlarged in the void, and finally turned into a huge fire cloud that was thousands of feet long, instantly destroying Jiang Chen's sword that divided the heaven and the earth, and shrouded it towards Jiang Chen. Kill the immortal sword art, kill the immortal. Holding the golden ancient sword in his hand, Jiang Chen was full of sword energy, causing looming cracks in the void around him. He didn't move, holding the golden ancient sword in the air and slashed in the air. A flash of fairy light suddenly cut out with the sword's edge. Between the heaven and the earth, a sword aura that penetrates the heaven and the earth instantly stretched out from the golden ancient sword, and then went up against the sky, slashing fiercely on the fire cloud that enveloped him. Two terrifying powers are intertwined in the void, and I don't know how many times they collided in the blink of an eye. I only heard a burst of explosions, resounding constantly in the void. The flames raged in the void suddenly, and the sword aura filled the sky. Even the ordinary martial arts censored king and the cultivating monk, once they are contaminated with the terrifying energy of the void, they will all die in an instant. Unexpectedly, you who were born in this kind of universe could master this kind of sword celestial art. You must have been to the everlasting immortal mountain, and even had contact with the everlasting immortal king, right? The handsome man looked at Jiang Chen faintly. Lastly, give you a chance to tell me the news about the immortal king of longevity, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Jiang Chen coldly snorted blankly. I don't know what you are talking about, and I haven't heard of any longevity immortal king. I gave you a chance to survive, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then I will fulfill you. The handsome man's face was cold, and he appeared on the void above Jiang Chen's head in a flash. His eyes were condescendingly looking down at Jiang Chen. Endless flames gathered towards him, forming a pillar of fire that constantly selected the sky around him. Huajun universe. The handsome man screamed, and when he flipped his hand, he suddenly slapped Jiang Chen with a palm. The whole world seemed to shook fiercely at this moment, and the pillar of fire that reached the sky, with the terrifying power that burned all directions, moved towards Jiang Chen to suppress it. Jiang Chen stood still, his clothes flying and hunting. He raised his head to look at the suppressed sky-reaching fire column, his body's swordsmanship divine power trembling, and a shocking sword light that seemed to be able to cut down even the heavenly immortals, also flew out from the golden ancient sword in an instant. The shocking sword light went up against the sky, and instantly collided with the sky-reaching fire pillar. The sky quashed and the void collapsed. I saw that after a stalemate with the Tongtian fire pillar, that stunning sword light actually smashed it into pieces. Seeing that one of his moves with all his strength was defeated so easily by the stalemate, the handsome man's face also looked a little unpleasant. He was born in the immortal world, the source of the universe, but the kid in front of him was born in an inferior universe where even immortals could not be born. In terms of talent, in terms of background, in terms of cultivation techniques and supernatural powers, people in the lower cosmos are far from being able to compare with him. Even at the same level, he can easily crush the practitioners of the lower universe. Not to mention, the cultivation base of the boy in front of him is even weaker than him. If he can't even deal with this kid, will he still have the face to gain a foothold in this world in the future? The cold light exploded in the handsome man's eyes, his mana surged crazily, and the sky filled with flames on his palms. Stars are falling from the sky, he screamed, his palms closed quickly, and a stream of flames in the starry sky came down from the starry sky like a meteor shower sweeping across the sky and the earth, with the power to burn all things in the sky and the earth. Sword art of destroying immortality, Tuxian. Jiang Chen tried his best to urge the sword extinguishing technique, and there was a shocking shout in his mouth. The sky of the sun and the moon seemed to be split by Jiang Chen with a sword. I saw an unimaginable sword mark, With the terrifying power of Tuxian killing god, extending from the feet of Jiang Chen to thousands of miles away. Where Jian Hen passed, everything was returned to nothingness. Seeing that he still didn't hurt Jiang Chen with this blow, the handsome man's complexion became more and more difficult to look. He was a magnificent genius in the immortal world, facing a man of the lower cosmos whose cultivation base was weaker than himself. He had never been able to ask for any advantage. Huo Ling, this is extraordinary, let me help you. Another eagle-eyed man flashed and appeared directly beside the handsome man. He saw the battle between Huo Ling and Huo Ling really. Although the kid on the opposite side was born in the inferior universe, he was unparalleled in talent and luck, the magic arts of cultivating immortals, and the magical swordsmanship. Even in the immortal world, I am afraid that they are extremely rare. With Huo Ling alone, it is probably not an easy task to defeat this child. Huo Yao, defeat this son. I alone is enough. You don't need your help. Give me back. Huo Ling's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. As a genius disciple of the Qian Immortal King, Huo Ling naturally has his own arrogance. If even an inferior cosmic practitioner can't deal with it, if this is passed back to the immortal world, wouldn't he become a big joke? Boy, although I have to admit, you can have such an achievement in this universe, it is indeed very good. But, if you want to compete with me, I'm afraid you are still a bit close. Today I will show you the supreme immortal art of my Qian clan. Huo Ling's voice fell, and a bright golden flame suddenly appeared in his pupils. The real fire of the blazing sun quickly filled Huo Ling's eye sockets, and then burst out, turning into a towering fire column. Qian Jintong, the supreme immortal technique of the Qian Immortal King's line, can melt all things in the world. If you cultivate to the extreme, even boil the mountains and burn the sea, refine the stars and break the moon, it is just a breeze. In the face of Jiang Chen, a difficult opponent, Huo Ling did not have any reservations this time, and directly displayed his strongest blow. Emperor Qing with a sword. Feeling the even more terrifying blow from Huo Ling, Jiang Chen also didn't have the slightest reservation. He opened the fairy gate with a sword, and a coercive blue shadow stepped out of the fairy gate. The descendants of Immortal King Qian even dared to do anything to the emperor's people, and be punishable. Qingdi Xiang stepped out of the immortal gate, and directly looked down at Huo Ling indifferently, and immediately raised his hand and slashed down at Huo Ling with a sword. The shining flame that filled the world instantly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a silent sword light also instantly crossed time and space, and slashed the handsome man's body with a sword. Chapter 2459, Immortal Monument reappears. He only heard a loud bang, and Huo Ling's body exploded back in the air, flying upside down in the void for a distance of thousands of meters, before stabilizing his figure, and an abnormal blush on his face. Huo Ling trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out frantically. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was also an unconcealable look of horror in his eyes. The sword Jiang Chen used earlier knocked open the immortal gate and summoned a phantom of an immortal from the Immortal Realm. What horrified Huo Ling even more? This phantom still has consciousness, and he can see through his identity as the descendant of the Qian Immortal King at a glance. Such a character, even in the fairy world, is by no means an ordinary person. Could it be that the one in front of him is the heir chosen by a certain great figure in the immortal world? How could the descendants of great figures in the immortal world appear in such a shattered universe where it is difficult for even immortals to be born? Unless there is a possibility, it is that this child has the inheritance of the longevity immortal king who came to this world. This is the first immortal king in the immortal world, known as the strongest existence that is infinitely close to the immortal emperor. The inheritance left by the longevity immortal king, even for the immortal kings of the immortal world, has great appeal. They will always pursue the whereabouts of the immortal King Qian, and even send them to this universe at a huge cost. Now that the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity is in sight, how can Huo Ling not be excited? Huo Yao, kill him immediately. Huo Ling's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he shouted directly at the eagle-eyed man on the side. He had fought Jiang Chen just now, and his body had no strength, and his body was severely damaged by Jiang Chen's last sword, and he was no longer able to fight. Although his current situation is not very good, the situation of the guy opposite is not better than him. The Huo Yao beside him was still in full bloom. In terms of strength, Huo Yao is only slightly inferior to him. With Huo Yao's strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the opposite guy now? Huo Ling, I think it's better to forget it. Huo Yao glanced at Jiang Chen on the opposite side and hesitated slightly. The kid on the opposite side was able to grow to such a point in this shattered universe, it was definitely not an ordinary person. These characters, even if they are in the fairy world, are probably extremely rare Tianzhao characters. From the various sword celestial techniques that this kid played against Huo Ling, Huo Yao had vaguely felt that there was definitely a great man behind this guy. Especially the last sword knocked open the immortal gate, summoning an image of the immortal to come. That image of immortals can not only see through their origins at a glance, but they also call themselves emperors. The immortal world has a high level of hierarchy, and not everyone can be named emperor. Only the immortal emperor who is above the immortal king in the legend is qualified to be the emperor. The image summoned by Jiang Chen knocking on the immortal gate with a sword is very likely to be a legendary immortal emperor. A person who is very likely to have some kind of connection with the immortal emperor. Even their Qian immortal king would have to be afraid of 3 points. Today, if they really hurt this kid as a killer, once they angered the one behind him, they might bring disaster to the entire Qian immortal clan. Huo Ling's complexion sank. Huo Yao, don't forget, I will do everything in this matter. I order you to kill this kid immediately. Huo Yao frowned slightly, but in the end he stepped out and appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. He held his fist to Jiang Chen and said, "This friend, I am waiting for the two to come here just to find the trace of the immortal king of longevity. As long as you can tell the truth, I promise not to be your enemy. I don't know any immortal king of longevity, and there is nothing to say." Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "I don't care who you are, God's domain is not a place where you can go wild, you may leave now, maybe it's still too late. Since your excellency insists on doing this, you can blame me for being impolite." Huo Yao's faint voice fell, and the fist wrapped in the endless flames directly hit Jiang Chen with a sharp punch. He only heard a loud bang. Jiang Chen's whole body was smashed into a distance of thousands of feet, and the red blood was like a fountain, continuously spurting out of his mouth. In the previous battle with Huo Ling, Jiang Chen's body strength had already been exhausted, and now he was in a period of weakness. In his current state, facing a cultivator at the peak of crossing tribulation in his heyday, he didn't have much resistance at all. Although your talent is unparalleled, but based on your current state, you are not my opponent at all. Huo Yao looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. The inheritance left by the immortal king of longevity should be in the immortal mountain of longevity. Let us find the inheritance of immortal mountain of longevity, and I promise not to hurt you. You dream. A look of hideousness flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes, and immediately with a move of his palm, a stone steel with fairy light appeared out of the air in his palm. "Shanbei, now I can only rely on you. If you don't show off, I'm afraid I will really explain here today." Jiang Chen looked at the immortal monument in his palm, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. In his current state, even if it is to mobilize the immortal monument, it is afraid that it will be difficult to compete with Huo Yao. Unless this immortal monument can voluntarily explode the power of the immortal monument like the halal people facing advanced levels at the beginning, it will be able to resolve today's crisis. I really don't know how Xu Qingdi would choose a weak fellow like you. For some reasons, if I act at will, it will only cause you more trouble. This is the last time I will take the initiative to help you. You can do it yourself in the future. At this moment, a somewhat helpless voice resounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's ear. The immortal monument in his palm trembled suddenly, and then it turned into a monument to the heaven and earth to suppress the heaven and earth, and slammed away against the opposite Huo Yao. The world is banned, and the space is frozen. Even with the strength of the peak of Huo Yao's tribulation, it is difficult to even move a finger at this moment, and can only watch the monument of the heavenly gods in horror rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Huo Yao looked desperate and horrified. He just spit out a word of nothing, and the whole person was flooded by the fairy light above the monument. I saw that Huo Yao's body and Yuan Ying completely disappeared without a trace under the 1,000-foot-long sacred monument. A dignified monk from the immortal world at the peak of crossing the catastrophe was killed by the town of Shanbei with just a few fingers. Chapter 2460, Current Situation. Seeing that Jiang Chen offered a mysterious immortal monument, he directly obliterated Huo Yao in an understatement, and Huo Ling's expression instantly became frightened. Huo Ling couldn't care about the injuries on her body at all, so she hurriedly took a sigh of relief, fleeing in panic like a frightened bird. Immortal artifact. This is a real immortal artifact. Even if it's just a most common immortal artifact, it also contains supreme immortal power, and even Mahayana monks can't easily resist it. With his cultivation base during the tribulation period, not to mention that he was already seriously injured at this moment, even if he was still in the peak state, I am afraid it would be difficult to contend with the power of the immortal weapon. Can you escape? Since you are here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen shot a sharp killing intent in his eyes, which directly urged the supreme immortal monument to kill Huo Ling in the air. Since this Huo Ling came from the immortal realm and was directed at the immortal king of longevity, it was enough to prove that there were people in the immortal realm who had speculated that the immortal king of longevity had come to their god realm. Once this guy is allowed to escape, the people behind this guy will definitely know the situation here, and then send stronger people to God's domain. The immortal realm powerhouse is here. For God's domain, this will undoubtedly be a disaster that is even more terrifying than the invasion of the immortal universe. Even at all costs, he will definitely kill this guy today. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the immortal monument made a loud rumbling noise, and an invisible force crushed through the void, causing a huge space crack to appear between the world and the earth. This spatial crack quickly spread out from in front of Jiang Chen, and quickly extended to the place where Huo Ling was, swallowing Huo Ling and the space around him. At that moment, a screaming scream also came from the crack in that space. Ah! You wait for me, my line of immortal King Qian, I will definitely not let you go. Jiang Chen looked palely at the place where Huo Ling was swallowed, but his heart looked extremely heavy. The heavenly path of the gods was restored, and the worlds merged and unified, so that the eternal and empty void beasts entered the gods, causing great chaos in the gods. And the Shushan universe that invaded God's domain back then is very likely to make a comeback. Now even the immortal realm, the source of the universe, has sent people to come to this realm because of the existence of the eternal immortal king. Today's God's domain is really eventful. Jiang Chen could only pray that the people of Shushan universe and the immortal realm would come to God's domain later and give God's domain some time to grow. Given the current situation of God's domain, I am afraid it is simply difficult to cope with it. After solving the two uninvited guests from the immortal realm, Jiang Chen stayed in the northern territory for a few days, and after confirming that there was no threat in the northern territory for the time being, he returned to the central territory with the Void Beast King, who had recovered altogether. In the domain, the palace of the people. After Jiang Chen returned to the palace of Human Emperor, he found his father Zhang Wuya for the first time and asked about the situation in God's domain. After the great changes in the world of God's domain, the eternal void of void beasts also continuously entered the continent of God's domain. Nowadays, apart from the fact that the central region has not been attacked by the void beast, the eastern, western and southern regions are all in chaos due to the appearance of the void beast. Moon God Palace Lord Mingyu Xin led the powerhouse of Moon God Palace to the western regions. Both Kangming Junren and Wu Zantian also led a group of strong men to the eastern region and southern region to support them. The void beasts who have existed in the eternal void for an unknown number of years, the accumulated power is undoubtedly very huge, and the situation in their God's domain continent is still not optimistic. Except for the western region, which has a bright moon, the situation in the eastern region and the southern region is precarious. Especially the southern territory where Wu Zantian and the others went, suffered heavy damage from the void beast, and even the ninth heavenly king of the god king had fallen. After Jiang Chen learned of the situation, he also rushed to the eastern region with the void beast king who had been subdued. God's domain continent, eastern region. Since the last time the void demon invaded, the eastern region was also greatly injured by this. The original powers of the great gods and the ghost temple have been destroyed, and the ancient spirit divine sect and the Ji clan have migrated to the eastern region, leaving only the vitality of the Haoshan sword sect and the Qingluan clan. With their power, facing a void beast that was more than 10 times stronger than the previous void demon invasion, there was no resistance at all. In just a few days, nearly 2/3 of the eastern region had been captured by the void beast. Fortunately, Wu Zantian arrived in time with the strong from the central region, and this stabilized the situation. The void beast that appeared in the eastern region was beyond imagination. Even if Wu Zantian waited for him to come, he could not get any advantage from the void beast's hands, and there was even a divine king 9-layer strong man who fell under the siege of the void beast. As a result, the situation has become more and more precarious. Qingluan tribe, Wu Zantian and dozens of divine king realm gathered here, and the atmosphere in the field seemed solemn. King of Valkyrie, it won't be long before the void beast will attack the Qingluan tribe. With our current strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with them. The Purple Heaven God King of the Haoshan Sword Sect looked extremely heavy. The last time the Void Demon invaded, they paid an extremely heavy price, and they finally repelled the Void Demon. However, they didn't expect that after repelling the Void Demon race, they would not have time to recuperate in the future, and the Void Beast would explode again. In this time, the situation is far more serious than the last time. If it is a little careless, the entire eastern region will probably fall completely. Yeah, King Valkyrie, the strength of the Void Beast is too strong, and we must ask for help from the middle domain. With our current strength, it is simply hitting the stone with a pebble. Several divine kings of the eastern region all echoed the Tao. In the first place, Wu Zontian's brows were also tightened together. Wu Zontian was naturally very clear about the current situation in the Shenyu continent. More than 80% of the forces in the central region were sent to the east, west and south regions to support them. But now facing the menacing Void Beast, Raoshi Wu Zontian couldn't help but feel helpless. The gap between their current strength and the Void Beast is too great. The only way now is to abandon the eastern region and return to the central region to make plans. If they continue to fight the Void Beast, their only result is probably the entire army is wiped out. Just as Wu Zontian was about to order the retreat, a sharp beast howl sounded abruptly between the world. Hearing this sharp beast howl, Wu Zontian and the others couldn't help but suddenly change, and they couldn't help but raise their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. The Void Beast has already killed them. Chapter 2461, Support Eastern Region. Void Beasts are coming, I'll hold them. You immediately lead everyone to evacuate to the central region. Wu Zontian took a deep breath, and finally ordered to evacuate. The Void Beast is coming fiercely, and it's just seeking a dead end. If they withdrew to the central territory, they would be able to block the Void Beast with the help of Jiatian, thus gaining a chance to breathe. After Wu Zontian finished speaking, he did not give these godly domain experts a chance to speak, and his figure appeared above the Qingluan clan in a flash. He lifted his gaze slightly, and saw the Void Beast coming from thousands of miles away towards the Qingluan clan. Wu Zontian, you can't stop this king's pace, you can catch it quickly and obediently. Headed by the pitch-black Dapeng giant bird staring at Wu Zontian, the cold voice resounded in this space. Wu Zontian was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he directly merged with the sword and turned into a sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and shot into the Void Beasts. The bright and sharp blade pierced through the world, and 1,000 miles of void in front of the sword, like a fragile thin paper, was easily torn in half. Wu Zontian's figure has already appeared in the Void Beasts. The blade light cut across the void and directly cut into the Void Beast herd, instantly cutting out a huge vacuum area in the Void Beast herd. There were thousands of Void Beasts, all of them were destroyed by Wu Zontian's sword. Wu Zontian, you are looking for death. The Dapeng giant bird screamed, and its huge eyes burst into sharp bursts, extremely furious. Wu Zontian didn't pay attention to the Dapeng giant bird at all, and the long knife in his hand shook slightly, and another shocking sword swept through the Void Beasts. At that moment, an unimaginable, extremely gorgeous golden sword light spread rapidly among the Void Beasts, cutting the Void Beasts into an unimaginable huge black crack, which was magnificent without healing for a long time. Under this blow, at least tens of thousands of virtual beasts fell into Wu Zontian's hands once again. Wu Zontian, today this king will break your corpse into thousands of pieces and kill him for me. The Dapeng giant bird raised up to the sky and let out an angry roar. I saw its huge wings shook, and the terrible swallowing force turned the space around him into a black hole. A void world appeared in front of him, and then instantly destroyed, turning into a light of destruction, exploding towards Jiang Chen. Shot from here, and beside the Dapeng giant bird, the other three Void Beast kings, which are comparable to the God King 9th layer, also exploded with sky-shaking power at the same time, and slew directly towards Wu Zontian. Facing the siege of the four Void Beasts including the Dapeng giant bird, Wu Zontian did not flinch at all. He directly activated the secret method and fought with the four Void Beasts. One person and four beasts kept touching each other in the void, turning the world into chaos in an instant. Under the siege of the four-headed Void Beast King who was not inferior to the God King Zhou, even if it was as strong as Wu Zontian, it was obviously overwhelming. Wu Zontian was defeated under the siege of the four giant beasts of the Dapeng giant bird, and his entire body was in danger. The Valkyrie King is about to be unable to support it. Let's prepare to help. Among the Qingluan tribe, The ancient god king nine-layered heavenly powerhouse of the ancient Shenfeng tribe looked at the battle thousands of miles away, with a solemn expression on his face. Another divine king Zhu Zongtian of the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords hesitated slightly and said, "The king of Valkyrie lets us lead everyone to evacuate. If we don't leave, I'm afraid there will be no chance." The Valkyrie king is one of the most powerful, censored, kings in God's domain at the time. If even he falls, even if we retreat to the central region, what can we use to stop the void beast from attacking? The ancient Shenfeng clan snorted coldly, "You lead everyone to retreat, and I will help the martial god king." After finishing speaking, this ancient god Feng clan powerhouse will prepare to help. Before the ancient god Phoenix clan expert had time to do it, a bright sword light that penetrates the sky and the earth exploded from the sky, and a sword smashed the destructive claws captured by the Tianpeng giant bird towards Wu Zongtian. Smashed. Tianpeng giant bird's huge eyes shrank suddenly, and his gaze couldn't help looking towards the distant sky. "I saw two black shadows, one person, one beast, and two black shadows." Looking at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Wu Zongtian couldn't help but froze slightly. Within the Qingluan clan, the ancient, censored, and Phoenix clan powerhouse also showed a delighted look in his muddy old eyes. The palace of human Emperor Jiang Chen, the emperor of the world, was a peerless arrogant talent capable of suppressing an era. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had a combat power comparable to that of the god king Nine Heavens. He seemed to have subdued a void beast king whose strength was not inferior to that of the god king Nine Heavens. With the addition of Jiang Chen, a person and a beast, they can compete with the void beasts in front of them. "I heard that the battle situation in the eastern region is not so good, so come and have a look." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Senior Wu, are you okay? Don't worry, you can't die. Since you are here, let's make a quick decision." Wu Zongtian said, his gaze was directly locked on one of the void beast kings, and then he urged the sword art with all his strength and slashed it over. He can naturally feel that Jiang Chen's strength has improved a lot after leaving this time, and his cultivation has reached the seventh heaven of God King. With Jiang Chen's talented background, the combat power that he can display now is probably no better than him. Coupled with the void beastmaster that it conquered, they already have the power of a battle. The secret method that they had displayed could not last long, and they had to defeat these four void beast kings in one fell swoop before their secret method was over. "King of Valkyrie, Emperor of Humanity, I will contain one for you." At this moment, the ancient god king Zhou of the ancient Shenfeng clan also burst out from the Qingluan clan in an instant, and directly killed one of the void beast kings. "Hailong, you go and contain that Dapeng bird." Jiang Chen ordered the void beast king beside him, and immediately killed the other void beast king. Of the four void beast kings in front of him, the strongest is undoubtedly the great Dapeng bird. Jiang Chen intends to let the black dragon contain this big rock giant bird, and then use the momentum of thunder to eliminate the other three void beast kings. With Jiang Chen and the others, almost all of the 3 and 5 beasts burst out in the void, and the terrible energy ripples caused the sky in a radius of thousands to turn into chaos in an instant. Jiang Chen urged the sword art of destroying immortal with all his strength, and directly opened the world with a sword, and slashed towards the wolf-shaped void beast king on the opposite side. Although this wolf-shaped void beast king possesses the strength comparable to that of the divine king Zhou, it is only comparable to that of the divine king Zhou in its early stage. Using Jiang Chen's current cultivation base to fully display the sword destruction art, this void beast king was simply hard to resist, and Jiang Chen flew thousands of feet away with a single sword in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2462, Thunder Suppression. A sword flew the wolf-shaped void beast king. Jiang Chen did not give him a chance to breathe, and another sword light containing the supreme immortal might burst out. And just when Jiang Chen tried his best to kill this void beast king, Wu Zongtian and the ancient, censored, King Nine heavenly powerhouse of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan also fought with the opposite void beast king. Wu Zongtian was originally the strongest god king at the peak of the 9 heavens, and after the secret technique was used, his combat power reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if there had been a battle just now, the state was no longer at its peak at this moment, but the only one with a strength equivalent to the late stage of the God King 9th Heavenly Beast King, still beat the opponent without any strength to fight back. On the other side, the ancient God Phoenix clan powerhouse, although slightly inferior to the Void Beast King he was facing, there was no problem at all to contain him in a short period of time. Only the black dragon and the Dapeng giant bird had their eyes locked on each other's body, and they did not choose to make a move easily. Because they all felt a hint of danger from each other's body. You stupid dragon, the Void Beast King who dominates a party, surrendered to the humans, and you almost wiped out the face of the Void Beast. The Dapeng giant bird looked at the black dragon coldly, with a look of contempt in those giant eyes. Hailong's eyes sank, and he coldly snorted, "How this king is going to act, it's not your turn, a dead bird, to interfere. Stupid dragon, today I will kill you traitor for the Void Beast." The Dapeng giant bird shouted angrily, and immediately its wings shook, bringing a storm that ruined the sky in the void, and swooped toward the black dragon. The black dragon's huge dragon tail flicked violently, and directly with the power of the broken void, he drew it at the big bird. The two giants collided in the void, like a meteorite colliding, and there was a loud noise. One dragon and one bird, both of them are the strongest Void Beast Kings whose strength is comparable to the peak of the censored King Nine Heavens. Both of them have exploded with earth-shattering power and constantly collide together. No one can help each other. The 3 and 5 beasts were transformed into 4 battlefields, all of them using their magical powers, and the sky was broken, the sun and the moon were dull. On the battlefield, the Void Beast King who fought against Jiang Chen was the first to lose the battle under the powerful offensive of Jiang Chen Mieshan sword art. I saw that his huge body was directly split in half by Jiang Chen with a sword, and the blood was also spilled from the void like raindrops. Wu Zontian also smashed the sky with a sword, and the indestructible blade light directly crushed the Void Beast King and the surrounding space into powder in an instant. After smashing the Void Beast Queen with a single knife, the breath of Wu Zontian's body quickly became weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He couldn't help but looked up pale and looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I will leave it to you next." "Senior Wu, don't worry, leave it to me." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the human sword was directly integrated, turning into a sword light that penetrates the sky and the earth, and slashed at the Void Beast King who fought against the ancient god Feng clan powerhouse. The Void Beastmaster still had the upper hand slightly, but with Jiang Chen's joining, the situation changed sharply in an instant. This Void Beast King fell completely in the hands of the two Jiang Chen. "Stupid, your companions are all dead. If you are thinking about surrendering now, maybe it's still too late." Seeing that Jiang Chen and the others had suppressed the other 3 Void Beast Kings in an instant, the eyes of the black dragon looking at the Tianpeng giant bird couldn't help but show a sly smile. Feeling the surroundings, the expression of Tianpeng giant bird also instantly became frightened. The human youth who came suddenly had such terrifying strength. In just a moment, he cooperated with Wu Zontian and others to suppress the remaining 3 Void Beast King Thunder. "Even if this king is dead, he will never bow down like you and become a running dog of mankind." The Tianpeng giant bird screamed in anger, and immediately burst out a divine power of swallowing the sky to force the black dragon back, and then its wings shook, turning into a black storm and swept towards the distant sky. How can Jiang Chen and the others allow the Tianpeng giant bird to escape at this moment? I saw him in the ancient, censored, King Zhouzhongtian powerhouse of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, directly killing the Tianpeng giant bird from left to right. And behind the Tianpeng giant bird, the black dragon also displayed the void destruction claw, and grabbed one claw toward the Tianpeng giant bird. Although the Tianpeng giant bird was powerful, it didn't have the ability to fight one enemy 3. The huge body of the Tianpeng giant bird became riddled under the siege of Jiang Chen's trio, and even the huge pair of wings were severed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. The huge body of Tianpeng giant bird was beaten to pieces by the 3 Jiang Chen directly in the void. And when Jiang Chen and the others killed the Tianpeng giant bird, the divine king of the Saint Sword Sect, the 9 Heavens experts, took the lead, leading many divine realm experts to kill the void beasts. There is no Void Beast King comparable to the Divine King 9 Layers of Heaven, the Divine King of the Saint Sect of 10,000 Swords. The Divine King 9 Layers of Heaven is almost like no one's realm, directly killing the void beasts into a river. Jiang Chen focused his gaze on some void beasts whose strength was not inferior to that of the Divine King realm, and directly slaughtered these void beasts in the Divine King realm. A huge figure that made Jiang Chen a little familiar directly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared ghostly in front of this behemoth, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a playful smile. "Void Giant Whale King, long time no see, don't come here unharmed." This behemoth was the giant whale king that Jiang Chen had intercepted and killed by Ji Chenyi and escaped into the eternal void. The strength of this void giant whale king is already much stronger than before, and I am afraid it is no less inferior to the 5 heavenly powerhouses of the God King. This class of void beast kings, in front of Jiang Chen, is no different from ants. Seeing Jiang Chen's face now, the look of the void giant whale king also instantly became horrified. It obviously didn't think about it. The human kid who broke into its territory at the time has grown to such a terrible level. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "The void whale king, watching you and I met for a while. As long as you lead the void beasts to surrender to me, I will spare your life. How about?" I am willing to surrender to the adults." Without thinking about it, the void whale king quickly lowered his head to Jiang Chen. Now the 4 top void beast kings in their void beast herd have all been killed by Jiang Chen. If you want to survive, the only option is to surrender. Chapter 2463. Back to ancient times. The void giant whale king no longer hesitated now, and directly screamed at the surrounding void beasts. Many of the void beasts under the leadership of the void whale king obediently chose to surrender. Tens of thousands of void herds, dead to death, fleeing, and surrender. The trouble of the void beast that had caused eastern regions to fall into a crisis of life and death was just as lightly resolved by Jiang Chen with the momentum of thunder. After solving the crisis in the eastern region, Jiang Chen directly contacted his father Jiang Wuya to find out about the other 2 domains. In the western regions, Ming Yuexin, an almost invincible figure under the Dominion, was sitting in town, directly defeating the void herd and retreating, without any problems at all. The real Kangming of the southern territory, they were originally at risk under the attack of the void beast. At the critical moment, a mysterious young man called Witch Punishment turned out to be born. He even cut 2 void beast kings whose strength is comparable to the God King 9 Heavens, and helped real man Kangming recover their defeat and began to counterattack void beasts. Hearing the situation of the other 2 domains, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The trouble of the void beast in the gods' domain continent was at least resolved. As for the void beasts that appeared after the fusion of the territories outside the gods' domain continent, Jiang Chen had no time to take care of it for the time being. The ancient catastrophe, the divine realm was shattered, and the realm formed in the eternal void is more than tens of millions. Even if he wanted to manage it, he couldn't manage it for a while. Jiang Chen and the others stabilized the situation in the eastern region, and then directly supported the western region and the southern region, and wiped out the void beasts in the 2 regions with the momentum of thunder. And when Jiang Chen calmed down the void beast, the world of God's domain has also undergone a major change once again. The thousands of realms that have been continuously merging and converging have finally merged into a new whole at a certain moment. An incomparably mysterious heavenly energy also rippled through the entire world of God's domain. Under the influence of this energy, Jiang Chen only felt that his cultivation speed had risen more than 10 times in an instant. Some practitioners whose cultivation is in a bottleneck state have once again exploded in strength. In the entire God's domain world, the Divine King's Great Tribulation almost constantly appeared. In just a few days, the number of God King realm powerhouses in the God realm world has probably increased by 10%. Even the real person Kangming and Wuzantian and other God King 9-layer powerhouses, they saw the blue sky through the clouds and mist, and vaguely touched the realm of martial arts dominance. And the Mingyu heart, who touched the dominance realm, directly entered the state of retreat, impacting the real dominance realm. The way of heaven is restored, and the world of God's domain is merged into one. The martial arts civilization of God's domain also began to prosper rapidly at this moment, as if returning to the ancient times. Because of the rapid increase in the overall strength of God's domain, those places that were originally in chaos due to the void beast after the fusion have gradually stabilized the situation, and the situation in the entire God's domain is very good. After the situation in God's domain stabilized, Jiang Chen also returned to the immortal palace of longevity and began to practice in retreat. Although God's domain said that the current situation is very good, but the Shushan universe that invaded God's domain back then may strike again at any time. Even the great figures in the immortal world are very likely to send people to the gods again because of the existence of the immortal king of longevity. Whether it is a person from Shu Xian universe or Xian realm, once they come to God's realm, they will be a fatal threat to their God's realm. Jiang Chen can only seize the time to improve his strength so as to cope with the disaster that is most likely to happen next. And to quickly improve strength, the immortal palace of longevity is undoubtedly an excellent place. Even if the heavenly Tao of the gods is restored, the warriors of the gods are more than 10 times faster to practice, but they are still far from being compared with the longevity immortal palace left by the longevity immortal king. Jiang Chen retreats in the immortal palace of longevity, and with the help of the power of the system, the improvement of his cultivation has undoubtedly reached an extremely terrifying level. 1 year later, Jiang Chen broke through from the 7th heaven of God King to the 8th heaven. Jiang Chen made a smooth breakthrough once again and became the strongest king of God King 9 heavens. After breaking through the God King 9 heavens, Jiang Chen's combat power also reached an extremely terrifying point. Except for Ming Yuexin and other peerless existences that have touched the domination realm, almost no one in the Divine King realm would be his opponent. And shortly after Jiang Chen broke through the God King 9th heaven, he suddenly received a voice transmission from his father Zhang Wuya. Moon God Palace Lord Ming Yuexin successfully stepped into the dominance realm and became the lunar master who controls the power of the lunar yin. This is also the first martial arts master born after the Great Tribulation of God's domain, in addition to the original emperor Zhang Qingtian. After Jiang Chen got the news, he also ended the retreat and went to the Moon God Palace to congratulate him. The powerhouses of the top forces in God's domain all gathered in the Moon God Palace to witness the birth of the world's first master of martial arts. Senior Ming Yu, congratulations on becoming the only master of martial arts in God's domain continent. As a human emperor, Jiang Chen naturally received the warm hospitality of Moon God Palace, and was summoned by Ming Yu Xin alone. God's return to the ancient times is enough to give birth to a strong master of the realm. I am afraid that it will not take long for more martial masters to appear. Ming Yu's beautiful eyes swept across Jiang Chen's body and said indifferently, including you, breaking through the martial arts master, that's just a matter of time. Senior Ming Yu, as far as I know, there are 3,000 martial arts in the divine realm, and each martial arts can only give birth to one martial master. Is this true? Jiang Chen pondered slightly and directly asked a very crucial question. Once God's domain first gave birth to a sword master, unless the sword master fell, it would be difficult for him to break through the master realm. In the ancient times of God's domain, this was indeed the case. Because at that time the God's domain heavenly Tao also had flaws, it would have been difficult to carry more powers of the domination realm. Ming Yuexin smiled faintly. But now, you don't have to worry about the whole problem at all. On Jiang Chen's face, a look of horror suddenly appeared. Senior's meaning, now that God's domain has surpassed the ancient times, can multiple martial masters of the same attribute be born at the same time? After I broke through the domination realm, I vaguely felt that the heavenly Tao of God's domain seemed to have been sublimated by some kind of power, reaching an unprecedentedly powerful level, even surpassing the ancient times. Today's God's domain can fully support the existence of more dominating realm. Even breaking through the legendary immortal realm is not impossible. Ming Yuexin raised her head and looked at the endless void, and said in a shocking voice. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. It seems that God's domain Tiandao in the Longevity Immortal King's Longevity Immortal Palace has indeed gained a lot of benefits. Chapter 2464, Void Mozu panicked. Jiang Chen knew very well that God's domain Heavenly Tao's ability to return to its peak and complete its transformation must have an inseparable relationship with the Immortal King of Longevity. The arrival of the Immortal King of Longevity in God's domain may bring some trouble to God's domain, but it also gave God's domain great benefits. If it can grow smoothly, the martial arts civilization of God's domain will surely grow to a point more brilliant than the ancient times. Jiang Chen, now the situation in God's domain has gradually stabilized, and then we can consider destroying the void demon race. Just when Jiang Chen felt utterly in his heart, Ming Yuexin's cold voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ear again. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help raising his head to look at Ming Yuexin. Destroy the void demon race. After the great changes in the world of God's domain, the void demon race did not directly appear in the continent of God's domain, but evacuated to more remote places. Since this period of time, the void demon race has always behaved extremely low-key, with almost no movement. Jiang Chen and the others also focused more on the body of the void beast group, almost destroying the void demon race. Ming Yuexin will propose to destroy the void demon race at this time. It is always a disaster for the void demon race to stay in the realm of the gods. Only when they are resolved, we can face the coming immortal cultivation universe with all our strength. Ming Yu said indifferently. After destroying the void demon race, we need to build a city outside the starry sky. This time with the Shushan universe, try not to draw the flames of war to God's domain." When Jiang Chen heard the words, he nodded secretly. In the cosmic level battle in the ancient times, God's domain was invaded by the Cultivation universe without any precautions, causing God's domain to become the battlefield of that cosmic level battle. God's domain will be beaten to pieces in that battle. If the Shushan universe invades again, they must be fully prepared and absolutely can't make the same mistakes again. Okay, then we will destroy the Void Demon race. Since God's domain began to recover, their strength has increased by many times during this period of time. Now they not only have Ming Yuexin, the powerhouse of the domination realm, but also the true man Kangming and Wu Zantian, but they also have touched the threshold of the domination realm. As for the powerhouses of the God King Nine Heavens, there are more than 15. With the current strength of God's domain, it is not difficult to destroy the Void Demon race. After making a decision, Jiang Chen didn't have any muddle-headedness either. He directly summoned the powerhouses of God's domain and killed them towards the Void Demon race. The virtual cloud realm was originally a small realm in Kunsu heaven to the west of the God realm continent. After the divine realm and 10,000 realms were unified, the virtual cloud realm became an inconspicuous small part of the God realm master world. The Void Demon race silently retreated from the eternal void when the world of God realm changed drastically, occupying this area. The Void Demon race has always appeared to be extremely low-key, even when the Void Beast swept the Divine Realm and caused the entire Divine Realm to fall into chaos, the Void Demon race never made any moves. Although the Void Demon race hasn't had any movement, its attention to God's domain has not diminished in the slightest. Especially when I felt that the power of the Taoist God realm was increasing at a terrifying speed, it was the Devil Emperor Mo Xiaodian who instinctively felt a hint of crisis. The entire Void Demon race was caught in a panic. Mo Jingtian directly gathered the 8 great demon kings and old ancestor Shuiyang to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, now that God's domain is reappearing before the ancient catastrophe, its strength is no longer what it used to be, and even the trouble of the Void Beast has been suppressed. If I expected it well, I am afraid that God's domain will soon be against the Void Demon race. Launch an offense, what do you have to deal with? Mo Jingtian glanced at everyone, and said solemnly. Hearing the words that shocked the sky, the field suddenly fell into silence. I said earlier, let you take advantage of the Void Beast attacking God's domain, and don't give the God's domain a rest, but you don't listen. Now let's take care of yourself. At this moment, old ancestor Shuiyang couldn't help but said with a sneer. Old ancestor Shuiyang, it doesn't make any sense to talk about this now. Mo Jingtian frowned slightly and said, I remember that you said at the beginning that the army of Shushan universe going to God's domain will arrive in about 3 years. Now that 3 years have passed, why hasn't there been any news? Between the universe and the universe, there is an endless galaxy. If nothing happens, it will take about 3 years for the universe from our side to reach the realm of God. But there are many crises in the endless galaxy, and the army of the cultivating universe is also very likely to encounter some troubles in the endless galaxy. They may be able to descend into God's domain in 3 to 5 days, or they may not arrive in 3 to 5 months. I am afraid no one can predict the specific time. Ancestor Shuiyang's brows also couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. According to normal circumstances, the Shushan universe should almost descend into the divine realm, but it has not yet appeared now, and I am afraid that it is really possible to encounter trouble in the endless galaxy. With the words of old ancestor Shuiyang, Mo Jingtian couldn't help but sink slightly. If the army of Shu Xian universe can't come as soon as possible, their Void Demon race would be really dangerous. My Lord Demon Emperor, now that the strength of God's domain is soaring, my Void Demon race has been unable to contend. It is no longer suitable to stay here for a long time. I must evacuate as soon as possible. A demon king couldn't help but utter a voice. Withdraw, where else can we withdraw? Another demon king said solemnly. So the world of God's domain lord has now merged into a whole. If they are determined to deal with the Void Demon race, we will not be able to escape. The previous demon king couldn't help but retorted, even if you can't escape, you can still deal with God's domain, it's better than sitting here and waiting for death. Hearing the voices of the demon kings, the heart of demon Jingtian is extremely heavy. If the Void Beasts attacked God's domain in the first place and caused the God's domain to fall into chaos, they would take the opportunity to take action, and perhaps they would still cause some trouble to God's domain. Now God's domain has not only suppressed the void beast, but its strength is more than twice that of 3 years ago. The strength of their void demon race is not at the same level as God's domain. If it really fights God's domain head-on, I am afraid it will undoubtedly be defeated. Even if it was Mosheadian, there was no better countermeasure for a while. They can only pray in their hearts now that the army of Shushan Universe expedition to God's domain can reach God's domain before God's domain can attack them. Chapter 2465, Domination. Mo Jingtian, I advise you to break the void demon race into parts and hide them in God's domain. This may delay some time. Otherwise, once God's domain attacked, the only result of the void demon race was the annihilation of the entire army. Old ancestor Shuiyong was silent for a while. Now that the expedition force of the Shushan universe has not yet arrived, the ancestors of the Blood Sun naturally hope that the void demon race can contain the God's domain for more time, so as to delay the growth of those top powerhouses in the God's domain. When he first contacted Shushan Universe, what he passed to Shushan Universe was only the situation in God's domain at that time. The ancestor of Shuiyong could have expected that the expedition force sent by Shushan Universe this time should not be too strong. If the void demon race were really destroyed by God's domain in this way, a God's domain without any worries would soon reappear, the grand occasion of the ancient times. Even if the expedition army of Shushan Universe arrives, it may not help to win God's domain. Mo Jingtian nodded, apparently agreeing with the proposal of old ancestor Shuiyong. They are very good at the way of space. If they are scattered and hidden in the world of the gods, it should be difficult for the gods to find them one by one at a time. Only in this way, they might be able to deal with God's domain and delay until the arrival of the powerhouse of the Shushan universe. Mo Jingtian took a deep breath. Just as he was about to order the void demon race to disperse and leave, a figure of the void demon race appeared in front of Mo Jingtian and the others. Devil, Lord Devil, the matter is not good. I just got news that there are a large number of powerhouses in God's domain who are approaching where our void demon race is. Following the words of this void demon race, the expressions of Mo Jingtian and others couldn't help but drastically change. The movement of God's domain was much faster than they thought. It seems that God's domain is determined to destroy their void demon race. Mo Jingtian suppressed the horror in his heart, and slowly took a deep breath and said, "Immediately pass the order and let everyone escape quickly by themselves." I'm afraid it's too late. As the ancestor Shuiyong said, those twinkling, censored eyes directly penetrated the endless space and looked towards a certain direction in the void. And at the moment, when the words of the ancestor Shuiyong fell, a horrible aura that made everyone present was heart palpitating, also instantly rippling across the world. This is the breath of martial arts masters. Feeling this breath that made him extremely familiar, the pupils of the ancestor Shuiyong suddenly shrank involuntarily. As a Mahayana monk who invaded God's domain that year, the ancestor of Shuiyong fought with the martial master of God's domain more than once, and the breath of God's martial master is still fresh in his memory. The aura rippling from heaven and earth in front of him is definitely the aura that only real martial masters can possess. Budo Master. Hearing the words of the ancestor of the Blood Sun, the expressions of Mo Jingtian and others also became horrified in an instant. Although they also knew that God's domain was unified, and after returning to the ancient times, their strength was recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. In just 3 years, God's domain has actually born a master of martial arts. Master of martial arts, this is a supreme existence comparable to Mahayana monks. After the great tribulation of God's domain that year, their void demon race was only one step away from being able to completely conquer the continent of God's domain. However, he did not expect that at a critical moment, God's domain gave birth to a powerful master of the realm like Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian, who turned the tide with his own power, defeated the void demon race, and expelled them back to the eternal void. Now that God's domain has once again born a master of martial arts, with their current strength of the void demon race, there is no resistance at all. And just when Mo Jingtian and the others were terrified, a few monstrous auras filled the sky directly above the void demon race. A cold voice also resounded slowly between heaven and earth in an instant. The devil is shaking the sky, and he didn't come out quickly to die. Mo Jingtian suppressed the horror in his heart, and appeared directly above the void demon race in a flash. He raised his head slightly, his eyes fell on more than a dozen figures thousands of feet away. The first person was the moon god palace master Mingyu Xin, who had reached the half-step dominance at the beginning. Now the aura exuding from his body is more than many times stronger than when he fought him. Even with his cultivation base, facing the breath that Mingyu Xin exudes, it seems that there is a feeling that he is about to breathe. Behind Mingyu's mind and body, there is really Kang Ming and Wu Zantian. The two Divine King 9 heavenly powers who were beaten by him with no power to fight back at the beginning are probably touching the level of the martial arts master, possessing the strength of half a step to dominate the realm, and their strength is no longer under him. Behind these three people, there are at least no less than 10 powerhouses of the Divine King 9 heavens. Seeing the incomparable lineup of God's domain, Rao Shimo Jingtian couldn't help feeling a panic at the moment. Today's God's domain is really too powerful. Such a powerful lineup, even if the Void Demon race was in its heyday, I am afraid it might not be an opponent. Mo Jingtian suppressed the horror in his heart, and shouted with anger on his face, Mingyuexin, my Void Demon race is far away from the center of God's domain, why bother to kill them? Void Demon race, the lackeys of Cultivation universe, you shouldn't exist in God's domain, you should be blamed. Mingyu's cold voice fell, and she directly stretched out her finger to point out the demon shocking one. This finger is silent, and there is no energy fluctuation at all. Only the demon under this finger shocked the sky, but felt that the world was frozen, and his whole person was shrouded in a shadow of death. Mo Jingtian's expression instantly became horrified, and his mouth also let out a sky-shaking roar, and a heavenly demon phantom also condensed from its back in an instant. Even though Mo Jingtian burst out with all its strength, it couldn't resist the power of Mingyuexin at all. I saw that the demon phantom suddenly collapsed under the invisible finger of Mingyu Xin that day. And Mo Jingtian's figure was also directly flew out by a finger flick, flying backwards for thousands of miles like a meteor, smashing the sky out of a bottomless chaotic black hole. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Mo Jingtian's mouth, and his whole body was cracked with cracks visible to the naked eye. Even the powerful physical body that the Void Demon race is proud of can hardly withstand the power of Mingyuexin. The dominating state is the real supreme state after removing the emptiness and ethereal immortal state in the Divine Realm cultivation system. The power of dominance can overwhelm all the power under dominance. Even if the existence is as strong as the magic shocking sky, in front of the real martial masters, it is almost no different from the ants. Chapter 2466, Destroy the Void Demon. With the strength of Lord Demon Emperor, how can I be easily defeated by Iji? Seeing that Mo Jingtian couldn't even stop Mingyu Xin's understatement, the expressions of several Void Demon Kings instantly became horrified. Nothing is impossible. You don't understand the power of that level at all. Whether they are the masters of the martial arts or the Mahayana monks, they are already regarded as half-immortals, and they can ask Tao to become immortals and immortal. Even if it is 10 demons shaking the sky, in front of a real martial master, there will be no resistance at all. The ancestor Shuiyang said with a gloomy look. Hearing the words of the ancestor of the Blood Sun, many Void Demon Kings looked pale, like a concubine. Today, their Void Demon race is afraid that they will be completely finished. If you don't want the entire army to be annihilated, run for your own lives. One can escape. The words of the ancestor Shuiyang fell, and immediately the whole person turned into a censored light, slamming into the void. A martial arts master who has just broken through, if he was at his peak that year, he would naturally not have the slightest fear. But now he is even slightly inferior to Mo Jingtian. If you continue to stay here, it will be no different from waiting for death. Just as the ancestor Shuiyang escaped into the void and was about to escape silently, the Mingyu heart in the void also sensed something instantly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it in a certain direction in the void. A scarlet figure was directly caught out of the void by her like an eagle catching a chicken. This blood-colored figure is surprisingly the ancestor of the Blood Sun preparing to escape. The ancestor of Shuiyang couldn't help but exclaimed in horror, Mingyuexin, my censored evil sect will soon come to God's realm. If you dare to move me, my censored evil sect will definitely not let you go. Don't worry, this palace has no plans to let them go. It won't be long before they will come and be buried with you. The voice of Mingyuexin fell, and the palm of his hand was lightly squeezed. The struggling body of the ancestor of the Blood Sun instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, which quickly dissipated without a trace between the heavens and the earth. The ancestor of the Blood Sun, the Mahayana monk who invaded God's domain in the ancient times, even though he was reborn after setting up the eternal situation, he still hasn't escaped the end of the fall, and he can't die again. It's your turn. Resolving the ancestor of the blood sun lightly, Mingyu's cold eyes looked directly at Mo Jingtian. She raised the palm of her hand, and pointed her finger to the sky again. Mingyuexin, don't think that if you break through the dominance, God's domain can sit back and relax. The expeditionary army of cultivating the universe will come soon, and I will wait for you to come and be buried with me. Seeing Mingyuexin's move again, Mo Jingtian's face suddenly showed a hideous look, and the whole person did not advance and retreated, and then, like an inflated balloon, it exploded directly in the void. A force that destroys the sky and the earth also swept across the void in an instant. Mingyu's complexion was indifferent, and stood proudly in place. Seeing her gently raised her hand with a wave, the destructive power that swept through, even the full range of Mingyu Shin's body was not close, and it had completely disappeared. Seeing that the ancestors of Shuiyong and Mo Jingtian were killed by Mingyuexin's finger, the 8 great demon kings of the void demon race were also terrified to the extreme. Where did they dare to have the slightest hesitation, and quickly dispersed, each fleeing in a panic in a different direction. Today, Jiang Chen gathered the power of God's domain to destroy the void demon. How could it allow the 8 demon kings of the void demon race to escape easily? Jiang Chen screamed, and the whole person also turned into a golden light, and killed one of the void demon kings. Real Kangming and the others made a decisive move, cutting off the paths of the remaining void demon kings respectively. Nowadays Kangming and Wu Zantian are already half-step masters of the realm. Killing the void demon is almost like slaughtering a chicken and a dog, but they have solved a void demon in an instant. The remaining 6 void demon kings, under the siege of Jiang Chen and more than a dozen divine king Zhou, did not hold on for too long, and they all fell quickly. With the death of demon Jingtian and the 8 great demon kings, the void demon race no longer had any resistance, and was directly wiped out by Jiang Chen and the others. After destroying the main clan of the void demon race, Jiang Chen also dispatched a part of his force and began to deal with the tribes scattered in various parts of God's domain. He used the conquered void bull demon race as an internal response, and found the void demon race hidden in God's domain one by one. The void demon race in God's domain was almost completely wiped out. The void demon race, which has been threatening the safety of the God's realm since the ancient catastrophe, has finally been completely reduced to the history of the God's realm continent. After destroying the void demon race, knowing that the Shushan Universe Expedition Army will soon come to God's domain, Jiang Chen and the others naturally did not dare to be negligent. In order to prevent God's domain from becoming a battlefield with the Shushan Universe again, Jiang Chen and the others gathered all the resources of the God's domain continent, preparing to build a city in the endless galaxy outside the God's domain, blocking the people who cultivated the universe from the God's domain. And while Jiang Chen and the others were preparing to face the Shushan Universe Expedition Army, outside the universe of God's domain, in the endless galaxy, a huge ancient warship slowly darts through the endless starry sky. The warship was more than 1,000 feet long, and its hull made of unknown metal was full of scars, and it was printed with countless wind swords and frost sword marks. There are no fewer than thousands of monks on the battleship. Every monk has a cultivation base that has reached the stage of harmony, and his aura is calm and vast. Especially the 100 people at the forefront of the battleship, sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, their eyes opened and closed, all shining with silver, shaking the world. Obviously they were all great monks who had passed the catastrophe period. But the most terrifying thing was a man in blood who stood proudly in the forefront with his hands behind him. The blood-clothed man was covered in blood red and long hair, and his whole body was enveloped in countless stars and chaos. Although he didn't seem to show the slightest aura on the surface, his gestures gave people a feeling of unattentiveness. Master Blood Demon, according to the information that the ancestors of the Blood Sun passed back to the Blood Fiend sect, we are not far from the universe of God's domain. At most 3 days, we should be able to descend into God's domain. At this moment, a monk crossing the robbery suddenly walked behind the blood-clothed man and said respectfully, "God's domain, is it finally coming?" The blood-clothed man spoke quietly, and 2 strange rays of light suddenly burst out of those blood-red eyes. "I really want to see what's so peculiar about the place where the ancestors of the celestial cultivating universe came home from their feathers." Chapter 2467, Shushan Universe is coming, beyond the universe of God's domain. A huge city that has begun to take shape stands in the endless galaxy. This city is a starry sky city built by Jiang Chen and the others gathered in the God's realm and spent countless efforts. In order to be able to withstand the attack of Shushan Universe, Jiang Chen and the others made the defense of Star City extremely strong. In addition, there is Ming Yuexin, the martial arts master, who has personally set up a defensive ban. Unless the Mahayana cultivator takes action, almost no one can shake Star City. Outside the starry sky city, Jiang Chen and Ming Yuexin stood side by side, overlooking the endless universe and galaxy in front of them. Senior Ming Yu, the universe galaxy is mysterious and dangerous. Even if the Divine King realm enters it, I am afraid it will be a lifetime of 9 deaths. How exactly did the Shushan universe cross the universe galaxy and come to the God realm? Jiang Chen looked at the universe galaxy in front of him, and a curious look appeared in his eyes. They created a starry sky battleship that can shuttle in the universe and galaxy. Ming Yu said indifferently, to build such a starry sky battleship, the energy and resources consumed are several times more than that of the starry sky city we built, and the current God's domain does not have the qualifications to build a starry sky battleship. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, is Shushan universe strong? Very strong. In ancient times, the cultivating universe invaded God's realm, and there were hundreds of Mahayana monks, more than twice as much as the master of God's martial arts. Fortunately, there are several top martial arts masters in God's domain, and one person can defeat several Mahayana monks. Especially the human emperor at the time of your imperial palace, the number of Mahayana monks who beheaded was no less than 10. If this weren't the case, it would be difficult for God's domain to compete with the Shushan universe. Jiang Chen frowned and said, in that battle, Shushan universe should have suffered a heavy blow, right? The battle was extremely tragic. Many martial masters in God's domain all fell in the battle one after another. Although God's domain has also severely damaged the Shushan universe still has some spare power. But at this critical moment, the Shushan universe suddenly retreated from the God's domain. Furthermore, the Shushan universe can always recuperate, but God's domain has just recovered from its dilapidated state, and it cannot be compared with the Shushan universe. When Ming Yuexin said this, there was also a touch of solemnity in her tone. Although God's domain is now reborn from the ashes, if there is enough time to cultivate and regenerate, the strength is very likely to surpass the ancient times. But Shushan universe obviously won't give them so much time. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but move. At the time when God's domain and Shu Xian cosmos fought, it was the time when the longevity immortal king descended to God's domain. If he guessed right, the Shushan universe suddenly retreated. I was afraid it was very likely to have a certain relationship with the longevity immortal king. In the ancient wars, the heavenly realm of God's realm collapsed, and it was difficult for even a master of the martial arts to give birth to a master, but the Shushan universe was not affected in any way. Even the Shushan universe suffered heavy losses that year. After so many years, it is bound to recover to an extremely terrifying point, far from what God's domain can match. Don't worry too much, Ming Yuexin smiled slightly and said, this time the Shushan universe is coming, it should be guided by the censored ancestor. The information obtained by the Shushan universe is very good, but the situation before God's domain is restored, and perhaps it will not send too strong power. Come here. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he was also slightly relieved. Before God's domain was restored, there was no martial master, and Shushan universe only needed to send a Mahayana monk to sweep the God's domain. If so, their God realm might still have the power to fight. Jiang Chen shook his head, and did not continue to struggle with this issue. He directly asked Ming Yuexin about Meng Qingshui's situation. Senior Ming Yu, how is Qingshui now? Don't worry, that girl is the future of my Moon God Palace. Naturally, my Moon God Palace will not let her have any problems. Ming Yu said indifferently, it won't be long before she will be born. You will be surprised at that time. Just as the two of Jiang Chen were talking, there was a sudden violent roar in the dark starry sky that was originally dry and calm in front of him. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and they couldn't help but suddenly raised their heads and looked over. Let everyone prepare for the battle, the expeditionary army of Shushan universe is here. Ming Yu's cold eyes seemed to have crossed the endless galaxy, and the faint voice sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Shushan universe, it came really fast. Jiang Chen's heart sank slightly, and immediately sent a signal to summon the many powerful people in Star City. At the same time as the real people of Kangming and the others flew out of the starry sky city, the outline of a warship that was 1,000 meters long also vaguely emerged from Jiang Chen's line of sight. The expeditionary army of Shushan universe has really come. And when Jiang Chen and the others were ready to face the Shushan Universe Expeditionary Army, on the huge Starry Sky battleship, the Blood Demon's eyes also crossed the 10,000-li galaxy and landed on the Starry Sky giant city outside of God's domain. Outside of God's domain universe, there is a giant starry sky. Why didn't I hear the ancestor Shuiyong mentioned it? Looking at the Starry Sky giant city that appeared in the line of sight, the Blood Demon couldn't help but condensed slightly. It is not easy to build a city in the universe galaxy outside the universe. In their cultivating universe, only the monks in the Mahayana stage could do it. God's domain can create a starry sky city. It must have a martial arts master comparable to Mahayana monks. But according to the news passed back by the ancestors of the Blood Sun, there is no martial arts dominance in God's domain today. Blood Demon Lord, this starry sky city seems to be newly built, and in all likelihood, God's domain has only recently given birth to a master of martial arts. Behind the Blood Demon, a cultivator who crossed the peak of the robbery said solemnly. The Blood Demon couldn't help but cross the Starry Sky giant city, directly overlooking the God's domain Lord world. I saw the spirit surging in the God's domain, and the essence was like a dragon. The endless Tao shrouded the entire God's domain master world, causing the heaven and earth vitality of the God's domain master world to grow at a terrifying speed all the time. The Blood Demon's heart was suddenly horrified. Back then, they invaded God's territory by cultivating the immortal universe, but the heavenly Tao of God's territory collapsed and turned into a party to destroy the universe. But the realm of God in front of them is extremely radiant, the vast heaven and earth vitality, compared to their cultivating universe, even more so. The Blood Demon really couldn't imagine what happened to this universe that was so shattered that it was able to recover to such a point. If God's domain is allowed to grow, even if they cultivate the universe, they will probably not be able to compete with God's domain in the future. Chapter 2468, Star Wars, in the Boundless Universe and Galaxy. A huge starry sky battleship, directly separated from the nebula, under Jiang Chen's gaze, descended thousands of miles away from Starry Sky City. A blood-clothed man stepped out from the Starry Sky battleship. Hundreds of monks also followed the blood-clothed men, bursting out of the Starry Sky battleship. Even if they didn't explode a single bit of power, the mere reduction of the terrifying coercion was enough to scare people. Jiang Chen's gaze was locked tightly on the 100 figures who stepped out of the Starry Sky battleship. The head of the blood-clothed man had an unfathomable aura. Even compared to the Mingyu heart who stepped into the Dominion realm, he was surpassed, and obviously he should be a true Mahayana monk. In addition to this blood-clothed man, there are 3 powerful auras behind him, no less inferior to true man Kangming and Wuzantian. All 3 of them are quasi-Mahayana monks who are not inferior to the half-step dominating realm. Behind these 4 people are hundreds of cultivators who have reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe. 1 Mahayana monk, 3 quasi-Mahayana monks, and hundreds of monks during the catastrophe period. Seeing the lineup of Shushan Universe's expedition to God's domain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it were before the restoration of the God's domain and the integration of the 10,000 realms, Shushan Universe sent such a lineup, it could almost sweep the God's domain, leaving them without any resistance. But in the past few years, the strength of God's domain has been rapidly improved. Now they not only have a martial arts master like Ming Yuexin, but they also have Kangming real person and Wuzantian in the half-step dominating realm, and the number of censored king realms has long been no less than 100. With the current strength of God's domain, there is no need to be too afraid of the expedition army of these immortal cultivating universes. I didn't expect that the divine realm, which was almost shattered back then, would have recovered to such a degree. It seems that your universe has some secrets that are not known. The Blood Demon's gaze swept slightly over the many powerful people in God's domain, and the faint voice also resounded in the starry sky. Mingyu stared at the Blood Demon with cold eyes. You are a member of the Blood Evil Sect. I didn't expect you to have the courage to invade God's domain in the universe of cultivating immortals. I cultivate the celestial universe. I never thought of invading God's domain. I just wanted to get back a piece of immortal monument. The Blood Demon said indifferently. It is said that the immortal monument has already come out in your God's realm. As long as you are willing to hand over the immortal monument, we will immediately retreat and guarantee that we will never invade the God's realm again. God's domain world has recovered, and its strength has grown at a terrifying speed. The expedition army that they descended into God's domain this time has no confidence in taking the God's domain. If the news is sent back again, it will probably take at least 3 to 5 years to wait for the Shushan universe reinforcements to arrive. But if you wait another 3 to 5 years, with the current state of God's domain, the strength will probably be more than several times stronger than it is now. The blood demon intends to retreat to second place. From the beginning to the end of the immortal cultivation universe, they came for the immortal monument. As long as God's domain is willing to hand over the immortal monument, the blood demon does not intend to continue to fight the God's domain. My palace doesn't know what the immortal monument you are talking about is. Even if it knows, it won't give you the immortal monument to the universe. Mingyu's cold eyes flashed with cold light, and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, you must get out of it right away, or you will fight to the death." Since the ancient wars, God's domain was destroyed due to the invasion of the Shushan universe, and the relationship between God's domain and the Shushan universe has long been an endless situation. Although Mingyuexin didn't know what the immortal monument was in the mouth of the blood demon, what could be obtained by the Shushan universe at the expense of launching a cosmic-level battle was absolutely extraordinary. Back then, the ancestors of God's domain, facing the Shushan universe, which was twice as powerful as their own, did not hand over the so-called immortal monument. Now, how can they easily hand over the things that their ancestors have desperately guarded with their blood? Although Mingyuexin hadn't seen the immortal monument, she could still vaguely feel that the immortal monument in the blood demon's mouth was probably on Jiang Chen's body. Even God's domain can evolve and grow to be stronger than the ancient times, it is very likely to be related to this. If you hand over the immortal monument, what is the difference from digging your own grave? Toast and not eat fine wine, do you really think that you are not going to be afraid of this meeting? The blood demon's face sank, and his mouth could not help but let out a stern shout of anger and anger. Do it, kill them for me, and break into the realm of God. As the blood demon's stern shout fell, hundreds of tribulation cultivators behind it broke out one after another. Directly under the leadership of the 3 quasi-Mahayana monks, with the terrifying aura of the trembling starry sky, they killed towards the starry sky giant city. I saw that huge starry sky battleship also burst out towards the starry sky giant city. The galaxy of the universe is extraordinary, and it is impossible for a monk who is not in the divine king realm or the tribulation period to walk in the sky in the universe. Those monks in the amalgamation period directly controlled the starry sky battleship and killed them. Towards the starry sky giant city, the cold voice of Mingyu's heart slowly resounded through the world, and directly stepped across thousands of miles of void, and fought with the blood demon in the depths of the galaxy. True person Kangming and Wu Zantian also shot at the same time, and one person restrained a quasi-Mahayana cultivator. Father, let me deal with the last quasi-Mahayana period. You lead everyone to guard the giant starry sky and block the army of the Shushan universe. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and it turned into a dazzling sword light that penetrated thousands of miles of void, and slashed at the last black-clothed old man in the quasi-Mahayana period. Seeing Jiang Chen cut with a sword, this black-clothed ancestor couldn't help showing a scornful smile on his face. He raised his hand and waved, and the vast true essence mana instantly turned into a black giant palm, directly slapped Jiang Chen who had come from the raid. Hearing a loud bang, Jiang Chen walked back hundreds of feet across the starry sky. Is this the power of the quasi-Mahayana monk? It is much stronger than I thought. He forced the surging aura inside his body, and his look at the black-clothed old man became more solemn. The masters of martial arts and the Mahayana monks are both half-celestial bodies that are close to becoming immortal. In the half-step master and quasi-Mahayana, although they have not really broken through to this state, they are equivalent to comprehending the power of a half-immortal. This kind of power is more than a star and a half stronger than the martial god king and the cross-tribulation monk. Even if the combat power is as strong as Jiang Chen, now the cultivation base breaks through the ninth heaven, facing the quasi-Mahayana cultivator like the black-clothed old man, it still looks extremely difficult. Chapter 2469, War Quasi-Mahayana Monk. Boy, die, the black-robe old man's voice sounded, and a heavy mountain of breath immediately enveloped Jiang Chen. With a move of his palm, the majestic blood color really condensed into a huge blood shadow, covering Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. The blood shadow pierced the void, and the ferocious facial features made a strange smile, as if to swallow Jiang Chen. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly spurred the golden ancient sword to display the sword art of eliminating immortality, and the sword slashed towards the blood shadow. Only a loud bang was heard, shaking in the starry sky. The dazzling sword energy and blood shadow exploded at the same time, and the terrifying energy ripples, causing the surrounding starry sky to blow up a storm of destruction. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be such a sword technique. Seeing that Jiang Chen blocked his attack with a sword, a look of surprise appeared in the old eyes of the black-robed old man. The boy of the god King Zhouzhangtian in front of him had the ability to compete head-on with him, a quasi-Mahayana monk. Especially the sword art that this kid had just shown was incredibly powerful. Even compared to some sword celestial arts he had seen before, it wouldn't be inferior in the slightest. Jiang Chen sneered contemptuously and said, "Old fellow, you are not so good, so-called quasi-Mahayana monk. Boy, don't think that you have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Today I will show you the power of a quasi-Mahayana monk." When the black-robed old man's voice fell, his whole body rose up into the sky, and the strong mana fluctuations caused a terrible storm in the starry sky, causing the surrounding starry sky to appear distorted. Jiang Chen quickly squeezed out a sword tactic, and the golden ancient sword in his hand swayed slightly, a mighty sword intent of immortal might spread out in an instant, and then it turned into a sword shadow containing a monstrous killing intent. The sword shadow was as high as 100 meters, and the terrifying killing intent pierced the starry sky, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Under the stalemate standing proudly in the sword shadow, the whole person is sharp and sharp, like a sword immortal in the dust. The sword art is good, but it's a pity that the cultivation base is a bit short. With your strength, you still don't have the qualifications to compete with me. When the black-robed old man said, he immediately waved his big hand, and the terrifying power of blood, like a blood-colored waterfall, descended from the sky and enveloped Jiang Chen. This power of qi and blood permeated the world, covering half of the sky, and the starry sky where the two were fighting was dyed into a blood-red world. In the blood, the starry sky was continuously exploded by the astonishing squeeze. The murderous intent was overwhelming, as if the sword shadow that was enough to kill the gods, tore the blood-colored world directly, and then cut straight to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes condensed suddenly. The sword immortal art that this kid has mastered is really extraordinary. He raised his hand a little, and a condensed, censored, fingers directly shattered the remaining sword shadow from the burst. What a shocking sword art! With this sword art, even a monk who crosses the peak of the calamity is hard to resist. It's a pity that you are facing me today. No matter how you struggle, you are doomed to escape today. Die. The black-robed old man stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. The talent and strength of this child is really terrifying. With the cultivation base of the divine King Zhouzhangtian, he could hardly shake his quasi-Mahayana monk without losing the wind. Even in their cultivating universe, I am afraid it is difficult to find a genius who can compare with them. Once this child breaks through the dominance realm, I am afraid that even the average Mahayana monk will be unable to contend with it. Nether Blood River. The black-robed old man gave a cold scream, and his power burst to the extreme in an instant. I saw his fingers volley a little, and a censored light burst from his fingertips. At first it was only the size of a finger. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to 1,000 feet wide, as if in the starry sky, it opened up a river of blood. Grumbling. The blood chi rose in the blood river, and from time to time a hideous face appeared, like the Nine Nether River. The wicked aura permeated everywhere, as if to swallow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm, his hands pinched a sword tactic again, and the golden ancient sword also shook slightly in the void. The starry sky oscillates. I saw the space around Jiang Chen. A series of incomparable sword lights suddenly gathered, once again turned into a heavenly sword shadow. Jian Ying carried the terrifying aura of Tuxian killing god, drew a stunning arc in the starry sky, and slashed his sword on the censored river of evil spirits. A loud noise that shook the sky was rippling in the starry sky. The starry sky where the two of them were located seemed to have become two worlds, and it was transformed into a dazzling sword shadow in the sky, and on one side was a river of censored blood, and they were clearly distinguished from each other. After the two terrifying forces intertwined in the starry sky for a while, they finally burst apart with a bang. Jiang Chen was shocked, and his whole body flew upside down a distance of thousands of feet. His breath was a bit heavy, and his face was paler than before. Opposite Jiang Chen, the situation of the black-robed old man was undoubtedly much better. I saw that he just stepped back on the starry sky for more than 10 steps, and then slowly stabilized his figure. The quasi-Mahayana monk, it really is not so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forced a sigh in his heart to suppress the churning breath in his body. With his background, even when he was in the Divine King realm, he could fight across 2 or 3 small realms. Now that his cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the Divine King, facing a quasi-Mahayana monk with a half-step dominance, he still looks very strenuous. There is an insurmountable gulf between the censored king of martial arts and the master of martial arts, the monk crossing the robbery and the Mahayana monk. Bloodless, what are you doing? It's amazing for such a long time that even a God King 9-layered hairy kid can't clean up, and he didn't quickly solve that kid and come and help me. At this moment, above the starry sky thousands of miles away, an extremely frightened voice rang instantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but followed the voice and looked over. Thousands of miles away, Wu Zontian was full of swordsmanship, and the extremely powerful offensive hit the quasi-Mahayana monk on the opposite side to flee in embarrassment. Wu Zontian was able to become a powerhouse at the peak of God King 9th heaven before the restoration of God's domain, and his talent was naturally rare in the world. Back then, when he was still in the 9th heaven of the God King, he was able to shake the halal person who had integrated the body of the Mahayana. Now that he has realized the power of dominance and stepped into the half-step dominance state, his combat power has naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the average quasi-Mahayana monk can hardly compete with him. Chapter 2470, Join Forces to Kill. Jiang Chen looked away and looked at several other battlefields. Ming Yuexin and the blood demon of the Mahayana cultivator have reached the depths of the 100,000 li, tens of thousands of miles in the starry sky, turning that piece of heaven and earth into an endless starry sky storm, making it impossible to see the situation inside. True person Kangming and another quasi-Mahayana cultivator are equal in strength to each other, and no one can do anything for a while. The defense of the giant starry sky city is amazing, even if the power of the Shushan universe is much stronger than that of God's domain. Without the help of the Mahayana monks, it would be difficult for them to attack the starry sky city for a while. The current battle situation is not too bad for God's domain. As long as Ming Yuexin can hold the Mahayana monk in the expeditionary army of cultivating the immortal universe, it should be very difficult to win them. Boy, you can drive me to such a level with the cultivation base of the Divine King realm, it is enough to be proud. Seeing that another quasi-Mahayana cultivator was about to lose the battle, the black-robed old man's eyes became increasingly cold. While he was talking, the mysterious, censored, light suddenly converged on the center of his eyebrows, and then turned into a third eye. The censored eyeballs twirled in it, reflecting the starry sky of thousands of miles of blood red. Boy, let you see the supreme supernatural powers of my blood fiend sect today. Bloodthirsty demon eyes, open it to me. The third demon eye in the middle of the black-robed old man's forehead opened, and the censored eyeballs inside were like the blood-colored sun, bursting out with magical blood. The entire starry sky was plunged into a continuous dimness, and the monstrous blood filled the sky, as if everything in the starry sky was attracted by this eye. The starry sky behind the black-robed old man fluctuates, and then a huge opening is directly opened, and a huge and incomparable eye also emerges from it. This eye was a mysterious blood-red color, exuding rich blood, like a round of blood-colored sun, hanging behind the black-robed old man, turning the starry sky of thousands of miles into a blood-colored world. Feeling the bloodthirsty breath emanating from the eye behind the black-robed old man, Jiang Chen's pupil shrank suddenly. The quasi-Mahayana monk who broke out with all his strength had undoubtedly reached a very terrifying point. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he instinctively felt a trace of danger from the censored eyes. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and when he was about to fight back desperately, a ghostly black shadow appeared out of thin air beside Jiang Chen. Witching, seeing the familiar figure appearing next to him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. Wu Xing raised his head and looked at the blood-colored eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The giant starry sky city will not be in danger for the time being. The bloodthirsty eyes of this old guy are not easy to deal with. I will help you." Jiang Chen nodded. The sword aura above the golden ancient sword in his hand was soaring. He directly used the Azure Emperor's sword without hesitation. Only a loud noise was heard. A cyan phantom surrounded by immortal energy stepped out of the immortal gate, and then pierced the starry sky with a sword and slashed at the black-robed old man. Destroyed God's palm, and at the same time Jiang Chen shot. The light of destruction burst out from the witch torture, and a black palm print that extinguished the heavens and the earth, like the palm of an ancient demon god, with the power of destroying the heavens and the earth, suppressed the black-robed old man. As the reincarnation of the ruined lord of the ancient times, although witch punishment has not yet entered the dominance and returned to its former peak, its control of the power of destruction has also reached an extremely terrifying point. His combat power is also far beyond the average God King 9th heavenly powerhouse, and he is not inferior to Jiang Chen in the slightest. With such two peerless figures joining forces, even the quasi-Mahayana cultivator, the old man in black robes, couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold at this moment. Bloodthirsty eyes, swallow, the black-robed old man shouted sharply, his eyes condensed suddenly. I saw the huge, censored eyes hanging behind him suddenly widened, and a censored light burst from it. A terrible, censored storm, with the power to swallow everything, swept towards Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. The three terrifying magical powers collided in the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The world is shattered and the starry sky collapses. I saw the censored storm bursting out of the huge, censored eyes behind the black-robed old man. It was impossible to stop the joint blow of Jiang Chen and the two, directly under the powerful offensive of the Qing Emperor's sword in the shattered palm. The censored storm that stretched for thousands of miles had already dissipated in the starry sky. Even the blood-colored giant eyes behind the black-robed old man were impacted by the distance, and they slammed into the sky of blood mist and dissipated in the starry sky with a bang. The black-robed old man himself trembled, his whole body flew upside down thousands of feet away in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. He looked pale and looked up at the two Jiang Chen opposite, and there was also an incredible look of horror in his eyes. How can so many stunning demons have been born in this god realm? Although the two people in front of them only have the cultivation base of God King Zhoujiangtian, they are more enchanting than the other, and almost all have the terrifying ability to contend with the quasi-Mahayana monks. Now that the two of them work together, even if he is a little bit overwhelmed. Such a peerless genius, even if they cultivate the universe, I am afraid it will take many years to be born. But on the side of God's domain, the universe that was nearly shattered by their immortal cultivation universe, unexpectedly two such geniuses appeared one after another. Together with Jiang Chen, he repelled the black-robed old man. Which punishment didn't intend to give him any chance to breathe. He saw the light of destruction more than 3 points, and then gathered directly behind him into a blade of destruction. Blade of destruction, go! Wu Xing's gaze was as cold as a knife, and he directly controlled the blade of destruction behind him, slashing fiercely. At that moment, the galaxy collapsed and the world was up and down. The pitch-black blade light, like the waterfall of Juyuhuangquan, directly penetrated the galaxy and slashed at the black-robed old man. The sword and the image are one, the human emperor sword, cut it for me. When Jiang Chen saw this, he also didn't hesitate at all. He directly merged the golden ancient sword and the divine body visionary imperial sword, turning it into a peerless sword to suppress the black-robed old man. Looking at the two Jiang Chen who once again joined forces to kill, the old man in the black robe couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold in his heart. The combat power of these two people in front of them is really terrifying. If he was a little careless today, he would really fall into the hands of these two people. Where did the black-robed old man dare to hesitate at all? He only heard a furious roar from his throat, and the huge bloodthirsty eyes behind him condensed once again. The bloodthirsty demon eyes condensed, and the terrifying, censored, light swept out of the demon eyes once again, colliding with the powerful offensive of the two Jiang Chen again. Chapter 2471, A Big Win. The loud noise that shook the sky rippled through the stars once again. He only heard a muffled hum from the black-robe old man, the whole person flew upside down again, and the starry sky of thousands of miles was smashed into a void black hole. The blood in the black-robe old man's mouth vomited wildly, and his breath instantly became extremely wilting. Although the quasi-Mahayana monks are extremely powerful, they can easily crush the powerhouses of the ordinary God King Nine Heavens. But Jiang Chen and two of them were not ordinary God King Nine Heavens. One of the two possessed the heaven-defying plug-in, and the other was the reincarnation of the ancient ruler, and both possessed the terrifying power of a quasi-Mahayana monk with the 9 heavens defying the divine king. When facing Jiang Chen alone, the black-robed old man could barely gain the upper hand. Now that these two people join forces, he obviously doesn't have the ability to fight one against two. The witch punishment became more and more courageous, and he saw the light of destruction flickering all over his body, just like the restoration of the ruling ruler of the ancient times. The magic blade that destroyed the world and destroyed the earth was fierce, and once again slashed at the witch torture. The sea of stars emerges and chaos reopens. The black-robed old man who hadn't been relieved from the previous hit had no time to resist, and the whole person was shrouded in the light of destruction blade. He only heard a loud noise, and the black-robed old man was once again slashed by the witch torture and crashed into the depths of the starry sky thousands of miles away. Before he could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen was also one in the world, turning into a stunning sword light that pierced the starry sky, and slashed directly at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man, who had no time to defend, was directly cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword, and his Yuan Ying also fled out of the period in a panic. Destroy me. The witch torture had no expression on his face, and the majestic destructive power instantly enveloped the starry sky, enveloping the black-robed old man's nascent infant. Sorrowful screams were also continuously emitted from the black-robed old man's mouth. I saw the black-robed old man's nascent soul, completely annihilated into nothingness under the cover of the destructive power of witch torture. A dignified quasi-Mahayana monk was killed by Jiang Chen and Wu Xing together. Seeing that the black-robed old man was killed by the two of Jiang Chen, the quasi-Mahayana monk who was struggling in the hands of Wu Zantian and waiting for the black-robed old man to support, his expression also instantly became horrified. The black-robed old man will be killed by the hairy boys of the two gods of God's domain ninth heaven. Due to several years of information errors, today's God's domain and the information they received a few years ago have undergone earth-shaking changes. According to the news they had received at the time, God's domain was still in a state of disintegration, and there was not even a martial arts master. They only sent one Mahayana monk and 3 quasi-Mahayana monks on their expedition to God's domain this time. Such a lineup is completely enough to easily sweep the God realm where there is no martial art dominating it. In just a few years, God's domain was able to recover from the destruction, and also gave birth to a master of martial arts, whose strength was not much inferior to their expedition army. The only thing they have an advantage now is one more quasi-Mahayana monk than God's domain. The only advantage now is that it has been obliterated by the evil spirits of the two gods of God's domain, the 9 heavens. If the blood demon were still being dragged by the martial master of God's domain, they would be in danger today. The sword breaks the sky. Just when the quasi-Mahayana monk was extremely furious, Wu Zantian's sword light that broke through the heavens and the earth also slashed straight towards him again. The quasi-Mahayana monk was hurriedly slashed out by Wu Zantian. Before he could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen, who had just killed the black-robed old man, and the witch torture, they besieged and killed him at almost the same time. The look of this Mahayana monk instantly became horrified. Where did he dare to be the slightest negligence? The monstrous mana instantly turned into a pitch-black magic gang, trying to block the attack of the two Jiang Chen. The two explosions resounded like thunder, which sounded one after another in the starry sky. This quasi-Mahayana monk who had already been beaten up by Wu Zantian was extremely embarrassed. How could he withstand the attack of the two Jiang Chen in a rush at this moment? I saw that the pitch-black magic gang just persisted for less than a moment, and it burst into the starry sky directly. A mouthful of blood spurted out of this Mahayana monk's mouth, and the whole person flew out of the starry sky in embarrassment. I saw him look very miserable. His whole body was dripping with blood, the whole right arm was already bloody, and his breath looked extremely wilting. This Mahayana monk was already very struggling to face Wu Zantian alone, and now with the joining of the two Jiang Chen, there is no power to parry at all. Under the siege of Jiang Chen and the 3 of them, he was completely destroyed, and he directly followed in the footsteps of the black-robed old man. Jiang Chen, I'll go to help real man Kangming, and you can lead everyone in the expedition to destroy the Shushan universe. After solving the Mahayana monk, Wu Zantian said to Jiang Chen, and immediately rushed to the battlefield between the real Kangming and the last Mahayana monk. Brother Wu, let's go, kill these invaders from the immortal cultivation universe together. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at the cultivators who had attacked Star City. 2 of the 3 quasi-Mahayana monks in Shushan universe have fallen. It was more than enough to have Wu Zantian and Kangming real person jointly deal with the last person. Next, what they have to do is to destroy the expeditionary army of these cultivating universes. There was no nonsense about Wu Xing, and he nodded at the moment, with the soles of his feet directly in the starry sky, and rushed towards the hundreds of cultivators of cross-tribulation in the Xu Xian universe. Using witch torture is comparable to the terrifying combat power of half-step dominating the realm. Facing these tribulation cultivators, it is almost like no one's realm. Seeing him directly blasted out with a punch, there were several tribulation cultivators who turned into nothingness directly under his punch. Above the golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand, the sword aura was also soaring into the sky. Every time he swings a sword, a monk crossing the tribulation is strangled and shattered by the invisible sword aura. Looking at the two Jiang Chen who were slaying the quartet, Zhang Wuyu didn't hesitate, and directly brought out the powerhouse of the Divine King realm in the Starry Sky City. Under the leadership of the two of Jiang Chen, the hundreds of cultivators in the Shushan universe were defeated almost instantly, and they fled in embarrassment by Jiang Chen and the others. One after another, the cultivators of cross-tribulation continued to fall in the starry sky, and their screams were constantly resounding in the starry sky. The blood in the sky scattered from the starry sky, staining the starry sky with blood red. Of the hundreds of tribulation cultivators who expeditioned to God's domain, none of them survived, and they all fell completely into this starry sky. Chapter 2472, Jiang Chen's Plan. When Jiang Chen and the others dealt with hundreds of tribulation monks, the real Kangming and Wu Zantian also joined forces to kill the last quasi-Mahayana monk. The three quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Shushan universe's expedition to God's domain, as well as hundreds of tribulation cultivators, were all punishable. In this battle, their God realm can be described as a complete victory. It's defeated. This time we expedition to God's domain, we actually lost. On the Starry Sky battleship, the remaining monks under the robbery were all pale at the moment, like a concubine in mourning. Looking at the situation in front of them, they all showed an unbelievable look. Not only did they lose in their expedition to God's domain this time, but they would also lose so miserably. Finally block the invasion of the Shushan universe. After exterminating these cultivators of the tribulation, True Man Kangming and many other experts in the God's realm couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Ever since they learned that the expeditionary force of the Shushan universe is coming, the minds of the real people of Kangming have almost always been in a state of tension, and now their hanging hearts can finally relax. The distance between God's domain and Shushan universe is very far away. Even if Shushan universe wants to descend into God's domain again, it will take several years. This time, the expedition army that defeated the Shushan universe would at least give God's domain a few years of rest and rejuvenation. With the current state of God's domain, earth-shaking changes will occur again in a few years. At that time, even if Shushan universe sent more powerful men to God's domain, they might not be without the power to fight. This battle is not over yet, everything depends on Senior Mingyu. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help looking up at the chaotic starry sky 100,000 miles away. Although they destroyed the expeditionary army of the Shushan universe, the Mahayana monk still exists. If Mingyuexin couldn't stop that Mahayana monk, God's domain would still be in danger today. Hearing the words, many experts in the God's realm couldn't help showing a solemn look when they looked into the depths of the starry sky. Generally speaking, the Mahayana monks who cultivate the universe are slightly stronger than martial masters of the same cultivation level. Mingyu's mind-body was the palace lord of the Moon God Palace in the ancient times. His talent and strength were unparalleled, but after all, it didn't take long to break through the dominance of martial arts. Facing a Mahayana monk, Mingyu Xin might not be able to get any cheap. Senior Mingyu and their battle, we simply can't get involved. Let's destroy all the invaders in God's domain first, and remember not to damage the Starry Sky battleship. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over the cultivators in the star battleship, and directly ordered indifferently. Back then, the Shushan universe invaded God's realm, breaking the world of God's realm to pieces, turning into a party and destroying the universe. If it weren't for a coincidence, it would coincide with the arrival of the immortal king of longevity. This time the Shushan universe made a comeback. If it hadn't been for the return of God's domain to the ancient times, and their strength had more than doubled in just a few years, it was conceivable how miserable the end of God's domain would be. Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to show mercy to these people who cultivated the universe. This starry sky battleship, but a magic weapon that can shuttle through the endless starry sky between the universe, is definitely a good thing, and Jiang Chen has to leave it behind. Following Jiang Chen's order, many of the powerhouses of God's domain directly killed the Starry Sky battleship. Although this Starry Sky battleship is extremely extraordinary, it is impossible to exert the power of the Starry Sky battleship without the control of monks who have passed the catastrophe period. Jiang Chen and a group of divine kings rushed into the Starry Sky battleship without the cultivator who crossed the robbery, almost like wolves into the flock, and soon tore the immortal cultivators in the Starry Sky battleship to pieces. Of the thousands of monks on the star battleship, there are only 100 monks in the cabin responsible for controlling the star battleship. The strength of these hundreds of monks is not strong, even the strongest among them, only the cultivation base of the distraction stage. Big, your lord, forgive me, we are not the ones who invaded God's domain in the universe-breaking universe. We are willing to surrender and continue to control this Starry Sky battleship for you. The first middle-aged monk in the distracting period saw Jiang Chen and the others, and quickly knelt in front of Jiang Chen and the others with a look of horror, begging for mercy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a surprised look. You and these cultivators who invaded God's domain are not the same people from the universe. The middle-aged monk hurriedly said, Master Qi, I am all from the star universe adjacent to the Poxian universe. Through the explanation of the middle-aged monk, Jiang Chen also had a better understanding of the universe and the starry sky outside of God's domain. Outside the realm of God, the universe is boundless. In this vast and boundless starry sky, in addition to the universe of God's domain and the broken universe that invaded God's domain, there are countless universes where various civilizations have been born. The martial arts civilization similar to God's domain, the cultivation civilization similar to the celestial universe, and there are even some other civilizations. For example, the hundreds of monks in front of us came from the star universe, a universe dominated by technological civilization. The star universe does not have martial arts in immortal ways, but it is very good at technology, and can create some powerful weapons comparable to monks and even Mahayana monks. The Starry Sky battleship in front of me was created by these people from the star universe. Because the Tianxing universe and the Poxian universe are adjacent to each other, they are not far away from each other, and some friction often occurs. In a great battle, some of their people in the starry universe fell into the hands of the Broxian universe, and were enslaved by those from the celestial universe, and they specially built the Starry Sky battleship for them. After Jiang Chen learned of the situation, he did not embarrass the hundreds of people in the universe. Jiang Chen and the others are extremely strange to the star battleship. If they only rely on their own fumbling and want to control the Starry Sky battleship to shuttle through the starry sky of the universe, it is probably a very difficult task. If there are people from these celestial universes to help, it will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Since you are not the ones who break the universe, I will not embarrass you naturally. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, as long as you can help me control this Starry Sky battleship, I can send you back to the star universe if I have a chance in the future. Sir, is this serious? When the middle-aged monk heard this, he was overjoyed. Jiang Chen said faintly, in my life, Jiang Chen has always done what I say. The middle-aged monk quickly vowed to promise, don't worry, my lord, I will definitely assist you with all my strength to control this Starry Sky battleship. Jiang Chen didn't say much, and asked his father Zhang Wuyu to send a few confidants from the palace of human beings to follow these people from the star universe to take control of the Starry Sky battleship. Chenur, do you want these people from the Sky Star universe to help you control the Starry Sky battleship? Do you want to break the Xi'an universe? After Zhang Wuyu arranged everything, his brows couldn't help but frown. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but didn't conceal it. Father is sure to know everything, I do have this plan. Chapter 2473, Ming Yuexin's Trump Card. Po Xi'an Universe, for the mysterious immortal monument in his hand, it can be said that it is inevitable. As long as the immortal monument still exists in the realm of gods, the invasion of the immortal universe into the realm of gods will probably never stop. Even if they defeated the expeditionary army of Poxian universe this time, Poxian universe would probably send a stronger lineup to come to God's domain again. If you have been accumulating strength in God's domain and waiting for the Poxian universe to invade again, it is obviously not a wise move. Now that he has the Starry Sky battleship, he might as well take a trip to Poxian universe. To cause some trouble to Poxian universe and not give them a chance to invade God's domain. Especially after seeing these people in the star universe, Jiang Chen's thoughts became even stronger. He may also consider joining forces with the people of the Sky Star universe to fight the Broxian universe together. Zhang Wuyu said solemnly, Poxian universe is powerful, and we don't know anything about Poxian universe. Isn't it too dangerous to go there? Father, don't worry, I have my own plans for this. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky, frowning slightly, I don't know what happened to the battle between Senior Mingyu and that Mahayana monk. Hearing this, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but shift his eyes towards the depths of the starry sky. Although they had already wiped out the expeditionary army of the broken immortal universe, Mingyuexin and the Mahayana monk named Blood Demon were the key to victory in this battle. If Mingyuexin couldn't stop that Mahayana monk, even if only the Mahayana monk was left alone, that would be enough to make God's domain irresistible. Just when Jiang Chen and their eyes were locked tightly in the depths of the starry sky where Mingyuexin were fighting, the starry sky that had already turned into chaos suddenly burst into a loud noise. Two figures burst out of the chaotic starry sky almost at the same time. Ha ha, Mingyuexin, relying on your strength at the beginning of the dominance realm, you want to compete with me, but you are still a little tender. In the starry sky, the blood demon gave a triumphant laugh, and directly turned into a radiant glow of blood, chasing up, and slapped Mingyu's heart with it. Although his palm seems ordinary, it fills the world, like an immortal's hand probing into the mortal world, and instantly freezes the starry sky of thousands of miles. Mingyu's eyes were cold, and a cold word came out from her mouth. As soon as this broken word came out, the dazzling Yuehua divine light rose from Mingyuexin's body and turned into a full moon behind it, literally propping up the power of the solidified starry sky around it. Blood Demon, your expeditionary army of breaking the immortal universe has been wiped out by my God's domain. Now you are the only lonely person left, why don't you catch it quickly? Seeing that Mingyuexin seemed to be at a disadvantage in the battle with the Blood Demon, Jiang Chen's expression changed, and his cold voice pierced the starry sky, sounding in the Blood Demon's ears. Jiang Chen's sudden voice also caused the Blood Demon's complexion to change. When he sensed that this piece of starry sky no longer had the aura of any immortal cultivator, and even the starry sky battleship had been occupied by Jiang Chen and the others, his expression instantly became frightened. Although the strength of God's domain was more than twice as powerful as the information they had obtained a few years ago. But their expedition force this time is still above the realm of God. But the Blood Demon never thought of it. During the time he was fighting against Mingyuexin, God's domain actually wiped out all the expedition forces he had brought. 3 quasi-Mahayana monks, hundreds of tribal monks, and thousands of monks who joined together, almost none of them survived. With the power of God's domain alone, how could it be possible to completely kill the expedition army he brought in such a short period of time? Blood Demon, it seems that your invasion this time is doomed to fail. Mingyuexin looked up at the Blood Demon and couldn't help but sneer. This time, even though the forces of Broxian universe and expedition to God's domain are very strong, they are also limited in strength compared to God's domain. Although it shows that Yu Xin also believes that with Jiang Chen's abilities, it should be able to withstand the attacks of these immortal cultivators. But Mingyuexin still didn't expect it. Jiang Chen and the others were able to completely annihilate the expeditionary army of the broken immortal universe in such a short period of time. Mingyuexin, you don't want to be happy too early. What if I am the only one left, and when I kill you, you can also destroy your God's domain? The Blood Demon's voice fell, and the palm of the frozen starry sky pressed against Mingyu's heart again. Endless pressure, oppressing Mingyuexin from all directions. I saw that the bright moon behind Mingyu's heart was constantly distorting and changing under the terrifying pressure, and gradually shrinking. Mingyu's eyes were cold, and the Mingyu behind her instantly melted into her body, making her whole body powerful to the extreme, and then pointed a finger at the Blood Demon. Lunar Broken Sky Finger. Following Mingyuexin's pointing out, the terrifying power of the dominion of the yin directly turned into a finger that cuts off the heavens and the earth, and shot away at the Blood Demon. Blood Fiend Demon. The Blood Demon was full of killing intent, and his hands quickly changed into a blood mark. A censored shadow that soared to the sky condensed directly in front of the Blood Demon. Zuying stared at Mingyuexin indifferently, and then brought a terrifying force of blood evil, and fisted Mingyuexin with a detonation. The sound of the sky and the earth burst into the starry sky instantly. Mingyuexin's finger that was enough to cut the sky and the earth also shattered under the punch of the blood shadow. Mingyu's heart groaned, and the whole person flew thousands of miles in the starry sky before barely stabilizing her figure. A trace of red blood also slowly spilled from the corner of Mingyuexin's mouth. Senior Mingyu. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sink slightly. It seems that Mingyu Xin, who has just entered the martial arts dominance, is still unable to contend with this Mahayana monk who breaks the immortal universe. Senior Kangming, Senior Wu, Brother Wu, let's go and help Senior Mingyu. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help directly speaking to the three of Wu Xing. Now in the entire God realm, except for Ming Yuexin, only the four of them have the power to dominate the realm in half a step. Now, only the four of them and Ming Yuexin can join forces to stop the Mahayana monk who is breaking the immortal universe. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were about to help, Ming Yuexin's cold voice rang directly in their ears. You don't need to take action. To deal with this guy, I am enough. Ming Yuexin said, her eyes calmly looked towards the Blood Demon. Blood Demon, if you have sent Mahayana monks from other sects in the Poxian universe, this palace may not be able to help you. It's a pity. They just sent you, a Mahayana monk of the Blood Fiend sect, to come. No matter how strong you are bound to die today. Chapter 2474, Power of the Holy Moon, Burning Blood. Jiang Chen, it seems that Palace Master Ming Yu should still have a whole card, shall we make a move? Hearing Ming Yuexin's calm words, Master Kangming couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of cards Ming Yuexin still had, the four of them and Ming Yuexin joined forces to besiege the Blood Demon, and the odds of winning were undoubtedly the greatest. This battle is about the life and death of God's domain, they can't be defeated. Don't worry, Ming Yu's mind-body is the palace lord of the Moon God Palace in the ancient times, and the means are far more than this. At that time, the lunar censored in the Moon God Palace ruled the Moon God, and with his own power, he killed several Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Evil sect. In the entire God realm, no one knows the weakness of the Blood Fiend cultivator better than Moon God Palace. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath and said, if this is the case, then wait. Which punishment is a character who destroys and dominates reincarnation in the ancient times, and is the same era as lunar god who dominates the moon. His understanding of the Moon God Palace is obviously far better than anyone present. Since there is no problem with which punishment, maybe Ming Yuexin really has the trump card to kill the Blood Demon. HMPH, death is imminent, dare to speak up here. Hearing Ming Yuexin's arrogant words, the Blood Demon couldn't help but sneered with contempt. I want to see how you can kill me today. In the past, your Blood Evil sect attacked my Moon God Palace. In order to deal with your Blood Evil sect's Mahayana monks, the Patriarch created a unique supernatural power. Later, the Patriarch used this peerless magical power to kill several Mahayana monks of your Blood Evil sect. Today I will use this magical power to send you to unite with your ancestors of the Blood Fiend sect. The cold voice of Ming Yu's heart fell, and the spirit of the moonlight exploded in an instant, and the whole person was filled with an incomparably holy breath. I saw Jiang Chen and there back in the universe of God's domain, a bright moonlight divine light, directly burst into the cosmic starry sky, and then merged into Ming Yuexin's body. A more vast and holy breath, diffused from Ming Yuexin's body, setting off Ming Yuexin like a real Moon Palace fairy. Feeling the breath radiating from Ming Yuexin, the Blood Demon's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly, and his expression instantly became horrified. The power that Ming Yuexin suddenly burst out was really terrifying. He even vaguely felt that this breath seemed to be able to restrain him by nature. Under this vast and holy breath, the Blood Demon instinctively felt an extremely dangerous breath. The Blood Demon was full of souls in his heart, and did not dare to hesitate at all, turning around and fleeing towards the depths of the starry sky. All this is obviously too late. The power of the holy moon, burn blood. Ming Yuxin's cold and stern shout instantly resounded through the starry sky, and a holy power in her palm, like moonlight shining on the earth, quickly spread across the starry sky. The Blood Demon who had just escaped less than 1,000 miles, the whole person was bathed in that incomparably holy radiance. The Blood Demon suddenly discovered in horror that the true essence mana in his body had become uncontrollable under the influence of that holy brilliance. Blood Fiend Sky Demon, condense me. The Blood Demon's throat couldn't help but let out a terrible roar, and the whole person suddenly rose to the top, turning into a huge blood shadow. I saw that his arm, which was like a giant pillar of Optimus sky, crushed through the starry sky with a shocking aura, trying to destroy the holy light that enveloped it. The moment his huge blood-colored arm touched the holy light, it evaporated out of thin air like a drop of fire. After the holy light evaporates the huge, censored arm, it directly descends on the huge body of the Blood Demon. Under the sacred light, the Blood Demon's 10,000-footed legal body was like a piece of paper, almost collapsed at the touch of a touch. The Blood Demon's 10,000-footed legal body evaporated out of thin air in the starry sky. Even the body of the blood demon disappeared directly in the holy light, and there was no trace of blood demon aura in the entire starry sky. People of the Blood Fiend sect even dared to show off their power in front of my moon god palace. Ming Yuexin looked at the place where the blood demon disappeared indifferently, and her cold voice slowly resounded in the starry sky. The power of the holy moon, burning blood. This supreme magical power was created by the moon god in the battle against the blood evil sect strong in the past, and it is the nemesis of all blood Dao powers. The moon god relied on this magical power to teach several Mahayana monks to kill the blood. When the first sight of Poxian universe sent a Mahayana monk from the Blood Fiend sect, Ming Yuexin knew that their battle in the gods' domain was invincible. The blood demon is dead. Seeing that Ming Yuexin's move directly suppressed the blood demon into nothingness, the entire starry sky fell into a dead silence at this moment. Jiang Chen and the others stared at the scene in amazement, and they didn't recover from the horror for a long time. Although they also guessed that Ming Yuexin might have a whole card to deal with the Mahayana cultivator of the blood evil spirit, they did not expect that the whole card would go against the sky to such a degree. The Mahayana monks of the dignified blood evil sect were all wiped out by his understatement. The lunar yin dominates the moon god, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation, and it has created such a magical power. It is simply the nemesis of all blood powers. It is no wonder that several Mahayana monks who were able to slash the blood sect back then. Wu Xing looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Jiang Chen, the expeditionary force of the broken universe has been wiped out. There shouldn't be any danger in God's domain in a short time. I want to retreat and practice for a period of time. You must hurry up and improve your strength. Just before Jiang Chen and the others recovered from the shock, Ming Yu's mind and body shape disappeared in the starry sky with a flash, leaving only a cold voice resounding in Jiang Chen's ears. Wu Xing looked at the disappearing figure of Ming Yu Xin, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. As the master of destruction and reincarnation, the eyes of which torture are naturally far beyond ordinary people, he could naturally see that the state of Ming Yu's heart was a bit wrong. The magical power that Ming Yuexin had just displayed, although powerful, and even the censored monks of the Mahayana period could restrain it, it was also a forbidden magical power that required a very heavy price. Wu Xing also finally understood why the stunning and peerless lunar ruler moon god had suddenly fallen. Once these forbidden magical powers are used, the backlash they will receive, even if it is the master of martial arts, is simply unbearable. Chapter 2475, The Shock of the Blood Evil. Brother Wu, what's wrong? Jiang Chen also instantly felt the strangeness of which punishment, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. What Palace Master Ming Yu just displayed was a forbidden magical power created by the moon god, and every time it was cast, it would cost a great price. I vaguely feel that her realm has fallen. I am afraid it will be difficult to return to the dominance in a short time. Wu Xing said slowly. Ming Yu Xin is now the only martial arts master in the God Realm continent. If its realm drops, this is not good news for God Realm. Fortunately, after this war, God's domain should not be in any danger in a short time, and can rest steadily for a period of time. This kind of stability will certainly not last long. Whether it's the broken universe, or those who are coming for the immortal king of longevity, they are bound to make a comeback. Jiang Chen also strengthened his determination to go to Poxian universe. He must go to Poxian universe to buy more time for God's domain. If it can create some trouble for Poxian universe, so that they no longer have the opportunity to invade God's domain, it is naturally best. And at the same time that Jiang Chen and the others destroyed the expeditionary force of the Poxian universe. There is a vast universe in the distant starry sky that is countless light years away from the universe of God's domain. This universe is just one of the cultivating civilization universes in the starry sky, the celestial breaking universe. The world of Poxian universe, an ancient mountain filled with blood and evil spirits. Here is where the famous Supreme Master Blood Evil Sect in Poxian universe is located. In the center of the Blood Evil Sect, in a hall filled with evil spirits, I saw a figure wearing a blood robe and a blood crown sitting high on the throne in the center of the hall. The blood-robed silhouette did not show the slightest aura, but those eyes that were faintly glowing with blood looked deep and weird. Even the cultivator in the tribulation period just took a look, and couldn't help but trembled. This blood-robed figure is exactly the leader of the Blood Evil Sect, the supreme master of the universe, the Blood God. In addition to the censored evil spirit, there are 3 blood-clothed old men in the hall. The aura of these three blood-clothed old men is also unfathomable, and each of them will not be inferior to the Mahayana cultivator blood demon in the slightest. Master, I wonder if you call me urgently to wait. What is going on? A blood-clothed old man sitting on the left could not help looking at the censored evil on the throne with a puzzled look, directly breaking the silence in the hall. Xu Tianming was silent for a while before slowly saying, "Not long ago, the blood demon suddenly fell. Our expeditionary army of the blood evil sect invaded God's domain. I am afraid something has happened." As Xu Tianming said this, the expressions of the three blood-clothed old men couldn't help but change drastically. Suddenly they got the news that the ancient powerful blood ancestor of the blood evil sect passed back with the secret technique, that the legendary immortal monument had come out in the universe of the gods. Since the war that year, God's domain universe has been in a state of disintegration, with weak strength, and there is not even a strong person with a cultivation base that has reached the dominance of martial arts. The blood evil sect did not publish the news of the blood sun ancestors in Paxian universe, but privately found a reason to send a force controlled by the blood evil sect to expedition to the gods. Since Paxian universe's immortal road was cut off, the top sect masters of Paxian universe have been looking for the immortal road of longevity. The immortal steel back then, it is very likely that the mystery of becoming immortal is hidden in it. Almost all of the sect masters in the universe breaking the immortal universe do not want to take the immortal monument as their own. If it hadn't been for their endless quarrels, the immortal steel would not have accidentally fallen into the universe of God's domain. Now that the news of the immortal monument's appearance in God's domain is known only by their blood evil sect, and the strength of God's domain is extremely weak, they only need to send a Mahayana monk to easily suppress the God's domain and swallow the secrets of the immortal tablet. They never thought that the Mahayana cultivator blood demon in charge of the expedition to God's domain would suddenly fall. A Mahayana monk of the blood fiend sect looked incredibly authentic. The leader, according to the news that the ancestors of the blood sun, the God's domain is in a state of disintegration, and even the master of the martial arts cannot be born. How can the blood demon fall into the universe of the God's domain? Is the news that the ancestor of Shuiyang passed back at the time, is it a scam at all? Another Mahayana frowned. The ancestor of the blood sun was the strong man in the ancient battle of the blood evil sect, and it is unknown how many years have passed since now. Even if the ancestor of Shuiyang was the strongest monk at the pinnacle of Mahayana and survived by chance, it would be impossible to live to the present. It should be impossible, Xu Tianming said in a deep voice. Although I don't know how the ancestor of the blood sun survived until now, the secret technique he used is the supreme secret technique of my blood evil sect. Except for the past leaders of the blood evil sect, there will be no other people who can show it. Then what the censored is going on? Did the blood demons have trouble in the cosmic starry sky, or did the blood ancestors return the wrong information? The Mahayana monk who had never spoken couldn't help but speak. The starry sky battleship built by the people of the star universe is extremely extraordinary. Unless it encounters a large-scale starry sky disaster, there will generally be no problems in the starry sky of the universe. And between Paxian universe and God's domain, there is no other universe that can pose a threat to the blood demons. If I guessed correctly, in all likelihood, there was an error in the information of the ancestor of the blood sun. Xu Tianming said slowly, "Master, what shall we do now, to make the news of the immortal monument in God's domain public?" The three Mahayana monks of the blood fiend sect all looked at the blood fiend heaven. Although the blood fiend sect is the supreme master of the celestial cosmos, its strength in the supreme master can only be counted as medium. If the news of the immortal monument was made public, it would not be an easy task for their blood evil sect to encroach on the immortal monument. Xu Tianming was silent for a while and said, "I have already used the secret technique. Try to contact the blood ancestor again to see if the blood ancestor can send back some information about the gods. The legendary celestial monument, this is the only opportunity they found to become immortal since the fairy road of the celestial universe was cut off. There are so many supreme masters in the Paxian universe, and only then will they fight for the immortal monument and even start a cosmic level war. Now their blood evil sect is the only existence in the universe that has received the immortal steel, and the blood evil sky naturally hopes to take the immortal steel in his own hands. As long as it can break through the secrets contained in the immortal steel, perhaps it will be able to break the shackles and ask the Tao to become immortal and immortal. So, before he had to force it, Xu Tianming obviously didn't want to make the news of the immortal steel available to the public in Paxian universe. Chapter 2476. Set off, go to Poxian Universe, outside the universe of God's domain, Star City. After destroying the expeditionary army that broke the immortal universe, Jiang Chen allowed most of the powerhouses of God's domain to return to the God's domain to recuperate, leaving only a small number of people to guard the Starry Sky City. And he was in the Starry Sky City, waiting for the people in the Palace of the People to control the Starry Sky battleship. Although there are these people in the Star Universe, the Star Battleship can set sail at any time. But the defensive heart is indispensable, and Jiang Chen will naturally not trust these people in the sky and the universe 100%. The control of this Starry Sky battleship is still more secure in his own hands. With the assistance of the people of the Star Universe, Jiang Chen and the others finally completely obtained the control of the Starry Sky battleship. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and decided to embark on the journey of breaking the immortal universe ahead. Chenur, do you really have to go to break the immortal universe? Outside the Starry Sky City, Zhang Wuyu looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and a worried look appeared on his face. Poxian Universe is far stronger than God's domain. If they make a comeback again, God's domain may not be able to resist it at all. Just wait for the Poxian Universe to come to the door. This is not my style. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, what's more, I also want to see the world outside the God's domain universe. Zhang Wuyu frowned and said, since you insist on going, then bring some more powerful people from the Divine King realm, so that you can take care of it. Need not. Jiang Chen waved his hand and refused directly. With his current strength, only the top monks whose cultivation level reached the Mahayana stage could pose a threat to him. If he really encounters a Mahayana monk, no matter how much he brings with him, it doesn't make any sense. He cultivated the Azure Emperor Longju, and also had the Hunyuan Yiki art. As long as he didn't take the initiative to expose it, even the Mahayana monk of the Shenxian universe would not be able to see his true identity. If you bring some powerhouses in God's domain, I am afraid it will be even more troublesome. Jiang Chen, let me go to Broxian universe with you. At this moment, the witch punishment on the side suddenly spoke. As the reincarnation of the ancient destruction lord, even in his previous life, he has never left God's domain and went to the universe outside of God's domain. Now that Jiang Chen is going to the Poxian universe that invades God's domain, Wu Xing also wants to go to Poxian universe with Jiang Chen. No. Jiang Chen shook his head quickly, and said in a deep voice, Brother Wu, you must stay. The threat God's domain is facing right now is not only Poxian universe. Following Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of Wu Xing and Zhang Wuyu fell on Jiang Chen's body. It is inconvenient for me to state this, but I can tell you one thing. God's domain may also face threats from outside the Poxian universe, and it is even more terrifying than the Poxian universe. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Xing solemnly and said, after I leave, God's domain will be handed over to you. Now that Mingyu's mental realm has fallen, she retreats and cultivates, and I don't know when it will be able to recover. God's domain has once again returned to the days when there was no martial art dominating the town. Witch punishment is the reincarnation of the ruined master of the ancients. In today's God realm, witch punishment is undoubtedly the person most qualified to break through the dominance of martial arts. Even the real Kangming and Wuzantian, who dominated the realm in half a step, may not be able to achieve the master of martial arts one step ahead of witch punishment. This is the witch torture that dominates the reincarnation body. Once the dominance is achieved again, the combat power will definitely far exceed the average dominating power. After he left God's domain, Wu Xing was definitely the best candidate to sit in God's domain. Okay, I stay and guard God's domain. Wu Xing was silent for a while, and then looked at Jiang Chen lightly. Remember to come back alive, I don't want to go to Poxian universe to collect the corpse for you in the future. Don't worry, wait for my good news. This time I go to Poxian universe, and I will definitely solve this disaster for God's domain. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately his figure flashed towards the Starry Sky battleship that was already ready to go. He raised his head and glanced at the endless starry sky of the universe, and said faintly, Go, the universe is broken ahead. Following Jiang Chen's order, the Starry Sky battleship was like a sword from the string, and quickly shot towards the depths of the starry sky. In the starry sky of the vast universe, a huge Starry Sky battleship swiftly shuttled across the starry sky. In the Starry Sky battleship, in a luxurious cabin, there is a young man in black, who is cultivating with his eyes closed cross-legged. This black-clothed youth is naturally Jiang Chen, who left God's domain and headed for the Paxian universe. Jiang Chen kept his eyes closed, and finally opened his eyes slowly, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Unconsciously, it has been more than 2 years since I left God's domain when I first left. In the past 2 years, Jiang Chen and the others have been sailing in the vast cosmic starry sky. Because of the existence of Tianxing universe, who are very knowledgeable about the cosmic sky, Jiang Chen and the others have been navigating very smoothly in the cosmic sky. They have hardly encountered much trouble for more than 2 years. In the past 2 years, Jiang Chen has also been retreating and cultivating immortals in the star battleship. His cultivation base also reached the peak of the God King 9 Heavens from the early stage of the God King 9 Heavens when he left the realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through the realm of martial arts dominance. My cultivation base has reached the peak of the God King 9 Heavens. No matter how I practice it, I will not gain any experience to increase my cultivation base, and I have never been able to break through the master of martial arts. Feeling the situation in his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. He has a system, and his breakthrough has been unimpeded. As long as the cultivation in the previous realm is complete, you can advance to the next realm without any hindrance. But this time, after reaching the peak of the Divine King 9 Heavens, the system has remained silent. It is definitely not a simple matter to break through the dominance realm from the censored king realm. Even if it is a system that has always been unfavorable, it is difficult for him to be promoted directly this time. Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest anger. Because of the existence of the system, in just 100 years, he has grown from a hairy boy to a martial, censored, king of the 9 heavens. Now he is no less inferior to any genius in God's domain, regardless of his talent, blood, or his own background. Even if there is no system, as long as he is given some time, he is confident that he can comprehend the power of dominance and successfully step into the realm of dominance. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it, but instead looked at the endless cosmic starry sky outside the battleship. It's been more than 2 years, and I don't know how long it will take to reach the Paxian universe. Calculated based on the time when the Paxian universe arrived, the distance between God's domain and Paxian universe, the starry sky battleship would take about 3 years to sail. Now that it has been more than 2 years since he left God's domain, Paxian universe must not be far away. Jiang Chen stood up directly and strode out of the cabin. Chapter 2477, Star Predator, out of the cabin. Jiang Chen went directly to the cockpit of the starry sky battleship and found the middle-aged man headed by the star universe. Yi Yun, how far are we from the Paxian universe now? Yi Yun said with a respectful face. Master Jiang Chen, if it goes well, we will be able to withstand the Paxian universe for up to 3 months. 3 months. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and it seemed that they were not far from Paxian universe. He pondered slightly and said, where is the distance from your celestial universe? Can we directly resist your celestial universe? This starry sky battleship was originally obtained by his expeditionary force to destroy the Paxian universe. If it directly descends on the Paxian universe, it will definitely reveal its identity. Jiang Chen planned to go to the star universe first. The star universe and the broken universe have always been in a state of hostility. Although the Tianxing universe does not have a cultivation civilization, it has an extremely advanced technological civilization. They can rely on technology to contend with the powerful celestial breaking universe, and their strength is certainly not weak. If he could unite with the heavenly star universe, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to cause trouble to the broken universe, cannot. If we are going to the star universe now, we must pass through the broken universe, unless we detour from the cosmic starry sky. It not only takes a lot of time to circumvent the huge Broxian universe, but there is still the risk of being detected by the Broxian universe. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that his plan to go to the star universe first, and seek cooperation with the star universe, is temporarily in vain. Now he can only take one step and count one step, and everything will be discussed when he resists the Paxian universe. Just as Jiang Chen was about to learn more about the universe from Yi Yun, there was a sudden violent sound in the cosmic starry sky ahead, making the starry sky battleships Jiang Chen and the others were on. There was a trembling. A person in the star universe who controls the starry sky battleship couldn't help but exclaimed with a look of horror. Master Jiang Chen, the big thing is not good, we seem to have encountered a starry predator. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Star predator. Star predators, as the name suggests, are those who burn and kill looters in the starry sky of the universe. Hearing the predators of the starry sky, Yi Yun couldn't help but a solemn look appeared on his face, and he could not help but quickly explain to Jiang Chen. There are countless large and small universes in the endless starry sky. In every universe, there are some existences, because of various reasons it is difficult to survive in the original universe. These people escaped into the starry sky of the universe. Some of them went to other universes of the same civilization. The remaining part has been living in the starry sky of the universe. These people cultivate and survive by plundering resources in the stars of the universe, so they are called star predators. Because the people who can escape into the starry sky of the universe are at least strong people comparable to the martial, censored, king and the monk crossing the robbery, so those who can become star predators are very powerful. Especially these star predators, still gathered together in the cosmic starry sky, forming a huge group. Even some of the top forces in the universe can't help but star predators. Yi Yun and the others obviously didn't expect that they were so lucky this time and encountered a star predator. After listening to Yi Yun's explanation, Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the star predators. This so-called star predator is almost the same as the void pirate in the eternal void of God's domain. The only difference is that the star predators in the cosmic sky are far from the strength of those void pirates in the eternal void. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and he appeared at the forefront of the star battleship in a flash. He looked up in response to his eyes. I saw a starry sky battleship rushing towards them thousands of miles away. This starry sky battleship, Cheng Yaoyi's blood, looked about 100 meters in size, much smaller than Jiang Chen and their starry sky battleship, but the speed was several times faster. The star battleship had already appeared in Jiang Chen and the others thousands of feet away. The people from the star battleship in front, the blood-killing pillage group is here, you won't be able to catch it if you are not obedient. As Jiang Chen looked at the blood-colored starry sky battleship in front of him, a cold and domineering voice resounded directly in the starry sky. As this overbearing voice fell, a powerful aura that crossed the peak of the calamity also descended from the scarlet warship. In the face of the oppressive aura, Jiang Chen was not affected at all, and still stood proudly at the forefront of the star battleship. On the contrary, there was a strange look in his eyes looking at the scarlet battleship. The aura of the cultivator at the peak of the tribulation in the scarlet battleship is very similar to the people of the blood fiend cult in the universe. How could a monk at the peak of the tribulation of the supreme master of the universe become a starry predator? Master Jiang Chen, I have also heard a little about this blood-killing and plundering group. His head, Blood Thousand Kill, is a traitor to the supreme master of the universe, the Blood Evil Sect, and later escaped into the universe and became a star predator. As far as I know, when the Blood Thousand Kill was in the Poxian universe, it was the famous Dujia Tianzhao in the Poxian universe, and his strength was extremely powerful. At this moment, Yi Yun, who appeared behind Jiang Chen, couldn't help but quickly explained. It turned out to be a person of the blood fiend cult. Jiang Chen looked at the scarlet battleship on the opposite side, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. It seems that he has a lot of fate with Poxian universe's blood evil sect. In the censored battleship, a skinny man with blood and hair couldn't help but a cry of surprise in his mouth. His gaze penetrated the starry sky and fell directly on Jiang Chen standing proudly in front of the starry sky battleship, and a look of surprise appeared in the monster's censored eyes. This skinny man was the leader of the blood-killing and plundering group, Blood Thousand Kills. Head, what's the matter? Beside the Blood Thousand Kill, a cultivator in the early stage of the tribulation couldn't help but asked aloud. Shui Qiansha narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly said, this starry sky battleship does not seem simple. As the sect of the Blood God, the talent and strength of the Blood Thousand Kills are extremely powerful. In the past few years, he has been plundering the stars in the universe, and his strength has already reached the peak of the tribulation, and it is only one step away from the Mahayana period. The mysterious black-clothed youth on the starry sky battleship on the opposite side was able to easily block the pressure of his breath. Obviously, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 2478, Blood Thousand Kills. Captain, is there any ordinary person who can control the starry sky battleship to sail in the cosmic sky? A cold light flashed in the eyes of another cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation. Since we were spotted by the blood fiend cult last time, we have been huddled in the starry sky for a long time. Say it again. Blood Thousand Killing eyes flickered slightly. There are now a total of 11 people in their censored looting group. Among them, there are 2 in the late stage of the robbery, 3 in the middle stage of the robbery, and 5 in the early stage of the robbery. Coupled with his existence at the pinnacle of the tribulation, even facing some quasi-Mahayana cultivators, it can still contend against 1 or 2. As long as they don't encounter Mahayana monks, it is impossible for ordinary people to pose any threat to them. Now his cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of crossing the catastrophe, only 1 step away from the Mahayana period. And if you want to suddenly Mahayana period, it will inevitably require a lot of training resources. In this cosmic starry sky, the only way to obtain resources is to plunder. Although the starry sky battleship in front of me was a bit mysterious and weird, Blood Thousand Kill still didn't think about giving up easily. No matter what, he will plunder resources and strive to break through the Mahayana period as soon as possible. Only by breaking through the Mahayana period, he doesn't need to fear the Blood Evil Sect, let alone hide in the Middle East of the cosmic starry sky like a mouse. It is not impossible that he wants to return to the universe of broken immortals and go to the Blood Evil Sect to get back everything he has lost. Do it, kill me. Blood Thousand Killing did not hesitate anymore, leaving a monk from the early stage of the tribulation to guard the starry sky battleship, and then led the other 9 people to kill Jiang Chen aggressively. Boy, catch it with all your hands, and hand over the star battleship, I can consider forgiving you for not dying. Blood Thousand Killers rushed beyond Jiang Chen and their starry sky battleship, and their cold and stern voices blasted directly in the starry sky. Standing with his hand, Jiang Chen glanced at Blood Thousand Kills indifferently. Blood Thousand Kills, relying on a traitor of the Blood Fiend cult in your area, I am afraid that he is not qualified enough to rob my starry sky battleship. Are you the one who breaks the universe? The pupils of Xu Tianming suddenly shrank, and a sharp killing intent also spread from his body in an instant. This kid can tell his identity in 1 gulp, and in all likelihood, he is the one who breaks the universe. If this boy is really a person who breaks the universe, he will not be able to let this boy leave alive. Once this kid returns to the broken universe and exposes their location to the Blood Fiend Sect, I am afraid they will have to escape and hide in the cosmic starry sky for some time. Where did the Maudo boy dare to run wild in front of my censored looting group and die for me? A monk in the early stage of the robbery shouted angrily, and quickly swept out from behind the Blood Thousand Killer. The monstrous True Essence mana directly brought a terrible starry sky storm and killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, just raised his hand and volleyed a finger, careful. Blood Thousand Killer's complexion changed, and he could not help but promptly reminded him. Following Jiang Chen's instruction, the body of the cultivator in the early stage of the tribulation transition became still very fast in the starry sky, and then it exploded with a bang, and turned into a censored mist that sprinkled down from the starry sky. The sudden scene also caused Taixu Thousand Kill and others to not recover from the horror for a long time. Kill the monk Dujia with 1 finger lightly. This kid in front of him is definitely the arrogant who was cultivated by a certain supreme master. Unexpectedly, I haven't returned to Poxian Universe for a long time, and Poxian Universe has actually added a peerless smiting arrogant like you. I don't know which supreme master of Poxian Universe comes from. Shui Qiansha returned to his senses, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. I am not the one who breaks the universe. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then faintly said, give you a chance to survive, surrender to me, and I will spare you not to die. This Blood Thousand Killer came from the Supreme Master Blood Evil Sect of Poxian Universe. Obviously, he should have a very good understanding of the situation of Poxian Universe. If he was subdued, it would be of great help for him to mix into Poxian Universe. The Blood Thousand Kill is a traitor to the Blood Fiend Sect, and there must have been endless death between it and the Blood Fiend Sect. He might also be able to use the Blood Thousand Kill to contain the Blood Sect. The army that expedition to God's domain last time in the cosmos-breaking universe seemed to be dominated by the Blood Fiend Sect. If it can contain the Blood Fiend Sect, it may be able to hinder Poxian Universe's attack on God's domain here. Ha, a mere little boy who wants me to surrender to you, it's just a dream. The Blood Thousand Killer screamed in anger, and directly flew towards Jiang Chen to kill him. Blood kills the world. Shui Qian killed a head of blood flying, and the majestic mana essence of the Mahayana peak directly turned into a palm shadow and shrouded Jiang Chen. The sky was full of blood and brilliance, with a censored killing air across the starry sky. The surrounding starry sky was dyed red with blood, and in the terrifying censored brilliance, it seemed as if Jiang Chen and their starry sky battleships were shrouded in it. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and he directly cast a golden radiant seal of the god of open heaven. The imprint of the gods rapidly enlarged in the starry sky, and finally crushed down like a golden ancient sacred mountain, colliding with the shrouded, censored brilliance. Two extremely powerful forces collided in the starry sky. I saw Jiang Chen standing still on the starry sky battleship with his hands still motionless, while the blood thousand kills on the opposite side trembled as he stepped back hundreds of steps in the starry sky. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed on his face. With just an understatement, he shook the cultivator at the peak of the triumph, which was at least the quasi-Mahayana cultivator was able to do. The young black-clothed youth who seemed to be young in front of him had a combat power comparable to that of a quasi-Mahayana monk. Even if you look at the entire broken universe, the young Tianzhao who can match the quasi-Mahayana monks are probably one of the few. Jiang Chen didn't answer the blood thousand kills, he just looked down at the blood thousand kills indifferently, and the cold voice resounded directly in the starry sky. Finally, I will give you a chance, either surrender or die. Although the strength of the blood thousand kills in front of him is extremely not weak, it is even weaker than the quasi-Mahayana monk he faced a few years ago. Back then, he was still in the early stage of God King Ninth Heaven, and he could barely fight the quasi-Mahayana monk. Now that his cultivation has reached the peak of God King Nine Heavens, his strength has increased by more than a level compared to a few years ago. How could this blood thousand kills be his opponent? Although your excellency is powerful, don't deceive others too much. Blood thousand killing, gazes gloomily and authentically, how does this matter end here? I am not a soft persimmon to kill the looting group. If you have to force me, I promise you will pay a heavy price for it. Quote. Chapter 2479. Arrived in Poxian universe. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneered contemptuously, I have even killed your quasi-Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect. Based on your cultivation base at the peak of the tribulation, you still have no right to threaten me. Let's do it together and kill him. Shui Qiansh's complexion changed, and he gave an order and slew towards Jiang Chen along with the 8 remaining cultivators who crossed the tribulation. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, the golden ancient sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, and he directly swung a flat sword at the blood thousand killings and others. This sword pierced the starry sky, and saw the breath of the 4 cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation, as if the Tianhe bursting a bank, suddenly collapsed. The 3 cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation were cut off by Jiang Chen with a single sword, and completely transformed into mortals, and then fell from the cosmic starry sky with despair and horror. The 3 cultivators in the middle of the tribulation period were also cut to the level by Jiang Chen's sword, and their cultivation base fell below the tribulation period. Under the tribulation period, there is no qualification to gain a foothold in the cosmic starry sky. They only persisted for a moment, and they also fell from the cosmic starry sky, and finally disappeared into the endless abyss below the cosmic starry sky. Even the remaining 2 cultivators in the late stage of the tribulation, although they did not fall below the stage of the tribulation, their cultivation base was also cut off, and they fell directly from the late stage of the tribulation to the early stage of the tribulation. Qingdi's swordsmanship transforms the world with one sword. With Jiang Chen's current strength to use this supreme swordsmanship, whether it is the martial god king or the cross-tribulation monk, there are almost a handful of people who can resist. Seeing this scene, the expressions of blood thousand killing and the remaining 2 cultivators instantly became horrified. Of the 9 tribulation cultivators, except that the blood thousand kills at the peak of tribulation were not greatly affected, the other 8 were almost all destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was too terrifying. Even a general quasi-Mahayana monk might not have such strength. It took a long time for blood thousand kill to recover from the shock. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily. You are not a person who breaks the universe, you should come from the universe of martial arts civilization, you. Who are you? Although Jiang Chen cultivated the Azure Emperor longevity art, and changed his aura with Hunyuan Yiki technique, ordinary people could hardly miss Jiang Chen's identity. But blood thousand killing is the powerhouse at the peak of the tribulation. From the sword Jiang Chen used just now, he still noticed Jiang Chen's power that was different from the true essence of the immortal cultivator. This black-clothed young man was not from the Broxian universe as he had previously expected, but in all likelihood, he was a person from a martial arts civilization universe. The other universes near Poxian universe are all cultivating celestial civilization cosmos and science and technology civilization cosmos. The only martial arts civilization universe is the God realm where the immortal monument was born and the immortal breaking universe invaded. In the cosmic battle that year, it is said that God's domain has been destroyed, and the universe has been destroyed by one party. How can such a peerless genius fade out? I'm the one who came to trouble Poxian universe. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Blood thousand kills, you are regarded as a traitor by the Blood Sect. I am afraid that you are not reconciled to staying in this cosmic starry sky. If you surrender to me, you may still have the opportunity to avenge the Blood Sect. Quote. Hearing the words of the Blood Thousand killing, his complexion suddenly changed. The strength of the young man in black is unfathomable. I am afraid that even the average quasi-Mahayana cultivator may not be able to compete with him. With his current strength, if he continues to resist, he will undoubtedly die. This son can have such strength at a young age, and his origin must be extremely extraordinary, and it is very likely that he may even come from a top power in God's domain. Since this kid's purpose is to break the immortal universe, if he surrenders to this kid, maybe he really has a chance to avenge the Blood Evil Sect. Blood Thousand Kills couldn't help taking a deep breath, and directly half-kneeled in front of Jiang Chen. Shui Thousand Kills, pay homage to the master. Get up. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and immediately glanced at the two people behind Shui Qiansha, and said faintly, whether you two leave by yourself or follow me with Shui Qiansha, it's up to you. I am willing to follow the master. The two cross-tribulation cultivators couldn't help but quickly said respectfully. Star predators, surviving in the starry sky of the universe is full of dangers. Over the years, they have formed a small group under the leadership of Blood Thousand Kills, and it is extremely difficult to survive in the cosmic starry sky. Now the blood-killing and plundering group collapsed, and the two of them had fallen in their cultivation base, and it was difficult for them to return to their peak within a time. It is not easy to survive in this cosmic starry sky. The only way for them to survive now is probably to surrender to Jiang Chen. The two robbery cultivators are of no importance to him now. Of course, after entering Poxian universe, he also needs some manpower to do things for him. If there can be two cross-tribulation cultivators running errands, he doesn't reject it either. Jiang Chen glanced at their star battleship with Blood Thousand Kills, and couldn't help but ponder slightly. Shui Thousand Kill, you star warship, have you seen so many people in the Shantian universe? Not much, because out of fear of the Blood Fiend Sect, I seldom move around the Poxian universe. Except for some people in the Blood Fiend Sect, almost no one else in the Poxian universe has seen it. Blood Thousand Kill was slightly taken aback, but he answered quickly. Next, let's use your Starry Sky battleship to drive on. As Jiang Chen said, he greeted Yi Yun and the others and moved to the Starry Sky battleship that killed them. The Starry Sky battleship they are riding on was taken from the hands of the Blood Evil Sect. I am afraid that many people in the universe of broken immortals know this Starry Sky battleship. At that time, his identity may be difficult to hide. If it were replaced by a Starry Sky battleship with 1,000 kills, the risk would undoubtedly be much smaller. Even if the people with the Blood Evil Sect recognize the Starry Sky battleship of the Blood Thousand Kills, they are at best regarded as the Blood Thousand Kills companions by the Blood Evil Sect. In this way, the only trouble they face is the Blood Fiend Sect. But once his identity as a warrior in the divine realm was revealed, he would face the entire broken universe. With his current strength, he is far from qualified to contend with the mighty Poxian universe. Without being forced, Jiang Chen would never reveal his identity easily in Poxian universe. After the group moved to the Starry Sky battleship with Blood Thousand Kills, Jiang Chen directly put their Starry Sky battleship into the storage ring, and then continued to sail in the direction of the broken universe. About 3 months later, a majestic starry sky giant city was also directly presented in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Master, Poxian universe is here. Shui Qiansha raised his head and looked at the starry sky giant city in his sight, and a complicated look appeared in the twinkling, censored eyes. Chapter 2480, Blood Sword Fairy Sect. Once, Blood Thousand Kills was also a member of this universe. He has extraordinary talents and possesses the best spiritual roots. He is one of the top true disciples of the Supreme Master Blood Sect, and even one of the popular candidates to inherit the position of the next leader of the Blood Sect. When he was in full swing, he encountered calculations and was identified as a traitor to the Blood Fiend Sect. If it hadn't been for the Master's desperate help, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to escape from Poxian universe alive. In the cosmic starry sky, he wanted to return to the Poxian universe almost all the time, in order to avenge the blood and blood of the year. Just thinking of the terrifying strength of the Blood Fiend sect, Blood Thousand Killing felt weak in his heart. He became a star predator in the starry sky of the universe, plundering resources everywhere, in order to be able to break through the Mahayana period as soon as possible. Because he knows very well, before entering the Mahayana period, he would not have the qualifications to return to the Poxian universe to avenge the Blood Fiend sect. This time he failed to plunder Jiang Chen, a mysterious martial artist, and he had to surrender to Jiang Chen and return to the Poxian universe with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen has a mysterious origin and powerful strength, the Blood Fiend sect is a behemoth in the universe, and even the Mahayana monks are digital. If they are enemies of the Blood Fiend cult, I am afraid they have no chance of winning at all. He has now served Jiang Chen as the master, and everything can only obey Jiang Chen's orders, whether it is life or death, everything can only be based on good luck. The Starry Sky City built by Broxian Universe. Jiang Chen looked at the Starry Sky City ahead, frowning involuntarily. Behind this Starry Sky City, there is a huge outline of the universe, which should obviously be the universe of broken immortals. If they want to enter the Poxian universe, they probably have to pass through the giant starry sky in front of them. Broken the universe only accepts people with a civilization of cultivating immortals. In order to prevent people from other civilizations from mixing into the Poxian universe, many strongholds have been established in the Starry Sky, and this Starry Sky City is one of them. But the Master doesn't have to worry, this Starry Sky City has nothing to do with the Blood Fiend sect. No one should be able to see through my identity. We can completely mix into the Broxian universe. Blood Thousand Killing smiled slightly. Although he was calculated to be a traitor to the Blood Fiend sect, he still had the tokens of the true disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. It was not a problem to enter the broken universe through the Starry Sky City. The facts are just as expected. After the Blood Thousand Killer showed the tokens of the disciples of the true legend of the Blood Fiend sect, Jiang Chen and the others were not hindered by the Starry Sky City at all, and they entered the broken universe smoothly. Jiang Chen was also very fortunate to have encountered Blood Thousand Kills in the cosmic starry sky. If they want to enter the Poxian universe, I am afraid it will be really troublesome. Brother, the Blood Evil sect has moved a lot recently. I remember that there was also a censored Evil Star battleship a few years ago. Leave from here, right? A guard of Starry Sky City looked at the Starry Sky battleship that flew into the Shenxian universe and couldn't help but suddenly said. Another blue-robed youth nodded and said, however, since the Shanlu was cut off, our Supreme Master Shanzong who broke the Xian universe frequently went to the universe in the starry sky to seek the immortal road of longevity. It was not a big deal. Longevity Fairy Road. The guard who spoke first looked confused and said, is there really an immortal road in this world? The blue-robed youth shook his head, and then said slightly in deep thought, the Blood Evil sect's true inheritance just now is extremely powerful, and should be one of the best among the Blood Evil sect true inheritance disciples, but I don't have any impression. Except for the Starry Sky battleship a few years ago, the Blood Fiend cult has no other Starry Sky battleship to leave from here. It is indeed a bit strange. The previous guard said in a deep voice, just in case, let's notify the Blood Fiend cult of this matter. Okay, I will go back to Starry Sky City and contact the people of the Blood Fiend cult. After the blue-robed youth finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen and the others had no knowledge of the conversation between the two guards of Starry Sky City. After passing through the Starry Sky City, they soon controlled the Starry Sky battleship to cross the barriers of the universe and land in the broken universe. A majestic aura of heaven and earth also wrapped towards Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. Is this the universe of broken immortals? It's really extraordinary. Feeling the heaven and earth environment of Poxian Universe Lord's world, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. No wonder it was difficult for God's domain to contend with Poxian Universe in the battle in the ancient times. The cultivation environment in this universe is indeed much better than that of God's domain, and even compared to the outer area of the everlasting immortal mountain, it will not be inferior in the slightest. Master, where are we going now? Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the environment of the broken immortal universe, the sound of Blood Thousand Killing rang directly in his ears. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly pondered. When he first arrived now, he naturally couldn't act rashly in the Poxian universe. The top priority now is to find a place to settle down first. On the Starry Sky battleship, there are still the disciples of the human Emperor Palace and the people of the Star Universe. Once they are discovered by the people of the Broken Universe, the situation will be very troublesome. In this celestial breaking universe, what is the life and death enemy of the Blood Fiend sect? After Jiang Chen thought for a while, he couldn't help but raised his head and asked. The Blood Thousand Killer was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said directly, the biggest enemy of the Blood Fiend sect in the Broken Universe should belong to the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Xueqin didn't conceal anything, and immediately explained it for Jiang Chen. The Blood Sword Immortal sect is an ancient force with a very long history in the immortal breaking universe. At the peak of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, it was one of the top supreme immortal sects in the broken immortal universe. For some reasons, there was a terrifying battle in the Blood Sword Immortal sect. In the end, some people broke away from the Blood Sword Immortal sect and established the current Blood Sword sect. The Blood Sword Immortal sect and the Blood Fiend sect both regard each other as life and death enemies. Once the disciples of the two major forces met, they were almost always endless. Since that incident happened that year, Blood Sword Immortal sect's vitality has been greatly injured, and the day has not been as good as the day. On the contrary, it is the Blood Fiend sect, which has developed extremely rapidly over the years. Even among the many supreme masters in the Poxian universe, it is the existence that ranks high after all. Today's Blood Sword Immortal sect can almost only survive on the heritage left by the ancestors of the Blood Sword Immortal sect. If nothing happens, once the Blood Sword Fairy sect is exhausted, it will definitely be destroyed by the Blood Evil sect. In that case, let's go to the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Hearing the introduction of Blood Thousand Kills, Jiang Chen made a decision without even thinking about it. He is now coming to Poxian universe alone, and it is not an easy task to cause trouble to Poxian universe with his own power. This Blood Sword Immortal sect is an excellent chess piece. It would undoubtedly be a very good choice if you control everything behind the scenes and trigger a battle between the supreme masters of the broken universe. Chapter 2481, The Terrifying Power of the Blood Fiend. Broken Universe. This is an extremely prosperous universe for the cultivation of immortals, and there are countless sects of cultivation of immortals, large and small. In the main world of Poxian universe, even the supreme great sect Immortal Sect, who has a Mahayana monk, has a full 10, known as the top 10 immortal gates of the broken universe. After Jiang Chen learned about the true strength of Poxian universe, he couldn't help being taken aback. The strength of Poxian universe is really too powerful. Fortunately, the last time the Immortal Universe expedition to God's domain, only one Mahayana monk was sent. In the face of Poxian universe's powerful strength, God's domain probably has no resistance at all. It seems that we must create some trouble for the Poxian universe as soon as possible, and not give the Poxian universe a chance to expedition to God's domain again. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Once Poxian universe made an expedition to God's domain again, even if it sent 2 Mahayana monks casually, it would be enough to make God's domain irresistible. The master world of Poxian universe is vast and boundless, and it is much larger than the merged God's domain. The huge master world of the broken immortal universe has also been divided into countless large and small domains, among which the 10 domains are the most famous. Among these 10 heavenly domains, each domain has the supreme master Shanzong, whose strength is unfathomable. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the broken universe, it took a full 3 months before they arrived at the heavenly territory of Silent Blood. Silent Blood territory. This is where the Blood Fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, sits, and it is also the location of the Blood Sword Immortal sect. After entering the Silent Blood territory, in order not to attract the attention of the Blood Fiend sect, Jiang Chen first found a hidden place to settle the people, and then let the Blood Thousand Kill and the other 2 cross-tribulation cultivators go to inquire about the news. Although his plan was to use the power of the Blood Sword Immortal sect to deal with the Blood Fiend sect, he had to find out the situation first. Blood Thousand Kill has been away from Poxian universe for many years, and he doesn't know anything about the current situation in the Silent Blood territory. In case something happens to the Silent Blood territory, or perhaps the Blood Sword Immortal sect has been defeated by the Blood Fiend sect, if he rashly goes to the Blood Sword Immortal sect to cooperate, then what is the difference from the self-surrender? Blood Thousand Kill and they finally returned from inquiring about the news, and there was an extremely solemn look on the faces of the 3 of them. What's the matter? Looking at your expressions, isn't it because inquiring about the news didn't go well? Jiang Chen looked at the three people of blood thousand killing, and couldn't help asking with a puzzled expression on his face. Master, it's not that the news is not going well. The blood thousand killer's complexion was not very pretty and said, Blood Fiend Sect, it seems that I already know that I have returned to the universe of broken immortals. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his expression changed slightly. You just went out to inquire about the news, and were recognized by the Blood Evil Sect. They have just arrived in the Silent Blood territory now. If the identity of the Blood Thousand Killers were revealed so soon, this would not be good news. That's not true. After I escaped from Poxian universe, I have completely changed my appearance. Now it is not my true face. Even in the Blood Fiend Sect, it is difficult for anyone to recognize me. Shui Qiansha shook his head, and said in a deep voice, when we just went to the city to inquire about the news, we found the wanted order issued by the Blood Fiend Sect. This wanted order was issued just shortly after we entered the Poxian universe. A look of surprise appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. How did the Blood Evil Sect people know? If I guessed right, it should be the people in Star City who notified the Blood Fiend Sect. Starry Sky City is no stranger to the top-level true biography of Supreme Master Poxian universe. They should meet me in person, so they notified the Blood Evil cult. I'm afraid that the Blood Evil Sect has already guessed that the true story of the Blood Evil Sect is me. Shui Qiansha silently said slightly. The true disciple is a Tianzhao figure carefully cultivated by every Supreme Master. They are very concerned about every true disciple. The Blood Fiend Sect is no exception. The Blood Fiend could guess his head so easily. It's okay, as long as the identity is not revealed. Hearing the explanation of Blood Thousand killing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, and then asked directly, tell me about the situation of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Now, even though the Blood Fiend Sect guesses that the Blood Thousand kills have returned to the Poxian universe, at best, they are only looking for the Blood Thousand kills everywhere. As long as they pay attention, the Blood Evil Sect wants to find the Blood Thousand kills. It is not an easy task. The current situation of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is very bad. Although out of fear of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's background, the Blood Fiend Sect has never dared to push the Blood Sword Immortal Sect too hard, but it has always suppressed the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. It's dead. Just half a year ago, it was said that the Blood Sect killed a peerless arrogant cross-jade Heavenly Sect of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The Blood Sword Sect was furious and fought a battle with the Blood Sect, and the result was heavy losses. Now the Blood Fiend Sect is eroding the power of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect bit by bit. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is really going to be destroyed. Shui Qiansha shook his head, obviously not having much hope for the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Blood Sword Immortal Sect, what is your current strength? The Blood Sword Immortal Sect does not currently have Mahayana monks, only 3 quasi-Mahayana monks. The reason why they have been able to persist in the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect until now is mainly because the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has a profound background. The Blood Thousand Killer slowly said, it is said that in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, there are methods left by the Blood Sword Immortal Sect Patriarch, which can kill the Mahayana monks. The 3 quasi-Mahayana cultivators and the means to kill the Mahayana cultivators are also an extremely powerful force. If you cooperate with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, there is still much to be done. How about the Blood Fiend Sect? How many Mahayana monks are there? Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and he couldn't help asking about the situation of the Blood Fiend Sect. The Blood Fiend Sect ranks 4th in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and is extremely powerful. There are 5 Mahayana monks in total. Shui Qiansha slowly took a deep breath and said, of course, the intentional Mahayana monks who don't discharge the Blood Evil Sect are born. 5 Mahayana monks. Except for the blood demon who had been killed by Mingyu Xin, there are still at least 4 Mahayana monks in the Blood Fiend Sect. Such strength is really not an ordinary horror. With the current strength of God's domain, even a Blood Evil Sect is far from it, not to mention competing with the entire broken universe. It seems that he wants to cause some trouble, and it is undoubtedly a long way to go without giving Poxian universe a chance to attack God's domain. Using the power of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to create some trouble for the Blood Fiend Sect was his next first step plan. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He directly killed the Blood Thousand and said, take me to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Chapter 2482. I'm here to work with you. Silent Blood Territory, Blood Sword Mountain. I saw a massive blood-colored mountain. hesitatingly a blood-colored heavenly sword that pierced into the sky, standing straight there. This blood-colored mountain is exactly where the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is located. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect has a long heritage and is one of the oldest sects in the Broken Universe, and its strength can be described as very powerful. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect at the peak of the sect, even in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, was one of the best. Because of a civil turmoil, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect split up. A part of the people of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect broke away from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and founded the Blood Fiend Sect. Since its establishment, the Blood Fiend Sect has risen rapidly in the realm of silent blood, and soon surpassed the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, whose vitality was severely injured, and replaced the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's position, becoming one of the top 10 immortal gates in the Poxian universe. Over the years, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has also been suppressed by the Blood Fiend Sect, and the Blood Sword Mountain, which was originally the holy land of the Immortal Gate, has gradually become depressed. There are even very few people who worship the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to cultivate immortals every year. Precisely because of this, it is even more difficult for the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to give birth to a world-shaking genius, and the strength of a generation is not as good as a generation. This also led to the current Blood Sword Immortal Sect, not even a Mahayana monk. It was not easy for the generation of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to give birth to a Jade Heavenly Journey, but he was killed by the Blood Evil Sect not long ago. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect became angry and fought with the Blood Evil Sect, only to return in grief. Today's Blood Sword Immortal Sect can almost only shrink on this Blood Sword Mountain, relying on the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's background to deter the Blood Evil Sect, so as to survive. The two of Jiang Chen hid their breath, and came all the way to the Blood Sword Mountain. Because he was worried about the eyes and ears of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect near the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, Jiang Chen did not visit the Blood Sword Immortal Sect directly. "Who are you guys? What are you doing here to my Blood Sword Immortal Sect?" When Jiang Chen and the two came outside the gate of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, a disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect stood proudly in front of the two Jiang Chen, staring at them with vigilance. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "The two of us came to worship the Immortal Sect of Blood Sword in practice." "Worship the Blood Sword Fairy Sect?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect couldn't help but stunned. Since the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has not fallen behind, the number of people who come to join the Blood Sword Immortal Sect every year has become less and less. In recent years, almost no one has taken the initiative to come to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to apprentice. Especially some time ago, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect was defeated in the confrontation with the Blood Fiend Sect, which made the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, who was not very prosperous, even worse. This disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect obviously didn't expect it either. At this time, there are still people who want to worship the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The situation in front of me is really strange. Could it be that the two guys in front of you are from the Blood Fiend Sect, whose purpose is to penetrate into the Blood Sword Immortal Sect? Thinking of this, the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect also had a vigilant look in his heart. Today's Blood Sword Immortal Sect is far from being able to compare with the Blood Sword Sect, but the Blood Sword Sect has never dared to kill the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. If the Blood Evil Sect is really allowed to penetrate into the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, to find out or even destroy the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You two, please come with me." The disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect glanced at Jiang Chen without a trace, and then he was about to take them towards the inside of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Whether these two people came here sincerely to worship the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, or the internal response sent by the Blood Fiend Sect, he couldn't distinguish it. Everything was left to the high-level sect to decide. Under the leadership of the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, Jiang Chen and the two quickly came to a blood palace. In the center of the palace, a blood-robed old man with a withered face sat cross-legged quietly. Although he didn't have a breath overflowing all over his body, the whole body was like a sharp sword stained with countless blood, as if it could pierce people's minds. "Elder Withered Blood, these two want to worship the Immortal Sect of Blood Sword, please make the decision of the Elder." The disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect looked at the withered old man in the middle of the hall and couldn't help but said respectfully. Since the decline of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, there are only a handful of people who come to worship the Blood Sword Immortal Sect every year. As a result, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has cancelled the sect assessment, and everything is determined by the withered blood elder in front of him. Hearing the words of the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the closed eyes of the withered blood elder couldn't help but open slightly. His turbid gaze swept across Jiang Chen and both of them, and said indifferently, "If I guess right, you didn't really come to join the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Come on, did the Blood Fiend Sect send you?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "What does Elder Withered Blood mean? How can you be sure that we didn't really join the Blood Sword Immortal Sect?" The two tribulation cultivators, dignified, disguised as cultivators of the Golden Core stage, came to join my Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Withered Blood Elder sneered and said, "The Blood Evil Sect has really taken great pains to destroy my Blood Sword Immortal Sect." Crossing. Brother crossing tribulation. When the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect heard the words of the Blood Elder, his expression couldn't help but change drastically. These two guys are indeed the traitors of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect sent by the Blood Fiend Sect. Elder Withered Blood has good eyesight. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The cultivation base of this Withered Blood Elder is not too strong, just because of the later stage of the tribulation, but the perception is extremely keen, and he can see through the true strength of the two of them at a glance. Although the two are powerful, they shouldn't be instigated by the Blood Evil Sect to come to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Although my Blood Sword Immortal Sect is weak now, it is not a soft persimmon that everyone needs. Withered Blood Elder's gaze said coldly, "Speak out your purpose of coming to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. I can also consider keeping a whole body of you." Elder Withered Blood, I am not a member of the Blood Fiend Sect, and there is no malice in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect before this trip. Jiang Chen said calmly, "I'm here to cooperate with your Blood Sword Immortal Sect." Elder Withered Blood couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. "My Blood Sword Immortal Sect has never met you, and it seems that there is nothing to cooperate with. But we have a common purpose, and that is to deal with the Blood Evil Sect." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "The so-called enemy's enemy is a friend. I came to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect on this trip, hoping to cooperate with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and jointly deal with the Blood Evil Sect. Join forces to deal with the Blood Evil Sect." As Jiang Chen said this, there was also a strange look in the eyes of the Withered Blood Elder. He was silent for a moment, and his faint voice resounded in the hall. "I, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, will not cooperate with people of unknown origin. Since your excellency wants to work with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to deal with the Blood Fiend Sect, you must tell us your origin." Chapter 2483, The Decision of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen pointed to the Blood Thousand Killers beside him, and said with a faint smile, "This one beside me is the Blood Thousand Killers of the Blood Fiend Sect. I must have heard of the Blood Thousand Killers, right? Blood Thousand Kills." In the eyes of the Withered Blood Elder, a shock that could not be concealed suddenly appeared. As a person of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the Withered Blood Elder knows the Blood Fiend Sect very well. How could he have never heard of the name of the Blood Thousand Kill? Blood Thousand Kills, this is a famous arrogant who crossed heavenly journey hundreds of years ago. For some reason, Blood Thousand Kill became a traitor to the Blood Fiend Sect, and finally fled into the universe starry sky in embarrassment. It's no wonder that the Blood Fiend Church issued an order to kill the Blood Thousand Kills in the Jia Shui Tianyu not long ago. I didn't expect this guy to actually come back. In those days, the Blood Thousand Killers were unparalleled in talent, and was a popular candidate for the next leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. Such a peerless genius suddenly became a traitor to the Blood Fiend Sect inexplicably, and there must be a certain kind of trickiness in it. Now that the Blood Thousand Killers have returned to the Silent Blood territory, it is almost impossible to avenge the Blood Evil Sect. It is reasonable to come to cooperate with their Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The Elder Withered Blood flickered slightly, and then he couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. "What about you? If I guess right, you are not the one who broke the universe." Naturally, it is not difficult to see with his old eyesight that the two people in front of him are mainly young men in black. If the blood-clothed man is really the Blood Thousand Kills of the Blood Fiend Sect, it would be extraordinary for this black-clothed youth to make the Blood Thousand Kills the main thing. Blood Thousand Killing was once a well-known genius in Poxian universe. Even if you look at the entire Poxian universe, there are only a handful of people who can surpass him. Blood Thousand Kill has been in the stars of the universe for these years, and in his capacity it shouldn't be possible for him to surrender like a person who breaks the universe. The mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him came from other universes in all likelihood. "I am indeed not the one who broke the universe," Jiang Chen said indifferently, "but it doesn't matter. What's important is that we all have a common enemy now. That is the Blood Fiend Sect." The Withered Blood Elder was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "This matter is of great importance. Please also ask the two of you to stay in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect for a few days. My Blood Sword Immortal Sect needs to carefully consider it. Can. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, but he didn't have any objections. If the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had nothing to say, and now he agreed to cooperate with him, he might have doubted whether the Blood Sword Immortal was sincerely cooperating with him. Elder Withered Blood didn't say much, and said to the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, immediately arrange a VIP room and take 2 guests down to rest. The disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect responded, and then made a gesture of please to Jiang Chen and both of them, you two, please come with me. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly followed the disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Seeing Jiang Chen and the others disappearing at the door of the hall, a sharp light flashed in the muddy old eyes of the Withered Blood Elder. With a flick of his finger, 3 messages were also sent out in 3 different directions in an instant. And shortly after these 3 messages came out, I saw 3 censored quasi-Mahayana monks appearing in front of the Withered Blood Elders one after another. The Elder too. After the 3 quasi-Mahayana monks appeared, they all bowed respectfully to the Withered Blood Elder. The 3 quasi-Mahayana monks were actually respectful in front of a monk in the late stage of the triumph, and they were also called the Supreme Elder. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, I'm afraid his eyes would fall from shock. The Blood Elder nodded, and the faint voice sounded directly in the hall. Just now, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has 2 uninvited guests, one is a traitor of the Blood Sword Sect, the Blood Thousand Kills, and a mysterious young man from the outer universe. They came to cooperate with the Blood Sword Sect to deal with the Blood Sect. What do you do? Look, when the 3 quasi-Mahayana monks heard this, their complexions changed slightly. It turns out that Blood Thousand Kills really returned. No wonder the Blood Fiend Church suddenly issued a wanted warrant. The middle-aged man in the blood robe with a handsome face and extraordinary bearing said in a deep voice, "Too great Elder, now our Blood Sword Immortal Sect can hardly contend with the Blood Fiend Sect. It is also a good choice to join forces with the Blood Thousand Kills." The middle-aged man is the contemporary lord of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and the sword is bloodless. Blood Thousand Kill is regarded as a traitor by the Blood Evil Sect, and the Blood Evil Sect has long been immortal. There is no problem in cooperating with him. The thin old man on the left frowned and said, "But, that mysterious young man in the outer universe, I'm afraid I still have to be treated with caution." Yes, cooperating with people in the outer universe to deal with the Blood Evil Sect, once exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. The other old man also nodded in agreement. 2 elders, do you think our Blood Sword Immortal Sect still has a choice now? Jian Wushui smiled bitterly. If we want the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to continue, the only way is to fight to the death. After hearing Jian Wushui's words, the 2 quasi-Mahayana monks were also silent. Over the years, even though their Blood Sword Immortal Sect has a rich background, the Blood Fiend Sect did not dare to attack the Blood Sword Immortal Sect easily. But the Blood Evil Sect uses the method of boiling the frog in warm water, bit by bit eats away the power of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, making the Blood Sword Immortal Sect worse every day. Now their Blood Sword Immortal Sect has almost been blocked by the Blood Fiend Sect, and there is no fresh blood to join. If this continues, even if the Blood Fiend Sect does not make a move, their Blood Sword Immortal Sect will probably gradually go to extinction. Sect Master, having said that, the 2 of Blood Thousand Kills probably didn't break through the Mahayana period. Even if you cooperate with them, I'm afraid it doesn't make much sense, right? The thin old man groaned slightly. The difference between the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect is the strength of the Mahayana monks. Unless it is a Mahayana cultivator who takes action, even a quasi-Mahayana cultivator at the peak of the tribulation, it will not be of much help to them at all. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect is now in Ming Dynasty, and it is impossible to make any movements if it is so restricted by the Blood Fiend Sect. If there are 2 people in the dark with the Blood Thousand Killers, they may be able to create some trouble for the Blood Evil Sect and buy us some time so that the Elder Taixu can smoothly break through the Mahayana period. At that time, the trump cards left by the Elder Taixu and the ancestor of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will be enough to pose a threat to the Blood Fiend Sect, and the crisis of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will be alleviated. When Jian Wushui spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Elder Tai, it's up to you to decide this matter." When the 2 quasi-Mahayana monks heard the words, they didn't say much, but directly looked at the Withered Blood Elder, waiting for his decision. After the Elder Withered Blood was silent for a moment, he directly raised his head and looked at Jian Wushui, and a faint voice sounded. No blood, you can discuss the cooperation with the two people of blood thousand killing. Chapter 2484, Genius Assassination Plan, the Blood Sword Fairy Sect. A courtyard specially prepared for the distinguished guests of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen sits leisurely in the courtyard and sips tea. There is only 1,000 blood on the side, but his expression is much dignified. Master, do you think the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will choose to cooperate with us? Although the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect are enemies of life and death, they are not Mahayana monks, and they are not very helpful to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen is still from the outer universe, and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect may not dare to take such a big risk. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect will definitely come to us. Today's Blood Sword Immortal Sect is already on the edge of the cliff, unable to retreat at all. If this continues, all that awaits them is their destruction. Even if there is such a chance, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will never give up easily. They didn't wait long, and a mysterious and uninvited guest came directly out of Jiang Chen's courtyard. The visitor was a handsome middle-aged man in a blood robe, and the middle-aged man was also extremely vigorous, as if he was a monk who had reached the quasi-Mahayana stage. Under the blood sword, the sect master of Immortal Sect has no blood. I have seen 2 of them. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen in the courtyard and couldn't help but clasp his fist. Hello Sect Master Sword, you can call me Jiang Chen for a long time. Jiang Chen smiled and said hello, and did not talk nonsense with Jian Wushui. He directly asked, Sect Master Sword is coming on this trip, presumably your Blood Sword Immortal Sect has already decided, right? Jian Wushui smiled slightly and said, as long as it is the enemy of the Blood Sword Sect, it is my friend of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. We, the Blood Sword Sect, are willing to cooperate with the 2 to deal with the Blood Sect. So, then I wish us a happy cooperation. As Jiang Chen said, he couldn't help asking again, I don't know if you Blood Sword Immortal Sect, what plan do you have to deal with the Blood Fiend Sect? The Blood Fiend Sect is the now famous Shanman Grand Sect in the Poxian universe. It is very powerful, and it is difficult for my Blood Sword Immortal Sect to contend with. Recently, our Blood Sword Immortal Sect is planning to implement a plan, but there is no suitable candidate. Now that you 2 are helping each other, through this plan, we should be able to create a lot of trouble for the Blood Evil Sect. Jian Wushui looked solemn and authentic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. What plan? Jian Wushui Shen said, this plan, we Blood Sword Immortal Sect calls it a genius assassination plan. Today's Blood Sword Immortal Sect is a heaven and an underground compared with the Blood Fiend Sect, and there is no qualification to compete directly with the Blood Fiend Sect. After the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's Dujia Tianzhao was killed, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect also formulated a plan to assassinate the Blood Fiend Sect genius. To assassinate the Blood Fiend Sect's Dujia Tianzhao, I am afraid that at least the cultivator at the pinnacle of cross-tribulation will take action. And the 3 quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the cultivators at the peak of the tribulation can hardly avoid the eyes and ears of the Blood Fiend Sect. If the 2 of Jiang Chen took the shot, this plan would surely have an amazing effect. Hearing Jian Wushui's plan, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder slightly. What Sect Master Sword meant, you Blood Sword Immortal Sect provide information to let us both assassinate the heavenly journey of crossing the Blood Fiend Sect. Although the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is now declining, there is still some power in this silent blood territory, which can accurately grasp the Blood Evil Sect to block the whereabouts of Tianzhao and find a perfect assassination opportunity. However, the powerhouses of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect are all under the supervision of the Blood Fiend Sect. It is not easy to avoid the Blood Fiend Sect's eyes and ears to assassinate the Blood Fiend's Dujia Tianzhao. If the 2 are willing to take action, the genius assassination plan can be executed perfectly. Jian Wushui took a deep breath, and said solemnly to both Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lower his head and fell into contemplation. The Blood Evil Sect is powerful. Even if it is combined with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it is far from being able to directly compete with the Blood Evil Sect. It would be a good idea to assassinate the Dujia Tianzhao of the Blood Fiend Sect and give the Blood Fiend Sect some blows. With his current strength, he is no less inferior to the quasi-Mahayana monk. If the Blood Sword Immortal Sect provided accurate information, it would not be difficult to assassinate the Heavenly Crossing Jade of the Blood Fiend Sect. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He directly looked up at Jian Wushui and said, as long as you Blood Sword Immortal Sect can provide accurate information, let us kill the Tianzhao of the Blood Fiend Sect. He must make some big movements in Poxian Universe as soon as possible, so that Poxian Universe has no time to take care of the invasion of God's domain. Since the two have agreed to our plan, let's rest in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. When our Blood Sword Immortal Sect has news, we will notify you as soon as possible. Jian Wushui arched his hands at Jiang Chen and he was about to turn around and leave. Sect Master Sword stays. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped him. Jian Wushui paused in his footsteps, then turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. What else is there, little friend? Jiang Chen smiled and asked. I heard that the Blood Evil Sect sent a starry sky battleship to the stars of the universe some time ago. I wonder if this happened. Indeed so. About a few years ago, the Blood Fiend Sect sent a starry sky battleship to the starry sky of the universe, and the leader was a Mahayana monk. Jian Wushui stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, why did young friend Jiang Chen ask about this suddenly? It's nothing, I just asked Sect Master Sword if they knew where they were going, and to see if there was a chance for the starry sky battleship of the Blood Fiend Sect to stay in the stars of the universe forever. Jiang Chen smiled without a trace. Although he has now cooperated with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, but he didn't want to easily expose what he came from God's domain, so he could only knock from the side to see if he could get some useful information from the mouth of Jian Wushui. Since Poxian Universe's immortal road was cut off, the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian Universe will often send countermeasures to explore the universe. We don't know exactly where the Blood Fiend's star battleship went. Jian Wushui shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, but, if little friend Jiang Chen really wants to know, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect can also explore it for you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but thanked him. If little friend Jiang Chen has anything else, Jian will leave. Jian Wushui said, then he strode around and immediately went to the courtyard where Jiang Chen and the others were. Seeing Jian Wushui leaving from the back, Jiang Chen couldn't help flashing a sharp light in his eyes. A few years ago, the Starry Sky battleship of the Blood Evil Sect entered the cosmic Starry Sky, and the people who broke the immortal universe only thought that the Blood Evil Sect was going to explore the cosmic Starry Sky. But the Starry Sky battleship of the Blood Evil Sect finally came to God's domain. The expedition army that entered Poxian Universe and invaded God's domain a few years ago should most likely be the behavior of the Blood Evil Sect, and it has nothing to do with other forces in Poxian Universe. Chapter 2485, The Hunt Begins. Unexpectedly, the last expedition army in the universe breaking the immortal universe was actually done by the Blood Evil Sect. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he also had some vague guesses in his heart. A few years ago, the Blood Evil Sect was able to know the news that the Immortal Monument was published in God's domain. In all likelihood, it was the ancestor of the Blood Sun. After receiving the news, the Blood Fiend Sect saw that the strength of God's domain was weak, and apparently did not announce the news in Poxian Universe. The legendary monument is the supreme treasure that contains the mystery of becoming a fairy. At that time, there was no master of martial arts in God's realm. They only needed to send a Mahayana monk to sweep the God's realm and enjoy the secrets of the immortal monument. Under the guise of exploring the universe and the starry sky ahead, they sent a large army to come to God's domain on an expedition. However, he didn't expect that the heaven and earth of God's domain would recover, and his strength would skyrocket in just a few years, eventually annihilating all the expeditionary forces of the Blood Fiend Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, the Blood Evil Sect did not announce the news in Poxian Universe, otherwise the supreme immortal gates of Poxian Universe descended on God's domain at the same time. Since the people who invaded God's domain back then were only the Blood Fiend Sect, he should have caused some trouble to the Blood Fiend Sect. The legendary celestial steel has a fatal attraction to any forces in the celestial breaking universe. In order to obtain the immortal steel, the Blood Fiend Sect would still not easily disclose the news to the public. In this way, the enemy he will face temporarily is only the Blood Fiend Sect. As long as the Blood Fiend Sect can be held back and the Blood Fiend Sect is not given a chance to expedition to God's domain again, God's domain will not be threatened by the immortal universe in a short time. After discussing the genius assassination plan with Jian Wushui, Jiang Chen stayed with Shui Qiansha in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, waiting for news of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. After waiting like this, 10 days passed in a flash. Jian Wushui finally appeared in Jiang Chen's courtyard again. Little friend Jiang Chen, what you are going to assassinate this time is the Blood Jade Hall, one of the 4 great jade journeys of the Blood Fiend Sect. This is the detailed information about him and his recent whereabouts. Jiang Wushui said, and with a wave of his palm, a blood-colored scroll directly suspended in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed the scarlet scroll and roughly probed some of the information in the scroll. The information in this scroll is indeed extremely detailed, almost recording the character cultivation and whereabouts of Shui Yutang, and even provides Jiang Chen and the others with the best assassination site. Blood Fiend teaches one of the 4 great smiting heavenly journeys. Soon I will let him disappear completely in this world. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately said faintly, Blood. 1,000 kills, let's go. Although the Blood Jade Hall is not strong, it is only the Blood Evil teaching a young Tianzhao in the early stage of the triumph, who can be destroyed with his current strength, but he still brings the Blood 1,000 kills. Blood 1,000 kills had lived in this Silent Blood territory for many years, and he knew much better about the Silent Blood territory. With Blood 1,000 kills by his side, it will undoubtedly reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were about to leave, Jiang Wushui's voice rang again. Jiang Chen paused and asked with a puzzled look, what else is Sect Master Jiang? With a move of Jiang Wushui's palm, 2 charms appeared directly in his palm out of thin air. This sword talisman is my natal talisman. For safety's sake, you can use this sword talisman to contact me in the future. The remaining blood talisman is an escape talisman. Even if you encounter a Mahayana monk, you can escape. If it is a critical moment, it can save your lives. As Jiang Wushui said, the 2 charms appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was naturally not polite, and directly put the 2 charms into his bag. The genius assassination plan of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, they must always hide in the dark in order to exert a greater advantage. Once they frequently contact Jiang Wushui, the risk of exposure will greatly increase. With this sword talisman, contact with Jiang Wushui will undoubtedly be much easier. As for the other blood talisman, it is even a talisman. With this amulet, even Mahayana monks who encounter the Blood Fiend Sect will have a chance to save their lives. The world of lonely blood, the state of blood inflammation. This is the most prosperous place in the world of silent blood. This monk is like a cloud, genius is like rain, and there are countless strong men. This is also the location of the Blood Fiend Sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe. Shuiyan State, in a remote mountain tens of thousands of miles away from the city of Shuiyanzhou, there are 2 figures hiding their breath, hidden among the peaks. These 2 figures are Jiang Chen and Blood 1,000 killers who have left the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. After the 2 left the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, they came to this place according to the information Jiang Wushui provided them. Because here, it is the only place between the city of Shuiyanzhou and the Blood Fiend Sect. According to the information on the scroll, the Blood Evil Sect that crosses the Jade Heaven Jade Blood Jade Hall will return to the Blood Evil Sect from the Shuiyanzhou city in the next few days. And this place is the perfect place for them to assassinate the Blood Jade Hall. Master, 3 days have passed, and the Blood Jade Hall has not passed through here. Could the information of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect be wrong? Seeing that Shui Yutang has not shown up, Shui Qiansha finally couldn't help but whisper. Jiang Chen's complexion was unusually calm. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect has a long inheritance history, and it was once the supreme immortal sect that dominated the Silent Blood territory. Even if the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is now down, the lean camel is bigger than the horse. With the energy of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to master the whereabouts of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Under such waiting, half a day passed in a flash. Jiang Chen, who had been closing his eyes and resting his mind, finally sensed something. He opened his eyes suddenly and muttered, "Is it finally here?" The Blood 1,000 killing was taken aback for a moment, and soon he felt the breath of the cultivator crossing the tribulation, and he was quickly approaching them. He couldn't help but quickly said, "Master, this Blood Jade Hall does not transition to the initial cultivation base of the robbery, leave it to me." As one of the top Tianzhao figures of the Blood Evil Sect, his talent is only stronger than that of Shui Yutang. In terms of cultivation base, Shui Yutang was also worse than him. Even without Jiang Chen's action, he is confident that Shui Yutang will be killed within 3 strokes. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "You will attract that guy's attention for a while, let me solve him." As one of the 4 heaven-smiting pride of the Blood Demon Sect, Shui Yutang must have the trump cards left by the Blood Demon Masters. Once Shui Yutang has the opportunity to use his whole cards, it may not only cause trouble for them, but may even expose their identities. Jiang Chen didn't want this to happen. In order to prevent any accidents, Jiang Chen was obviously not prepared to give Shui Yutang any chance to react. He wanted to kill him with a single blow. Chapter 2486, Shake of Blood. Just as the two of Jiang Chen were talking in a low voice, a young man in a blood-robed robe facing the wind quickly came from the sky. This blood-robed young man is exactly the Blood Jade Hall, one of the 4 great smiting journeys of the Blood Fiend sect, and is also the target of Jiang Chen's trip. The Shui Yutang had already crossed the space of 10,000 meters and appeared directly above the mountain range where Jiang Chen and the others were located. Blood Thousand Killing no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly turned into a censored glow and rose into the sky, blocking the front of Shui Yutang. Seeing this uninvited guest who suddenly stood in front of him, Shui Yutang was also taken aback. He obviously didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to block his way suddenly in this quiet blood universe. Your Excellency is so courageous, you even dare to block the path of my Blood Jade Hall. Shui Yutang stared at Blood Thousand Kills with cold eyes, and a sharp killing intent also spread from his body instantly. In this world of silent blood, the Blood Evil Sect is the only king. And as the 4 great smiting pride of the Blood Demon Sect, even in the entire Blood Demon Sect, his position is extremely detached. The countless cultivators in the quiet blood world must be respectful in front of them. This was the first time in the history of Shui Yutang that someone dared to block his way so blatantly. Blood Jade Hall, the bottom of the 4 princes of the Blood Fiend sect, is it amazing? Blood Thousand Killer looked at Shui Yutang calmly and sneered, my Blood Thousand Killer will return to the immortal universe this time, and the ones who killed the Blood Fiend sect are. Following the words of Blood Thousand Kills, Shui Yutang's expression changed drastically. Are you Blood Thousand Kills? Blood Thousand Kills, Blood Fiend was one of the best geniuses hundreds of years ago. Back then, he was just a little monk in the nascent soul stage, and the Blood Thousand Killing was already the arrogant crossing jade of the Sect of Blood. For some reason, Blood Thousand Kills later became a traitor to the Blood Fiend sect inexplicably. The Blood Fiend sect vaguely received the news that the Blood Thousand Kills had returned to the broken universe, so he issued a wanted order for the Blood Thousand Kills, but there has been no news of the Blood Thousand Kills. Shui Yutang didn't expect that he would encounter the Blood Thousand Kills in this place. Although he is the 4 great smiting jade of the Blood God sect, he is not sure to compete with the Prince of Blood Thousand Killing hundreds of years ago. Just when Shui Yutang had not recovered from the horror, a dazzling sword light of immortal light suddenly soared into the sky from the mountain forest below. This sword blocked the world, solidified the void, and the terrifying aura, as if even the fairy in the sky could be smashed with a single sword. Under this terrible sword, even with the cultivation base of the Blood Jade Hall crossing the tribulation period, it was impossible to move at all at this moment. Shui Yutang looked desperate and horrified. As soon as he spit out a word of nonsense, the whole person was annihilated by the terrible sword light, and finally, together with the flesh and Yuan Ying, were transformed into nothingness under the sword light. What a terrifying sword! Seeing that Jiang Chen killed Shui Yutang with a single sword, the pupils of Blood Thousand Kill couldn't help but shrink slightly. Although he had already felt Jiang Chen's terrifying strength when he fought Jiang Chen in the cosmic sky. But now seeing the sword cut by Jiang Chen, Blood Thousand Killer was horrified to discover that he still looked down on Jiang Chen a little. This sword, even with his cultivation base at the peak of the tribulation, I am afraid it would be hard to resist. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time, go. After Jiang Chen killed the Shui Yutang with a single sword, he directly greeted the Blood Thousand Kill and quickly disappeared between the world. At the same time that Jiang Chen slayed the Blood Jade Hall with a sword. One of the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, the Blood Evil Sect. A hurried bell ringing suddenly reverberated in the sky above the Blood Fiend Sect. With the sound of this bell ringing, the entire Blood Fiend Sect was shaken up and down. What's the matter? The holy bell in the teaching was actually struck. Who knows, remember the last time the holy bell rang, or when it was time for the Blood Thousand Kill to sentence the bleeding sect. It seems that the Blood Fiend Sect may have something big happening again. When many disciples of the Blood Evil Sect were talking about it, many senior officials of the Blood Evil Sect gathered in the central discussion hall. The leader is Shui Shadian, the current leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. Shui Shadian glanced slightly in the hall, and the somewhat gloomy voice rang directly in the hall. You guys, just now, the Blood Jade Hall, one of the 4 heaven journeys of the Blood Fiend sect, fell. As Shui Shatian said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Many senior officials of the Blood Fiend sect had an incredible horror in their eyes. Master, this is impossible, isn't it? Shui Yutang was ordered to go to Shuiyan Prefecture not long ago to do business. In this Shuiyan Prefecture, how could anyone dare to kill the heavenly journey of the Blood Sect? A quasi-Mahayana monk said incredulously. But that's the truth. Shui Shatian's complexion was not pretty and said, Shui Yutang has been killed. The young Tianzhao during the tribulation period, each of whom was cultivated by the Blood Fiend sect with countless efforts, is a character who is very likely to break through the Mahayana period in the future. Even today's Blood Fiend sect, there are only 4 people. Now that one has fallen, this is undoubtedly a huge loss for the Blood Fiend sect. The sudden fall of the Blood Jade Hall, I am afraid that this is not simple. Could it be that the people of the Blood Sword Immortal sect secretly failed to do it? A high-level Blood Evil sect suddenly spoke. When everyone heard this, their hearts couldn't help but shudder. In this world of silent blood, the greatest enemy of their Blood Sword sect is the Blood Sword Immortal sect, and I am afraid that only the Blood Sword Immortal sect has the courage to take action against the Blood Sword sect's Cross Jade Heavenly Pride. Blood Jade Hall is one of the 4 great arrogances of Heaven Crossing journey of my Blood Evil sect. He has some whole cards on his body. Even the monk at the peak of crossing tribulation may not be able to easily kill him. The Blood Sword Immortal sect is weak now, except for a handful of people. No one else should be able to pose a threat to the Blood Jade Hall. But those of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, there hasn't been any movement recently, and there is absolutely no chance to kill the Blood Jade Hall. A quasi-Mahayana monk who was responsible for monitoring the Blood Sword Immortal sect said. Another quasi-Mahayana cultivator could not help but refute directly, if it wasn't the work of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, who else? In addition to the Blood Sword Immortal sect, there is another person who should have the possibility of killing the Blood Jade Hall. Shui Shatian's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, don't look at it, the traitor from the Blood Fiend sect back then has returned. Hearing Shui Shatian's words, the complexions of many of the censored evil halls in the main hall could not help but change slightly. Could it be that the people who killed the Blood Jade Hall meant that they could not kill the Blood Thousand who returned to the Poxian universe? Chapter 2487, Fall one after another, Blood Thousand Kills. The Blood Fiend sect was once one of the best geniuses in the world, and he was already a genius who had crossed the tribulation period hundreds of years ago. Now that hundreds of years have passed, the strength of Blood Thousand Kills has inevitably become even more terrifying. Perhaps it really has the powerful strength to kill Blood Jade Hall. If this matter was not the work of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, the murderer of the Blood Jade Hall would probably be killed by the Blood Thousand in all likelihood. Master, the Blood Killing Thousand is hidden in the dark. This is a huge hidden danger to my Blood Fiend sect, and it must be resolved as soon as possible. A high-level Blood Evil sect said solemnly. The Blood Thousand killing is powerful, and even the Blood Fiend cult's crossing heaven journey can be killed silently. I am afraid that the cultivation base has at least reached the peak of crossing tribulation and even the quasi-Mahayana period. Such a character, except for those who are strong above the quasi-Mahayana period, it is simply difficult for ordinary people to resist. If the Blood Thousand killers were allowed to continue to hide in the Silent Blood territory, the consequences would be disastrous. Immediately pass the order, let the Blood Evil sect search for the whereabouts of the Blood Thousand kills, even if it turns the Silent Blood territory to the sky, the traitor will be picked out. A cold light flashed in Shui Shatian's eyes, and the cold voice slowly echoed in the hall. Following the order of the Blood Fiend Heaven, the Blood Fiend sect also used all its power and began a carpet search in the Silent Blood territory. But even so, the Blood Evil sect still did not find any trace of the Blood Thousand killing, as if the Blood Thousand killing the whole person was evaporated out of thin air. The Blood Fiend sect almost turned the Silent Blood territory upside down, and there was still no whereabouts of Blood Thousand kills. On the contrary, it was Shui Hongyang, one of the 4 great smiting journeys of the Blood Fiend sect. When leading a group of Blood Fiend disciples to search for the Blood Thousand kills, the whole army was wiped out inexplicably. The Blood Fiend sect also shook once again. The Blood Evil sect actually fell 2 after another, and they were still in the bloodless universe controlled by the Blood Evil sect himself. This is simply Kai Guogo hitting the face of the evil spirits. Since the Blood Fiend sect became the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, the Blood Fiend sect had almost never suffered such a severe blow in just half a month. The successive fall of 2 cross-jade arrogances also made Xu Tianming, the leader of the Blood Evil Sect, furious. He directly dispatched a Mahayana monk and Zuo Dharma Xu Yuan, one of the 2 great guardians of the Blood Fiend Sect, to personally investigate the fall of Blood Hongyang. Blood Mist Mountain, a famous mountain range in the solitary Blood Horizon. The environment of Shuiwu Mountain is harsh, and it is shrouded by an inexplicable blood mist all year round. If the average cultivator stays in Shuiwu Mountain for too long, even his mind is very likely to be affected. Unless some people have special needs, almost no one will come to Shuiwu Mountain. In the Blood Mist Mountain, in a quiet mountain forest, the Blood Evil Sect protector Xu Yuan, with several powerful Blood Evil sects, appeared directly above this mountain forest. Their gazes were looking solemnly at the mountains and forests below. The mountains and forests below were in a mess at this moment, and almost all the flowers and trees in a radius of thousands of miles were reduced to ruins. In the center of this ruin, a huge bottomless rift spread from the ground under their feet to a place thousands of miles away, like an abyss. In this abyss, there is still a fierce sword aura permeating faintly. As if this huge rift valley was cut out by the sword of life. Zuo Hufa, according to the information we got, this place should be the place where Shui Hongyang and the others disappeared last. A monk who crossed the peak of the tribulation looked at the mountain forest in front of him and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. It's a terrifying sword, except for this sword, there is no trace of fighting here. Shui Yuanhi's face solemnly said, if I guessed correctly, the opponent should have only made a single sword and smashed Shui Hongyang and more than a dozen elite disciples of the Blood Fiend cult into nothingness. Hearing Shui Yuanhi's words, the expressions of the several powerful Blood Evil sects behind him couldn't help but change drastically. In their eyes, there was an incredible horror. Shui Hongyang, the third-ranked heavenly journey of crossing tribulation, his cultivation base has reached the mid-level of crossing the tribulation. The dozen or so elite disciples of the He Dao stage beside him are not ordinary people, and the ordinary monks who work together may not be their opponents. Even though the Blood Thousand Kill is powerful and unparalleled in talent, it is impossible to be so powerful, right? The Blood Thousand Kill has really broken through the peak of the tribulation, becoming a monk in the quasi-Mahayana period and even the Mahayana period. If this is the case, the situation is even more difficult. Killing the talent of the year with 1,000 blood, even if it only breaks through the quasi-Mahayana period, the ordinary quasi-Mahayana cultivator may have difficulty suppressing it. Unless a few Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Evil cult take action, the Blood Evil cult is afraid that no one can suppress it. Left Guardian, the strength of the Blood Thousand Kills is unfathomable, and he seems to be specializing in hunting the genius disciples of the Blood Evil Sect and avenging the Blood Evil Sect. What should we do now? A quasi-Mahayana monk's complexion was a little unattractive. The Blood Fiend Sect had already lost 2 Dujia Tian Zhao and more than a dozen elite disciples of He Dao. If you can't find the Blood Thousand Mountain, I'm afraid there will be more disciples of the Blood Fiend cult, falling into the hands of the Blood Thousand killing. Unless all the disciples of the Blood Evil Sect are all huddled in the Blood Evil Sect, they will never leave the door behind closed doors. If the Blood Evil Sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, is forced to such a level by a traitor like the Blood Thousand Killer, what face will there be in the future to gain a foothold in the universe of broken immortals? What a censored killer, do you really think that my censored, evil sect can't get you out of it? A cold light flashed in Shui Yuanhi's eyes, and he immediately said with a gloomy expression, you protect the law for me, even if you pay some price, I will definitely find that traitor today. Shui Yuanhi's voice fell, and he sat down cross-legged directly in the void. He saw blood gleaming all over his body, his hands quickly pinched out a series of mysterious, censored handprints, and hit the mountain forest below. The blood marks on his hands were joined together, and a cold stern shout also rang from the heavens and the earth. Heaven and earth reincarnation blood technique, congeal me. As the cold voice of the Shuiyuan River fell, the censored marks he had previously shot soared into the sky in the mountains and forests below, and finally gathered into a huge, censored, sky in the air. Above this censored sky, the picture in the forest below was clearly presented. As time goes by, the time on the screen seems to be regressing continuously. The picture of the censored sky has returned to the time before they arrived, and even the 2 abyssal cracks in the mountain forest disappeared without a trace. The 3 figures also emerged in this space. Chapter 2488, Identity Exposure. With the passing of time on the censored sky, Shui Yuan and the others also saw clearly what had happened in this place. The whole process is actually very simple. Shui Hongyang and the others were actually killed by a mysterious young man in black with a single sword. The one who came out first should have been killed by Blood Thousand. I didn't expect that he was not alone when he returned this time, but he also had a powerful companion. A quasi-Mahayana monk recovered, his complexion became more and more difficult to look. They also finally understood why Shui Yutang and Shui Hongyang, the two transmitting jade arrogances, would have fallen without warning. Blood Thousand Killing clearly used himself as the bait to attract the attention of the Blood Fiend cult, and then let the peerless sword repairman who was not inferior to the quasi-Mahayana monk with a single blow. Such a surprisingly peerless sword, even a general quasi-Mahayana monk, would suffer severe damage even if it was a little careless. A censored kill is enough to give them a headache. If you add such a peerless sword repairman, the situation is undoubtedly more difficult. Just as the quasi-Mahayana monk was speaking, the censored sky in midair quickly dissipated. And Shui Yuanhi's face also became extremely pale, and his cultivation level also fell directly from the Mahayana period to the quasi-Mahayana realm. In order to restore everything that happened here, the blood reincarnation technique performed by Shui Yuan previously had also paid a very heavy price. Zuo Hufa, are you all right? Many strong blood sects were slightly surprised when they saw this. It's okay, just rest for a while. Shui Yuan waved his hand, and then said in a slight silence, do you think that sword repairman might be from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect? As Shui Yuan said this, everyone couldn't help but suddenly change. There are not many top sword repair forces in the Poxian universe, except for one sword repair sect among the top 10 immortal gates. I am afraid that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is the most famous. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect has constant grievances with their Blood Fiend Sect, and they have always been enemies of life and death. Blood Thousand Killing returns this time. Maybe it is really possible to join forces with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to deal with the Blood Evil Sect. That's impossible. The black-clothed youth who used to draw the sword is a Tianjiao figure whose combat power is comparable to that of a quasi-Mahayana monk. How can the Blood Sword Immortal Sect now have such a genius? A strong Blood Evil Sect said with an incredulous expression. It's not impossible. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect has a long history and unfathomable background. Who knows if they secretly cultivated a peerless sword repairer? Furthermore, the Blood Thousand Killers seem to know the whereabouts of my Blood Fiend Sect crossing heaven journey very well. It is very likely that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is helping in secret. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, we still have to treat this matter carefully. Another strong Blood Evil Sect said with a solemn expression. Let's go, this matter is no trivial matter. Let's report to the leader of the Blood Evil Sect first, and leave everything to the leader to decide. When Shui Yuan spoke, he quickly disappeared into this space with everyone. Silent Blood Territory, Shui in Zhoucheng. In an ordinary inn that looked unremarkable, Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room to meditate. After hunting down Shui Hongyang and others in Shuiwu Mountain a few days ago, Jiang Chen mixed with Shuiqian into Shuiyanzhou City and hid in this ordinary inn. When they hunted down the censored Hongyang half a month ago, the Blood Fiend Sect had apparently vaguely sensed something, and started searching in the Silent Blood territory with all their strength. This Blood Yenzhou City has been searched more than once by the Blood Fiend cult, but it is a relatively safe place. Jiang Chen and the others would choose to mix into the Blood Yenzhou City, hiding here and continue to wait for the news of Jian Wushui. And on the third day when they were hiding in Shuiyanzhou City, Jian Wushui once again sent a message to Jiang Chen through his real name Sword Talisman. Is there news of the next one so soon? Feeling the message in the Sword Talisman, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a surprised look appeared in his eyes. He no longer hesitated now, and directly submerged his divine consciousness into the Sword Talisman and read the information in the Sword Talisman. When he sensed the information in the Sword Charm, his pupils suddenly couldn't help but shrank suddenly. The information in the Sword Talisman was not what Jiang Chen expected, it was the information of the next Blood Fiend to teach Heaven Journey, but an image that made Jiang Chen very familiar. This pattern is astonishingly the situation when he killed Shui Hongyang and the others with a single sword at Shuiwu Mountain. Unexpectedly, the matter of Shuiwu Mountain has been exposed. Feeling the information in the Sword Talisman, Jiang Chen's eyes became more solemn in an instant. It seems that he still underestimated the Blood Evil Sect's methods. But after thinking about it again, Jiang Chen quickly became relieved. The Blood Fiend Sect is one of the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe. There is more than one Mahayana monk, and naturally they have some unusual methods. In all likelihood, there is a strong blood evil sect who went to Shuiwu Mountain to restore everything that happened in Shuiwu Mountain with the supreme secret technique. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in the room where the Blood Thousand Kills was. Master, what happened? Seeing Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, Blood Thousand Killing couldn't help but stun for a while. Jiang Chen said indifferently, the Blood Fiend Sect probably already knows everything that happened in the Blood Mist Mountain. Our identity has been exposed. This censored inflammation state city cannot be left for long. Let us leave quickly. Blood Thousand Kill couldn't help but suddenly startled. This time the genius assassination plan, they have accurate information provided by the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and every shot is a one-shot kill, and then quickly escaped, which can be described as a ghost. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, their identities were still exposed. At this point, the Blood Thousand Kills didn't say much. Now that their identity is exposed, this censored state city is extremely dangerous to them. It's a matter of urgency, they have to leave here as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, the two left the inn directly, and then they were about to rush out of Shuiyanzhou City. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were about to leave, there was a loud noise in the sky above Shuiyanzhou City. Hundreds of figures also quickly besieged Jiang Chen and the others. A loud shout of anger also blasted directly above Shuiyanzhou City. Blood Thousand Kills, you are already surrounded by us. If you don't obediently do so, when will you wait? With this voice slowly echoing between the heaven and the earth, only a burly figure in a blood-colored battle armor appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others out of thin air. Looking at the burly figure that suddenly appeared, Shui Qianxi's eyes constricted suddenly. Shui Qianyan, it turned out to be you. Chapter 2489, Suppression in One Blow, Blood Thousand Flames. This is a genius of the Blood Fiend cult an era earlier than him. When he had just become the Blood Fiend cultivation journey of heaven, Shui Qianyan was already the powerhouse at the peak of judgment. Now that so many years have passed, Shui Qianyan is probably at least a quasi-Mahayana monk. Although a quasi-Mahayana cultivator may not be able to help them both, but if they are dragged by the Blood Thousand Flames, once the Blood Evil Sect powerhouse descends on the censored city, they may be really in danger today. Blood Thousand Kills, you are not brave enough, even killing the Blood Evil Sect 2 heavenly journeys, even dared to hide in the land of the city lord. Shui Qianyan stared at Shui Qianxia with cold eyes. For the sake of the same door, if you are obedient, I can keep you a whole body. Hearing the words, Blood Thousand Killing's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this guy was the first to discover their existence. He had already become the lord of Shuiyanzhou City. Because the Blood Sect is located in the Bloody Flame state, all the city lords of the Blood Sword Sect are succeeded by disciples of the Blood Sect. The city lord of Shuiyanzhou has a very high status in the Blood Evil Sect, almost second only to the protector of the leader, and is no longer under the quasi-Mahayana elders. Shui Qianyan's ability to become the city lord of Shuiyan Prefecture is definitely not an easy role to deal with. Hands, a quick fight, give me the Blood Thousand Flames, you can get rid of the others. Jiang Chen's words fell, and his figure flashed out against Shui Qianyan. You are the peerless sword repairman who killed me with one sword and taught me to cross the Jade Journey. I want to see how strong your sword can be. Shui Qianyan looked at Jiang Chen who was violently plundering, and a sneer sneered across his mouth. When he moved his palm, a monster, blood-colored giant palm, directly carrying a burning atmosphere of burning sky, overwhelmingly suppressed Jiang Chen. Sorry, if you want to see my kendo, you won't have that chance today. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the immortal monument also appeared out of thin air directly in the palm of his hand. Regarding the current situation, Jiang Chen is naturally very clear. Although with his current strength, he is not afraid to fight any quasi-Mahayana monk, but he definitely can't delay with Shui Qianyan for too long. Once the Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend Sect descended, they would be really hard to get out today. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to sacrifice the Immortal Monument, intending to use the power of the Immortal Monument to severely inflict 1,000 kills with one blow. Under Jiang Chen's full urging, the Immortal Monument burst out with an extremely bright fairy light, and then turned into a monument to suppress the heavens and the earth, erected in the sky above Shuiyanzhou City. All the cultivators in the entire Shuiyanzhou City, under the pressure of the Immortal Monument, couldn't help but tremble for a while. Every time Jiang Chen's base is improved, the Immortal Monument's power will skyrocket. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the God King, his power has undoubtedly reached a very terrifying point. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the monument to the sky in the void, even the quasi-Mahayana monk Xu Tianming can't help but feel a panic at this moment. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from the monument to the sky. If he is a little careless today, I am afraid he will really fall here. Fen Shu Shui Yan Hai. Xu Tianming was panicked in his heart, where he dared to be the slightest neglect. The quasi-Mahayana monk's true essence mana broke out to the extreme in an instant. The blood-colored real essence in the sky was swept away directly in the blood thousand flames, and finally turned into a sea of blood that covered the sky and the sun, covering the sun in the sky. Flames billowed in this sea of blood, like blood-colored magma constantly boiling. Even if monk crossing tribulation fell into this sea of blood, he would instantly evaporate into nothingness in the sea of blood. Xu Tianming, this fierce and mighty sea of blood, was of no use to the shining monument of heaven in the sky. The bright fairy light on the monument of Jiang has penetrated the sea of blood that obscures the sky and the sun, and has beaten the sea of blood into a huge sieve. The sea of blood was finally unable to withstand the strength of the monument to the heavens anymore, and it exploded directly above the city of Shuizhou. Xu Tianming's body trembled abruptly, and he was immediately hit by the fairy light of the monument to the sky, and then fell like a meteorite, crashing down from the void, smashing the censored city below. There was a huge hole. One blow suppressed Xu Tianming. Jiang Chen didn't bother to care about Xu Tianming's life and death, and directly urged the Immortal Monument to suppress the monks who besieged Xu Tianming. The heavens cried together, and the heavens and the earth shook. He only heard a loud bang, and hundreds of monks instantly turned into blood mist, and the red rain of blood also continued to scatter from the void, dyeing the entire blood Yenzhou city into a fascinating red. After urging the Immortal Monument twice in a row, Jiang Chen also had a pale look on his face. He didn't have any hesitation either. He directly turned into 2 streams of light with blood thousand kill, and quickly disappeared into the sky. And when Jiang Chen and the others left Shuizhou city to make a stick of incense, a ghostly figure also descended on the sky above Shuizhou city. The person here is the right guardian of the Blood Fiend sect, the Blood 9 Underworld. When he saw the miserable appearance of Shuizhou city, his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look. Damn it, it's still a step too late after all. After Xu Tianming got the news, he rushed over from the Blood Fiend sect almost immediately. In Shuizhou, the quasi-Mahayana monk Xu Tianming was sitting in town, and the other powerful men in Shuizhou, even if they weren't the opponents of the two, they should be able to delay 1 or 2. But they didn't expect that Xu Tianming and the others didn't insist on their arrival at all, and the entire army would be wiped out. Being able to kill blood thousand flames in such a short period of time, even an ordinary quasi-Mahayana cultivator cannot easily do it. Could it be that some of the 2 of the blood thousand killers are already Mahayana monks? Just when Xu Tianming's heart was uncertain, several quasi-Mahayana monks emerged directly behind him. Guardian right, what is going on? Seeing the situation in Shuizhou city, almost the look of the quasi-Mahayana monk instantly became frightened. It was already like this when I came, Xu Tianming said with a gloomy expression. Xu Qian kills the 2 people. It seems that he has noticed in advance and directly killed the Shuizhou city. Several quasi-Mahayana monks heard the words, and there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed in their eyes. Although there is no Mahayana monk in Shuizhou city, its strength is definitely not weak. Even a quasi-Mahayana monk, it is absolutely impossible to kill them easily. Although they have repeatedly overestimated the strength of blood thousand killing too. But still did not expect that these 2 people could be so terrifying. Chapter 2490, The Plan of the Blood Evil Sect. The last time the Left Guardian used the reincarnation blood technique of heaven and earth to find out the true meaning of the 2 blood thousand killings, we have been careful, and they will never detect it easily. A quasi-Mahayana monk said coldly, it must be the people of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect who disclosed the information to them. We should kill the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and destroy the Blood Sword Immortal Sect first. Except for the Immortal Sect of the Blood Sword, today's quiet blood territory is almost completely under their control. Only the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had the ability to notify the 2 people of Blood Thousand kill in advance. If before that, they just suspected that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect was secretly helping the Blood to kill. Now they are almost certain that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has colluded with the Blood Thousand Kills in all likelihood. Don't underestimate the background of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Shui Juming shook his head and said in a deep voice, if the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is really so good to be destroyed, how can the Blood Fiend Sect allow them to exist until now? The former Blood Sword Immortal Sect, but the Supreme Immortal Sect, one of the best in the universe. After the Blood Fiend Sect defeated the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, more than one Mahayana monk was sent to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to investigate the emptiness in reality, but there was no return. The Blood Fiend Sect has always been jealous of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and dare not easily kill the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Guardian right, the two people of Blood Thousand Killers escaped from Shuiyanzhou City this time. If they continue to change their faces and have the Blood Sword Immortal Sect secretly help, it will be even more difficult for us to find them. What should we do now? Another quasi-Mahayana frowned. You protect the law for me, even if those two guys fled to the end of the world. This time I will definitely get them out. Shui Juming's eyes flickered slightly, and a fierce cold light suddenly shot from his eyes. Right, Guardian, no. Seeing this, the quasi-Mahayana monk hurriedly stopped saying, Left Guardian used the forbidden technique some time ago, and now the state has fallen, and it will be difficult to recover in less than 10 or 8 years. If you use the right Guardian to perform the forbidden technique, the consequences will be unimaginable. When Shui Juming heard the words, the movements on his hands also stopped instantly. The Blood Fiend Sect sent a large army to expedition to God's domain, and has already lost a Mahayana monk. Now that the left Guardian casts a forbidden technique, it has been difficult to restore the cultivation base of the Mahayana period in a short period of time. For the Blood Fiend Sect, this is already a serious injury. If he also forced the use of the forbidden technique to track the two people of Blood Thousand Killing today, I am afraid it is also very likely to fall to the realm, and the situation of the Blood Evil Sect will be even worse. The Fairy Gate Conference of Broken Universe will be held in 3 years' time. If the forbidden technique is cast, and it cannot be recovered within 3 years, the status of the Blood Fiend Sect in the Immortal Gate will probably fall drastically. Shui Juming's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, and finally gave up his plan to use the forbidden technique. Let's go. First go back to the sect and report the matter to the leader. After finishing speaking, Shui Juming had a flash of figure, and disappeared directly above Shuiyanzhou City. The Blood Evil Sect, the Central Hall. After Shui Juming returned from Shuiyanzhou City, Shui Shadian once again called the senior officials of Shui Sha Sect to discuss matters. Many senior officials of the Blood Fiend cult couldn't help feeling an uproar when they learned of what happened in Shuiyanzhou City. Since the Blood Thousand Kills appeared in the Silent Blood Realm, it took less than a month to kill the 2 heavenly journeys of the Blood Fiend Sect, and now even the Blood Yenzhou City has suffered unprecedented severe damage. Since the establishment of the Blood Fiend Sect, I am afraid I don't know how many years I haven't received such a huge blow. Everyone, the Blood Thousand Killer is coming back fiercely this time, and I have been prepared for it. How do you think my Blood God cult should deal with it now? Shui Shadian was silent for a while, and finally broke the silence in the hall. Before that, Shui Shadian had almost never imagined that the Blood Fiend Sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, would be driven to such an embarrassment by a traitor of the Blood Fiend Sect. Many senior Blood Evil Sect leaders heard the words of the Blood Evil Spirit. They all looked at each other in a glance, and there was no better way for a while. Master, now we are in the light, the Blood Thousand kills them in the dark, not to mention the Blood Sword Immortal Sect secretly assisting. If this continues, they will only be led by the nose. Maybe you have to change your strategy. At this moment, a gloomy middle-aged man stepped forward and said. Shui Shadian raised his head and glanced at him. What can you do? Instead of looking for blood to kill them like this, it's better to wait for work and try to get them to show up. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and said gloomily, aren't they the geniuses who have been assassinating the Blood Fiend cult? Then we might as well give them another assassination opportunity. Master, I think this plan is feasible. With an arrogant person who crossed the Jade Heaven, tried to draw out the 2 people of Blood Thousand Killing, then we only need to lay a net to wait for work, and the Blood of Thousand Killing 2 people are destined to be difficult to fly. Shui Juming also stood up directly. The Blood Thousand Killing 2 people are hidden in the dark, which will undoubtedly be a big worry for the Blood Fiend Sect. Since the sect of the Blood Evil Spirit cannot find the 2 people of Blood Thousand Killers, it is a good way to set up a trap to draw them out. Okay, let's act according to plan. Ju Ming Protector, Leave this to you to arrange. Shui Shadian said, his whole body also filled with a violent killing intent. This time, this leader will personally take action and let the traitor die and bury it. At the same time that the Blood Evil Sect was carefully planning, Jiang Chen and Shui Qiansha both fled all the way out of the range of Shuiyan Prefecture. Because their identities were exposed, they could no longer walk in the realm of silent blood with their current appearance, so they used secret techniques to change their appearance and aura. Unless the Mahayana monks come in person, it is difficult for ordinary people to see through their identities. Even so, Jiang Chen and the others did not walk around in the silent blood realm, but found a place to hide. In just 1 month, they assassinated the 2 heavenly journeys of the Blood Fiend Sect. Now they have severely damaged the Bloody Flame State City, and the Blood Fiend Sect will never give them another opportunity. In a short time, they want to assassinate the Blood Evil Sect again. It is almost impossible. And Jiang Chen also has the sword talisman without blood on his body. Through the sword without blood, he can know the movement of the Blood Evil Sect, and there is no need to inquire about any news. Take advantage of this time. Jiang Chen also began to practice in retreat, thinking about breaking through the dominance of martial arts. Although this time they were unexpectedly successful in the assassination plan of the genius of the Blood Fiend Sect, but they did not hurt the Blood Fiend's muscles and bones. Next, facing the defensive sect of the Blood, they want to make some trouble for the Sect of Blood. I am afraid it will be even more difficult. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, striving for the power he has already mastered. Only when he becomes the master of martial arts, can he truly have the qualifications to compete with the Blood Evil Sect. Chapter 2491, Information. After escaping from Shuiyanzhou City, Jiang Chen and Shui Qiansha did not move anymore. And the Blood Fiend Sect did not search for Jiang Chen's traces like the previous frantic search in the Blood Yan State, but fell into a brief silence. This silence did not last long. On the 10th day after Jiang Chen and the others broke out of the Shuiyan Prefecture city, Jiang Chen and the others once again received the message of Jian Wushui. The Blood Fiend cult, the head of the 4 heaven journeys, who was as famous as the Blood Thousand killings hundreds of years ago, had no wounds, and there was movement. According to the news from Jian Wushui, there will be a grand auction in the Qingyuan Tianyu adjacent to the solitary Blood Tianyu. It is said that at this auction, there will be a pill of transformation that is still lost in the universe. In the extremely remote age, the strength of Poxian universe was much stronger than it is now. In its heyday, the broken universe not only had more than 10 times the number of Mahayana monks, it even had the existence of inquiring into immortals and ascending to the Immortal Realm. The Poxian universe has also undergone a major change. Since then, its strength has been greatly lost, and many ancient inheritances have been lost because of this, and even the road to becoming an immortal has been completely cut off. The pill of tribulation is a kind of peerless pill that has been lost, which can make it easy for the monks to break through the Mahayana period. The appearance of the tribulation pill almost quickly spread to several areas around the Qingyuan heavenly territory, making countless tribulation cultivators throbbing. In today's Poxian universe, breaking through the Mahayana period is not an easy task. Today, the broken universe, including some old monsters that are hidden from the world, there are only 30 or 50 cultivators in the Mahayana period. However, the number of monks crossing the catastrophe period is more than 10 million, and even the quasi-Mahayana monks are no fewer than 100. But these people can really break through the Mahayana period in the end, but only less than 1/10. Wanting to break through the Mahayana period in the Poxian universe is definitely not a simple matter. Only a pill of tribulation that can make it easy for the cultivator to break through the Mahayana period will be even more precious. As soon as the news of the pill of tribulation came out, it made countless cultivators of tribulation go crazy. Countless cultivators rushed towards the Qingyuan Tianyu in several big areas around the Qingyuan Tianyu. The Dead Blood horizon adjacent to the Qingyuan horizon is naturally no exception. Including the Blood Fiend Sect, they all dispatched the head of the 4 great judges of heaven, blood without injury, to fight for the pill of transformation. Master, we have killed the 2 heavenly journeys of the Blood Sect in succession. Since the Blood Sect dared to send blood unharmed to the Qingyuan Tianyu, we must be prepared for it. We want to assassinate blood unharmed again. Not easy. Blood Thousand Killing said with a solemn expression. The blood is not wounded. This is the genius of the same era of the Blood Evil Sect, and the only person who can be equally famous among the many geniuses of the Blood Evil Sect back then. With the talent of bloodlessness, I am afraid that the cultivation base has at least reached the peak of the tribulation. Not only that, but he might even have a lot of whole cards prepared by the Blood Fiend cult. Even the quasi-Mahayana monk might not be able to win him. Unless the real Mahayana cultivator takes action, I am afraid that no one can be killed without any injuries. No matter what, let's take a trip to Qingyuan Tianyu, and then we will act according to the situation. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "What's more, I also want to see the legendary pill of transformation." Shui Wuhuo is the first arrogant of the Blood Evil Sect. Knowing that he and Blood Thousand Killing are hidden in the dark, the Blood Evil Sect still dares to let the blood go to Qingyuan Tianyu without any damage. Jiang Chen is also very clear that it is almost impossible for them to assassinate bloodlessly like before. Jiang Chen still planned to take a trip to Qingyuan Tianyu. If you can find a chance, it is best to solve the blood loss without injury. Even if there is no chance, they can still participate in the upcoming auction of Qingyuan Tianyu. Jiang Chen also had a lot of interest in the pill of dissolving tribulation he had done. The tribulation pill is a peerless pill that can easily break through the Mahayana period by the cultivator of the robbery. Perhaps it should be of great help for him to break through the master of the martial arts. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the peak of God King Nine Heavens, he has not been able to go further. Through this period of cultivation and comprehension, Jiang Chen vaguely felt the power above the martial God King. This force is very difficult to comprehend, even if it is a systematic 100-fold comprehension blessing. Without a period of 3 to 5 years, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to grasp a trace of dominance. For the vast majority of martial arts kings to master the power of dominance in 3 to 5 years, it is already a very shocking speed. But Jiang Chen needs too much time now. Obviously he hasn't waited so long. With his current strength, it is obviously very difficult to create trouble for the Blood Fiend Sect like before. If it waited 3 to 5 years, maybe the Blood Evil Sect would once again send an expedition army to come to God's realm, causing God's realm to fall into a dead end. Jiang Chen will stare at the legendary pill of transformation. As long as he gets the pill of transformation, perhaps he can also use this pill to break through to the level of the master of martial arts in one fell swoop. This time, the one who went to the Qingyuan Tianyu to compete for the pill of transformation should be the Blood Fiend Sect of the Silent Blood Tianyu with the strongest strength. If nothing happens, the pill of tribulation will most likely fall into the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect. If there is no wound of blood, it is very possible to use the power of the pill of transformation to break through the Mahayana period and let the Blood Evil Sect have another Mahayana monk. This is something Jiang Chen didn't want to see anyway. This time, he went to Qingyuan Tianyu to assassinate the blood without injury. It was Jiang Chen's real goal to compete for the legendary pill of transformation. Hua Jia Dan. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a sharp light flashed through the eyes of Blood Thousand Killing. He was born in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and he naturally knew better than Jiang Chen about the legendary pill transformation pill. Transforming the tribulation pill, this is the heaven-defying pill that can help the tribulation monk transform the catastrophe, and promote the Mahayana monk. One way of practicing is going against the sky. Whether it is martial arts civilization or spiritual civilization, when you reach a certain level, you will be robbed every time you break through a realm. The period of crossing the catastrophe and breaking through the Mahayana period is naturally no exception. This calamity is still the most terrifying immortal calamity on the journey of cultivating immortals. Once a monk in the tribulation period breaks the calamity and becomes a Mahayana monk, the true essence mana in his body will undergo substantial changes. The cultivators of the broken universe even referred to the power of the Mahayana cultivator as the power of a half-immortal. Only when the monks break through the Mahayana period during the tribulation period will it be as difficult as reaching the sky. And the legendary pill of tribulation is the heaven-defying pill that can help the monks of tribulation and transform the tribulation of the immortal uncommons, and directly break through the Mahayana period. Any cultivator who crossed the peak of the tribulation can easily break through the Mahayana period with little effort as long as he obtains the pill of transformation tribulation. Chapter 2492, Plains of Silent Blood, Qingyuan Tianyu. One of the 10 worlds of Poxian universe, Qing Yuanzong is in charge of the 10 immortal gates. Although Qing Yuanzong ranks among the top 10 immortal gates, its strength is not considered strong among the top 10 immortal gates, and is only ranked at the bottom of the top 10 immortal gates. Although Qing Yuanzong ranks at the bottom of the top 10 immortal gates, its origin is extremely mysterious. There is no power in the 10 great immortal gates that dare to underestimate Qing Yuanzong. The Qing Yuanzong inheritance is extremely ancient, and the Qing Yuanzong has existed since the birth of the civilization of Paxian universe cultivation. Qing Yuanzong has always been ranked among the top 10 immortal gates of the Paxian universe, and the inheritance has never been cut off. Qing Yuanzong's understanding of the entire universe of broken immortals is far better than any force in the top 10 immortal gates. In Paxian universe, there is almost nothing that Qing Yuanzong does not know. It seems that Qing Yuanzong can always get some treasures that have been lost in the Paxian universe. Relying on these sky-defying methods, Qing Yuanzong established a Qing Yuan Chamber of Commerce in Paxian universe, converging a large amount of resource wealth. In terms of resources and wealth, almost no power can compare with Qing Yuanzong in the top 10 celestial gates of the broken celestial universe. The wealth of resources controlled by the Qing Yuanzong has also made other forces in the Paxian universe be greedy. One of the top 10 immortal gates of Paxian universe tried to hit the Qing Yuanzong's idea, but the Supreme Fairy Sect gradually declined inexplicably, and finally fell out of the ranks of the top 10 immortal gates. Qing Yuanzong is a mysterious endorsement in Paxian universe. Even the strength displayed by the Qing Yuanzong has always been ranked at the bottom of the top 10 immortal gates, but it is enough to make any force in the Paxian universe fear it by 3 points. On the endless plain, looking around, there is a monotonous blood color, imprinted with the blood-filled sky, a depressive and irritating atmosphere, spreading in the quiet plain. On the quiet plain, 2 dark shadows suddenly stepped into the air from a distance. The speed of the black shadow is extremely fast, and it flashes quickly in midair almost like a teleport. These 2 figures are the 2 Jiang Chen who rushed towards Qingyuan Tianyu. Although the Qingyuan Heavenly Territory and the Silent Blood Heavenly Territory are adjacent to each other, each region of the immortal broken universe is very huge. Especially the 10 heavens are extremely vast. Even at the speed of the 2 Jiang Chen, it took 5 or 6 days to reach the Quiet Blood Plain at the junction of the Quiet Blood Heaven and the Qingyuan Heaven. Blood 1,000 kills. We have entered this Silent Blood Plain for a long time. How long will it take to pass through this Silent Blood Plain and enter the Qingyuan Celestial Realm? Jiang Chen looked at the endless blood-colored plain in front of him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. I have only heard of the Silent Blood Plain before, and I know that this is the junction of the Silent Blood Heaven and the Qingyuan Heaven, but I have never been here before, and I don't know the specific situation here. The Blood 1,000 killer smiled bitterly. I heard that there are also some forces rooted in this on the Silent Blood Plain. Let's find someone to inquire about it later. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he stopped saying more, and continued to rush forward. A small black spot finally appeared faintly on the serene blood plain ahead. As Jiang Chen and the others approached, this small black spot gradually enlarged in Jiang Chen's sight. A small town appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Looking at the town below, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and landed directly at the gate of the town. At the moment when Jiang Chen and the others appeared at the gate of the town, a long arrow containing fierce and censored killing suddenly burst into the air and shot directly at the center of Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and immediately flicked his fingers, smashing the censored long arrow. The 2 of us are just passing by the expensive land and want to ask for a way. Is this a bit too much for you? Jiang Chen's sharp gaze passed through the simple city wall of the town, and fell directly on a blood-clothed man. His voice seemed extremely cold. Boy, the rules of the Silent Blood Plain, since it's asking for directions, let's make a confession first. A man in a blood suit holding a bow and arrow jumped onto the simple city wall, and a look of surprise passed in the eyes of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. What kind of offering? The blood-clothed man grinned and said, 1,000 yuan stone. Don't chirp, waste my uncle's time. If you can't hand it over, get out of here. Yuanxi, a kind of energy stone that can be used by immortal cultivators to practice, is also the universal currency of the universe. Give him 1,000 yuan stone. Jiang Chen couldn't help but tilt his head and said to the blood 1,000 kills behind him. He is not a cultivator of the celestial universe, and naturally there is no such thing as a yuan stone. However, as a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation, 1,000 yuan stone was nothing to him. Jiang Chen didn't bother to waste time with this guy. He just wanted to inquire about the direction of Qingyuan Tianyu, and didn't want to make extravagances here. With a move of the palm of the blood 1,000 killer, he directly took out 1,000 yuan stone and threw it at the blood-clothed man. The blood-clothed man hurriedly took the 1,000 yuan stone, and after counting it carefully, he looked up at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Say, what do you want to ask?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, "How far is it from here to Qingyuan Tianyu? How do we move forward to reach Qingyuan Tianyu as quickly as possible?" "From here to the southeast, if the ordinary nascent soul cultivator goes well, he should be able to cross the serene blood plane in 10 days. The blood-clothed man glanced at the two. "Jiang Chen, you two golden core stage, I am afraid it will take at least half a month." Jiang Chen and Blood Thousand Kills not only changed their appearance, they even disguised their breath. This blood-clothed man apparently regarded Jiang Chen and the two as two golden core cultivators. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave with Shui Qiansha. "Hey, boy, the silent blood plane is very dangerous. It is not easy for you two golden core cultivators to go to the Qingyuan heavenly territory. Why don't you give me some more primordial stones and I will censored you to the Qingyuan heavenly territory? How?" At this moment, the voice of the blood-clothed man rang behind Jiang Chen and them again. Jiang Chen waved his hand and couldn't help but glanced at the blood-clothed man lightly. "No, we don't need you to escort." This blood-clothed man was nothing more than a monk in the early Yuan Ying stage. With him in Blood Thousand Kills, when will it be the turn of a monk in the mere primordial age to censor him? "No, you need it." The blood-clothed man smiled strangely. "Why don't we make a bet? If you don't have my escort, I'm afraid it will be a problem to leave here." Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" Chapter 2493, Aomoto Shokai. "Zhang Shuijian, why bother talking nonsense with these two guys?" At this moment, another burly man walked out of the town impatiently. He directly stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous expression. "Boy, if you can easily take out 1,000 yuan stone, it must be expensive. If you hand over all the valuable things from you, I may also consider forgiving you." "Immortal, 1,000 yuan stone is a lot of money for these monks in the nascent soul stage. These two golden core stage monks can be easily taken out, obviously they are rich and rich, so two fat sheep took the initiative to send them in front of them, how could they easily miss it?" The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly turned up a slight arc. "Looking at your posture, do you want to rob?" The burly man grinned and said, "Those of us who live in the plains of silent blood, we make a living out of this kind of activity. It's a pity. You seem to know it a little late now. Originally, I just came to ask for directions, and didn't want to cause trouble, but you just wanted to take the initiative to send it to your door." Jiang Chen shook Yao's head, and then faintly killed Shui Qian. "Since they have to find their way to death, please satisfy their wish." As the Blood Thousand Killer spoke, he stepped directly from behind Jiang Chen. Seeing that Blood Thousand Killing was ready to do it, the burly man's face was suddenly cold, and he was no longer talking nonsense at the moment. The sharp blade in his hand directly brought a fierce true yuan fluctuation, and slashed towards Blood Thousand Flash. As soon as he cut with this knife, his figure instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and then his whole person fell into a pool of blood with a thump, and there was no more movement. Seeing this weird scene in front of him, the blood-clothed man suddenly looked like a ghost, and the whole person directly froze there. A burly man, but a nascent soul monk who is even stronger than him. The blood-clothed man never thought of it anyway. With the cultivation base of the burly man, facing this guy whose breath was only in the golden core stage, he fell inexplicably just like that. The two in front of them are all golden core geniuses from the great sect of Immortal Sect, and they have the terrifying ability to kill Yuan Ying monks. The blood-clothed man was suddenly frightened. Where did he dare to stay the slightest, turning around and fleeing towards the town? It's just that the blood-clothed man has not had time to move in the future, and a censored glow just pierced through his chest, leaving a huge hole in his body. The blood-clothed man suddenly looked desperate and horrified. He could only watch his life go by, and finally went black before he fell straight. "Master, are you going to slaughter this small town in front of you?" The two men in blood clothes were resolved lightly, and the censored eyes were glowing with cold blood, and they couldn't help but look into the town. The Blood Thousand Killer was born in the Blood Evil Sect, and later became a star predator in the starry sky of the universe. Naturally, he is not a good man and believer. "Forget it, let's go." Jiang Chen shook his head, and then he was about to continue on his way in the direction of Qingyuan Tianyu. "Two friends, wait." At this moment, a slightly fat figure suddenly walked out of the town, looking at the two Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen glanced at the strange fat man obliquely, and raised his brows slightly. "What's the matter with you?" The obese man in front of him looked shameless on the surface, but in fact his cultivation base was not low at all. He had reached the peak of the He Dao, and he was only one step away from the tribulation period. In this small town where Jin Dan Yuanying monk is in general, such a monk suddenly appeared. Obviously, the identity of the fat man in front of him is not simple. "This little friend, I just heard that you are going to Qingyuan Tianyu." The fat man smiled and said, "Although this place is not far from Qingyuan Tianyu, the environment is extremely harsh, and sometimes there are even bloodthirsty storms. It is not easy to go out." Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Your Excellency didn't just come to remind us, right? Please tell us if you have anything. Since the little friend has guessed it, then I won't make a roundabout with you." Fatty didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "In the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce Xu Fei, you can also call me Fatty Xu. If you want to go to Qingyuan Tianyu, you might as well go with my team. As a guide to Qingyuan Tianyu, the rewards, the little friends only need to do a little bit when my team is in trouble." This fat guy turned out to be from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this fat man's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, the prestigious Chamber of Commerce in the Poxian universe, is behind the Qingyuanzong, one of the top 10 immortal gates. It is said that this time the auction of Qingyuan Tianyu was held in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, including the legendary Pill of Calamity, which will also appear in this auction held by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect that he would meet people from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in this censored heaven. Okay, that's a bit of work. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it, but he nodded and agreed to go with Xu Fei's team. Although the Blood Thousand kills came from the Blood Fiend Celestial Realm, they practiced in the Blood Fiend Sect all the year round and didn't know much about the Silent Blood Celestial Realm, let alone the Qingyuan Celestial Realm adjacent to the Silent Blood Celestial Realm. Now that he has encountered the team of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, how can he refuse it? The purpose of his trip to the Qingyuan Tianyu was to go to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to participate in the auction and try to seize the legendary Pill of Transcendence. If you walk with the team of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, it will undoubtedly save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Little friend is polite. Seeing Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, Xu Fei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The things he obtained from the Silent Blood Plane on this trip were very important to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Xu Fei even had a hunch that they might encounter some very difficult problems next. Although these two people seem to have only Jin Denki's cultivation base, Xu Fei can be sure that the strength of these two people is far more than that. Even with his cultivation at the pinnacle of He Dao, he couldn't understand the depth of these two people at all, and even vaguely felt an extremely dangerous aura from these two people. Xu Fei had only felt this kind of dangerous aura from some powerhouses who had gone through the catastrophe period before. If they can get the help of these two people, their next journey will undoubtedly be much smoother. Although traveling with two strangers involved certain risks, Xu Fei could no longer take care of that much. After the two negotiated, Xu Fei did not stay in the small town for a long time, and directly led the caravan and Jiang Chen towards the direction of Qingyuan Tianyu. Chapter 2494, Wanshelling. On the endless blood-colored plain in pitch black, a motorcade brought a faint yellow dust, galloped across the plain, and finally disappeared at the end of the line of sight. Inside a carriage in the center of the convoy, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, and in front of him was Xu Fei, the principal of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce caravan. The guards of Xu Fei's caravan were indeed not very strong, and they didn't even have a robbery cultivator. In addition to Xu Fei, the captain of the caravan's guard is also a monk, and the rest are monks who are distracted from the nascent soul stage. This kind of strength is nothing at all in the Poxian universe where the strong are like clouds. Xu Fei only invited Jiang Chen to go with him after he felt Jiang Chen's powerful strength that was not inferior to that of Monk Duji. The Silent Blood Plane is not a good place. Under the danger of being robbed everywhere, if there are two robbery cultivators in the motorcade, it can really make people feel at ease. Little friend Jiang Chen, we are probably already in this position now. At our speed, we should be able to enter the territory of Qingyuan Tianyu in 3 days. In the carriage, Xu Fei took out a yellowish map from his arms, slowly spread it out on the table in front of him, and pointed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at the map casually, and then looked at the red line on Xu Fei's finger that went towards the Qingyuan Tianyu. He couldn't help but frown and said, This red line should be the route we are currently traveling on. The red line under Xu Fei's finger obviously made a big circle on the map. If they don't take a detour, their journey to the Qingyuan Tianyu will probably be cut by at least half. There are many dangers in the Silent Blood Plain. The red lines on this map are some safe routes marked by our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce after years of exploration. In our current position, walking along the red line will be relatively safer. Xu Fei said, pointing his finger at an area in front of them, and said in a deep voice, if we continue to go straight, although the distance will be shortened a lot, we must pass through Wanshelling. Wan Snake Ridge, Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled look, is this place dangerous? Wan Snake Ridge, this is the most dangerous place in the Silent Blood Plain, in which there is a Snake King whose strength is comparable to that of the Cultivator of Tribulation. This Snake King is extremely insidious and cunning. Even the average Tribulation cultivator would not dare to set foot in this Snake King's territory easily. Because this Snake King is not only very powerful, but can also command the many snakes in Wanshelling, and the venom contained in some poisonous snakes is even enough to pose a threat to the cultivators of the Tribulation. Xu Fei explained solemnly. Hearing the words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder for a moment, then looked up at Xu Fei and said, if it's just a snake demon crossing the catastrophe period, don't have to be so troublesome, let's pass directly through Wanshelling. The mere snake demon who crossed the catastrophe period was naturally not enough to make Jiang Chen retreat. With his current strength, not to mention the snake monster in the tribulation period, even if the snake monster had the strength of the quasi-Mahayana period, it would not pose the slightest threat to him. Straight. Directly from Wanshelling. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xu Fei couldn't help but looked up at Jiang Chen with an unbelievable expression, and his heart was shocked. After telling the situation in Wanshelling, Jiang Chen would still choose to go to Wanshelling. Is this guy a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, or does he really have the terrifying power of not fearing the snake demon in Wanshelling? Jiang Chen seemed to see Xu Fei's concerns, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Don't worry, just pass by Wanshelling. I guarantee your caravan will reach Qingyuan Tianyu unscathed. Okay, let's listen to little friend Jiang Chen, let's go over from Wanshelling. Xu Fei's eyes changed slightly, and finally he bit down, and decided to believe Jiang Chen and passed by Wanshelling. The matter of his coming to the Silent Blood Plain is very important to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The longer they delay on the way, the more dangerous the situation will be. Naturally, Xu Fei also hopes to return to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. If they abandon the original route, and change to Wanshelling by surprise, they might be able to avoid unnecessary troubles. Of course, the premise is that both Jiang Chen can cope with the snake monster in Wanshelling. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to get out of Wanshelling alive. Since Jiang Chen still dared to pass through Wanshelling after knowing the situation of Wanshelling, he must have certain certainty. Xu Fei didn't think about it anymore, and immediately ordered the team to move towards Wanshelling. Deacon Xu, there is a snake king in Wanshelling. Even the ordinary monks during the tribulation have to take a detour. We pass through Wanshelling like this, it's no different from sending you to death. The caravan's guard captain who was in harmony during the period heard Xu Fei's words and could not help but quickly objected. Xu Fei waved his hand and said indifferently, I have decided, you just need to do it. Xu Fei, it's your business if you want to find your own way, and I won't let my brothers accompany you to die. The captain of the guard snorted coldly, and immediately shouted, Brothers, Deacon Xu is whimsical. If you want to pass by Wanshelling, leave with me if you don't want to die. Zhao Guang, as a member of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, such a move is no different from betraying the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Have you ever thought about the consequences of betraying the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce? Xu Fei shouted sharply, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. This Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, I long ago didn't want to stay. The sky is big, I don't believe that there is no place for me, Zhao Guang, in this world except for the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Guang smiled coldly, and then said loudly, Brothers, Wan Snake Mountain is the site of the snake demon during the tribulation period. If you don't want to die with Xu Fei, then leave the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce with me. As soon as Zhao Guang said this, almost ordinary guards abandoned the caravan and planned to leave with Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang, Xu Fei burst into anger with a scream, and a sharp killing intent also spread from his body in an instant. In their action this time, the guard force was not strong. Now, under Zhao Guang's instigation, the strength of the guard has instantly weakened by more than half. How can Xu Fei not feel angry? Why, my Deacon Xu, do you still want to do it? Zhao Guang sneered contemptuously and said, although your cultivation base is slightly stronger than me, you have been able to improve it entirely by the pill. If you really want to fight, you may not be able to get anything cheap. Xu Fei's expression was extremely gloomy. Just as he was about to shoot, a faint voice came from the carriage behind him. Deacon Xu, if they want to leave, let them go. Chapter 2495, Bloodthirsty Snake King. With this faint voice came out. Xu Fei also suppressed his anger, and shouted to Zhao Guang with cold eyes, Zhao Guang, betraying the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce will not end well, I hope you will not regret it in the future. Zhao Guang coldly snorted, HMPH, I don't need Deacon Xu to worry about me. Xu Fei was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Zhao Guang, and directly led the caravan in the direction of Wanshelling. Boss Zhao, I didn't expect that Xu Fei suddenly changed his route temporarily, what shall we do now? Beside Zhao Guang, a monk at the distraction stage looked at the direction where the caravan was leaving, his brows frowned tightly. Zhao Guang's face was a little unsightly and said, what else can I do? Go and meet the master first, and report the situation truthfully. Zhao Guang is a very life-saving person. The last time they went out to perform a task, Zhao Guang and the others met. A man in black with unfathomable strength. In order to save his life, Zhao Guang had to surrender to the man in black and became an internal correspondent of the man in black in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. This time, when Xu Fei came to work in the Silent Blood Plain, Zhao Guang had already secretly discussed with the black-clothed man that he would do something at the junction of the Silent Blood Plain and the Qingyuan Celestial region. Zhao Guang didn't expect Xu Fei to change his route at a critical moment, planning to pass directly through Wanshelling. Zhao Guang is naturally very clear about what kind of place Wanshelling is. Wanshelling, this place is also a place where the average robbery cultivator will die for a lifetime. Xu Fei wanted to pass through Wanshelling, it was no different from sending him to the door to find death. Zhao Guangkai, who had always cherished his life, did not continue to hide. He didn't want to follow Xu Fei to Wanshelling to die. Zhao Guang did not hesitate at the moment, and directly led everyone to gallop in the other direction. On the desolate plain of Silent Blood, the wind and sand continued, the sound of wooing hovered in the sky, and finally flew away with a wisp of wind and sand. The serene blood plain here has gradually approached the outside of the Qingyuan heavenly territory, so occasionally one or two figures can be seen, but they are all very sparse, and disappear in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and their motorcade are still moving slowly in the direction of Wanyaling. As the convoy approached the 10,000 Demons Ridge, the expressions of the many guards of the caravan became more and more solemn. They all held the palms of their weapons silently, and their expressions were extremely tense. Even Xu Fei couldn't help but came to the carriage where Jiang Chen was. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was closing his eyes in the carriage, and could not help but reminded, little friend Jiang Chen, the 10,000 Demon Ridge is coming soon, and we are about to enter the territory of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King. Deacon Xu, don't have to panic, you just take the caravan from Wanshelling. Since I said to keep you safe, the Snake Demon King of Wanyaling can't hurt you anymore. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. The Snake Demon King in the tribulation period, for ordinary people, may be a very difficult existence. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a bigger ant. As long as the Snake Demon King didn't have the strength comparable to the quasi-Mahayana monk, even if he didn't take action, the Blood Thousand Kills could easily cope with it. If the Snake Demon King really wants to trouble them anyway, just kill it. Seeing Jiang Chen's calm appearance, Xu Fei's heart was also relieved a lot. This time he came to the plane of Silent Blood, the power he brought was not strong, even before Zhao Guang and others left, they were far from being able to compete with the one in Wanshelling, let alone now. Now he can only pin all his hopes on Jiang Chen. The motorcade galloped again on the plane of Silent Blood for about half an hour, and finally slowed down slowly. Jiang Chen, who had been closing his eyes and rested, sensed something in an instant, his eyes couldn't help but penetrate the carriage and looked forward. What appeared in his sight was a rather steep mountain. The mountain peaks rise from the ground, as high as several thousand feet, and there is a gorge as wide as 100 feet in the middle, as if it was approved by a sword. From the depths of the mountain, Jiang Chen felt a powerful life fluctuation that was not weaker than that of the cultivator crossing tribulation. It was obviously the snake that Xu Fei said was the king. Everyone is cheering up, and they are about to enter Wan Snake Ridge. The two who opened the road in front are preparing to spread snake powder along the way. As long as the snake creatures here are not allowed to approach, the Snake Demon King will not easily find us. As Jiang Chen looked at the mountain in front of him, Xu Fei also began to give orders in an orderly manner. In the 10,000 Demon Ridge, the Snake Demon King who crossed the tribulation period practiced in retreat all year round. It relies on these snake creatures in the 10,000 Demon Ridge to master the situation in the 10,000 Demon Ridge. As long as these snake-like creatures are not disturbed, they may be able to pass through Wan Snake Mountain unharmed. Although Jiang Chen seemed confident to deal with the Snake Demon King in 10,000 Demon Ridge, it would be best if he could pass through the 10,000 Demon Ridge without disturbing the Snake Demon King. Under Xu Fei's orderly arrangement, the convoy started again, and then slowly entered the steep mountain ahead. After the convoy entered the Wanyao Ridge, it went forward for nearly a stick of incense, but nothing happened. Seeing that they had passed through most of the 10,000 Demons Ridge, Xu Fei was also slightly relieved. They could really pass this 10,000 Demon Ridge without disturbing the Snake Demon King this time. Just when Xu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, the Blood Thousand Killers who had been at the forefront of the train team suddenly opened their eyes. I saw that suddenly raised his hand and pointed out the mountain forest beside the canyon. He only heard a loud bang, the earth trembling fiercely within 100 miles, countless towering ancient trees collapsed, and a giant snake corpse with a size of hundreds of meters also rolled directly out of the mountain forest. Oops, this is in front of the Snake Demon King, we were still discovered. Seeing the corpse of the giant snake, Xu Fei's expression suddenly changed. Now they were spotted by the Snake Demon King's eyeliner and killed the Snake Demon King's eyeliner. It would be impossible to leave safely. Just when Xu Fei was frightened, in the depths of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, a monster of blood cut through the world, and quickly rushed in the direction where Jiang Chen and the others were. A weird sneer laughter resounded abruptly in this world. Jia Jia, where did the human idiot come from wanting to slip past this king's territory? It's just wishful thinking. Chapter 2496, You disturbed my master. With this cold voice resounded in the heaven and earth. A ghostly, censored shadow, also with a censored breath of abundance, descended over the caravan in an instant. This blood shadow looked extremely strange, and its body and limbs were no different from human beings, but the skin was covered with dense blood-colored scales. But on its head, there is a huge snake head. The pair of tiny, censored eyes stared coldly at the caravan below, making people's hearts feel inexplicably cold. Bloodthirsty Snake Demon King. This is the fiercely famous serpent demon of the tribulation period in the Silent Blood Plain. Looking at the life figure of the snake head in midair, Xu Fei and others' faces suddenly became pale, and some people with weaker cultivation bases were under the pressure of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King's breath, and couldn't help but shudder, trembling. Bloodthirsty Snake King, Xu Fei in the Sha Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, because he is anxious to return to the Qingyuan universe, so I can take advantage of your precious land to pass by. I hope the Snake King can make it easier. Xu Fei took a deep breath and immediately took out a 10,000 yuan stone and sent it to the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King. Although Jiang Chen seems very confident to deal with the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King in front of him, but this is after all a tribulation snake demon, and now they are in each other's territory. If they can spend some money to get the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King in the direction of its best. I want to send this king 10,000 yuan. You are sending a beggar. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King gave a cold snort, and then faintly said, I heard that your Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is very rich. If you take out 100,000 stones, this king will give you Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce a face and let you go. Snake King, your appetite is too big, right? Xu Fei's face was a little unsightly and said, is the Snake King really going to be an enemy of my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce? Although yuanxi is the universal currency of the broken universe, it is not so easy to obtain. The average Kodao monk can come up with 10,000 yuan of stones, which can be regarded as a very wealthy existence. Even if the vast majority of the tribulation cultivators, it would be difficult for them to come up with 100,000 yuan of stones at once. Xu Fei, as the deacon of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, although worth far more than the average monk, it is impossible for him to come up with 100,000 yuan at a time. This bloodthirsty Snake Demon King is clearly difficult for a strong man, and he doesn't intend to let them go. Tisk Tusk, Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, which belongs to the Qingyuanzong of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, is indeed a huge thing that this king can't afford to provoke. The bloodthirsty snake demon king grinned and said, but as long as this king leaves you all behind today, who knows that this king has done something to the people of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Xu Fei's complexion also became extremely difficult to look upon hearing this. He had to take a deep breath and hugged his fist at the carriage where Jiang Chen was in. Little friend Jiang Chen, everything depends on you. Don't worry, I said that if you pass through Wanshelling safely, no one can move you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and said directly to the blood thousand kills at the front, don't waste time, quickly get rid of this snake monster. Blood thousand killer responded, and those monster-censored eyes directly raised their heads to look at the bloodthirsty snake demon king in midair. Snake demon, you disturbed my master. Come on, how do you want to die? I think it's you who will kill you. The bloodthirsty snake demon king burst into anger and shouted, and there was also a harsh neighing sound from his mouth. Accompanied by this neighing sound resounding between heaven and earth, in the ancient forests on both sides of the canyon, countless large and small venomous snakes glowing with monsters and blood, sloshing like censored, sharp arrows, are violent against the caravan. Shot from here, the densely packed scene seemed to be censored and common, and it looked quite terrifying. Each of these blood-red poisonous snakes carries the poison that corrodes the space, and is even enough to pose a threat to the cultivator crossing tribulation. They are also the capital of the bloodthirsty snake demon king's rampage in Wanshelling. The bloodthirsty snake demon king's strength is not too strong, it is only in the early stage of the tribulation. But because it can control these poisonous snakes in the 10,000 Snake Ridge, the monks in the late stage of the tribulation are all afraid of them. The bloodthirsty snake demon king is sinister and cunning by nature. Whenever he encounters an opponent, he will first control these snakes to release venom. Even if the monk during the tribulation period is contaminated, his strength will be greatly reduced. There was no shortage of cultivators crossing the tribulation who broke into Wan Snake Ridge, and finally fell into the hands of the bloodthirsty snake demon king. The bloodthirsty snake demon king has just created a terrible reputation in this silent blood plane. Be careful, gentlemen, these are bloodthirsty monster snakes, they contain a strange blood poison that can swallow the blood in your body. Upon seeing this, Xu Fei could not help but reminded the blood thousand kill. The bloodthirsty demon snake, showing off the power of the blood in front of me, it's just an axe by the squad. Shui Qiansha sneered with contempt, and immediately a sly blood mark formed on his hands. Above the blood mark, a strange, censored energy radiated instantly. I saw the bloodthirsty monster snakes that burst out, becoming extremely violent under the influence of the blood mark, and finally burst into the air like an inflated balloon. In just an instant, the hundreds of bloodthirsty monster snakes had all turned into bursts of blood mist in midair and dissipated. Bloodthirsty monster snake, just so destroyed. Seeing that blood thousand killing was just a handprint, it caused hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters and snakes to disappear in an instant, and Xu Fei and the others couldn't help showing ecstasy in their eyes. Even Xu Fei, who knew Jiang Chen's extraordinariness well, still didn't expect blood thousand kill to have such a terrifying method. Seeing that his bloodthirsty demon snake was destroyed by the single blow of the bloodthirsty demon king's snake eyes couldn't help but shrank suddenly. My own invincible army of bloodthirsty snake monsters was wiped out this time by the guy in front of me so lightly. This guy in front of him is not only a tribulation monk, but also definitely not an ordinary tribulation monk. Your Excellency is from the Blood Fiend cult. The bloodthirsty snake demon king suppressed the horror in his heart, and a pair of snake eyes couldn't help but stare at the blood thousand kills. A powerful cultivation base that can survive the catastrophe period, and also possesses the supreme blood technique. I am afraid that only the Blood Fiend sect among the 10 great immortals can give birth to such a powerful, censored monk. Blood thousand killing gazes coldly and authentically. The important thing is that you disturbed my master, so let me die. The words of blood thousand killing fell, and a monstrous blood-colored light suddenly gathered on the fist, and it slammed directly at the bloodthirsty snake demon king. When the bloodthirsty snake demon king saw this, his expression suddenly changed. Hearing a sharp roar from his throat, the palm covered by the blood-colored scale armor directly greeted the fist of the blood thousand kills with a palm. Chapter 2497, Kill with one move. The low explosion sound resounded in midair instantly. He only heard a muffled hum from the bloodthirsty snake demon king's mouth, a huge force exploded in his chest, and the fierce force directly exploded the scales on his skin to blood. And his body shape was also embarrassed and flew upside down in midair by a distance of hundreds of feet. Seeing that the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King was defeated miserably with just one blow, Xu Fei also set off a huge wave at this moment. Bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, this is the famous snake demon in the serene blood plane. Now he was seriously injured by the punch in front of him. Although Xu Fei had already guessed that the man in front of him was most likely a cultivator during the tribulation period, he did not expect that his strength had reached such a terrifying level. Such strength, even in their Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, can be compared with it. I am afraid it is one of the few. Cross. The peak of the robbery, you. Who are you? The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and in the eyes that looked towards the blood thousand killings, a touch of unprecedented horror finally appeared. Although there are many cultivators who cross the tribulation in the broken universe, there are not many cultivators who cross the peak of tribulation. The cultivator at the peak of the tribulation, even in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, is an extremely rare existence. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King didn't expect that this guy in front of him was a powerful existence whose cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation. To the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King's scream, Shui Qiansha didn't pay any attention to it. He only heard a cold word from his mouth, and immediately waved his palm, and a censored palm print was fiercely at the bloodthirsty snake with the momentum of thunder. The Demon King shot away. Feeling the more terrifying blow of Blood Thousand Kill, the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King's scales were slightly erected, and the color of horror on his face became more and more intense. Where did he dare to hesitate at all? He screamed directly, and with the startled gaze of Xu Fei and others, he turned and fled towards the depths of Wanshelling. You can't escape. The sneer of Blood Thousand Killer's contempt fell, and immediately stretched out his hand directly at the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King and grabbed it in the air. A blood-colored force instantly sealed the world, making the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King's figure instantly solidified, making it difficult to move at all. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King let out a terrifying roar, and immediately exploded with blood all over his body, turning into a blood-colored giant snake that was thousands of feet long, forcibly breaking through the band power between heaven and earth. At the moment the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King recovered his body and forcibly broke through the shackles, a blood blade radiating a strange light came directly through the void. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, who had just broken free from the forbidden space, was hit by the blood blade before he could even react. Only a soft sound was heard, and the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King's body covered in hard-scale armor was directly broken open by the blood blade. I saw that the huge body of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King was split into two pieces by the blood blade, and then crashed down from midair, smashing two huge holes in the ground, and there was no more breath of life. Looking at the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King on the ground that couldn't die anymore, Xu Fei and the others all looked dull. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, who was dignified during the tribulation period, the overlord-level figure who dominated the side in the plane of silent blood, unexpectedly died just like this. Just an understatement, the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King was completely destroyed. Xu Fei finally understood why Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King from beginning to end. With the strength of the two of them, this bloodthirsty Snake Demon King is no different from the ants. Resolving the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King lightly, Blood Thousand Killing said to Xu Fei indifferently, and then returned to the front of the caravan again, turning into an ordinary monk whose cultivation base stayed in the Golden Core stage. Xu Fei took a deep breath and couldn't help taking a deep look at the carriage where Jiang Chen was in. Taking the monk at the peak of the tribulation as servants, such a character, even if you look at the entire broken universe, it is an extremely rare existence. In this world of silent blood, I am afraid that only one of the 10 great immortal gates, the Heavenly Crossing Jade of the Blood Fiend Sect, has this qualification. Could this one in the carriage be the top arrogant of the Blood Fiend Sect? After shaking his head, Xu Fei stopped thinking about it. No matter what, this time he was able to get the help of Jiang Chen. Two people, that is a thing to be thankful for. He didn't have any hesitation at the moment, and directly gave an order to lead the caravan forward. And at the same time Xu Fei's caravan crossed Wanshelling. In another place in the silent blood plain, after Zhao Guang left Xu Fei's caravan with a dozen cultivators, he also joined a man in black who was shrouded in a faint black glow. The man in black looked at Zhao Guang and the others in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Zhao Guang, why are there only you, Xu Fei's caravan? Xu Fei temporarily changed his mind and directly led the caravan to Wanshelling. I had to report to my master as soon as possible. Zhao Guang quickly explained respectfully. The black-clothed man's complexion changed slightly. How could that guy suddenly change his course? Could it be that he found something wrong? Zhao Guang sneered and said, that guy met two people on the road, and he thought that they could help him pass through Wanshelling. I think it was a wishful thinking. The black-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Are those too strong? The specific strength is not clear, but it will definitely not exceed the period of harmony. Zhao Guang curled his lips and sneered with disdain. Wan Snake Ridge, this is a place that cultivators don't dare to set foot in easily. Xu Fei and the others ventured into Wan Snake Ridge. I'm afraid they will definitely die. The black-clothed man's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, I am going to Wanshelling for a trip. You immediately take my token to the Qingyuan Tianyu and let my people intercept Xu Fei and them. Let them return to Qingyuan Tianyu alive. Although Wanshelling is very dangerous, since Xu Fei dared to walk Wanshelling, he might be sure to pass through Wanshelling unharmed. Just in case, he had to make arrangements in advance. And he himself was going to take a trip to Wanshelling in person. If Xu Fei and the others passed through Wanshelling, it would be fine. If Xu Fei and the others were really killed in Wan Snake Ridge, he would have to personally take back what Xu Fei and the others had obtained in the Serene Blood Plain this time. After the man in black ordered Zhao Guang and others, his figure flashed up into the sky, and disappeared into the sky directly into a black glow. Chapter 2498, Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After solving the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, the overlord of Wanshelling, Jiang Chen and the others' journey in Wanshelling became extremely smooth. Jiang Chen and the others passed through Wan Snake Ridge, walked out of the silent blood plain, and then entered the territory of Qingyuan Heaven. In the cloudless sky, gentle sunshine pouring down from the sky. On the spacious road, a caravan of about dozens of people galloped past, bringing a plume of dust and smoke along the way. Finally, I returned to Qingyuan Tianyu. At the forefront of the caravan, Xu Fei's tight heart was also slightly relaxed. There are countless branches of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, especially in the Qingyuan Tianyu. Almost every city has a branch of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Now that he returned to the Qingyuan Tianyu, he would be able to get in touch with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce soon. At that time, they only need to wait for the support of the strong from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and they can sit back and relax. Little friend Jiang Chen, Qingyuan Tianyu is here. Next, I plan to go to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce branch in the nearby Qing City. If little friend Jiang Chen can't reach the level, he can go with me to Qing City, so that I can do my best as a landlord. Xu Fei found Jiang Chen and explained his next itinerary. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and said, it's true that I'm here to Qingyuan Tianyu this time to participate in your upcoming auction in Qingyuan Tianyu. I wonder where the auction will be held. It turns out that little friend Jiang Chen also came for the auction. Xu Fei suddenly felt a little stunned. This time the auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, but there is a legendary pill of transcendence. The two masters and servants of Jiang Chen are probably both cultivators who crossed the tribulation period, and they were obviously attracted by the pill of transformation tribulation. He couldn't help but directly said, this auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce will be held at the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in Qingyuan Zhoucheng. If little friend Jiang Chen goes to participate in the auction, then I will join little friend Jiang Chen directly. Back to the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The reason why Xu Fei chose to go to the nearest Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was because he was afraid that they would run into trouble after Jiang Chen and the two left. If Jiang Chen's purpose is also the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, why should he go to the branch of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce and wait for the strong support of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce? Even if the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce really had a strong person to support it, at most it would send one or two robbery cultivators. Their strength may not be able to compare with the blood-thousand kills of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King with a single move. Walking with Jiang Chen together, they might be safer on the contrary. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled slightly. It's the best, then there will be a deacon. Although Jiang Chen had already seen that Xu Fei chose to be with them as free bodyguards, but he didn't care too much. The purpose of their coming here is to participate in the auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Before the auction ends, they don't want to be too eye-catching. Especially not wanting to attract the attention of the Blood Evil sect. Although they had hidden their identities again, it was difficult to guarantee that the Blood Fiend Church would not have any means to discover them. It would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble if he followed Xu Fei's treatment and directly entered the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Little friend Jiang Chen is polite. It is Xu's honor to be able to walk with you, Xu Fei said with a smile, and immediately stopped hesitating, and directly ordered the caravan to move in the direction of Qingyuanzhou. The caravan came to a place where the plains and mountains meet. At the moment when the caravan was about to enter the mountain forest, there were sudden bursts of sharp wind breaking out of the mountain forest. I saw countless arrows shining with the cold rays of the forest directly piercing the space, shooting out from the mountains and forests, and enveloping the entire caravan. The sudden change also caused Xu Fei's expression to change suddenly. I saw the breath of the peak of his body burst out, and it directly turned into a light yellow mask, blocking all those arrows. He stared sharply into the mountains and forests, and his cold shout instantly resounded through the world. As Xu Fei's cold voice fell, a large number of dark shadows in the woods quickly poured out, blocking their way. Especially the two black-clothed elders at the forefront, whose aura far surpassed him, the peak of the combination Dao. Obviously, they should all be powerhouses in the tribulation period, people from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the dressing of this group of people in black, Xu Fei's expression suddenly sank involuntarily. The people of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce really still shot. Heiyun Chamber of Commerce and Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce are listed as the two major chambers of commerce in the universe. The Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce was established by the Black Cloud Alliance. Although the Black Cloud Alliance is not the top 10 immortal gates in the universe, it is definitely one of the strongest forces under the 10 immortal gates. The origin of the Black Cloud League is extremely mysterious, and the leaders of the past generations are unfathomable. There are even rumors that although the Black Cloud League is not among the top 10 immortal gates, it has a terrifying strength that is not inferior to the top 10 immortal gates. Because of some interests, the relationship between Heiyun Chamber of Commerce and Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has not been very friendly, and there are often some frictions between the two sides. As the base camp of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, Qingyuan Tianyu almost operates here like a railroad, and it is generally difficult for the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce to intervene. Xu Fei obviously didn't expect it. The Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce unexpectedly came to intercept him this time. Is the thing he got from the plains of silent blood already known to the people of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce? Xu Fei, you are really not ordinary people. You actually walked out of Wanshelling alive. Fortunately, the young master has the foresight. Let me wait for the two to wait here. The two black-clothed elders stared at Xu Fei, who could not help but smile. Xu Fei said with gloomy eyes, your Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce is so bold that you dare to come to Qingyuan Heaven to be wild. Don't talk about these nonsense, hand over what you got in the plains of silent blood, I might consider forgiving you for not dying. The old man in black on the left said blankly. A cold light flashed in Xu Fei's eyes. The people from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce really came for that thing. That thing is a priceless treasure. It is extremely important to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce and even the Qingyuan Sect. How could Xu Fei hand it over so easily? Stubbornly stubborn. Seeing that Xu Fei wanted to stubbornly resist, the black-clothed old man shook his head, and a cold expression flashed in his eyes. Seeing him stepping out, his figure appeared in front of Xu Fei directly out of thin air, with a fierce true essence in his palm, directly covering Xu Fei's whole person. Sure enough, it's a cultivator during the tribulation period. Looking at the black-clothed old man who took the palm of his hand, Xu Fei's face also showed a pale look. Just when he was about to fight back, an invisible force suddenly emerged, and immediately banged the black-clothed old man's palm power easily, and the remaining power on it shook him back again and again. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.